Chapter 1. How this rare species came to encounter her attention. Everyone, a high-energy alert. Please read carefully to avoid potential pitfalls. The male lead's character in the early stages is dominant and far from perfect, with a strong desire for control over the female lead, leading to early instances of purely forced love. If this bothers you, please refrain from reading. The author, Ku Jiang, has a rather expansive imagination, so there will be subtle hints throughout the narrative. Those who skim may find themselves confused about who is who. Note: the female lead does not possess any special abilities or advantages. She is merely a fox spirit striving for survival. Additionally, some content has been censored and certain elements are no longer permitted, so I appreciate your understanding. One Sang is a fox spirit, the kind devoid of conscience. In her past life, she was a popular online host, and in this life, she finds herself as a leveling monster for the protagonist in a cultivation narrative. To escape the automatic encounters with the protagonist that often result in her being defeated by a single strike, she fled from her territory. Fortunate that she is a half-demon, making her less detectable. However, she still needs to eat. Due to her extraordinarily beautiful face, she has been deceived no less than 10 times. She has either been lured to brothels or pursued by other demons seeking to capture her as a concubine. It was then that when Sang realized she was truly cursed, unable to escape her fate. Thus, she reluctantly returned to her former profession after all. As a fox spirit, her specialty lies in seducing wealthy scholars. Yet it seems she has inadvertently triggered some mechanism that leads to automatic encounters with the protagonist once more. For instance, right now, on a dark and windy night. Cousin, have you been injured here? In the tranquil bamboo grove, a scholar clad in white is crouched beside a stone bench, his face flushed to the color of liver, swallowing repeatedly. Before him sits a woman of pure, exquisite beauty, shyly gazing at him from the stone bench. The scholar delicately cradles her foot, his gaze filled with infatuation. Zhao, cousin, is it here? When Sang cannot help but chuckle at the gullible fool before her. She softly murmurs an and instantly, the scholar's entire neck turns crimson as his trembling hand slowly rises. However, before his hand can brush against the delicate calf of the woman, footsteps and a woman's voice faintly echo from the path leading from the bamboo grove to the octagonal pavilion. Senior brother, the demonic energy here is quite strong. Upon hearing the approaching voices, the scholar seems to awaken suddenly, tumbling backward to sit on the ground. He glances back to see two figures walking toward them through the bamboo grove. Both are clad in silver-white robes, swords at their waists. The scholar recognizes them as several cultivators and hurriedly stands to tidy himself. Soon, a man and a woman arrive at the octagonal pavilion. The woman holds a compass, though it has ceased to spin. Furrowing her brow, she remarks, "What's going on?" The tracking device has stopped moving here. It must be that the demon has fled. The scholar approaches the two, cupping his hands in greeting. Esteemed cultivators, I am Song Ruo. Earlier, he had indeed seen two figures approaching, and upon noticing the scholar, the young man in the Taoist robe reciprocates the greeting. Hello, I am Chong Yin, and this is my junior sister, Chong Qing. Chong Qing's eyes light up upon seeing Song Ruo, and she exclaims in surprise, Song Ruo? Are you the newly acclaimed scholar from Suzhou? Indeed, that is I. Song Ruo replies, a hint of pride on his face. What brings you here? On my way to Lianzhou City to visit relatives. As Song Ruo and Chong Qing engage in lively conversation, Chong Yin's attention has long since drifted to the woman leaning against the railing of the octagonal pavilion. The woman, clad in a pure white dress, gazes over with eyes like autumn waters, her complexion fair and features exquisitely delicate, resembling a captivating enchantress from a painting, rendering him unable to look away. Perhaps his gaze is too overt, as the woman slightly curves her lips, casting a shy glance in his direction. Never before has he encountered such a stunning beauty, causing Chong Yin's ears to flush crimson. However, his view is soon obstructed by Song Ruo, who suddenly loses his previous politeness. Chong Yin, that is my distant cousin. She is not yet betrothed. It would not be proper for you to stare so brazenly. Even Chong Qing realizes that Chong Yin has been lost in a daze, having called him senior brother several times without receiving a response, all because of a woman. Learning that she is the cousin of this Song scholar, Chang Yin feels a twinge of embarrassment. I have overstepped. Before Song Ruo can respond, the woman's soft voice emerges from behind him. Esteemed cultivators, which sect do you belong to, and where are you headed? As she approaches, she slightly curtsies to Chang Yin and Chang Qing, introducing herself. I am Xin Yang. When Sang Sang has observed the two for a while, noting their ethereal presence and the high-quality spiritual stones adorning their swords, wondering if they belong to some major sect. Typically, major sects send out a multitude of cultivators. If that is the case, she must quickly flee. Chang Qing furrows her brow, regarding when Sang Sang with suspicion, cautiously retrieving the demonic energy tracking device. This woman is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. However, to her surprise, the compass shows no response whatsoever. How can this be? Chang Yin gazes at the woman named Xin Yang, her beauty surpassing even the most captivating sisters within their sect, leaving him momentarily speechless, his heart racing. He quickly replies, we are disciples of Zhuantiangong on our way to Wuzhou City. At the mention of Zhuantiangong, when Sang Sang's heart skips a beat, her grip tightening in trepidation, how could she have ventured out without checking the auspicious signs? Maintaining a smile, she toys with her tresses, cautiously inquiring, so, is it just the two of you from Zhuantiangong? Before Chang Yin can respond, a chilling gust of wind suddenly sweeps through, rustling the bamboo forest along the moonlit path. A tall figure approaches the group. In the hazy shadows, the moonlight gradually illuminates the man's face. Clad in the same silver-white robe, he possesses a tall and elegant stature, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his jade-like visage emanating an otherworldly aura, his demeanor remarkably refined. As he appears, everything around him pales in comparison, overshadowed by his presence. Yet his pitch-black eyes are colder than the unmelting ice atop a snowy mountain. Chang Qing approaches the figure briskly. Senior brother. Chang Yin follows suit, calling out, Senior brother. The combination of Zhuantiangong and Senior brother sends tremors through even the most inexperienced of demons. The reason is simple. This individual not only possesses remarkable innate talent, but also topped the ranks at Zhuantiangong at the tender age of 16. It is said that he practices the path of indifference, feared by malevolent demons and regarded as the cold-faced immortal by the world. When Sang Sang's pupils widen in shock, how could she have encountered such a rare specimen? She is merely a third-rate junior. Is it truly necessary for someone so formidable to collect her? Her face pales slightly as she discreetly steps back, seeking an opportunity to evade this group of cultivators. Song Ruo, having heard of Qin Jiyun, observes him closely, finding he indeed matches the rumors, yet his gaze flickers momentarily toward when Sang Sang. Noticing her wan complexion, Song Ruo inquires with concern, Cousin, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? At this moment, when Sang Sang devises a plan, she must not allow Song Ruo to associate with this group of cultivators. While she cannot afford to provoke them, she can certainly evade them. Feigning weakness, she leans back into Song Ruo's embrace, clutching her forehead and murmuring, Cousin, my head suddenly aches. Such a delicate display invokes a sense of protectiveness. In a flurry of concern, Song Ruo supports her, exclaiming, Cousin. When Sang Sang clutches his sleeve, her tone frail, Cousin, I recall a small town ahead. It's quite dark now. Let us hurry there to rest for the night. With such a beautiful plea, Song Ruo can hardly think of anything else, readily agreeing, All right, let us go now. When Sang Sang smiles in satisfaction as she rises from Song Ruo's embrace, he walks into the octagonal pavilion to retrieve his belongings. Song Ruo strides ahead and addresses Chang Yin and Chang Qing. Esteemed cultivators, it is quite unsafe in this dark hour, my cousin, and I shall take our leave first. He then turns to Qin Jiyun, saying, Cultivator Qin, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. I am Song Ruo from the Song family of Lianzhou. Today, I see that your presence truly reflects your extraordinary aura. When you visit Lianzhou, the Song family will surely extend a warm welcome. Song Ruo's demeanor is filled with the airs of a cultured gentleman, his humble invitation displaying great courtesy, which endears him further to Chang Qing. However, unbeknownst to him, he is attempting to curry favor with Qin Jiyun. In this world, who among the wealthy merchants and scholars does not wish to befriend the esteemed cultivation sects, especially when Xuanyangong stands as one of the three great sects? Before Qin Jiyun can respond, Chongqing interjects with a smile. Then we shall trouble Scholar Song. Chongqing's confident tone suggests she believes she can speak on behalf of Qin Jiyun, prompting Chong Yin to nudge her with his elbow in disapproval. What status and temperament does the senior brother possess? He never mingles with these wealthy elites. If he acquiesces, it will only lead others to believe he is their supporter. Yet, Chongqing remains unfazed, convinced she has said nothing wrong. After all, the Song family is the wealthiest in Lianzhou. Wouldn't it be convenient for future collaborations? Qin Jiyun's gaze remains indifferent as he replies, "No need to trouble yourselves." He continues to maintain his characteristic aloofness. Song Ruo is not particularly surprised by this outcome, merely expressing, "If that is the case, then fare thee well until our paths cross again." Wen Sang idly toyed with a strand of her hair, her slender fingers delicate and pale, lacking the youthful vivacity of a young girl, yet possessing an alluring charm that was undeniably captivating. The destination for this group of cultivators was Wuzhou, situated in precisely the opposite direction of Lianzhou. Chapter 2. He regarded this woman as one who feared death. When Sang lifted her gaze, only to be met with a pair of frosty, piercing phoenix eyes, resembling a black vortex that threatened to swallow her whole. There stood the unparalleled senior brother of Xuanyangong, his ethereal form poised gracefully, his gaze fixated directly upon her. However, it was not her beauty that captivated him, but rather, he scrutinized her intently. A tremor coursed through Wen Song's heart as she reluctantly acknowledged that, despite his strikingly handsome features, the seriousness etched upon his face rendered him excessively cold, akin to a massive block of ice. Since their paths were destined to diverge, he could not impose anything upon her. When Song's thoughts began to stir, her delicate fingers toying with her silken hair, casting a flirtatious glance at the man, as if a grand tale were swaying behind her. Beside them, Chong Yin introduced. "This is Song Xiucai's cousin, named Xianyang." Observing Wen Song's alluring demeanor, Chongqing felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Her instincts had proven correct. That woman, even if not a bewitching spirit, was undoubtedly an unruly vixen. Furthermore, her own aloof and unapproachable senior brother continued to gaze at her. With a hint of displeasure, senior brother Chongqing softly called out, anxious that Qin Jiyun might, like Chong Yin, be ensnared by this Zhao Xianyang's charms. As the esteemed disciple of Xuanyangong, Qin Jiyun was accustomed to women like Wen Sang, often seen in his worldly travels. He had always maintained a stoic demeanor towards her overt flirtations. His gaze shifted away from Wen Sang to Chongqing, his expression unchanged. "What is it?" Hearing this, Chongqing felt a sense of relief wash over her, her face reflecting a degree of gratitude. Indeed, senior brother was unlike other men. When Sang scoffed inwardly, confirming the rumors, he was indeed a frigid individual. As dusk descended, Chong Yin began to say to Song Ruo, "Let us bid farewell here." The group of cultivators was finally preparing to depart, and when Song's heart swelled with pride as she inwardly chuckled, urging them to leave quickly, do not obstruct her. Just as she reveled in her clandestine triumph, the cold man standing nearby spoke. "Plans have changed. We shall head to Lianzhou first." At this pronouncement, 3 pairs of astonished eyes turned toward him simultaneously. Chongqing exclaimed, "Senior brother, when was this plan altered?" "Indeed, why was I not informed?" Chong Yin inquired as well. Qin Jiyun replied with indifference, "I just received the news. Let us go." Qin Jiyun would not deceive them. Chong Yin and Chongqing quickly processed this revelation, yet it seemed too coincidental. When Sang felt as if struck by lightning, did this imply that this group of cultivators would share the same path as them? If that were the case, why not travel together? It would provide her with some semblance of protection on the journey. Chong Yin swiftly turned to Song Ruo and Wen Sang, suggesting, with 3 cultivators together, "We need not fear any dangers that may arise." After a moment's consideration, Song Ruo acquiesced. When Sang felt trapped. If she declined, it would appear she harbored guilt, yet if she agreed, would not the delectable Song Ruo slip from her grasp? Her delicate face momentarily exhibited a hint of petulance, resembling a disobedient kitten, even her anger appearing endearingly charming. However, just as quickly, her expression reverted, unaware that her every move had been scrutinized, as she passed by Qin Jiyun. A certain little enchantress internally snorted, casting a flirtatious glance at him as if to taunt, "If you have the ability, capture me." Qin Jiyun's countenance darkened slightly, perceiving her antics with discontent. Chang Qing observed Wen Sangsang's attempts to entice Qin Jiyun and felt her dissatisfaction towards Wen Sangsang intensify. As they descended the mountain, Wen Sangsang and Song Ruo walked ahead, with the other three trailing closely behind. Within the shadowy bamboo grove, the moonlight scattered delicately upon the ground. Wen Sangsang frequently turned her head, stealing glances at the trio behind her. The beauty glanced back, her silhouette appearing more enchanting under the moonlight. Her skirt swayed gently, and her flowing hair resembled a cascade of starlight, akin to a celestial maiden descending to earth. Chang Yin found himself momentarily transfixed, especially when the beauteous gaze met his, imbued with a hint of shyness. Her pure and alluring demeanor rendered even the smallest of gestures an invitation. Chang Qing, witnessing Wen Sangsang's failed attempt to captivate senior brother, now turned her sights on Chang Yin, her irritation boiling over at his foolishness. She could only glare at Wen Sangsang with disdain. Wen Sangsang caught Chang Qing's piercing gaze and felt unjustly aggrieved. She was being wronged. Her eyes then swept towards the last figure in their group, only to be met with a pair of ink-black phoenix eyes. Their coldness sending shivers down her spine. She could not help but tremble internally, hastily averting her gaze. Why had she encountered this living embodiment of death here, in this desolate place? She toyed with a strand of silk hair. Her thoughts consumed with the urgency to rid herself of this group of cultivators. Finally emerging from the bamboo grove, they found themselves on a broad path. Surely the official road awaited them. Chang Qing quietly remarked, "Senior brother, I seem to recall the official road not being here." Earlier, she and Chang Yin had pursued the official road, only to be diverted into the bamboo grove when the demon detection device had indicated the presence of a formidable demon nearby. The two had been swift in their pursuit. How was it that they now strolled leisurely, arriving sooner than anticipated? Chang Yin shared her confusion. Wen Sangsang, walking ahead, let a smile play upon her tender lips. Thinking them both simpletons, as a single fox spirit, she would never guide them along the official road. Trailing behind, Qin Jiyun's eyes remained as frigid as ice, his ethereal countenance devoid of any expression. His pupils reflecting the delicate figure ahead. Just as Song Ruo was about to step onto the official road alongside Wen Sangsang, the victorious smile she had been suppressing nearly broke free. "Wait!" A sharp voice suddenly cut through the air. Qin Jiyun approached Wen Sangsang and Song Ruo. Chang Qing inquired, "Senior brother, what is it?" Song Ruo halted and turned to look back. Wen Sangsang felt her heart plummet. She was on the verge of success, yet here they were, stopping. Realizing someone was approaching from behind, the footsteps drew nearer, sending her heart racing. In the next moment, an unexpected gust of wind swept through the previously calm atmosphere. Rustle! The leaves rustled violently in the wind. The demon detection device strapped to Chang Qing's waist began to whir frantically. She gasped, "There's a demon." Chang Yin unsheathed his sword, on high alert. Wen Sangsang feigned panic. Gripping Song Ruo's hand tightly, "Cousin, I'm so scared." This delicate voice reached the ears of the two men closest to her, especially as her dainty fingers clutched Song Ruo's hand. Qin Jiyun furrowed his brow. Regarding this woman as one who feared death, Song Ruo, too, felt a surge of terror. The wind was indeed peculiar. Given the circumstances, these three cultivators might well find themselves in peril, leaving little room to protect the two ordinary individuals. At this moment, his Zhao cousin could rely solely upon him. Resolutely, he grasped Song Ruo's hand. "Cousin, do not fear. Your cousin shall take you to safety with that." He pulled Wen Sangsang towards the official road just a step away. Yet, as they stepped onto the official road, it vanished from the sight of Qin Jiyun and the others. Chang Yin and Chang Qing were taken aback, wanting to pursue, but were obstructed by the sudden appearance of paper money swirling in the air. Before long, the frenzied wind began to subside. Dense white fog rose around them. He pushed the paper away from his face, and though the fog had yet to dissipate, the scene before him rendered him utterly astonished. Graves without tombstones dotted the landscape. And he and Chang Qing found themselves amidst a cemetery. Chapter 3 Look, a flying saucer. Song Ruo and Wen Sangsang had not run far when several masked bandits suddenly sprang from the surrounding woods. Each one concealed their faces, with the leader brandishing a large sword, a robust figure clearly not to be trifled with. Song Ruo instinctively pulled Wen Sangsang back a few steps. "Who are you?" Wen Sangsang nestled behind Song Ruo, her voice trembling. "Cousin, they're not bandits, are they? I'm so scared. Cousin, do not fear. I am here." The bandits' appearance left no doubt about their intentions, and Song Ruo felt his resolve start to waver. They had just encountered a demon, and now bandits. Yet, with Zhao Cousin beside him, she was his only source of support. He straightened his back and boldly addressed the masked bandits. "Might I inquire why you block the path of me and my cousin?" The bandits, seemingly oblivious, raised their large swords and charged at Song Ruo and Wen Sangsang. Not even a word of warning, nor a shred of professional courtesy. Song Ruo's eyes widened in terror as he turned and fled, seemingly forgetting that Wen Sangsang was behind him. Suddenly, he felt something tugging at his box, and turning back in fright, he found it was the bandit leader, his sword raised high. "Cousin, save me." Meanwhile, Wen Sangsang was being dragged into the woods by two bandits. Weeping and pleading for Song Ruo's help in that moment, all Song Ruo could think of was preserving his own life. He hastily unfastened the box's straps and scrambled forward, terrified of being cleaved in two. "Ah, don't chop me in half." After Song Ruo fled, the sorrowful expression on Wen Sangsang's face vanished in an instant. The two bandits who had held her captive stared blankly in the direction Song Ruo had run. Emitting comical sounds from their throats, "He just ran away?" One of them mimicked the voice of a parrot. "Indeed, no man is to be trusted," another exclaimed, as a pair of rabbit ears sprouted from his head. "So many treasures! This scholar is truly wealthy." Meanwhile, on the official road, the other sturdy bandits had already begun dividing the spoils. Two of them released Wen Sangsang and hurried over. One of the rabbit-eared bandits shouted, "Leave some for me! Save some for me!" Wen Sangsang flexed her wrists, having expected Song Ruo to hold out a bit longer, yet he had fled even faster than those men before him. She lifted her skirt and walked towards the official road. "Fox Spirit, this is for you." A bandit tossed her a small cloth pouch, and upon opening it, she was astonished to find several small gold bars inside. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Who would have thought Song Ruo was so affluent? Moreover, the box contained an abundance of other riches. She had merely taken a small share, yet Wen Sangsang was satisfied. She urged the bandits, "Hurry up and gather your things and flee. That group of cultivators is not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, the bandits swiftly divided the treasures from the box. In the next moment, they transformed into several rabbit spirits and a parrot spirit, bounding into the forest, dragging the box with them. The parrot spirit called back to Wen Sangsang, "Fox Spirit, we part ways here. Be cautious if you encounter that group of cultivators. Farewell." Wen Sangsang replied casually. Just before the parrot spirit flew away, it added, "By the way, the Mountain King, the tiger spirit, was slain by a flood dragon nearby. Beware, as that dragon lurks in the waterhole around here. You, with your meager demonic power, should not linger." With that, the parrot spirit vanished into the woods. "The Mountain King is dead? What does that have to do with me?" She didn't even know who the Mountain King was, and she was eager to escape. She had merely crossed paths with this group of demons, orchestrating a grand performance, while Song Ruo's family was immensely wealthy. Being the richest in the region, as for her, this fox spirit, apart from her beauty that could entice men, was utterly lacking in other talents. Having crossed over into this world, she found herself in a tale of collective cultivation, where she, Wen Sangsang, was a half-demon of unknown parentage, a fox spirit who thrived on seducing men to absorb their essence. Once, she encountered the main characters and attempted to allure the protagonist, only to be knocked out by his sword. Poor thing. She was a reincarnated being, unable to cultivate as a half-demon, and lamentably, she had no knowledge of any demonic spells. As a half-demon, with one human parent, she was rejected by humans and barely tolerated by demons, in her daily life. Apart from transforming into a fox or a human, she was utterly useless. Upon her transformation, she fled immediately to avoid being struck down by the protagonist's sword. Although she possessed no demonic power, being a half-demon, she would not be easily detected. However, upon seeing cultivators, she could not help but hide far away. During her escape, she also had to fend for herself. Initially, her beauty led her to be deceived more than 10 times. whether being sold to a brothel or tricked into other unsavory places, but fortunately, her wits allowed her to evade such fates. She happened upon the bandits robbing a passing scholar, and after being deceived so many times, she had developed a deep-seated mistrust of humanity. In order to survive, she resolutely joined the rabbit spirits, luring people to this location to stage a performance. Now, she intended to head towards Qingzhou, putting as much distance as possible between herself and the cultivators. With that thought, when Sang clutched the gold bars and turned to take a side path, anxious that the cultivators would catch up to her, little did she know, several pairs of emerald green eyes were silently observing her from the trees. As she walked, embracing the gold bars, she felt not a shred of guilt. After all, she was a heartless fox spirit, truly wealthy. She could hardly bite down on it. When Sang took out a small gold bar and bit into it, this was her first encounter with such wealth. Before she could take 2 steps forward, rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding woods, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Gripping the gold bars tightly, when Sang immediately became alert. Suddenly, the rabbit spirits who had fled earlier dashed out from the nearby forest, accompanied by a gleaming silver sword. They're hunting demons! The rabbit spirits cried in panic as they fled. When Sang was still processing what was happening when the sword lodged itself firmly into the ground before her with a clang. A gust of wind swept by, revealing a tall figure before her, clad in a flowing silver robe, his celestial aura palpable. Upon seeing When Sang, his strikingly handsome face displayed a flicker of surprise. Thud! The gold bar dropped to the ground with a crisp sound. Qin Jiuyun's gaze fell upon the small gold bar on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. Meanwhile, When Sang stood there, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Could it be that today was the day she would perish at the hands of the protagonists? The book did not specify a date. Qin Jiuyun assumed she was simply frightened. Stepping forward towards her, however, just at that moment, the woman abruptly pointed to the horizon. Look, a flying saucer. Qin Jiuyun. Chapter 4. Qin Jiuyun regarded her coldly, wondering why she remained hidden. Previously, he had perceived her as a flirtatious woman, yet now it seemed her mind was somewhat disordered. Without a second thought, When Sang turned and fled, fearing capture would mean her demise, before she could take more than a few steps. The sword that had been embedded in the ground emitted a buzzing sound and shot up from the earth, pursuing her. Qin Jiuyun raised his hand slightly, and the gold bar flew into his grasp, revealing the engraved characters Song family of Lianzhou on its reverse. Song. Is this the property of that Song Ruo? When Sang felt trapped by the sword, clutching the gold bar as the weight of despair bore down upon her. Having crossed over without any golden fingers and having been deceived countless times, she had never encountered anyone who might come to her aid now, just as she was beginning to settle into a semblance of safety. Death loomed ahead. The more she pondered, the more she felt it was unjust, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Qin Jiuyun took a couple of steps forward but had yet to speak. He observed the woman before him, seemingly overwhelmed by a great injustice, her tear-streaked, fair face exuding a peculiar charm even in her distress, making one want to gather her into their arms and protect her. Take it all. I've never committed any heinous acts. Please, spare me. When Sang choked out, tossing the gold bars aside as if they were a hot potato. Qin Jiuyun was adept at dealing with demons, yet he had never confronted a young woman in such a state. Her appearance suggested she had indeed been frightened by the earlier demons. He merely said, I am not a demon. I am Qin Jiuyun. His words landed upon When Sang like a soft blow, not painful yet palpably pressuring. Qin Jiuyun, though scarcely described in the book, was noted to be devoid of desires, possessing extraordinary strength. Ultimately, he became a sect leader and ascended. Now, he seemed to harbor no intent to kill her, which meant she was likely safe from his hands. In a moment, however, When Sang formed a plan. Wiping her tears, she quickly gathered the gold bars from the ground, retreating cautiously, eyeing Qin Jiuyun warily, and continued to play along with her earlier act. You truly are not a demon? Qin Jiuyun had tracked the demonic energy to this spot. Discovering several rabbit spirits with Song Ruo's box, he suspected she and Song Ruo had encountered demonic bandits. Now, having met her, he observed her unscathed, alive and well. Although he disapproved of her demeanor, he gazed at the gold bars in his hand and tossed one back to her. Naturally not. Where is the person who was with you? When Sang Sang caught the gold bar and quickly placed it in her pouch, relieved that he did not intend to harm her. This made things much easier as her alluring eyes misted over. She feigned sorrow, her eyes reddening as she said, "My cousin and I encountered bandits earlier. I was unfortunate enough to almost be robbed." My cousin, he was captured by those bandits." Qin Jiuyun frowned. What happened to him? Seeing her distress, he wondered if she had already suffered grievous harm. When Sang Sang raised her hand to wipe her tears, appearing as if heartbroken to the core, Qin Jiuyun ceased his inquiries, concluding that her companion must have sacrificed himself to ensure her escape, likely having met a tragic fate. "Take me to the location where you encountered the bandits. Perhaps you may still see him one last time," Qin Jiuyun urged. Upon hearing those words, when Sang Sang felt a deepening sorrow, her tear-filled eyes reflecting a poignant vulnerability, and she could only choke out a soft response. Qin Jiuyun extended his hand towards the Fei Yun sword, which hovered in midair, and it swiftly flew into his grasp. As the sword was sheathed, the weight that had burdened when Sang Sang's heart lifted discreetly. They began their journey back, with when Sang Sang leading the way, too apprehensive to glance back, for the presence of the man behind her was undeniably imposing. Moreover, she was guiding Qin Jiuyun in an entirely different direction. If she were to return, her deception would be laid bare. However, severing her means of livelihood was tantamount to demanding her life. She would not allow him to disrupt her carefully laid plans. She was aware of the location of the nearby pool, where the parrot spirit had mentioned the existence of a dragon that could vanquish even the tiger spirit, indicating its formidable strength. Qin Jiuyun, do not blame her. She is merely a small demon seeking to survive. The trees on either side rustled in the wind, and dark clouds gradually obscured the bright moon, casting an increasing gloom around them. Thanks to his keen observational skills, Qin Jiuyun soon sensed something amiss in their surroundings. Maintaining a few paces behind Zhao Xianyang, he observed the woman ahead. She appeared delicate, yet her demeanor seemed increasingly exaggerated. Just moments ago, he had trailed her and Song Ruo, yet he found himself engulfed in dense woods, with no trace of a proper path. When she encountered the group of rabbit spirits, she remained composed, yet her calmness faltered upon meeting him. The aura of demons was palpably thick here, suggesting that they were not mere trifles. Song Ruo had not fled, yet she had. The seemingly refined gentleman. Song Ruo was in truth shrewd and calculating, certainly not one to sacrifice his life for a woman. Qin Jiuyun's gaze was icy as he scrutinized when Sang Sang ahead, the Fei Yun sword gradually unsheathing, revealing its chilling gleam. The sound of rushing water echoed before them, and when Sang Sang, upon hearing it, let a smile grace her lips. Trembling in apparent fear, she took a few steps back, inadvertently colliding with the man behind her. "I don't know how to find my cousin ahead," she exclaimed, fear evident in her voice as she turned to Qin Jiuyun, tugging at his arm with a hint of artifice. Qin Jiuyun stepped back, evading her grasp, and continued towards the sound of the flowing water, his expression remaining as frigid as ever. "Stay here. I will investigate." Though rejected, when Sang Sang felt no surprise. He was indeed a man devoid of emotions or desires. Yet now, the fear that had previously clouded her features was abruptly replaced by a glimmer of satisfaction. As she watched Qin Jiuyun venture deeper, her smile widened. "Come quickly. There are treasures to be found." Once Qin Jiuyun's figure vanished from view, a wave of relief washed over when Sang Sang as she clutched her small gold bar, prepared to return. However, as she turned, she was met with a pair of eerie green slitted eyes. Several massive pythons, as thick as water barrels, coiled upon the trees, flicking their tongues and fixating on her hungrily, as if they could devour her whole in the next moment. Since parting ways with those demons, the snake spirits had set their sights on her. They had hesitated to strike earlier due to the presence of a cultivator, but with him gone, she was now an easy target. Hissing ominously, the vibrant green pythons slithered closer, and when Sang Sang, who had once been terrified of snakes in her previous life, felt her heart race and her blood run cold, a singular thought consumed her. It was the end. Oh dear! Did I neglect to check the auspicious calendar before leaving? Retreating a few steps, she turned to flee, but the pythons, deprived of their prey, pursued her with alarming speed. Perched above, Qin Jiuyun observed the scene with cold detachment. Will you not reveal yourself? He thought, watching her in distress, unmoved by her plight. When Sang, overwhelmed by the memories of every unhappy moment from both this life and the last, could hardly fathom that anything could rival the calamity she faced now, an escape akin to a python's wrath. All she desired was to survive. Having spent over 2 decades utterly alone in her previous life, and barely 2 decades in this one, her existence felt unbearably arduous. Just as she glimpsed a brighter future with the gold bar in her possession, fate had dealt her an unexpected blow. Uncertain of how long she had been running, the sound of the serpentine scales scraping against the ground persisted relentlessly behind her. Suddenly, she stumbled, losing her footing and tumbling forward. In the darkness of night, she was met with an abrupt end. A steep slope awaited her, and she rolled down it in a disheveled heap. Splash! Cold water splashed onto her face, and instinctively, when Sang scrambled to her feet, curling up in a defensive position, realizing she had plunged into the territory of the dragon. Where was Qin Jiuyun? Why was there no sound of battle? Had he met his demise? And her gold bar? Where was her precious gold bar? In the dim light, she groped around desperately for it. Yet before she could locate her treasure, the hissing of the snakes loomed ominously, akin to a death knell. She could feel them hovering above her, fixated on her as if she were a delectable morsel. At this moment, all the injustices she had endured in her life surged forth uncontrollably. Deceived into a flower house, she had fled. Tricked by a cultivator into becoming a furnace, she had escaped. Coerced by demons to become a concubine, she had run. Why was she the only one to traverse time, only to encounter such misery? As she picked up stones from the ground to hurl at the serpents while crying and retreating, she never envisioned her life would end in such a pathetic manner. "Stay away. I just want to live," she cried, her sobs reflecting her belief that fate had been excessively cruel. "Oh heavens! Please do not devour me. Are you mad?" In truth, when Sang yearned to curse the snakes, couldn't they, as beasts, spare one another a good impression? Alas, she felt too powerless to provoke them further, resorting instead to vent her frustrations at the heavens. Even now, Qin Jiuyun showed no inclination to intervene. He stood aloof, observing her predicament with a dispassionate gaze. As her possibilities dwindled and she ran out of things to throw, the pythons grew impatient. Soaked by the nearby waterfall, she faced the monstrous serpents ahead, with a sheer cliff and cascading waterfall behind her. Just then, despair enveloped Sang entirely, for behind the giant pythons, a number of smaller snakes emerged, evidently eager to partake in her demise. Though she was cowardly, her fear of snakes was palpable. With the cliff waterfall behind her, she would rather confront the dragon than be consumed by this horde of serpents. Before she could leap off the cliff, the massive pythons suddenly recoiled in fright, baring their fangs and hissing at what loomed behind her. When Sang froze, knowing instinctively that the dragon had emerged, a colossal shadow engulfed her, and as she turned to look, she felt her neck bones creak ominously. Before her stood a dragon over 100 meters long, its tough scales and sharp fangs indicating it could swallow her whole. The dragon bared its fangs at the pythons, issuing a low growl that was filled with menace. It was clearly intent on claiming when Sang for itself. The pythons, recognizing the human delicacy before them, would not relinquish their prize easily. She was a delectable morsel, an irresistible feast. When Sang cursed inwardly as the dragon lunged at the pythons, its massive jaws crashing down, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath her. Crouching down in fear of being caught in the crossfire, she secretly hoped they would both perish in their struggle. Yet, to her astonishment, the smaller snakes were the true troublemakers, vibrant and tiny. While the larger ones clashed fiercely, the smaller ones began to stealthily advance towards her. When Sang's heart brimmed with indignation. How shameless! In the next instant, a dark sword materialized from thin air, plunging into the ground before her, radiating a chilling light that sent the small snakes fleeing in all directions. Qin Jiuyun? When Sang recognized that sword as his. He was not dead, but where was he? Before she could spot his figure, the giant python, hurled away by the dragon, came crashing straight towards the cliff wall. The entire cliff trembled as when Sang gasped. Leaning back in a desperate attempt to grasp the hilt of the sword, yet it withdrew just as swiftly, flying in the opposite direction. "Oh heavens!" she exclaimed in defiance. plummeting into the depths of the water below. The world seemingly conspiring against her, when Sang Sang emerged from the water, hastily clutching a withered branch. Above her, several enormous pythons and a flood dragon had become utterly exhausted, their battle leaving them both battered and bruised. Suddenly, she felt a warmth coursing through her body, and through her blurred vision, she perceived a small green snake slipping from the branch into the water. In her dazed state, she caught sight of a celestial figure in white garments appearing out of nowhere, effortlessly dispatching the serpents and the dragon. With great difficulty, when Sang Sang crawled ashore, drenched to the skin, her hair clinging to her body, resembling a fallen beauty. Yet, no one had the inclination to admire her plight. For at her feet lay the slain pythons and the flood dragon, their blood staining the entire pond and soaking her skirt. Before her stood the cold and ethereal immortal, Qin Jiuyun, untouched and aloof, with several inner elixirs of the demon beasts floating in his hand, his gaze fixed coldly upon her disheveled form, devoid of any hint of sympathy. The two of them presented a stark contrast, one in utter disarray, the other remaining as frigid and unattainable as ever. When Sang Sang beheld the inner elixirs, realization dawned upon her. He had never believed in her from the very beginning. She was merely bait. Such cunning calculation. First, he had allowed the pythons and the flood dragon to engage in a fierce struggle, and once they had weakened each other, he would not need to expend an ounce of energy to eliminate them. Truly, in this world, few are genuinely uncalculating. Qin Jiuyun had confirmed that when Sang Sang was an ordinary person. Observing her drenched state, he stood a short distance away, his expression growing slightly grim. This woman truly embodied the essence of calamity. He had no desire to approach her, yet seeing her in such a pitiful state, having just fallen from a cliff, it was remarkable that she had not fainted but had instead managed to crawl back up, thus sparing him the trouble of retrieving her himself. Chapter 6. She longed to weep yet found no tears, clearly tempting him. However, she was merely a fragile woman, her conduct occasionally improper, yet in this moment, her appearance was undeniably pitiable. Qin Jiuyun opened his mouth, ultimately deciding that if she were to follow on her own, it would become a matter of having Fei Yun carry her. After soaring through the air for a considerable time, Fei Yun finally landed beside Wen Sang Sang under Qin Jiuyun's watchful gaze, the sword's body expanding to the size of a small boat. When Sang Sang retained some awareness, yet felt an unbearable heat enveloping her, biting her delicate lip as she clutched her fingers, pressing so hard against her skin that it left crimson imprints beneath her clothing. Had she never seen a pig run before? She was suffering from snake venom, or perhaps some kind of lust-inducing poison often featured in novels. Qin Jiuyun's gaze darkened, sensing that something was amiss with her. "What is wrong?" he inquired, yet he remained stationary, offering no assistance. What was wrong? She was under the influence of an aphrodisiac. When Sang Sang cursed her misfortune for encountering this group of protagonists, anger surged within her. Yet her body had begun to slip from her control, the plea for help that hung on her lips transforming into some incoherent sound. I feel unwell." This state of being drenched was already leaving a poor impression on Qin Jiuyun. And now, paired with her overtly seductive demeanor, her appearance only deepened his frown. He pondered how to heal her without drawing closer, when suddenly, when Sang Sang collapsed to the ground, curling up in discomfort. Qin Jiuyun's expression darkened. He had no choice but to intervene. When Sang Sang regretted her decision. Had she known this would happen, she would never have lured Qin Jiuyun here. With his high level of cultivation, he likely had sensed the pythons stalking them long before, using her as bait to achieve multiple goals. Her hand moved uncontrollably towards her thigh, fully aware that Qin Jiuyun was watching. She wept silently, pleading for him to leave her be. "Please, don't look at me. I didn't mean to. I won't harm you." The man before her, with his phoenix eyes fixed upon her, remained icy as ever. Qin Jiuyun momentarily faltered, taken aback by her willingness to face the venom alone rather than accept his help. He glanced at the thousand-year flood dragoness inner elixir. Had it not been for her luring the pythons and flood dragon into mutual destruction, he would not have obtained it. After all, assisting an ordinary person with snake venom was well within Qin Jiuyun's capabilities. Behind the waterfall lay a cold, dark cave, where icy droplets dripped rhythmically from the stone crevices. At this moment, when Sang Sang felt as though she were aflame, having just been released from those ice-cold hands. Torn between fear and a longing for that touch to linger a moment longer, the voice resonated from the darkness. "Turn around and loosen your garments. I will help you with the poison." Although when Sang could not discern the situation before her, she recognized it was Qin Jiuyun, who was willing to assist her in dispelling the venom. This man still possessed a shred of conscience, aiding her, the bait, in alleviating her affliction. Trembling, when Sang turned, swiftly tearing off her garments. Her bare, smooth back, adorned with countless strands of black hair that clung to her skin, shone like a pearl behind her. Qin Jiuyun saw everything clearly, particularly as when Sang trembled slightly. Silently, he averted his gaze, his crisp voice resounding once more. "Move your hair to the front." When Sang complied without hesitation, a faint golden glow began to emanate as Qin Jiuyun held the Flood Dragon's inner elixir in one hand, his other hand resting upon when Sang's exquisite back. The soft touch momentarily distracted him, stirring feelings deep within his heart. The elixir naturally countered the venom of those serpents, making it the perfect antidote for her. However, Qin Jiuyun miscalculated. When Sang was but a half-demon, a fox spirit capable of bewitchment, as the spirit energy of the Flood Dragon's inner elixir entered her body, it suddenly became erratic, and the golden glow intensified. Realization struck Qin Jiuyun. Was it about to explode? The coveted 1,000-year Flood Dragon's inner elixir lay before him, and he could not afford to let it slip away. He formed a hand seal, striving to use his own spirit energy to counter the venom while simultaneously absorbing the elixir. As he worked, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. The Flood Dragon's inner elixir was indeed formidable. Absorption required immense focus, yet the moment his energy was transmitted into when Sang, his mind was shaken by a powerful force. Torn between the rampaging elixir and the urgent need to heal when Sang, Qin Jiuyun found himself caught between two opposing forces. Sweat pouring down his face, his eyes gradually reddening. When Sang felt the overwhelming heat dissipate, replaced by a cool spirit energy that gradually purged the toxins within her. Yet, she began to sense something unusual. Turning her head slightly, she saw Qin Jiuyun with his eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed. He was exceptionally handsome. To call him breathtaking would not be an exaggeration, yet he appeared unwell at this moment. "Gentlemen, what is wrong?" When Sang inquired softly. Suddenly, she locked eyes with his bloodshot, almost frenzied eyes. Her complexion paled. Had he fallen into madness? "Ah!" she screamed, fear gripping her as she tried to crawl away, only to be firmly grasped by his large hands. Pinning her down in an instant, she found herself face to face with those blood-red eyes. The once calm gentleman had transformed into a frenzied beast, his chest heaving as he stared intently at her. "Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." When Sang's voice quivered in desperation, terrified of provoking Qin Jiuyun, who had now changed countenance. Before her stood a harbinger of death. Should she incite his wrath, her life would be extinguished in an instant. What was most dire, the snake venom had yet to be fully eradicated, and the heat within her body was rekindling, while she lay before him. A perfect antidote infused with masculine energy. When Sang's mind spiraled into chaos. Even if she wished not to tempt him, her fox-like eyes gazed at Qin Jiuyun with an irresistible allure. Qin Jiuyun's eyes burned crimson, his breath heavy, veins throbbing in his neck. An aura of murderous intent surrounding him, as if he were desperately suppressing something. Finally, the man before her gritted his teeth, forcing out a few strained words. "Leave. You must leave." To her surprise, he still retained some semblance of awareness. When Sang raised her hand to push him away, but she lacked the strength. After all, she was in no better condition. "Big brother, can you at least not pin me down? How can I leave?" When Sang found herself too weary to complain further, as she touched Qin Jiuyun, his restlessness surged even more. To his eyes, the woman beneath him appeared as a siren beckoning him, igniting an overwhelming desire to unleash his pent-up frustrations, to tear her apart or ravage her. When Sang was equally tormented in this state, it seemed she would either succumb to the poison or be killed by him. Regardless, death was imminent. "Might as well take a gamble, gentlemen. What has transpired?" The woman, on the verge of tears, was unmistakably enticing him with her muted voice. Chapter 7. After this incident, I will take responsibility for you. It is said that those who succumb to madness are often overwhelmed by excessive internal energy, leading to heightened passions that require a thorough release. Given this, when Sang Sang decided to be resolute, she was indeed in need of a man. Young master, are you feeling unwell? Let Xian Yang assist you. Such green tea rhetoric, it was not just the men who found it irresistible. Even when Sang Sang herself could hardly contain her composure. Beads of sweat gathered on his forehead as he fought to restrain himself. Yet, when Sang Sang was determined not to grant him that opportunity, I'm sorry, young master. It's all Xian Yang's fault for causing you harm. Her hand grazed Qin Jiuyin's face, the delicate touch almost instantly disrupting his composure. He opened his eyes to behold when Sang Sang beneath him, radiant with spring-like vitality, her pink lips and fair skin flushed. Appearing quite pitiable, such a beauty beneath him was irresistible to any man. He felt justified in blaming her. If it were not for when Sang Sang's deceitful allure, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. However, Qin Jiuyin was unaware that when Sang Sang was indeed a trickster. You have a moment. Leave this place immediately, Wu Wu, young master. It's all Xian Yang's fault. Please don't abandon me. The venom in her veins began to stir once more. And unable to resist, she clasped Qin Jiuyin's shoulder tightly, adding fuel to the fire. To his surprise, this Zhao Xian Yang, though of questionable character, displayed a remarkable loyalty, having not asked for his aid even when afflicted by snake venom. Perhaps she was not entirely devoid of merit. The scent unique to women enveloped him, and with a reluctant acquiescence, Qin Jiuyin conceded, very well, after this, I shall take responsibility for you. When Sang Sang felt as if the world was spinning, beneath her was no longer the cold stone slab, but the fabric of Qin Jiuyin's robe, its azure patterns brushing against her skin, inducing a slight itch. She suddenly realized that the man had already shed his garments. A testament to the unique nature of cultivators, who required no assistance in disrobing. His broad, heated chest pressed against her, and as his large hand made contact, the soft sensation caused Qin Jiuyin to falter. When Sang Sang, who had never seen a pig run, now found her face blushing a deep crimson, not without reason. Qin Jiuyin possessed an enviable physique. Concealed beneath that dignified robe was a body sculpted to perfection. With smooth, powerful lines and well-defined abdominal muscles. It was their first encounter. Qin Jiuyin too was inexperienced, striving to ensure that he did not harm her. His typically cool demeanor betrayed a tremor even as he placed a kiss upon Wen Song's neck. That overwhelming masculine presence enveloped her, and with the snake venom still wreaking havoc within her, there was little patience for foreplay. Young master. When Sang Sang, with sultry eyes, entwined herself around him like a serpent. The sound of water cascading into the pool drowned out the fervor within the cave. A sharp sword was embedded in the head of the slain dragon, and in the eerie woods, pairs of eyes gleaming with sinister light watched intently, yet dared not approach. These eyes belonged to numerous beasts drawn to the scene, their motives still shrouded in mystery. Daylight gradually chased away the darkness. The passion within the cave showed no signs of abating. When Sang Sang began to have second thoughts, was this man a relentless beast? Why did he not cease? She lay amidst a chaotic heap of garments. The delicate grasp of a hand like an iron clamp holding her waist firmly, with flushed cheeks and misty, fox-like eyes that suggested vulnerability. She was, in truth, a cunning vixen tightening her grip. Qin Jiuyin paused. Leaning down with a gentle inquiry, "Are you tired?" The icy facade he habitually wore had melted in her presence, leaving Wen Sang momentarily astounded. Indeed, this man was no exception to the rule of selfishness. Having previously regarded her with disdain, now he was tenderly concerned. Before she could voice her thoughts, Qin Jiuyin leaned down once more, sealing her glistening lips with his. The heat of his breath ignited her. And as his warm energy surged into her, Wen Sang felt a fire igniting within her heart. Fearing she might faint from the overwhelming intensity, Qin Jiuyin channeled his energy into her repeatedly. More than 10 times in total, upon noticing a stain of red upon his robe, he felt an unexpected thrill. He had intended to be gentle, yet he too found himself ensnared by the allure of this tender embrace. Losing all rationality as he sought to claim her fervently. Once the transfer was complete, Wen Sang felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Even the marks left by him vanished. She reveled in the extraordinary capabilities of a cultivator. A peculiar sensation washed over her. It was as if a chilling breeze began to spread from her lower abdomen, enveloping her entire being. Her mesmerizing fox-like eyes, at that moment, became even more enchanting, resembling the depths of desire that could easily ensnare anyone. Before she could collect herself from this overwhelming sensation, Qin Jiuyin nibbled on her soft earlobe, his deep, husky voice reverberating. "Are you still a bit dazed?" How could she be so obedient? The tumult within her had yet to subside, and his thoughts were consumed by Wen Sangsang, her flowing hair cascading down her waist, her slender figure captivating him entirely. As night gradually descended, the fervent affairs within the cave persisted, unyielding even through the cycle of day and night. When Sangsang awoke once more, the dawn light breaking through, her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings. She was draped in a lengthy robe that clearly belonged to Qin Jiuyin, while her own garments lay neatly beside her. The fabric beneath her was warm, and as she squinted her eyes, she savored the comfort. She recalled being struck by snake venom, then Qin Jiuyin succumbing to madness, and before she knew it, the night had passed. When Sangsang swiftly came to her senses, feeling around her body, relieved to find that she was not missing any limbs, the sound of a waterfall echoed outside. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her gold bars? Chapter 8. The money is gone, and now her life is at stake. In a flurry, she donned her dress and hastily tied her hair up, her tresses cascading loosely behind her, exuding a certain charm. Apart from a slight ache in her waist, she felt remarkably refreshed. However, where had Qin Jiuyin gone? The cave was devoid of his presence, and when Sangsang wondered if he had departed. Perhaps this was fortuitous, as his absence afforded her the opportunity to escape. When Sangsang approached the cave entrance, splashed water on her face, and was momentarily taken aback by the softness of her skin, her cheeks flushing slightly. Shaking her head, she dismissed those thoughts. Escaping and retrieving her gold bars were paramount. She followed the narrow path beside the cave to the spot where she had fallen. Looking down, she saw that the remains of the giant serpents had been reduced to mere skeletons, while the dragon was nowhere to be found. Only a night had passed, yet the scene was already unrecognizable. Serves them right, when Sangsang scoffed to herself. Serves you right for chasing me. Where on earth could it have gone? When Sangsang clutched a small stick, rummaging through the area where she had initially fallen. She had searched every inch of that spot for her missing gold bars but found nothing. Surely, they hadn't fallen below? Peering over the cliff's edge at the dark green waters below, her expression turned pained. It was evident she had suffered a significant blow. When Sangsang felt as if she might weep, those gold bars had only just come into her possession. Where could she find another Song Ruo, both wealthy and easy to seduce? Her delicate face scrunched in frustration as she hurled the stick downwards in a fit of rage. Damn the protagonist group. You've ruined my plans. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Was it so easy for a fox spirit like her? Before she could continue her tirade, a clear male voice rang out behind her. What good fortune? The sound of crunching leaves underfoot broke the stillness. Startled, when Sangsang turned to see Qin Jiuyin, clad in a flowing silver robe, his exquisite features radiating an ethereal charm, a sword at his waist and a finely colored jade pendant hanging from it. He had not left. Panic surged within her. She had been so preoccupied with thoughts of gold that she had nearly forgotten her own precarious situation. She should have fled immediately. As long as the green hills remained, she need not fear the absence of firewood. Observing her bewildered expression, Qin Jiuyin, whose eyes were typically devoid of warmth, now held a hint of concern. Miss Zhao, what troubles you? When Sangsang thought she must be hallucinating. Perhaps her ears were deceiving her. Noticing her silence, Qin Jiuyin's expression grew graver as he stepped closer, crouching down before her, disregarding the dry twigs and leaves beneath him, the luxurious fabric of his robe brushing against her skirt. Miss Zhao, are you unwell? Do you remember me? Up close, when Sangsang was struck by his beauty, he ought to apply for protection, for he was indeed striking enough to incite envy among gods and men. Did he not fear that she, a non-perverted pervert, might take advantage of him? No, how could she have only just realized how extraordinarily handsome he was? Had she been so distracted by his physique last night? With a high-bridged nose and sensuously thin lips pressed together, Her pair of icy phoenix eyes now revealed an emotion starkly contrasting with their usual chill, tenderness, and concern. When Sang Sang wondered if she was still dreaming. After just one night, could this truly be the same ice-cold figure? Had he perhaps fallen under some spell? The enchanting fox spirit remained ensconced in her own world, feeling as though she had merely slept for a night. Upon observing her dazed expression, Qin Zhuyun's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, guilt surging within him. The dragon had consumed an incredibly potent force before its demise, and in the throes of absorbing that power, he had nearly lost himself to madness, driven solely by an insatiable desire for her. Yet, remarkably, she had even acquiesced to his actions. They had been entwined for 3 days and nights before he finally calmed. Fearing that during their time together, she, an ordinary person, might have been influenced by his frenzied aura, he reassured her, "Miss Zhao, fear not. Having made a promise to you, I shall take full responsibility." Responsibility? When Sang Sang recalled hearing this phrase somewhere before. Long ago. Regardless, escaping this predicament was of utmost importance. "I'm fine. I merely thought you had left," she replied, her gaze cast downward, her voice steady yet tinged with a hint of grievance, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Having gone 3 days without sustenance, sustained only by Qin Zhuyun's spiritual energy, her complexion did not appear pale. Rather, it radiated a delicate freshness, her skin fair and clean, with a faint rosy hue. Qin Zhuyun felt a sudden softening in his heart and remarked, "Did I not instruct Fei Yun to accompany you?" Fei Yun? Who was Fei Yun? When Sang Sang pondered, puzzled. Just then, a sharp dark sword soared from the heavens, spiraling several times above the waterfall before plunging straight into the ground. Emitting a resonant hum, it was Qin Zhuyun's spirit sword. Had he been watching her all along? When Sang Sang found herself caught between amusement and despair, nearly rolling her eyes in exasperation, grateful she hadn't fled. For doing so would surely result in a swift demise by sword. Seeing her pale countenance, Qin Zhuyun assumed she was frightened by Fei Yun and quickly reassured her, "Miss Zhao, there is no need for alarm. Fei Yun is my fated sword, now endowed with intelligence, and will not harm you." When Sang Sang felt her eyes welling with tears, "So, it was a misunderstanding. Miss Zhao, why do you weep?" "I am simply overwhelmed with emotion." She was indeed moved to the brink of tears. After returning to the cave, when Sang Sang sat by the fire, hugging her knees, lost in thought, the crackling fire filled the air with warmth, casting a golden glow upon her face. With a few strands of hair cascading softly, creating an almost ethereal appearance, with her money gone, her companions lost, her life now hanging by a thread, the snake meat skewered on branches sizzled enticingly, releasing an alluring aroma. Just as she was lost in reverie, the fragrance captivated her senses, and she slightly wrinkled her nose. A piece of tender snake meat, impaled on a stick, was offered before her. She lifted her gaze to meet the gentle eyes of its provider, Qin Zhuyun. Noticing her bewildered expression and the exquisite beauty of her visage, her luminous eyes seemed to hold a spring's worth of water. Akin to a newly bloomed white flower, innocent and unworldly, a sudden warmth surged in Qin Zhuyun's heart as he spoke. "This snake meat is non-toxic and beneficial for the body, Miss Zhao. Do give it a try." Snake meat? The thought sent shivers down when Sang Sang's spine, recalling the harrowing chase from those giant pythons. Yet, the aroma was undeniably tempting. One simply cannot turn their back on food. Once again, she found herself succumbing to temptation. Tentatively, she opened her mouth and took a small bite. This simple act did not go unnoticed by the man beside her. "Master brother, has that Zhao Xinyang been with you these past few days?" Qin Zhuyun's gaze darkened momentarily. Having claimed her as his own, they had already engaged in a marital bond, and it was only right to bring her back to Xuantiangong. Meanwhile, when Sang Sang, the carefree fox spirit, was engrossed in savoring the snake meat, her thoughts solely focused on how to free herself from Qin Zhuyun's grasp. Qin Zhuyun observed her for a while, his intense gaze reflecting deep affection that could easily ensnare anyone's heart. Yet, when Sang Sang remained acutely aware of her current role, as she chewed on the snake meat, she flashed him a simple smile, her hair framing her face, partially obscuring her dark eyes, which sparkled like a crescent moon adorned with a myriad of stars. Captivatingly intriguing, his affection was profound, while hers ran deeper still. Suddenly, Qin Juyun reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, the unexpected gesture momentarily catching even him off guard. A blush crept up to his ears, and before Wen Sang could process the moment, he swiftly stood up. I shall step outside for a moment. When Sang blinked, wondering if she had just seen his ears turn red. What was happening? Wasn't she the one being flirted with? Qin Juyun exited the cave, his footsteps light as he glided over the water's surface, making his way into the nearby forest. He walked back and forth several times, casting glances until he finally selected a tall, verdant bamboo. The Feiyun sword unsheathed in an instant, its sharp light flashing through the forest, sending flocks of birds soaring into the sky in fright. The sword plunged into the ground, emitting a low hum, as if expressing its grievances. Are you suggesting she was lying there in search of something? The sword clinked in response, as if eagerly nodding. Qin Juyun's expression darkened, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. Zhao Xinyang, what is it you seek? Surely, it cannot be me. Meanwhile, not far away, Chongqing and Chongyin had reached the waterfall, witnessing a powerful surge of sword energy emanating from the forest. It's Master Brother? Chongqing exclaimed, darting forward. Chongyin remained rooted, observing the immense sword energy with a hint of confusion. Has Master Brother grown stronger? Finally, Qin Juyun held a bamboo hairpin in satisfaction. A slight smile gracing his lips. She should like this, he thought. Master Brother, is that truly you? Suddenly, a voice called from behind, causing Qin Juyun's previously gentle phoenix eyes to turn frigid in an instant. The Feiyun sword burst forth from the ground, pointing menacingly at the newcomer. Chongqing alighted, her heart brimming with joy upon seeing Qin Juyun, rushing toward him without a care for the sword's warning. Yet, as she approached, the chill emanating from his gaze halted her steps. Cold and unyielding, with the grace of an immortal, he was still her master brother. Chongyin followed closely, exclaiming, Master Brother, so you truly are here. Qin Juyun regarded the two, his brow furrowing. Did I not instruct you to leave first? After completely absorbing the dragon's core, he had sent a message for them to proceed ahead, promising to follow shortly. Chongqing replied hastily, Master Brother, I was so worried about you. I heard there was a 1,000-year-old dragon here, and the area is rife with demonic energy. Chongyin and I were concerned you might struggle. Hear about which benevolent soul would inform two cultivators of a 1,000-year-old dragon's presence? Qin Jiyun squinted, questioning, From whom did you hear about the dragon? Chongqing smiled brightly, a hint of pride in her demeanor. The jade bracelet on her wrist emitted a glimmer, and suddenly, a wounded parrot, feathers mostly plucked and bound in chains, fell to the ground. We encountered a mischievous parrot spirit on our way, which had stolen quite a fortune. Clearly a troublemaker, she remarked, brandishing a bag of gold bars and various jewels. This parrot spirit was quite cunning, attempting to flee multiple times, but fortunately, Chongyin and I remained vigilant. Qin Juyun's gaze fell upon the bag of gold bars in her hand, prompting memories of Zhao Xinyang, who had also clutched a similar bag of gold upon their meeting. Chongqing, noting his contemplative expression, ceased her narration. She glanced at the bamboo hairpin in his grasp. Feigning ignorance. Oh, Master Brother, what is that in your hand? The hairpin was clearly designed for a woman's hairstyle, and with only herself and Chongyin present, she could not help but wonder whom Master Brother intended it for. Chongqing felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Qin Jiyun concealed the hairpin behind his back, turning to Chongyin. Where is Song Ruo? Did you encounter her on your journey? Chongyin shook his head. No, we did not. Speaking of Song Ruo reminded Chongyin of Wen Sang, his expression shifting to one of concern. Master Brother, after you both vanished, we realized we had wandered into a graveyard. It was truly bizarre. Miss Zhao and Scholar Song would not have. Qin Jiyun's demeanor softened at the mention of Zhao Xinyang, his tone lowering. Miss Zhao is unharmed. Yet, Chongqing's expression changed dramatically, having never witnessed this side of her master brother. Had he truly spent these days with that fox spirit? What could that fox spirit have done to elicit such a reaction from him, master brother? Has that Zhao Xinyang truly been with you these past few days? Why is she with you? Chongqing urgently inquired. Qin Jiyun was quite displeased with Chongqing's attitude, even though she was the beloved niece of his master. A flicker of annoyance flashed in his eyes, and the gentle gaze that had softened at the mention of Wen Sang instantly turned cold in her moment of desperation. Chongqing forgot how ruthless and unfeeling her senior brother typically was. Even towards their master, he often displayed little emotion. A tremor ran through her heart, and she quickly lowered her head. I apologize, senior brother. I am merely... Having long been aware of her senior brother's temperament, she found the oppressive aura that unexpectedly made her heart tremble. His expression suddenly brightened, and he stepped forward to congratulate her, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senior brother, on breaking through to the fusion stage. Senior brother, you are now in the early golden core phase." Even Chongqing displayed surprise. Her senior brother was still in his youth but had already advanced to the golden core stage. Some individuals would remain stuck in the fusion phase for their entire lives. Even as their time came to an end, Qin Zhiyun rarely showed any signs of joy, but this time he smirked slightly and slowly raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of golden light from his palm. Chongqing gasped, realizing this was the mid-golden core stage. "Senior brother, how did you break through in just a few days?" One reason was indeed the inner core of the dragon, which was a remarkable treasure. And the other was that if it weren't for Miss Zhao, he might not have found it so easy to achieve this breakthrough. Recalling that when Sang Sang was still waiting for him, Qin Jian said to Chongqing, "I was fortunate to encounter an injured dragon." Chongqing murmured, "So that's how it is?" He then asked, "But what about that Miss Zhao?" Chapter 10. He was indeed as meticulous and cold-hearted as described in the books. Qin Zhiyun did not respond to Chongqing's inquiry immediately, for he had something to ascertain. His gaze fell upon the parrot spirit lying on the ground. With a single hand gesture, a golden light quickly enveloped the parrot spirit, and its injuries rapidly healed, though it remained bound. The parrot spirit groggily opened its eyes and saw that the number of cultivators surrounding it had changed from 2 to 1, particularly the one in front, whose extraordinary demeanor made it evident that he was not to be trifled with. It began to plead for mercy. "Spare me! Spare me!" Qin Zhiyun raised his hand and drew the Feiyun sword from the ground, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, allowing the parrot spirit to see its own desperate expression reflected in the sword. Qin Zhiyun coldly inquired, "Tell me, where did you acquire this gold bar?" With its neck positioned precariously against the sword, the parrot spirit feared that Qin Zhiyun might inadvertently sever its head, causing its newly grown feathers to explode. It dared not play any tricks and promptly replied, "I stole it from a scholar." Qin Zhiyun pressed further, "A scholar? Was there only one?" The parrot spirit trembled. There was another." Before it could finish its sentence, a sudden crack echoed through the air. "Who is it?" Chongqing unsheathed her sword and lunged toward the source of the sound in the forest. When Sang Sang, who had been eavesdropping, quickly covered her mouth and fled as Chongqing and Chongnian caught up. The parrot spirit had been captured, exposing her presence. How could she have encountered this group of cultivators while trying to escape? Earlier, when Sang Sang noticed Qin Zhiyun had not returned, she contemplated fleeing. But what if that sword was still nearby? After much deliberation, when Sang Sang ultimately decided to sit there in despair, but then thought, what better opportunity to escape could there be? Even if captured, she could pretend to be searching for him. Indeed, she managed to avoid encountering Qin Zhiyun during her retreat, feeling quite pleased with herself, only to unexpectedly find him waiting ahead. Furthermore, the other 2 cultivators were also present. Amidst the dense woods, a flash of pure white drifted past her vision. Qin Zhiyun paused, knocked the parrot spirit unconscious, and pursued. When Sang Sang had scarcely run far when a mysterious sword obstructed her path. She dashed in a random direction, but the sword seemed to possess a will of its own, blocking her at every turn. From behind, a fierce gust of wind rushed towards her mercilessly, realizing the danger. When Sang Sang instinctively turned to look back, her hair whipping in the wind as her hairpin fell to the ground. That exquisitely beautiful face. How could Chongqing not recognize her? However, Chongqing's eyes were as cold as ice shards, devoid of any warmth, and she made no move to relent. Seeing Chongqing's hand descend, when Sang Sang would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. Fortunately, Chong Yin intervened just in time to stop Chongqing. "Junior sister, don't act recklessly. It's Miss Zhao." When Sang Sang, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, curling up her legs and scooting back, her eyes filled with an indescribable terror and wariness. Chongqing withdrew her hand, the mysterious sword returning to her grasp as she looked down at Wen Sang Sang with disdain. "This is the end, Wen Sang Sang thought, believing her fate was sealed. Miss Xiao, what brings you here? Chang Nian was about to assist Wen Sang Sang to her feet when a figure stepped in front of him. Qin Zhiyun knelt on one knee, worry etched across his face as he gazed at Wen Sang Sang. Xian Yang, are you all right? His hand had just brushed against Wen Sang Sang when she recoiled in fright, trembling as if she were a frightened creature. Chang Qing, witnessing Qin Zhiyun's evident concern for this Zhao Xian Yang, felt a surge of anger and questioned the terrified Wen Sang Sang. Zhao Xian Yang, why were you eavesdropping on our conversation? Wen Sang Sang trembled, her heart racing to the point where she could not utter a single word. The parrot spirit had been captured, and it was her accomplice. Given the current situation, Qin Zhiyun had nearly uncovered the truth. She stammered, lowering her head, not daring to meet Qin Zhiyun's gaze. I simply wanted to escape. I had no intention of eavesdropping. Wen Sang Sang felt utterly exhausted. Heaven, why must you torment me? Qin Zhiyun studied Wen Sang Sang's delicate features, skin like jade, brows resembling emerald feathers, rosy lips, and an exquisite nose, her beauty indeed capable of captivating men, even him to some extent. However, according to Chang Qing, the parrot spirit possessed gold bars, indicating that it and the group of rabbit spirits had kidnapped her and Song Ruo. Yet half of those gold bars were in her possession, and she claimed that Song Ruo had perished trying to save her, while Song Ruo's fate remained uncertain. He had inspected the corpses found within the dragon's stomach. They had decayed to the extent that their original appearances were unrecognizable. If Song Ruo had indeed been consumed by that dragon, there would have been no time for digestion, especially since the dragon appeared severely injured. Now, seeing her flee from their interrogation of the parrot spirit, he pondered whether she was afraid or had other motivations. His gaze turned scrutinizing, his tone slightly coaxing. Xian Yang, you need not fear. The parrot spirit I interrogated is the very one responsible for the death of your cousin. Song Ruo and I will take vengeance for your cousin right now. Shall I? As he spoke, his tone lacked genuine concern, yet to Wen Sang Sang's ears, it sounded like a countdown to her demise. Vengeance? Vengeance for what? If Song Ruo truly is dead, he will come looking for me. Faced with this reality, Wen Sang Sang resolved to continue her charade, willing to assert her innocence even if it meant biting her own tongue. Knowing they could not discern her half-demon identity, young master, Xian Yang can only think of how my cousin suffered for me. With tears brimming in her eyes, she lifted her gaze to Qin Zhiyun, allowing two streams of sorrowful tears to cascade down her cheeks. Her deep affection for Song Ruo was evident. Qin Zhiyun felt an inexplicable surge of anger within him as he raised his hand to gently wipe away her tears with his warm fingertips. The sensation soft and delicate, akin to her lips. His eyes darkened slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. Very well, Xian Yang, I shall avenge your cousin. Wen Sang Sang understood that Qin Zhiyun was typically cold-hearted. She had thought their earlier interactions were innocent, yet at this moment, he seemed entirely different. He was indeed, as the books described, meticulous and unfeeling. Seeing the closeness between Qin Zhiyun and Wen Sang Sang, Chang Nian appeared taken aback, as if he had pieced something together, and he averted his gaze with a hint of resentment. Meanwhile, Chang Qing's anger had reached a boiling point. She believed Zhao Xian Yang to be a seductress, swiftly ensnaring her senior brother's affections in the wake of her cousin's death. How could her senior brother be so taken with her? It infuriated her to no end. Chapter 11. If Qin Zhiyun and the others were to uncover the truth, she could only imagine the dire consequences that awaited her. The parrot spirit was released, regaining consciousness once more, and once again, it found itself staring into the faces of the three cultivators, resembling demons. Spare me! Spare me! The parrot spirit leaped to its feet, pleading for mercy. Qin Zhiyun, sword in hand, coldly declared, Parrot spirit, you have committed robbery and murder. I shall now enact justice on behalf of the heavens, using your life to honor those you have harmed. The mystical sword was poised against the parrot spirit's neck, leaving it utterly stunned. Just moments ago, it had been halfway through the interrogation, and now its fate was sealed. Oh, heavenly deity! I did not harm anyone. I did not harm anyone. As the parrot spirit pleaded for mercy, its gaze swiftly shifted to Wen Sang Sang. How could this fox spirit be associated with this group of cultivators? Just as the words of desperation were about to escape its lips, It heard when Sang Sang say behind Qin Juyun, "Young master, that night was too dark, and those individuals were all masked." Obscuring their faces, while speaking, her eyes inadvertently glanced at the parrot spirit. The parrot spirit blinked in disbelief. This fox spirit had indeed mingled with this group of cultivators, which was quite astonishing. However, the parrot spirit, being exceptionally astute, quickly devised a strategy. Qin Juyun turned his gaze towards her, laced with suspicion. Was Xian Yang implying that this parrot spirit was not the one who had abducted you and Song Ruo? A shiver ran through when Song Song's heart. Couldn't Qin Juyun display a modicum of low intelligence for just a moment? She met his phoenix-like eyes directly, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet brimming with deep affection. "I do not know, but I cannot bear to see you, young master, indiscriminately slaying the innocent." A gentle breeze tousled her hair, a few strands veiling her brows and eyes. A sight so heartbreakingly fragmented, yet indescribably beautiful. Qin Juyun felt a tremor in his heart. Although she feared death and was enamored with wealth, her nature was ultimately pure. Was he being overly sensitive? Xian Yang was his benefactor. Without her, he might have succumbed to madness and perished. Reminded by when Song Song's words over the years, he stepped forward. "Indeed, senior brother. If this parrot spirit is innocent, then, senior brother," known for his meticulousness, had always been cold and unfeeling, preferring to wrongly slay than to let any culprit escape. This time, the parrot spirit would likely not evade his grasp in the next moment. Qin Juyun lowered the Feiyun sword that had been poised at the parrot spirit's neck. Seeing this, Chongqing hastily interjected. "Even if this parrot spirit is not the demon that harmed Song Ruo, where did these treasures come from?" The parrot spirit, still in its avian form, was bound and unable to move, wishing to kneel immediately. With a quick roll of its eyes, the parrot spirit exclaimed, "I found those treasures. I found them. I did not steal them, nor did I rob them. If you do not believe me, go to the cave 10 miles away, and you shall see." Qin Juyun furrowed his brow. "Cave? What cave? Brave sir, you may not know, but this territory used to belong to the tiger spirit. However, after the dragon spirit arrived, the saying two tigers cannot coexist proved true, and the two demons fought fiercely, leaving the tiger spirit injured and now untraceable. His cave is filled with stolen treasures, and I merely took some of them from there," the parrot spirit added hastily. "If you go there now, you might still find a good number of treasures." "Senior brother, I did hear there was a man-eating tiger spirit around here," Chongqing remarked to Qin Juyun. Qin Juyun sheathed his Feiyan sword. 10 miles was not far. They would soon find out. "Yes," he said, turning to Wen Sang Sang. "Xian Yang, Chongqing and I will go take a look. Please wait for me here. I will return shortly, all right?" At that moment, when Sang Sang was contemplating the parrot spirit's words, it seemed the tiger spirit was still alive, and there was a cave filled with treasures. If she could retrieve a few, what need would she have for gold bars? "Xian Yang," she exclaimed, suddenly realizing, her face turning somewhat pale. "If that is the case, young master, may I?" She looked at Qin Juyun, a hint of hope in her eyes. Was she hoping to see Song Ruo's corpse? Qin Juyun subtly grasped her hand, the comforting smile on his lips failing to reach his eyes. Of course. Chongqing's sharp gaze caught the moment Qin Juyun held Wen Song Song's hand, feeling a tightness in his chest. How could senior brother hold this fox spirit's hand? What spell had this vixen cast on him? Covering the 10-mile distance, Qin Juyun carried Wen Sang Sang on his sword, and they swiftly reached the cave mentioned by the parrot spirit. Upon entering the cave, they were met with the stench of decaying corpses. Wen Sang Sang covered her nose, the overwhelming odor making her dizzy. Qin Juyun promptly cast a minor spell, lightly tapping her forehead with his index finger. "Is it better now?" With that small gesture, the foul scent dissipated from her senses. Wen Sang Sang shyly nodded. "Thank you, young master." Qin Juyun smiled gently, taking her hand as they ventured deeper, completely oblivious to the parrot spirit's cries for help. "Brave sirs, please help me as well." "Ugh," the parrot spirit, holding its nose, nearly retched, feeling a kick at its rear. "Hurry up." Glancing up, it saw Chongqing's face contorted in displeasure. Unable to retch any longer, it begrudgingly followed. Inside, the cave glittered with golden light, treasures strewn everywhere, causing Wen Song Song's mouth to water. She swallowed hard. about to suggest she search for Song Rua's body while asking him to wait here. Just then, Chang Qing approached, carrying a chest. Found it, Song Rua's chest. Wen Sangsang gasped in shock. Qin Juyun's gaze slowly shifted to Wen Sangsang, her eyes blinking in disbelief. Within moments, the volcano of emotions within her erupted. Chang Qing looked at her, hesitating before continuing. There are indeed a few corpses over there, nearly devoured. Moments for many years, Chang Yin frequently handed the Qinkuan bag to Qin Juyun. Meanwhile, the parrot spirit continued to plead in desperation. In the blink of an eye, with a wave of Qin Juyun's hand, all the treasures within the cave were miraculously drawn into the Qinkuan bag. The parrot spirit gazed in disbelief. How could such a small bag hold so many riches? Outside the cave, Chang Qing stood at the entrance, a slight distance from Wen Sangsang, her arms crossed over her chest as she grasped her sword, casting a disdainful glare at Wen Sangsang. It was only a few words spoken, yet she was already sobbing theatrically. Truly, a seductress is a seductress, even her tears are mere pretense. Was she afraid that when the senior brothers emerged, they would not witness her pitiful display? By feigning fragility, she had unwittingly become the villain. However, Chang Qing was not one to fall for such tricks, nor would she allow this enchantress to linger by the side of her senior brother. When Sang Sang sat upon a stone, idly toying with a strand of hair, her eyes slightly reddened. She was not contemplating following Qin Juyun any longer. With Song Rua's demise, this fox spirit had truly caused a death. Should the group of cultivators discover this, she would surely face a fate worse than death. She needed to find an opportunity to extricate herself from them. As soon as Chang Yin and Qin Juyun emerged, Chang Qing rushed forward, her demeanor transformed into one of feigned cheerfulness. "Senior brother, you've returned." From the moment they stepped out, Qin Juyun's gaze sought the slender figure nearby. Spotting Wen Sangsang sitting not far off, clad in a gown as white as snow and exuding a delicate grace, he noted the faint sadness etched on her face, her thoughts seemingly wandering elsewhere. Qin Juyun's eyes darkened slightly. Was it grief for Song Rua that clouded her expression? Chang Qing, observing Qin Juyun's countenance, cautiously probed, "Senior brother, with our sudden change of route towards Lianzhou, Master has advised us against stirring trouble. We have already delayed for 3 days. Would it not be prudent to hasten our journey?" As she spoke, Chang Qing deliberately cast a glance toward Wen Sangsang. At this moment, Zhao Xianyang had become a burden to them. If they brought her along, they would undoubtedly waste considerable time on the road. Chang Yin hesitated, for Chang Qing's words held merit. "Senior brother, while we may traverse vast distances undisturbed for a time, Miss Zhao is but an ordinary person, and our time is indeed limited. Currently, Wen Sangsang is perceived merely as an ordinary individual. If we take her along, how much suffering must she endure? Our best course of action is to find a suitable place to ensure her well-being." Upon hearing this, Qin Juyun withdrew his gaze. "I understand. I have my own plans." He then strode directly toward Wen Sangsang. At that moment, a chill enveloped Wen Sangsang's heart, only to be interrupted by an unexpectedly gentle voice above her. "Xianyang, are you well?" When Sangsang looked up, startled to see Qin Jiyun's face, her surprise quickly morphing into anxiety. Before she could rise, Qin Jiyun continued, "Xianyang, Song Shoukai has already passed away. What are your intentions now? Do you plan to remain here to pay your respects to his spirit, or—" Suddenly, Qin Jiyun leaned closer, his gaze darkened, exuding an irresistible aura akin to that of a sovereign wielding life and death. His long fingers brushed against a strand of her hair, his thumb caressing it slowly. "Will you come with me to Lianzhou?" When Sangsang's heart quivered involuntarily. Was Qin Jiyun truly threatening her? To guard Song Rua's spirit or to accompany him? She wished to choose neither, for her conscience was already lacking, and her foremost desire was to escape from this group of cultivators. Yet, at this juncture, she found herself unable to resist. She would have to maintain her facade until the end. With a sorrowful tone, she replied, "My lord, I was indeed en route to Lianzhou to pay a visit. Now that my cousin has passed, I must convey this news to his family." The 13th chapter. She must hasten to free herself from this group of cultivators. A faint smile graced Qin Jiyun's lips as the hair slipped from his fingers, and he rose to look down at Wen Sangsang. Although his expression bore a semblance of warmth, it did not reach his eyes. Very well, very well." Wen Sangsang scoffed inwardly, how absurd in her heart. She thought, I would kick you to the curb halfway through. Though she maintained an appearance of utter fragility, her eyes shimmered with a mix of shyness and innocence, her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms. Alluring yet pure, evoking a sense of yearning in onlookers. When Sang Sang had been toying with a strand of hair when Qin Juyun unexpectedly presented her with a simple bamboo hairpin. Once we reach the nearby town, I shall procure a more suitable one for you. When Sang Sang recalled that her original hairpin had been lost due to Chang Qing's meddling. That pin had been given to her by an old matron when she was abducted to a brothel. Though it was of inferior quality, it surpassed this bamboo pin by leaps and bounds. When Sang Sang felt a twinge of disdain within her. In her previous life as a live streamer, she had received various luxurious gifts from admirers, and she had always donned extravagant attire. The disparity she felt now was nothing short of jarring. Reflecting on her predicament, she felt a deep sense of discomfort. She accepted the bamboo pin. Thank you, my lord. Having shared intimate moments, why still refer to him as my lord? Zijan, Qin Juyun replied. When Sang Sang was perplexed. What? Qin Juyun fixed his gaze upon her, a gust of wind tousling his high-bound hair, causing his raven locks to cascade onto his cheek, softening the sharp contours of his face. My name is Zijan. To meet Qin Juyun's eyes was to feel an undeniable pressure. However, at that moment, the man's jawline was smooth and defined, and the slight curve of his lips radiated confidence, his demeanor brimming with charm and arrogance. When Sang Sang momentarily lost herself in his gaze, how strikingly handsome he was. If only he were not a cultivator, she would shamelessly cling to him, demanding he take responsibility for their encounter, all due to his captivating visage. Following Qin Juyun's lead, she smiled softly to Zijan. Hearing her gentle tone, the smile on Qin Juyun's lips deepened. Chang Qing, witnessing Qin Juyun bestow the bamboo hairpin upon Wen Sang Sang, felt a surge of resentment and bitterness within her, her gaze toward Wen Sang Sang now filled with disdain. What a seductress! With just a few words, she has ensnared my senior brother's trust. She had clearly stated her intention to leave. Even she had been deceived by her. If this continued, would this enchantress not ascend to Xintian sect? This could not stand. Once they reunited with Wen Shixiang and the others, she would inform Sister Yun Yin of this matter. Chang Yin observed Qin Juyun's gesture of giving the hairpin to Wen Sang Sang. Coupled with Qin Juyun's sudden breakthrough and his attitude toward her, he surmised that the two had likely been together these past few days and had shared certain experiences. It seemed increasingly unrealistic to let Wen Sang Sang depart alone or abandon her. He stepped forward, saying, Senior brother, it is getting late. We should leave this place. Qin Juyun nodded. There should be no signs of life nearby. Let us find a place to rest. Chang Yin recalled Wen Sang Sang mentioning a nearby town, prompting him to inquire, Miss Zhao, do you happen to know the precise location of that town you once mentioned? The path they had taken initially led them alongside Wen Sang Sang and Song Ruo. But alas, it had turned out to be a road to the netherworld, leading to a graveyard. Now, the only one who knew the way was Wen Sang Sang, for she was the only one who had brought it up. When Sang Sang's expression froze, a town? There was no town nearby. She had merely been deceiving Song Ruo. When Sang Sang shook her head, I have never been here, and as for the direction of the town, I am unaware. Seizing the opportunity before her true nature was revealed, she feigned ignorance. Just as she was feeling anxious, a parrot was unexpectedly tossed at her feet, startling her into standing upright. Qin Juyun swiftly positioned himself in front of Wen Sang Sang. His gaze fixed on the approaching Chang Qing, revealing a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Chang Qing, momentarily intimidated by Qin Juyun's demeanor, glanced at the frightened Wen Sang Sang. Despite her jealousy, she could only watch. Chang Qing pointed at the parrot spirit. Tio the town, isn't there one who knows the way? The parrot spirit covered its head, which had collided with a rock, and was about to scold the fox spirit for ignoring its plea for assistance. However, it suddenly found itself meeting Qin Juyun's frosty gaze, awkwardly chuckling in embarrassment. When Sang Sang's heart sank, this creature had accompanied her all along. How could it possibly know anything about a town? Her face paled, fearing the parrot spirit would expose her. Noticing her distress, Qin Juyun inquired, Xian Yang, what troubles you? Seeing her so anxious, a flicker of suspicion crossed Qin Juyun's eyes once more. When Sang Sang dared not meet his gaze, her palms clammy with sweat, but the next moment, the parrot spirit exclaimed, I know the way. I know the way. Please spare my life, brave warrior. When Sang Sang was taken aback, could there truly be a town? As she pondered, her gaze met Chang Qing's scrutinizing stare, filled with a desire to devour her whole. A chill ran down her spine. Indeed, this woman's intuition was uncannily accurate. The female cultivator was already wary of her. She needed to extricate herself from this group of cultivators post-haste. Chang Qing scrutinized when Sang Sang's retreating figure, pondering why she had appeared so anxious just moments ago. After a few individuals departed from the cave, not far away, a pair of eyes, bloodshot and intent, fixated on them. When Sang Sang walked with trepidation, seeking an opportunity to flee, yet none presented itself, as dusk descended, a white mist began to envelop the path, and the dark woods reverberated with the incessant chirping of insects, obscuring the mysteries hidden within. Along the way, several white paper offerings were whisked about by the wind, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Reminiscent of the tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio, when Sang Sang felt as if a scholar might pass by, yet she, a mere fox spirit, was struggling for her own survival. After traversing for half a day, her legs felt as if they might collapse. She patted her thighs, exasperated and weary, when suddenly Qin Jiuyun, walking behind her, inquired, "Xianyang, are you feeling fatigued?" Without a moment's hesitation. When Sang Sang replied, "Indeed." Her tone was casual, tinged with a hint of petulance, utterly uncharacteristic of the delicate Zhao Xianyang. Realizing she had momentarily stepped out of character, she hastily added, restoring her previous demeanor. Perhaps you all should proceed without me. I am but an ordinary person and wouldn't want to delay your journey." Qin Zhiyun regarded her intently, about to respond. Just then, Chang Yin, who was ahead, called out, "Senior brother, there is a temple ahead." "A temple? In such a desolate place?" When Sang Sang pondered in confusion, Qin Zhiyun then suggested, "Let us rest for the night and set off again tomorrow." At last, they arrived at the temple, and a chill breeze swept by, causing when Sang Sang to shiver. In this desolate area stood a dilapidated temple, which struck her as rather unsettling. "There is a stone tablet," Chang Yin suddenly remarked, as the earlier chilling wind seemed to unveil a stone tablet hidden amidst the dense grass. When Sang Sang gazed at the tall stone tablet by the roadside, where the words Lan Rua Temple were prominently engraved, this was truly reminiscent of strange stories. Did that mean there was indeed a malevolent spirit within? Clutching her skirt, she took a few steps back, her face betraying her fear. "Senior brother, the demon detection device has not reacted." "There is no issue here," Chang Yin stated while holding a compass. Qin Jiuyun nodded and turned to Wen Sang Sang. "Xianyang, let us endure for one night. We will reach the town by tomorrow." "No demons?" "Chang Yin, are you certain?" When Sang Sang swallowed hard, still feeling a tinge of dread, yet she could only muster a smile in response. Chang Qing, observing her with narrowed eyes, seemed to scrutinize her. What had Zhao Xianyang been afraid of just now? Chapter 14. It turns out that senior brother did not truly believe in Zhao Xianyang. The rustling sound resumed. Upon stepping into this place, the earlier chill returned, growing increasingly stronger, as the dry branches and leaves crunched underfoot. When Sang Sang anxiously clutched her fingers, everything here appeared exceedingly strange. The creaking of the dilapidated temple door echoed as it swung open, allowing the cold moonlight to seep into the dark temple, splitting the darkness like a fissure. The situation within remained unclear. While there were no demons, one could still fear the presence of rogues. Qin Jiuyin addressed the group. "Chang Yin, you and I will enter to assess the situation. Chang Qing, you and Xianyang will wait outside." "I want to go too," Chang Qing protested, unwilling to be left behind, "especially with this vixen." "Junior sister, you possess the Bai Shui sword. Your strength surpasses mine. If any trouble arises, senior brothers Fei Yun and Bai Shui can be summoned," Chang Yin explained. Chang Qing's gaze shifted from the Bai Shui sword in her hand to Qin Zhiyun's Fei Yun. The two were forged from the same source, their bond profound. This thought. A sense of inexplicable pride swelled within Chang Qing. "Senior brother, please be cautious." Qin Jiuyun nodded and said to Wen Sang Sang, "Xianyang, we will return shortly." As Qin Jiuyun prepared to leave, a glimmer of joy danced in Wen Sang Sang's heart. Remembering her persona, she gazed longingly, her voice laced with reluctant sorrow. "Very well. I shall await your return." It was akin to the bittersweet parting of lovers. filled with longing and reluctance. Qin Jiuyun slowly smiled before entering the temple alongside Chang Yin. When Sang Sang began to plot her escape, seeing this as an opportune moment to flee. The parrot spirit had already been sealed within the demon-binding pouch by Qin Jiuyun. Although she wished to rescue it, her own safety took precedence. Once Qin Jiuyun and Chang Yin disappeared from sight, when Sang Sang lingered at the entrance, watching their figures fade away. Why did she remain at the door? Naturally, it was because she dared not venture inside. It was said that demons feared such sacred places. If the Black Mountain Old Demon truly resided within, would she not be playing the role of Nie Shaoqian, luring unsuspecting young men only to meet a grim fate? She had already borne the weight of Song Ruo's death. If she were to cause harm to Qin Jiuyun and the others, what difference would there be between her and the fox spirit from the tales? Ultimately, she might well meet her end by a sword thrust. As Chang Qing stepped into the temple, when Sang Sang stood at the entrance, her eyes darting around, feigning fear, Chang Qing scoffed. Indeed, she was merely a coward. Yet, when Sang Sang was not afraid, she was meticulously planning her escape route. The main entrance would not suffice. The eastern wall had collapsed. That would be her way out. Are you coming in or not? Chang Qing's voice broke through when Sang Sang's thoughts, clutching her abdomen. When Sang Sang feigned discomfort, her expression faltering, I need to step out for a moment. Miss Chang, would you accompany me? Before Chang Qing could respond, when Sang Sang bent down and swiftly made her way toward the right side of the temple. The wind howled increasingly, signaling an impending rainstorm. Chang Qing observed the figure disappearing around the corner and hurriedly followed. If anything were to happen to Zhao Xianyang, she wouldn't want to be held accountable for this vixen's troubles. Before Chang Qing could round the corner, she caught a glimpse of a white silhouette crouching in the grass, frowning as she looked away. This Zhao Xianyang was indeed troublesome. Moments later, when Sang Sang rose and retraced her steps, the figure having already made its exit, a smirk crept onto when Sang Sang's lips. One must be patient. Returning to her previous spot, she found Chang Qing leaning against the Bai Shui sword. Noticing when Sang Sang's still pale complexion but choosing not to comment, with a cold snort, she turned to enter the temple. When Sang Sang remained at the entrance until after a while, she again clutched her abdomen, claiming the need to relieve herself. Chang Qing followed her with a grim expression, and this cycle continued 3 times until Chang Qing could no longer endure it. Unwilling to accompany when Sang Sang any longer, she said, Miss Chang, I have a stomachache. You must come with me. Outside, a fine drizzle began to fall, and Chang Qing furrowed her brow, feeling a tad impatient. However, seeing when Sang Sang's frightened demeanor, she nonchalantly replied, There's nothing dangerous nearby. You can go alone. When Sang Sang glanced at the rain outside, still feeling a twinge of fear, just as she was about to speak, Chang Qing rubbed her forehead, exasperated. Fine, let us go with that. She stepped outside. Disappointment washed over when Sang Sang. This female cultivator was rather responsible, squatting in the grass, when Sang Sang resigned herself to the notion that escape was not an option this time. A soft sound echoed from the collapsed wall. Who? Chang Qing immediately turned alert, but before she could approach, a deafening crash resonated from within the temple, diverting her attention. Remembering that Qin Jiuyun and Chang Yin were still inside, she hurried back into the temple, completely forgetting about when Sang Sang. Quickly, when Sang Sang stood and returned to the original spot, hesitating at the entrance of the empty temple. Qin Jiuyun, she called out tentatively, but received no answer. A smile gradually formed on her lips. Even the heavens were assisting her. I'm sorry, dear sirs. Blame it on your misfortune. With that, when Sang Sang lifted her skirt and dashed toward the left side of the temple where the wall had collapsed. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she yanked the bamboo hairpin from her head, tossing it toward the temple's left corridor. This time, surely they would be thrown off her trail. Turning, she sprinted out through the temple's main entrance. As she retraced her steps along the path she had come, she thought perhaps she could salvage some treasures from the tiger's den. Just as she exited the temple, the chilling wind whipped through the surroundings, causing the grass and trees to sway perilously, with dead leaves swirling chaotically. Yet the words Lan Rua Temple carved on the stone tablet stood out with striking clarity amidst the turmoil. Within Lan Rua Temple, Qin Jiuyun had just dispatched several beggars attempting to launch a surprise attack. His expression remained impassive as he sheathed his sword. Chang Yin, standing nearby, was astonished by the speed of his progress. "Senior brother, are you and that Zhao girl?" Chang Yin hesitated, the implications of his words hanging in the air, suggesting that such rapid advancement could not solely be attributed to the inner elixir, but perhaps also to recent interactions with her. Noticing a flicker of emotion in Qin Jiuyun's eyes, Chang Yin's expression turned worried. "Senior brother, how long have we known Zhao girl? Her character is still unclear. Bringing her back to Xintian sect may not be the wisest choice." Qin Jiuyun's gaze lingered on the lifeless bodies strewn on the ground, his phoenix eyes cold and desolate, the moonlight casting a stark glow on his serene visage, reminiscent of an eternal snow-capped mountain. "She saved me and assisted my breakthrough. It is only right that I repay her. However, I remain undecided about bringing her back to Xintian sect. Having witnessed the world's treachery, he would not easily take her back without further discernment." Chang Yin, astonished, inquired, "So everything you said earlier was merely a ruse?" Qin Jiyun grasped the hilt of his sword and cast a glance at Chang Yin. In an instant, Chang Yin comprehended the situation. It became evident that the senior brother had not genuinely placed his trust in Zhao Xinyang. If she were merely seeking to leverage the senior brother's influence to gain a foothold within the Xuantianzong, what would happen if complications arose in the future? It would be exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself from such a predicament. Just as the two were about to depart, they unexpectedly collided with Changqing, who was entering. Seeing that the two seemed unharmed, and noticing only a bit of dust on Changyin, Changqing quickly relaxed her concerns. "Senior brother." Changqing hurriedly approached Qin Jiyun and inquired, "What transpired? Is there a problem with the temple?" Changyin brushed off the dust from his clothes dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. We merely encountered a few beggars attempting a surprise attack. But they have already been frightened away." "Beggars here?" Changqing's expression shifted slightly as she glanced behind her, realizing there was no one there. "Sister, where is Miss Zhao?" Changqing's complexion paled, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed she had heard some commotion outside earlier, and upon hearing the noise from this direction, she had hastily abandoned Zhao Xinyang to rush over. She? Before Changqing could finish her sentence, Qin Jiyun's expression darkened, and he swiftly made his way outside, with Chang Yin following closely behind. Changqing, her face ashen, hesitated, her lips trembling. If something were to happen to Zhao Xinyang, she would never forgive herself. Even if Zhao were to encounter misfortune, it could not be blamed on her. Chapter 15. If you keep prattling, I shall have your grave desecrated. The very event Changqing dreaded most had come to pass. That bamboo hairpin, the one Qin Jiyun had gifted Zhao Xinyang, which should have been adorning her hair gracefully, now lay discarded on the ground, perhaps having fallen. Yet, Zhao Xinyang was nowhere to be found. Qin Jiyun picked up the hairpin, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Changqing felt a surge of panic. Could Zhao Xinyang have been abducted by beggars? The world was already rife with chaos, filled with malevolent spirits and treacherous hearts, a veritable dance of demons. Though she held no affection for Zhao Xinyang, she could not bear the thought of her falling into the clutches of unworthy individuals. "Senior brother?" Changqing intended to explain, but Qin Jiyun merely shot her a cold glance, tightening his grip on the hairpin, the veins on the back of his hand standing out in stark relief. Without uttering a word, Qin Jiyun turned and strode purposefully towards the collapsed wall on the left side of the temple. After taking a few steps, he lightly propelled himself and soared out of the temple with remarkable agility, his urgency palpable. Qin Jiyun's figure quickly vanished from sight. Chang Yin and Changqing followed in pursuit. But upon exiting the temple, they found no trace of Qin Jiyun, only the howling wind and the drizzling rain, along with the dark, foreboding forest ahead. Chang Yin struggled to comprehend how Changqing could have erred so gravely. "Sister, what have you done?" Alas, Changqing's heart raced with anxiety. If anything were to befall Zhao Xinyang, it would not only tarnish the reputation of the Xuantianzong, but also jeopardize her position as the daughter of the sect's leader. "I did not intend for this to happen. I had no idea there would be beggars outside. It is not my fault. It is all Zhao Xinyang's doing." Chang Yin maintained a serious demeanor. "Sister, now is not the time for blame. Finding Miss Zhao is of utmost importance. You have seen how differently Master treats her. If anything were to happen to her..." Chang Yin dared not finish the thought. If Zhao Xinyang truly fell into peril, it would not only ruin the Xuantianzong's reputation, but also threaten Qin Jiyun's future, Despite Zhao Xinyang's demeanor suggesting she was not one to cling desperately to a situation, Changqing urgently asked, "What should we do now? I will go search for them. You stay here and wait for us. If senior brother returns with Miss Xiao, send me a message." For now, that was the only course of action. Very well. After Changyan departed, Changqing's unease only intensified, praying fervently that Zhao Xinyang would remain unharmed. "Master, there is a cave here. We can take refuge from the rain." Outside the tiger cave, the monk Ruoming held a lantern aloft, the chilling wind wailing like a sorrowful specter, causing the flickering light to dance erratically. Behind Ruoming, the monk Baiyun rotated the beads in his hand, surveying the ominous skies as torrential rain loomed on the horizon. Ruoming had already entered the tiger cave, having ensured that the corpses were interred by Qin Jiyun and Changyan, thus dissipating the stench of decay. Just as they stepped into the cave, a figure cautiously emerged from behind a rock, when sang, her eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be 2 monks? With a monk in front and a Taoist in the back, was this not a recipe for death? As she neared the entrance of the tiger cave, she had not expected to encounter 2 monks. Surely, they had discovered whatever lay within, when Sang gritted her teeth, feeling conflicted. She had never encountered monks before, and the older one exuded an aura of formidable skill. Forget it. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I need not fear the lack of firewood. I must flee first. When Sang turned to leave, but at that very moment, Ruoming, just emerging from the cave, caught sight of a fleeting figure, a glimpse of dark hair swaying gracefully, enigmatic and alluring. The wind howled louder, and the fine drizzle began to fall, an omen of an impending downpour. Alone, when Sang traversed the dimly lit woods, strands of hair clinging to her fair neck, as she passed several solitary graves, she could hear the mocking laughter of wild ghosts within, their eerie chuckles resonating through the air. Isn't that a vixen? How did the vixen end up in such a predicament? When Sang felt a surge of indignation. Those wild spirits had always relished her misfortune, and now they showed no signs of mercy. Ignoring them, she continued onward, but as she passed another grave, the mocking laughter echoed once more. A vixen is still a vixen, a creature that brings harm. No matter where she goes, she is met with hostility. The vixen, bringing harm, is met with hostility. Was this not the very situation when Sang now faced? She clutched her dress tightly, her throat bitter with despair. Who could have foreseen that she would end up in such a state? She possessed no special abilities. The tales of novels were mere fabrications. She had caused harm and had unwittingly walked the path of that very vixen depicted in stories. The vixen awaited capture, destined to be sold as a courtesan. When Sang's eyes reddened. How dare those wild ghosts mock her? In a fit of anger, she picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the grave. "Cease your prattle, or I shall lay waste to your resting place." Thud. The stone struck the grave but ricocheted, landing squarely in the grass behind it. "Ouch, my head." A wretched beggar, ragged and filthy, emerged from behind the grave. Beggar? Here? When Sang's heart raced with alarm as she turned to flee. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps when several beggars, emerging from the shadows, swiftly surrounded her, their disheveled hair unable to conceal their lecherous gazes and lascivious grins. "What a beauty! She is truly exquisite. I no longer wish to eat. I simply want to indulge in her. Let us enjoy her first, then feast." They had been lurking outside for some time, initially planning to deal with the 2 men before turning their attention to the woman. To their surprise, the individuals inside lacked the strength to mount a proper ambush. Having waited for what felt like an eternity, they had nearly given up hope until the beauty appeared all on her own. Gazing at when Sang, who possessed an ethereal beauty, the beggars salivated, eager to savor her. When Sang frowned and took a step back, these beggars were no different from the men she had encountered in the brothel, and their predatory stares were enough to make her stomach churn. Yet, having faced numerous trials, she was no longer the timid when Sang of the past. The beggars, eyes gleaming with desire, lunged toward her. "Beauty, here I come." In the next instant, the beggars found themselves grasping at air, as a white fox deftly dashed through their encirclement. Thud. When Sang's escape was not without its challenges. Just as she sprinted away, she stumbled, tripped by the very wild spirits that had mocked her. The vixen has met her downfall. "You all, When Sang Sang fell to the ground, fury bubbling within her. Those wild ghosts were truly insufferable. Meanwhile, her entire fox form had transformed back into that of a human. There she is, one keen-eyed beggar spotted when Sang Sang not far away. The group of beggars, undeterred by the strange circumstances, now fixated on how to seize her. Chapter 16. She was saved by a monk. As the beggars' lust clouded their judgment, they showed no fear regarding when Sang Sang's sudden reappearance. When Sang Sang braced herself, retreating further, the wild spirits here were more loathsome than any she had previously encountered. The beggars leered, closing in on her once more, their hands outstretched to grasp her. When Sang Sang gritted her teeth, and the hand she had hidden behind her began to transform. Her rounded nails darkened and elongated, sharp as daggers. Flames of fury ignited in her eyes, her pupils narrowing into slits. Having already taken one life, she thought, what was a few more? Yet, before she could strike, a string of prayer beads suddenly flew through the air, knocking down the beggars who had attempted to accost her. The beggars, momentarily stunned, found themselves crashing to the ground. In the next moment, a figure materialized before When Sang Sang. It was the monk who had been holding the lantern. The prayer beads completed a half-circle in the air before returning to Ruoming's grasp. The beggars, being cowards by nature, fled in all directions upon encountering Ruoming. Meanwhile, When Sang Sang, upon Ruoming's arrival, sheathed her claws and returned to her normal demeanor. Half squatting before When Sang Sang, Ruoming inquired with genuine concern, "My dear young lady, are you unwell?" Just moments prior, he had thought he was hallucinating, and fortunately, he had kept a vigilant eye and followed her closely. When Sang Sang gazed at Ruoming, whose delicate features were accentuated by a somewhat naive glimmer in his eyes, suggesting he was newly acquainted with the world. Tears welled in her eyes as she grasped Ruoming's arm, as if seizing a lifeline. "Daozhong, save me." Having recently ventured into the mortal realm, Ruoming had never encountered a woman like When Sang Sang, especially one of her enchanting allure. "Fear not, young lady, I shall escort you to a place of safety." A place of safety, she thought, unwilling to go anywhere deemed safe. Her eyes darted to the string of prayer beads in Ruoming's hand, which appeared to be made of jade. A flicker of calculation danced in her eyes. As long as she did not cross paths with that old monk, everything would be manageable. Ruoming assisted When Sang Sang to her feet, but she feigned a stumble, collapsing into his embrace. A monk who had never held a woman in his arms before now found himself taken aback by the softness of her form. "Young lady, what ails you?" Embracing the demeanor of a seductress, When Sang Sang melted against Ruoming, her hand draping over his shoulder. "Daozhong, my leg hurts terribly. Might you take a look?" Ruoming's ears flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by thoughts of desire and the philosophical notion that form is emptiness and emptiness is form. "Please hold on, I shall bring my master, who is just ahead." When Sang Sang's eyes brimmed with disdain. "Who wishes to meet your master?" She pushed away from Ruoming, letting herself fall again, her thin attire yielding to gravity and revealing her fair skin, which glistened in the light. On her shins, there were several alarming red marks, a stark reminder of her earlier encounter with those wild spirits. Ruoming, taken aback, knelt beside her, his voice laced with concern, though not fear. "My master is nearby. He will heal you." Your master, how you drone on about him." When Sang Sang sat there, her eyes reddened, clutching her chest, appearing utterly pitiable. "Daozhong, I am grateful for your kindness, but I can no longer walk." Ruoming, resolute, declared, "I shall carry you. I can bear you to safety." When Sang Sang, eyes shimmering with gratitude, replied, "Thank you, Daozhong. However, it seems the heavens are about to unleash rain. You may not be able to traverse with me," casting a glance at the ominous sky. Ruoming indeed sensed the impending storm. When Sang Sang pointed towards a nearby cave. "Daozhong, see yonder cave? I shall wait there for you. You can return swiftly." Ruoming hesitated, pondering the dangers of leaving her alone. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, the darkened sky rumbled ominously, and the torrential rain began to fall. When Sang Sang smirked inwardly, as even the heavens seemed to conspire in her favor. With no shelter in sight, both were soon drenched amidst the downpour. Ruoming swiftly scooped When Sang Sang into his arms and made for the cave. Once inside, he set her down, taking note of her soaked attire, which clung to her form, accentuating her curves. Swallowing hard, he averted his gaze, inadvertently catching sight of her exposed calf, where the red marks were now more pronounced, hinting at inflammation. Winseng, shivering as she hugged her knees, wagered on whether this monk would show compassion. Fortunately for her, she had bet wisely. A string of prayer beads was offered to her. Winseng raised her eyes to find Ruoming crouched before her, urging, "Young lady, these beads will ensure your safety. Please wait here. My master is nearby, and I shall fetch him to tend to your wounds with care." She accepted the beads. "Thank you, Dao Zhang." Ruoming stepped toward the cave entrance, casting one last glance at Winseng, whose knees were drawn close to her chest. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the deluge. As soon as Ruoming departed, Winseng toyed with the jade beads, realizing how easily the monk could be deceived. Once he was out of sight, she exited the cave, her calf subtly aching, a consequence of her own actions. In truth, the red marks on her legs were not severe. She had merely pinched herself too hard. With a crack, the sound of bones being crushed echoed sharply as Qin Zhiyun, his expression dark, casually cast aside the lifeless beggar. His gaze fell upon the trembling figures of several other beggars kneeling before him. These beggars, filled with terror, beheld the man clad in the garb of a righteous Taoist. Yet he exuded an aura of a merciless demon, devoid of any humanity. "I shall grant you one more chance." "Where is she?" The beggars, who had only recently been dispersed by Ruoming, found themselves kneeling before Qin Zhiyun, hastily bowing their heads in supplication. "Do not kill us. We did not touch her." Qin Zhiyun's brow furrowed deeper with fury. "Did you not touch her?" Faced with his overwhelming wrath, the beggars trembled, fearing they might meet their demise at any moment. They stammered, No, we didn't harm her. She was rescued by a monk." "A monk? Which monk?" Qin Zhiyun exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly, grateful that Xinyang was unharmed. One beggar, catching sight of Qin Zhiyun's softening expression, seized the opportunity to plead, "Dao Zhang, since we did not touch that young lady, might we not be spared?" "Spared?" Qin Zhiyun looked down at the kneeling figures, his eyes still cold. Through his interrogation, he had discerned that these beggars were indeed in league with those who had ambushed him and Changnian. They had conspired together and abducted Zhao Xinyang, but thankfully, she had not fallen prey to their malicious intent. Qin Zhiyun scoffed. "Spared? You are guilty of myriad crimes. No doubt the corpses in that temple are also a result of your misdeeds." These beggars thrived on robbing travelers, having caused untold suffering. Normally, Qin Zhiyun would have dispatched them to the authorities, yet today, despite their lack of direct harm to Winseng, he yearned for their blood. In an instant, the gleaming sword was drawn, sending chills through the beggars, who widened their eyes in terror. With a swift motion, the cold blade slashed through the air, leaving thin red lines across the throats of the kneeling beggars. They remained frozen in their positions as the crimson stains deepened, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Only the beggar who had previously quaked in fear remained unscathed. He was too stunned to comprehend the sudden demise of his companions. "Ah!" he shrieked, his eyes wide with horror, regarding the ethereal figure before him as if he were a demon. Qin Zhiyun, gripping the hilt of his sword, fixed a chilling gaze upon the remaining beggar. "Where have you taken her? Are there any accomplices? Taken?" The beggar flailed his hands in denial. "We did not abduct her. She came out on her own." He pointed towards the distant mountain, where the storm raged, indicating the direction of the Tiger Cave. It was indeed her own choice to emerge. "We did not force her in any way." At this, Qin Zhiyun raised an eyebrow, contemplating the implications. "She came out on her own?" The beggar, suddenly struck by an idea, knelt and exclaimed in fear, "Dao Zhang, that girl is a monster. I saw it. She is a monster." Qin Zhiyun narrowed his eyes, loosening his grip on the sword hilt. "A monster?" The beggar, sensing a shift in Qin Zhiyun's demeanor, quickly added, "Yes, a monster. She seduced us. She seeks to drain our essence. Dao Zhang. She is over there with that monk. She might be enchanting him even now." Qin Zhiyun's gaze bore into the beggar, his eyes devoid of warmth, revealing nothing of his thoughts. The beggar felt a twinge of guilt, as they had indeed followed the woman and plotted against her. Yet how she had managed to escape their clutches puzzled him. The only explanation that made sense was that she must be a monster, Fearing the consequences of their earlier intentions, he now felt a surge of dread. If he could lead this Taoist to catch her in the act, perhaps he could save his own life. The beggar, witnessing Qin Zhuyun's hesitation, implored, Dao Zhong, she truly is a monster. I am guilty but wish to redeem myself. If you capture that creature, please spare my life. Qin Zhuyun regarded the pleading beggar with disdain. Yet he understood the wisdom in using this beggar to locate Xinyang. The rain poured down relentlessly, and when Sang Sang leaned against a tree trunk to wipe the water from her face, her entire body drenched, the raindrops cascaded through her hair, trickling down her neck, resembling a camellia flower, vibrant and glistening as if it had just been drenched. Even in her disheveled state, the enchanting demeanor of this fox spirit could not be concealed. As she retraced her steps along the familiar path towards the official road, she thought to herself that even if she could not evade Qin Zhuyun and his companions tonight, she could at least distance herself from them. However, before she could progress far, she unexpectedly encountered Ruo Ming. The very person who should have been seeking his master appeared before her once more. Ruo Ming raised his hands to shield his forehead from the rain, momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Miss, what brings you out here? When Sang Sang was perplexed by Ruo Ming's sudden reappearance. His demeanor suggested he had not returned to find his master at all. Concealing the jade Buddha beads behind her, she pointed towards the indistinct woods behind her and said weakly, it was that group of beggars. They've returned. Ruo Ming's expression immediately shifted, and he reassured her, fear not, for I am here. They would not dare to harm you. Come, let us return to the cave. With such torrential rain, it would be unwise to catch a chill. As he spoke, he reached for Wen Sang Sang's hand with a force that left no room for resistance. Looking at the monk before her, Wen Sang Sang felt something was amiss. Shouldn't they be moving away from those beggars? Why were they heading in that direction? Soon, the jade Buddha beads in her grasp emitted a golden light, intensifying as they approached the cave. The warning bell rang in her mind. What could provoke such a reaction from the beads if not demons and monsters? This monk was not the same as before. He must be a malevolent spirit. Clutching the Buddha beads tightly behind her, a sudden thought struck her. Ignoring the pain in her leg, she feigned a fall to the ground. Oh no! I've fallen! Ruo Ming turned at her exclamation, and despite his mounting anxiety, he crouched down to examine her injury. As he lifted her skirt, revealing her delicate calf, the sight of the numerous red marks on her tender skin filled him with deep concern. Ruo Ming forced a smile. Miss, allow me to carry you. When Sang Sang managed a smile that did not reach her eyes, feigning weakness as she replied, I would be most grateful, Taoist. She clutched the Buddha beads tightly behind her, ready to strike should he dare to touch her. Just as Ruo Ming leaned to lift her, an ominous aura surged towards the two demons, infused with a palpable malice. In an instant, a flash of silver light streaked before her. And in the next moment, Ruo Ming had been thrust several meters away. With a clang, a dark sword stood firmly before her, rainwater cascading down its blade, mingling with the blood that dripped from it. The sight of the sword sent a chill coursing through Wen Sang Sang's heart. Suddenly, she felt a heavy hand on her shoulder. Startled, she looked up to find Qin Zhuyun before her, his ice-cold phoenix eyes locking onto hers. Wen Sang Sang's pupils constricted in instinctive fear, and she instinctively leaned back, attempting to distance herself from him. He had found her so swiftly, and judging by the blood on the Fei Yun sword and the faint metallic scent in the air, he had just killed someone. Chapter 18. His kiss descended, followed by a tempest. When Sang Sang's attempts to evade and the inexplicable fear in her gaze displeased Qin Zhuyun. Why was she afraid of him? The rain continued to pour down fiercely, and his gaze fell upon her calf, where alarming red marks marred her skin, causing his brow to furrow in concern. When Sang Sang's mind was racing with a torrent of thoughts. Having just encountered a demon, now Qin Zhuyun had caught up with her. She could only hope he had not encountered that group of beggars along the way and had instead vanquished demons. If he had crossed paths with them, given his prowess, he would surely deduce she had fled from the temple. Upon seeing Qin Zhuyun, Ruo Ming's eyes ignited with fury, as if he had laid eyes on a sworn enemy. Qin Zhuyun, it is you again. Grasping the Fei Yun sword, Qin Zhuyun pointed it at Ruo Ming, and before Ruo Ming could brace himself, he lunged forward with the elegance of a shooting star. Ruo Ming swiftly shed his skin, revealing his true form as a tiger demon. The tiger demon staggered backward under Qin Jiuyun's assault, half kneeling in defeat, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. A dark sword poised at his throat, threatening to sever his head at any moment. Qin Jiuyun recognized the wounds on the tiger demon. He was indeed the old tiger spirit who had survived and had been lurking in the shadows. The tiger demon glared at Qin Jiuyun. Qin Jiuyun, you accursed cultivator, time and again, you thwart my plans. Qin Jiuyun scoffed dismissively. Time and again? Pray tell, when was the second time? A defeated foe daring to provoke him. The tiger demon's eyes blazed with fury, but the next moment, he wore a knowing smile. Qin Jiuyun, you and your fellow cultivators may wreak havoc in this world, but this is the domain of demons. Do you think? The tiger demon's gaze shifted to the side. Qin Jiuyun sensed impending danger and turned to see Wen Sang fleeing with her skirt held high. Frowning, he thought. She truly is fearful for her life. Just as Qin Jiuyun realized he had fallen into a trap, a cloud of green powder suddenly enveloped him. The powder easily invaded his eyes, rendering him unable to open them. Qin Jiuyun stumbled backward, sword in hand. Taking advantage of his vulnerability, the tiger demon attempted to strike him down. With his eyes closed, Qin Jiuyun raised his sword to defend himself and managed to injure the tiger demon in the process. The tiger demon clutched his injured face, blood seeping through his fingers as he retreated, cackling at the sight of Qin Jiuyun's disarray. Ha ha ha! Qin Jiuyun, this is the deathly powder that will make a cultivator wish for death. Enjoy it! The tiger demon vanished, pursuing the fleeing Wen Sang. Seeing the two embroiled in battle, Wen Sang thought that if she did not escape now, when would she? Yet, before she had run far. The tiger demon caught up with her. He stood before her, leering as he approached. Fox spirit. Qin Jiuyun is dead. Come with me. Wen Sang froze, realizing the tiger demon recognized her as a fox spirit. With the tiger demon's face marred by Qin Jiuyun's strike, his appearance was terrifying. Despite his injuries, he still seemed intent on pursuing her. However, she still had the jade Buddha beads. She could not let him harm her. A smile played on her lips. Oh, how delightful! The tiger demon was entranced by her beauty, ready to pounce. Just as Wen Sang prepared to throw the Buddha beads, a dark sword hurtled towards her once more. She fell into a sturdy embrace, the person holding her with closed eyes, rain cascading down his chiseled face, one arm around her and the other gripping the sword. The tiger demon was taken aback to see Qin Jiuyun still capable of movement and promptly abandoned his pursuit of Wen Sang, fleeing instead. Yet, Qin Jiuyun could not endure any longer, collapsing to his knees, propped up by his sword at that moment, Wen Sang could no longer focus on escaping. She hurriedly crouched beside him to assess his injuries. Qin Jiuyun gripped the Fei Yun sword tightly, the veins in his neck and hands bulging ominously, revealing his dire state. Hey, Qin Jiuyun, what has happened to you? Qin Jiuyun, eyes still shut, fought to withstand the effects of the deathly powder, which could strip a cultivator of their powers, eroding their mind and transforming them into a murderous fiend. The energy from the dragon essence he had recently absorbed was still coursing through him, and his spiritual power was waning as that energy began to corrode his mental state. Just like last time, he was on the brink of succumbing to darkness. He struggled to contain himself, his voice hoarse and trembling. You must leave. I am about to lose control. Upon hearing this, Wen Sang fell to the ground in fright. Had this not just occurred before? How could it be happening again? Lose control. She did not want to relive those 3 harrowing days. But he was still her savior. Even if she were heartless, she could not stand idly by and watch him become a fiend. Moreover, he was the protagonist. If something were to happen to him, it would be her fault. Do not rush to lose control. Let me take you to a safe place. Wen Sang supported Qin Jiuyun back to the cave they had taken shelter in from the rain. As soon as they entered, Qin Jiuyun began to act strangely. He suddenly broke free from Wen Sang's grasp, collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. The Fei Yun sword, sensing its master's turmoil, thrashed about the cave like a wild beast. Wen Sang, pushed to the ground by Qin Jiuyun, stared in terror at her own legs as she instinctively recoiled. Having previously experienced poisoning herself, witnessing Qin Jiuyun's maddened state was overwhelmingly frightening. She was terrified for her life. Qin Jiuyun lay on the ground, his crimson eyes wide open, his dark hair cascading around him, presenting the visage of a terrifying monster. Hurry, Move, he commanded Winseng. Gripped by fear, she dared not linger and hastily ran towards the cave entrance. Just as she was about to escape, a look of desolation crossed Qin Zhiyun's face. A thick black mist emanated from him, darker than the cave itself. As Winseng reached the cave mouth, the scene before her caused her to gasp in horror. Outside, stretching as far as the eye could see, even in the trees, was a horde of wild ghosts emerging from who knows where, each one little more than a skeletal figure, clamoring at her in a frenzy of fear. Winseng found herself caught between a rock and a hard place. Whether facing the wild ghosts or the frenzied Qin Zhiyun, she was all too aware of the danger. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed back into the cave. As her silhouette vanished completely within, a dark sword descended from the heavens, embedding itself at the cave's entrance. It radiated a thick black mist, and the wild ghosts continued their clamorous cries. Only for the sword to suddenly exhibit a tremendous pulling force, whipping up a storm as it began to devour the ghosts before it. Winseng cautiously stepped further into the cave, hesitating to draw too close to the inner recesses due to the profound silence that enveloped it. Qin Zhiyun, are you still alive? Qin the cultivator? She pondered, wondering if he had succumbed to his fate when suddenly, a hand emerged from the darkness, pulling her into its depths. Winseng found herself pressed against a scorching body. The person before her exhaling heat, as if on the verge of losing control. Why have you returned? The hoarse voice belonged to Qin Zhiyun. He was still alive. Winseng felt tears welling up, for the outside world was teeming with wild ghosts. An escape seemed impossible. To break free, she needed Qin Zhiyun's strength, which meant she had to calm him down. After 3 days and nights together, what was there to fear? She draped her arm over Qin Zhiyun's shoulder. Her eyes filled with concern. Xinyang is worried about you, Qin Zhiyun. You have done so much for me, how could I abandon you? Qin Zhiyun, with his blood-red eyes, gazed at the woman beneath him. Are you doing this willingly? Winseng sobbed. Qin Zhiyun, though Xinyang is somewhat cowardly, you are my savior. I cannot bear to see you fall into madness because of me. Enough with the chatter. We must act. If those wild ghosts come in, we are both doomed. Qin Zhiyun caressed her face. A wave of emotion washed over him. No one had ever dared to approach him in such a moment. Yet she resolutely wished to save him. With a low sigh, he murmured, Xinyang, I shall take responsibility for you. The tiger demon fled, leaving a trail of blood in its wake, collapsing in agony on the ground. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared before him. You did well. Here is your reward. The tiger demon looked up as the figure tossed a small vial his way. Eagerly, he opened it, and a wisp of black mist escaped. Swiftly invading his body, the tiger demon felt revitalized, as if he had consumed an elixir of immortality. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The figure before him let out a chilling laugh. Everything came to an end, and Winseng fainted from exhaustion. Qin Zhiyun wrapped her in his robe and exited the cave. The Feiyun sword swiftly returned to its master's side, as if accustomed to the recent events. Qin Zhiyun gazed down at Winseng nestled in his arms. Her body was cold, likely from having been drenched in rain for an extended period. She trembled pitifully, stirring a sense of tenderness within him. Determined to leave before the rain could further harm her, Qin Zhiyun turned to depart, but before he could take a step, a powerful gust of wind struck his back. He cast a sharp glance at the source of the disturbance, and the Feiyun sword surged to intercept the attack. Realizing the ambush had failed, Ruoming called out to Qin Zhiyun, Hey, put her down. It had only been a short time since he had left, and yet someone dared to attack the girl? In broad daylight, it was utterly preposterous. Having barely regained his footing after being struck by the Feiyun sword, Ruoming saw Winseng cradled in a man's arms. Through the rain, he could not discern Qin Zhiyun's face, unsure if he was friend or foe, yet the bloodlust he had sensed earlier suggested ill intentions. Qin Zhiyun exchanged a glance with Ruoming, but the rain obscured his features, leaving him aware only that he was a monk. Qin Zhiyun had no intention of engaging Ruoming. He was merely a passerby, posing no threat as he turned to leave with Winseng. Ruoming, feeling a sense of urgency, assumed Qin Zhiyun sought to abduct her. Without thinking, he channeled his energy and charged at Qin Zhiyun. Qin Zhiyun's prowess had long surpassed that of his peers, rendering Ruoming's attack ineffective. At his command, The Feiyun's sword lunged at Ruoming, each raindrop striking the blade with a clarity akin to pearls falling onto a jade plate. Ruoming, startled, realized this man had not even used spiritual power to counter his attack. Yet his swordsmanship was eerily familiar. Just as the Feiyun's sword was about to strike, an overwhelming force abruptly halted it mid-air, causing it to rebound and return to Qin Jiyun's side. The tremendous impact forced Ruoming to stagger, and he was steadied by another figure. "Are you all right?" He noticed the person wore a Taoist robe as well. After ensuring Ruoming was stable, the newcomer rushed to Qin Jiyun's side. "Elder brother, I finally found you." The newcomer was none other than Changyan. Qin Jiyun nodded, his gaze shifting towards the old monk who had appeared beside Ruoming. Changyan explained, "Elder brother, this is Master Baiyun. I encountered him on my way here. This is his disciple, Ruoming." Meanwhile, Ruoming, still reeling from the earlier encounter, felt a familiar force strike the top of his bald head. Clutching his head, he looked up, recognizing that familiar strength. Master Baiyun, exasperated, delivered 2 more swift strikes to his disciple, admonishing him for his recklessness. "If I had arrived a moment later, your life would have been in peril." As Winseng regained consciousness, she felt warmth enveloping her from both the front and back, particularly her backside, as if a furnace were pressed against her. Not scalding, but uncomfortably warm. Still drowsy, she instinctively twisted to escape the heat, only to find her slender waist firmly grasped by large hands. "Do not move." A low, raspy voice resonated from above. Winseng opened her eyes to find Qin Jiyun's handsome face illuminated by the warm glow of firelight, softening the usual sharp contours. The man, typically cold and unyielding, now exhibited a hint of gentleness in his eyes. His dark hair fell loosely around him, adding a touch of warmth to his demeanor, as he appeared like a scholar poised to write at a desk, entirely harmless. "Qin Jiyun," Winseng murmured, still a bit dazed, but suddenly alert. Outside, the wind and rain continued to howl, battering the dilapidated wooden door like wailing ghosts. The flickering bonfire on the ground indicated she had been brought back to Lanrua Temple. Winseng stirred in Qin Jiyun's embrace, attempting to rise, only for the wide sleeves of his robe to slip down, sending a chill coursing through her chest. Realizing she was entirely unclothed beneath his robe, her face flushed with embarrassment. Had Qin Jiyun truly assumed the role of her man? "Xinyang, your clothes are still damp. Rest a little longer." The heated body behind her pressed closer, a commanding hand firmly holding her waist. Winseng felt her ears grow warm. Where was he touching her? The campfire on the ground crackled softly, and when Sang raised her gaze to see her dress along with several pieces of men's clothing draped over a floating dark sword. Caught in a dilemma, she sat stiffly, clutching the man's garments, while behind her loomed a man she sought to avoid. Her slender waist was entirely under his control, and higher up, the delicate butterfly bones of her fair back seemed poised to take flight. Her long, dark hair, which had almost dried, cascaded down her back in soft waves, a mesmerizing blend of black and white that barely concealed her form. She resembled a beguiling fairy, an enchantress capable of ensnaring hearts. The thought of the beggar's words made the man behind her's eyes darken slightly. Chapter 19. He doubts her. A heated breath brushed against Winseng's ear, causing her to instinctively shrink away, her hands tightening around the robe draped over her. Qin Jiyun observed her reaction with clear perception. He had suspected her from the very beginning. The Song family was the wealthiest in Suzhou, and as Song Rua's cousin, such a stunning beauty could not possibly be devoid of reputation. Either there were hidden secrets, or she was deceiving him. Yet, she had saved him twice, revealing her inherently good nature. When Sang found herself firmly locked in the man's embrace, his hand around her like a scorching shackle, burning her with the desire to flee yet leaving her powerless to do so. She wished she could slap herself for her greed. Had she simply run away, she could have avoided this predicament. In ancient times, a man and a woman alone in a room could lead to scandal, or worse, a fate akin to Pan Jinlian. Moreover, she, a fox spirit, had already taken a life, and now she was entangled with a righteous Taoist, teetering on the edge of impropriety. Her fate resembled that of a malicious supporting character. When Sang was no fool, before her arrival in this world, she had been a female streamer, well aware that men often thought with their lower bodies. Her cheeks flushed as she contemplated how to maintain an air of modesty when Qin Jiuyun inevitably overpowered her. However, instead of his anticipated advance, she was met with words that sent shivers down her spine. Qin Jiuyun halted his movements, lifting his gaze to Wen Sang's profile, his lustful gaze dissipating in that moment. Xian Yang, do you know? When I was 4, my closest kin was harmed at To exact revenge. I entered the Xin Tian sect at 6 and endured for a decade, ultimately slaying the one responsible for my kin's demise. I intended to spare his child, but he came to the Xin Tian sect and exposed me. Fortunately, my masters were astute and revealed the truth of that year. His hand, which had encircled Wen Sang, slowly descended beneath her robe, caressing her leg until it gently grasped her calf, the very spot marked with crimson bruises. Yet now, Wen Sang felt no pain. However, for violating sect rules, I was punished and confined. Enduring torture, severely injured, that person learned of my predicament and sent assassins to kill me. I fought them for 3 days and nights, only to slay the last assassin just as my masters arrived. Xian Yang, that was the second time I killed someone outside of demons. Unable to hold back, Wen Sang turned to look at Qin Jiuyun. The book had revealed little of his background, merely stating that he was a man of extraordinary talent, akin to the protagonist of a tale. She hadn't anticipated he bore such a dark storyline. With curious eyes glistening, the innocent fox spirit appeared unexpectedly endearing. And then what? She asked earnestly. Under the dim firelight, the beauty before Qin Jiuyun was like a painting. His dark eyes, akin to deep ink, resembled a venomous snake poised to strike, flicking its tongue yet already adopting a menacing stance. A tremor ran through Wen Sang. His sudden revelations were not an attempt to deepen their bond. The grip on her calf tightened, like a rivet fastening her curled legs in place, leaving her unable to move. Qin Jiuyun sensed her struggles, but no matter how hard she tried, she remained ensnared. A cold smile played on his lips. Naturally, I took my revenge. I not only killed him but also annihilated his family. His entire clan was wiped out, though you know why. When Sang's pupils constricted, her body freezing in shock. How could a cultivator of the Taoist sect commit such atrocities? Her heart raced, and she struggled to speak coherently. If he could carry out such a massacre, what would happen if he discovered her deception? Qin Jiuyun chuckled softly. That is one justification. His grip transformed from a squeeze to a caress, each motion deliberate as if judging her, as though he could snap her leg if she revealed her true nature. When Sang swallowed hard, urging herself to continue the conversation. But why? Qin Jiuyun fixed his gaze upon her. Aware that any normal person would be terrified by such matters, and she was no exception. If I wished to kill, then I would. He spoke while observing her expression. So, this is your justification for exterminating a clan? When Sang felt a chill run through her. This man was no righteous disciple of the Taoist sect, but rather a cold-blooded killer. Qin Jiuyun's eyes grew stern as he leaned closer. So, Xian Yang, could you enlighten me on what that group of beggars did to you? Or why did the bamboo hairpin fall in the east corridor while you were found several miles away in the opposite direction? And that monk? How did you encounter him? Upon hearing Qin Jiuyun's questions, when Sang's hands trembled, almost dropping the robe that covered her, her heart sank to the depths of despair. While he had not directly asked if she had been abducted, it was evident he had encountered the beggars. Did he kill them? If Qin Jiuyun pressed the beggars, they would never admit to having taken her, for she had run away of her own accord, and she had discarded the hairpin herself. He was beginning to doubt her. For a fleeting moment, when Sang felt panic rise within her but quickly composed herself. In her current situation, she could not afford to panic. This man could very well decide her fate with a mere thought. Since she had come this far, she might as well continue the charade. As long as her persona remained intact, she could extend her life. Memories of how she had deceived her brother to garner his affection and financial support surged forth. With a sorrowful expression, when Sang hung her head, tears welling in her eyes, her fingers gripping the edge of her robe, her slight shoulders trembling with feigned fragility. With a soft thud, a teardrop fell, staining her robe. So, do you find Xian Yang distasteful? Do you consider me unclean? She lifted her gaze to Qin Jiuyun. Her eyes reddened as if she had borne the greatest injustice. Qin Jiuyun remained still, merely observing her tear-streaked visage, for she had yet to answer his inquiries. When Sang's voice trembled as she spoke. I was in unbearable pain and encountered those beggars on my way back from the restroom. I wanted to cry for help, but they covered my mouth, and I soon lost consciousness. When I awoke again, they were right before me, and I do not know what transpired, only that I felt pain throughout my body. Chapter 20. Just how terrifying is this man? Upon hearing Wen Sang's words, Qin Jiuyun's expression darkened. She shielded herself with the robe, unable to meet his gaze. Firstly, every word she spoke was a fabrication, and secondly, she was incriminating herself. It would be best if Qin Jiuyun truly found her distasteful. When I awoke, I encountered that Taoist priest. It was he who saved me. Qin Jiuyun had examined her. Apart from the marks on her calf, there were no other signs of injury. It was evident that the beggars had not touched her. But who had deliberately made those marks on her leg? He had consulted Ruoming, who claimed to have seen Xianyang being bullied by the beggars and had intervened, but how could he verify her words? Unless a sudden sound interrupted his thoughts. A string of jade prayer beads fell from above, landing right beside Qin Jiuyun. He picked up the beads, glancing at the garments hanging overhead. These were not his belongings. Yet how had Xianyang come by them? Seeing the prayer beads, Wen Sang realized there was no escaping. She would have to return them. She hurriedly explained. These were given to me by that Taoist priest for protection. Taoist priest? Ruoming? Wen Sang nodded. Qin Jiuyun held the jade beads. They were Buddhist artifacts, high-grade spiritual treasures, and would react upon encountering demons, yet they remained inert now. Clearly, he had misunderstood Xianyang. Though she was greedy for wealth and life, her beauty did not equate to being a demon. Noticing Qin Jiuyun lost in thought while holding the beads, Wen Sang spoke, her voice laced with disappointment. My lord Xianyang will leave tomorrow. Qin Jiuyun turned to her. Leave? Where will you go? Tears brimmed in Wen Sang's eyes as she responded. I am but a withered flower. My lord, it would be best if someone of your standing refrained from associating with me. With a soft sigh, Qin Jiuyun pulled her into his embrace, soothing her gently. Xianyang, those beggars did not harm you. You are untouched. I was merely overreacting. Wen Sang nestled against Qin Jiuyun. Her voice tinged with surprise. Is that truly so? Qin Jiuyun lowered his gaze upon the person nestled in his embrace, her delicate, trembling lashes framing skin as pure as jade. Naturally, Xianyang, do you still doubt my words? Besides, you are my woman. Why would I deceive you? Wen Sang's face radiated joy, yet her heart was rife with curses directed at this twisted fate, lamenting, O heavens, could you not bestow upon me a more favorable identity? A half-demon, devoid of magical prowess or any capabilities, with naught but her appearance to rely upon. The mere thought of her true nature being discovered sent shivers down her spine. With someone like Qin Jiuyun, who bore a grudge for even the slightest slight, she would surely be reduced to mere pulp. Wen Sang felt fatigued, finally comprehending the mindset of those who perpetually contemplated the world's end. She closed her eyes, wishing to succumb to slumber, yet the unwarranted advances of a certain man thwarted her desire. Blushing, she leaned against his chest and let out a soft whimper. Young master, please. Internally, she berated Qin Jiuyun, decrying him as a lecher despite his facade of righteousness. What was most mortifying, however, was the realization that she felt something in response. With a beautiful woman in his arms, Qin Jiuyun was, after all, a normal man, and given that she belonged to him, why should he refrain from indulging? The rustling of fabric echoed as Wen Sang found herself laid upon the expansive Taoist robe. Xianyang, I have searched long for you, Qin Jiuyun murmured, burying his face in the crook of her neck, intoxicated by her scent, akin to an aphrodisiac that rendered him breathless. Young master, please, not like this, she implored, her hands weakly draping over his shoulders. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, causing Ruoming to bolt from the scene without a backward glance. In the shadows, a figure clenched their fists tightly, also departing, cradled in Qin Jiuyun's arms. Wen Sang felt as though she had been pulled from a warm spring, her body aglow with a rosy hue, strands of hair clinging to her skin like serpents. She wished to roll her eyes in exasperation and faint from the overwhelming sensation. It was as if this person had transformed entirely. Qin Jiuyun held her tightly, unaware that he was, in fact, a man of obsessive tendencies. It was only when she tried to flee multiple times, only to be thwarted, that she recognized the extent of his terrifying nature. The following day, when Sang Sang returned the jade Buddhist beads to Ruoming in Qin Jiyun's presence, clad in a pure white dress, her black hair elegantly pinned with a bamboo hairpin, her delicate visage was free from the previous day's disarray, exuding an innocence that was almost ethereal. Ruoming gazed at her face, recalling the sounds he had heard the night before. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, this woman was, after all, the Dao partner of Qin Jiyun from Xintian sect, a man rumored to have no interest in romantic entanglements. Whispers suggested he was a repressed homosexual. Yet here was a commoner standing beside him. "Daoist, thank you for your assistance last night," when Sang Sang said, extending the jade beads to Ruoming. He accepted them, scratching his bald head. "No need for thanks." "No need at all." Qin Jiyun observed the interaction devoid of any ulterior motives and respectfully addressed Ruoming. "Daoist, I apologize for any offense caused by Zizhan last night." Stepping forward, the monk Baiyun interjected. "Not at all. It was I, Ruoming, who misjudged the situation and acted rashly towards the esteemed Qin cultivator. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Grateful for the Daoist rescue of Xianyang, Zizhan felt remorseful, nearly misunderstanding the benefactor. Qin Jiyun took the blame upon himself, providing an opportunity for the novice Ruoming while also extending a favor to Baiyun. When Sang Sang retreated to the side, stifling a laugh at the performance unfolding before her. Chapter 21. Wait for me to come and fetch you. This exchange only served to elevate Baiyun's perception of Qin Jiyun. In a world teeming with youthful talents, few could compare to him. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Xintian sect would undoubtedly fall into his capable hands. "Chang Yan, I've made contact with Brother One and the others. They are just a few miles away in the county town. Brother One has provided the exact location. We must hasten to join them." Hearing this, Changqing exclaimed, "Really? That's splendid. We mustn't delay. Let's set off at once." Qin Jiyun nodded and addressed Baiyun and Ruoming. "Gentlemen, we have urgent matters to attend to. We shall take our leave." Ruoming, slightly taken aback, inquired, "You plan to head to the nearby Qingshui County?" "Indeed," Chang Yin affirmed. Baiyun then cheerfully added, "What a coincidence. My disciple and I were also headed to Qingshui County. Why not accompany us?" "What? You are also going there?" Two startled voices exclaimed simultaneously. One was unheard, the other belonging to Changqing, who questioned, "What brings you there?" "To exorcise demons," Baiyun replied, the mention of those words. When Sang Sang's heart began to race with trepidation, what demons were they after? Chang Yin recalled something and added, "By the way, Brother One has reported encountering a troublesome situation. We must hurry to assist him." His gaze shifted towards when Sang Sang, hesitating, if even when Tian faced an insurmountable challenge, it indicated urgency, necessitating Qin Jiyun's immediate presence. However, bringing along when Sang Sang would hinder their swift departure. Changqing voiced his concerns. "Brother, if even Brother One cannot resolve this, the situation must be dire." As he spoke, he cast a discreet glance at when Sang Sang, recognizing her fortunate timing in crossing paths with Baiyun the previous night. Nonetheless, Xianyang was ultimately a burden. If they continued to carry her along, they would surely fall behind schedule. Qin Jiyun understood that he faced a choice between responsibility and Xianyang. He had to make a clear decision. Meanwhile, when Sang Sang stood by, anxiously twisting her fingers, her expression a tumult of emotions, acutely aware of the possibility of being abandoned in this desolate wilderness, if left alone, she could only imagine the dangers that awaited her. And now, he had to set her aside. "Xianyang, what troubles you?" Qin Jiyun's voice broke through her thoughts, prompting her to respond, "Huh? What do you mean?" Noticing her pallor, he surmised that their earlier conversation had unsettled her, and a wave of guilt washed over him. He vowed to make it up to her once they returned to Xintian sect. "What I mentioned earlier, do you agree?" When Sang Sang had not caught the previous discussion, she simply nodded vigorously to "I agree. Xianyang is willing." Hearing her affirmation, Qin Jiyun's gaze darkened slightly, instilling fear within her. His expression shifted as though he were a beast ready to devour. Did she truly wish to remain with Ruoming? Harboring such anticipation, without any desire to stay with him, not even to plead for his presence. Unbeknownst to when Sang Sang, their collective decision had been to leave Ruoming behind to safeguard her. A faint smile graced Qin Jiyun's lips, lacking warmth and imbued with an unsettling possessiveness. "Very well, then wait obediently for me to return for you." When Sang blinked, momentarily dazed, until Ruoming interjected, "Rest assured, I will protect this young lady." The realization that she was being handed over to the monk sparked a flicker of relief within her. It presented a perfect opportunity to escape. However, her fleeting hope was destined to shatter. Once Qin Zhuyun and the others vanished from sight, when Sang found herself seated upon a pile of hay, hugging her knees, staring at the crackling fire that Ruoming had kindled. Her gaze was vacant, devoid of any intent to plot her escape. Beside her stood a fine spirit sword, stable and at rest. It was none other than Qin Zhuyun's Feiyun. When Sang felt defeated, Ruoming returned with a bundle of firewood, kneeling to toss it onto the fire while watching the dough cakes cooking nearby. When the cakes were ready, he broke one apart, its warmth and aroma filling the air. He extended the piece toward Wen Sang, saying, "Miss?" Upon raising her gaze, she encountered the sight of Wen Sang, who appeared despondent, her beauty accentuated by her current state of melancholy. Though she was meant to resemble a fox spirit, her appearance was far from the alluring descriptions found in tales. Rather, she exuded a purity that evoked a protective instinct. Ruoming mused that she must be thinking of her Dao partner. Had she not encountered him, who could say what fate awaited her last night? "Miss, Qin Cultivator will return shortly. You need not worry about him," his words. When Sang looked up, suppressing a scoff. How could she possibly think of Qin Zhuyun? Yet, with the spirit sword at her side, it was inappropriate for her to vent her frustrations, so she replied tactfully, "Daoist, I am merely an ordinary person. Do you truly believe I can sustain a lasting relationship with him?" Ruoming, a mere monk, lacked insight into such matters of the heart. Furthermore, his master had warned him that love was the cruelest form of cultivation, causing untold anguish to those ensnared. He could only offer her words of comfort. "You are a match made in heaven. I believe you two will flourish together. Eternity, she is but a sprite, destined to be discovered one day. Ever since her arrival in this world, she has never known a moment of peace." If Qin Zhuyun were to learn that she is a deceiver, a mere vixen, it would be a light matter for him to sever all ties with her. When Sang smiled wryly, "Eternity? Daoist, do you not fear that the Buddha shall seek you out at night for speaking falsehoods?" Ruoming momentarily froze, casting a fearful glance at the statue of the Buddha seated upon the high platform, and promptly knelt down to bow his head in reverence. When Sang found his reaction amusing. This monk was truly entertaining. Ruoming, hearing Wen Song's laughter, felt a twinge of trepidation. "Why, lady, although I lack the esteemed virtues of my master, I have devoted myself to the Buddhist path. You and Qin Xiushi appear quite well matched, and with his renowned reputation, he would hardly betray you." When Sang picked up a piece of flatbread and ate it without reservation, smiling as she replied, "But what if he were to betray me in the future?" Chapter 22. "Then what do you suggest? How can you be certain that he will not betray me?" Ruoming was left speechless when Sang munched on the tasteless flatbread made solely from plain flour. She recalled her earlier days when she had just arrived here. Back then, she was merely a fox, too afraid to even steal offerings, lest she offend someone. And now she had become a cunning vixen, employing every trick in the book. Her eyes reddened. What was there to fear in being pierced by a sword? Perhaps if she were to be slain, she could return home. Just the night before, she had been bullied by beggars, and now she found herself worrying about whether her future partner might change his heart. Her concerns were not unfounded. She was but an ordinary girl, while Qin Zhuyun was who? The future heir of the Xintian sect's leader. There was a considerable disparity between them. Ruoming fell momentarily mute, unsure of how to comfort Wen Sang. The two sat in silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. When Sang pondered the ancient tales of fox spirits luring unsuspecting souls within dilapidated temples. How was it that she had become the opposite? A noise caught her attention, and she looked up to see Ruoming leaving the main door without looking back. Seeing him flee, When Sang could not help but smile bitterly. What could she expect from a monk? Qingshui County. As Qin Zhuyun and his companions approached, they felt an oppressive aura of death enveloping the county. At the entrance of Qingshui County, several disciples clad in Xintian sect robes awaited them. Rushing forward upon spotting Qin Zhuyun, "Senior brother, you have finally arrived," one young disciple exclaimed. But before he could finish, Qin Zhuyun had already stepped into the county. though his demeanor remained as cold as ever. His presence was undeniably commanding, as if he were in a hurry. "Let us be brief," he instructed. "Senior brother still has someone to meet?" The young disciple, puzzled, asked. "Meet someone?" Chongqing scoffed softly as he passed by. While Master Baiyun had already accompanied Qin Zhiyun into the county, the morning market was bustling with activity. In front of a tea shop, a few people were gossiping while munching on sunflower seeds. "Alas, have you heard? Last night, several more disappeared from the Li family estate. But didn't some cultivators come? Why have they still vanished?" "Cultivators?" The Li family thought they could hire a few thugs, but they looked down on them. "Alas, hurry to the Li residence. I heard more cultivators have arrived." A figure rushed past, and the lively chatter abruptly ceased as everyone turned toward the same direction. Even the shopkeeper serving tea dropped his tray, eager not to miss out on the unfolding drama. The Li residence. Guided by several young disciples, Qin Zhiyun and Master Baiyun quickly arrived outside the Li estate. The entrance was crowded, but fortunately, officials were keeping the throngs at bay, though everyone craned their necks to peer inside. Within the courtyard lay several bodies draped in white cloth, while the deceased's relatives wept inconsolably nearby as Qin Zhiyun and his group approached. The crowd parted willingly upon noticing their attire. "Who are they? So handsome." "Another group of cultivators. My heavens, the Li family is truly suffering a calamity." Qin Zhiyun glanced at the bodies on the ground. A frown creasing his brow point, one of the young disciples explained. "The Li family has been plagued by deaths for over a month. Senior brother when kindly warned them, but the Li Yuanwei hired a few thugs, believing they could capture the murderer. Alas, those thugs met their end this morning." Qin Zhiyun asked in a low voice, "Then why are the bodies left here? Do they not know not to disturb a crime scene? What is the government doing?" The disciples exchanged glances, appearing hesitant to respond. Just then, a clear voice interjected, "It's all because of that concubine in the Li family." The newcomer, clad in a splendid robe, sported a youthful and handsome visage, his features sharp and spirited. "Senior brother one," Chongqing exclaimed upon spotting Wen Tian, greeting him with respect. When senior brother, he and the other young disciples bowed. Wen Tian nodded and turned to Qin Zhiyun and Master Baiyun. "Senior brother, Master Baiyun." Master Baiyun clasped his hands together. "Omitba, one cultivator." Qin Zhiyun inclined his head. "Now, tell me, what is the situation?" Wen Tian replied seriously, "The Li family has been experiencing a series of deaths for over a month. It began with a servant, then escalated to a death every few days, and now multiple fatalities have occurred." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the corpses on the ground. The air was thick with the stench of decay. Qin Zhiyun approached the bodies, squatting down to lift the white cloth. The deceased appeared pale, having been dead for over 3 hours, their bodies rigid, with dark circles around their eyes and blackened lips. Qin Zhiyun pried open the mouth of one corpse, revealing 2 small fangs that had begun to form. The sight was entirely different from before, and the expressions of Wen Tian and the others shifted dramatically. "They are becoming corpses," Wen Tian exclaimed in shock. "How could this happen?" Qin Zhiyun furrowed his brow. It was no wonder the deaths were increasing. Zombies had emerged. Omitba, Master Baiyunai, the death of individuals, whether one or two, is a matter of little consequence in such a place, particularly when the deceased are but enslaved souls, unheeded by their masters. Yet, as the numbers begin to rise, concern has started to manifest. Thus, they have summoned Master Baiyun to come forth. It is at this moment that Zhou Zi notices Master Baiyun standing before him, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Just then, another man emerges from the residence, the steward of the Li household. Upon seeing Master Baiyun, the steward promptly addresses him, exclaiming, "You must be Master Baiyun. Our esteemed gentleman has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." "Please, do come in." Master Baiyun nods, exchanging a few hushed words with Qin Zhiyun before entering the Li residence alongside the steward. Wen Tian's expression darkens as he turns to Qin Zhiyun, saying, "Senior brother, these corpses must be dealt with promptly. Otherwise, we shall encounter grave troubles by nightfall. It is indeed best to handle the bodies at once, yet it appears that some individuals are rather reluctant to do so." Zhou Zi gives a discreet signal to his subordinates, who, understanding his intent, instruct the officials to remove the corpses. However, several junior disciples of the Xintian sect, witnessing this, rush to obstruct the officials, insisting that if the bodies are not swiftly addressed, calamity will inevitably ensue. Zhou Zi, angered by their audacity to impede official proceedings, bellows, "You lot of cultivators! How dare you obstruct my duties?" Wen Tian, standing at the forefront, is equally incensed. "County Magistrate, are you aware of the gravity of your actions? Should nightfall arrive with these corpses unhandled, they may very well wreak havoc. Are you truly indifferent to the lives of others?" Zhou Zi retorts, "I am currently safeguarding the deceased. The deceased take precedence. We have yet to apprehend the murderer, yet you insist on conjuring dangers that may arise at night. What are you cultivators even doing? Furthermore, have you consulted the families of the deceased regarding the disposal of the bodies?" Confronted by Zhou Zi's cunning words, Wen Tian grows increasingly frustrated, perceiving him as a man who brings harm through his insidious thinking. The surrounding crowd buzzes with murmurs. If the bodies are dealt with now, all evidence will vanish, and seeking compensation from the Li family later will prove futile. There is even the chance that they might be accused in return. Could it be that these cultivators are colluding with the Li family? Such bitter and cold-hearted sentiments resonate with the current state of affairs, where demons run rampant and human hearts are treacherous, leaving few cultivators capable of maintaining their integrity. The junior disciples, listening to these words, feel a surge of anger, some even contemplating drawing their swords. Their well-intended warnings have been dismissed as folly by these ignorant individuals. Both Chongqing and Chongnian share a sense of frustration. "Senior brother," one junior disciple casts a pleading glance at Qin Zhiyun, hoping he will intervene and restore order, preferably by commanding them to draw their swords and intimidate the officials and the willfully ignorant. However, Qin Zhiyun merely regards them with a cold gaze, displaying no intention of intervening. He turns to the families of the deceased, asking in a frosty tone, "If the bodies are not dealt with now, they may cause further harm by nightfall. Do you still wish to ensure their proper arrangements?" The families of the deceased are momentarily taken aback by his words. His demeanor speaks of an extraordinary presence, unmistakably a person of high stature. Yet, if the bodies are removed now, how will they seek further compensation from the Li residents? Seeing the families waver, Zhou Zi grows somewhat uncertain as well. Nevertheless, the families of the deceased do not disappoint him. "We shall heed the county magistrate's words, indeed. We shall heed the county magistrate's words." Upon hearing their response, Zhou Zi's lips curl into a satisfied smirk. Qin Zhiyun gestures for the junior disciples to step aside. And though they are discontented, they reluctantly comply. Zhou Zi, puffing out his chest and adjusting his waist sash, strides past Qin Zhiyun with an air of triumph. "Let us depart." After their exit, the crowd disperses. Wen Tian, filled with concern, remarks, "Senior brother, that magistrate is the brother of the Li gentleman's concubine. When we proposed to reside at the Li household to assist in expelling the demons, the Li gentleman disregarded our counsel, swayed by his concubine's words. Now, with the bodies, that is their own choice. Wen Tian, we must focus on fulfilling our responsibilities." Qin Zhiyun has remained a detached observer throughout, choosing not to interfere with the fates of others. Since this is their decision, let them bear the consequences of their actions. Are we to stand idly by while others meet a tragic end? Wen Tian protests, agitated, "Senior brother, are you truly so cold-hearted? Your words seem to disregard the safety of others." Even Chongqing is taken aback by Qin Zhiyun's apparent indifference. "Indeed, senior brother, should we not?" Qin Zhiyun closes his eyes momentarily, seemingly weary, finally comprehending why his masters insisted he accompany Wen Tian and the others this time. They are naive, lacking even the most basic judgment and discernment. Observing his surroundings, Qin Zhiyun softly states, "There are too many eyes and ears here. Let us leave this place." Inside an inn, bang! A hand slams heavily on the table as Wen Tian declares solemnly, "Very well, let us proceed as such tonight." He then turns to Qin Zhiyun. "By the way, senior brother, Sister Yun and the others are arriving shortly. Let us go greet them together." Qin Zhiyun rises, saying, "No, I have matters to attend to. You may go with that." He strides toward the exit, the door creaking open as he encounters someone who is just entering. A graceful woman clad in a similar robe is taken aback upon seeing Qin Zhiyun. Yun Yin had thought she would have to wait a long while to see him, only to find him already present. "Senior brother," she exclaims joyfully. Qin Zhiyun's gaze, however, is fixated on the person standing behind her. Song Ruo, upon spotting Qin Zhiyun, is momentarily stunned, muttering, "It's you?" Qin Jiyun frowns. You're not dead? Yun Yin, noticing her senior brother's attention is not on her, glances at Song Ruo and then back at Qin Jiyun, whose expression has grown markedly severe. In a timid tone, she interjects, Senior brother, I merely saved Scholar Song during our journey. There is nothing between us. Chapter 24. Return to Xintian sect with you? How amusing. Scholar Song. Emerging from the inner chamber, Chang Yin and Chang Qing are equally taken aback at the sight of Song Ruo. Was he not already dead? How can this be? Chang Yin exclaims in disbelief. You were supposed to be dead. How are you here with Sister Yun? Song Ruo's face betrays a hint of guilt, for he had abandoned Xine Yang and fled. Now confronted by these cultivators, leaving him utterly humiliated. According to Miss Zhao, Song Ruo should have perished, yet here he stands, alive and well. Setting aside the mystery of how he survived, does this not imply that Zhao Xine Yang and senior brother, when Tian, standing to the side, is still perplexed? What is happening? Do you know each other? Both Chang Yin and Qin Jiyun wear expressions of displeasure, particularly Qin Jiyun, while Chang Qing displays open disdain, tinged with mockery. If Song Ruo is alive, does that mean Zhao Xine Yang will not be with senior brother? At Lan Ruo Temple. When Sang Sang hears the commotion outside, she initially assumes that Ruo Ming has brought back yet another peculiar item. Clutching the rabbit that Ruo Ming caught, her face beams with joy, her smile sweet and her clear eyes crescent-shaped, rendering her the sole beauty in the dilapidated temple. I have already said not to. Her words may suggest a refusal, yet her melodious voice betrays the joy she feels within. Just as she is about to step out of the temple, a tall figure standing at the entrance causes her smile to falter abruptly. Then, with a swift motion, the sword that had been resting nearby is now firmly at the man's waist. Qin Jiyun steps into the temple, surveying the flowers and grasses below, along with a few rabbits grazing. And a few individuals holding rabbits, too timid to approach him. The smile that had adorned her face vanishes upon his arrival. When Sang Sang hastily sets the rabbit down and approaches Qin Jiyun, eager to please. Young master, you have come to fetch me? Qin Jiyun's gaze remains fixed on the woman before him, her skin as smooth as cream, her beauty captivating. Who would not be enchanted? Yet, this delicate flower belongs solely to him. However, now that her well-regarded cousin is not only alive but also in peril due to his efforts to save her from demons, his heart grows heavier. Indeed, just moments ago, Song Ruo had proclaimed that he fought valiantly against demons to save Sang Sang, only to succumb to unconsciousness, later awakening to find himself ensnared by monstrous creatures. Thankfully, he was rescued by Yun Yin and several disciples of the Xintian sect. This aligns perfectly with the tale Sang Sang had concocted. The thought of Xine Yang potentially falling into another's embrace only deepens Qin Jiyun's turmoil. When Sang Sang senses something amiss. This man has remained expressionless since entering, his gaze piercing as if seeking to uncover her very essence. She forces a smile, seeking an excuse to slip away. Young master, please wait a moment. I shall inform Ruo Ming. Yet, before she can take a step, a powerful grip seizes her wrist, and she is pulled into the man's broad embrace. When Sang Sang gasps in surprise, attempting to retreat, but Qin Jiyun's hold on her waist is firm, imprisoning her against him, his crisp scent enveloping her senses. When Sang Sang places her hands against Qin Jiyun's chest, her exquisitely innocent face reflecting her resistance. Young master, Ruo Ming is still? Qin Jiyun chuckles softly. Why are you so anxious, Xine Yang? Even if I were to do something, wouldn't he dare to interrupt? The scoundrel, did he not satisfy his desires last night? When Song Song's ears flushed, a delicate crimson hue gracing her fair skin. Illuminated by the morning sunlight, resembling a soft peach blossom, exuding a faint fragrance. Qin Jiyun felt a dryness in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, aware of her shyness. He ceased his teasing and, holding her close, softly inquired, Xine Yang, you will return to Xintian sect with me, won't you? Though he posed the question gently, the darkness in his gaze deepened, for even if she were to respond in the negative, he would devise ways to keep her by his side. When Sang Sang was puzzled by the man's strange behavior, having asked this question countless times before, she couldn't help but chuckle coldly within. Return to Xintian sect with you? How absurd, however, on the surface, she played along, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, presenting herself as one who could not bear to be apart from him. Of course, Yang was already the man-s. This response evidently pleased Qin Zhiyun, yet thoughts of Song Ruo, who merely needed to keep Yang at a distance, troubled him. He resolved to inform Wen Sang that Song Ruo was still alive. After all, he was her cousin. Upon hearing that Song Ruo was alive, Wen Song's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking within Qin Zhiyun's embrace, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Cousin, he is still alive. Qin Zhiyun frowned at her reaction. Wen Sang instinctively revealed her fear. If Song Ruo was alive, would not all her lies be exposed? However, as she listened to Qin Zhiyun's next words, her anxious heart began to settle, though only momentarily. He is your cousin, and he nearly lost his life saving you. Out of both affection and reason, he is your savior. Moreover, concerning you and me, it is always better for another to know. Yang. Sooner or later, I must meet your family, mustn't I? Brother said he did it to save me. When Sang stammered, her heart quaking, realizing that Song Ruo had also lied for the sake of his reputation. Otherwise, Qin Zhiyun would not speak of this without cause. A cold smile crept into Wen Song's heart. Indeed, this man was no good. If she must weave a tale, then she would play her part to the fullest. Tears brimmed in her eyes, her gaze reddening, her weeping demeanor was heart-wrenching. Young master, since my cousin is still alive, please take me to see him. Seeing her so distraught, pleading for Song Ruo, Qin Zhiyun felt a pang in his heart. It was clear she still held feelings for Song Ruo. Yet, he could only suppress his frustration, lowering his voice to coax her. Yang, do not forget your promise to me. When Sang wiped her tears, softly acquiescing Damem. Though she appeared compliant and dependent on him now, her heart had long devised a plan for the future. Do promise you to return to Xintian's sect with you? How laughable, with Song Ruo's pride. If she merely stoked the flames with a few words, could she not easily extricate herself from this group of cultivators? While Qin Zhiyun comforted her, outside, Ruoming, who had just returned with a black rabbit, heard the commotion within. He paused, gripping the rabbit's ears, lifting it up, and sighed, "Oh you! What luck you have!" The rabbit kicked its legs as if it understood, letting out a few squeaks. Chapter 25. Yang. Do not keep me waiting too long. All the way to Qingshui County, Qin Zhiyun held Wen Song's hand firmly, a handsome couple strolling together, drawing envious glances from many. Yet, the imposing aura that Qin Zhiyun exuded made quite a few retract their gazes in displeasure. Meanwhile, when Sang surveyed the scenes of this small county, contemplating how a fox spirit like her could one day walk openly down the street. Who would have thought that the one protecting her would be this so-called upright cultivator? Qin Zhiyun, just as they entered the inn and were about to step through the door, a familiar voice called from a distance. Yang. Upon closer inspection, the person hurrying towards them was none other than Song Ruo. Cousin. Upon seeing Song Ruo, when Sang felt as though she had encountered a savior. Yet, her hand was suddenly gripped tightly, causing a slight pain. She found she had lost the strength to step forward. Qin Zhiyun's face darkened, showing no intention of loosening his grip, and instead, he held on even tighter. How could she express herself with Qin Zhiyun present? When Sang pleaded gently, "Young master, I wish to speak with my cousin. Might you kindly step aside?" Qin Zhiyun frowned. Did she so eagerly wish to be with Song Ruo? Seeing the man's expression change, she quickly explained in a soft voice, "Young master, Yang is alone in her family, and my cousin is my only kin on this journey. From now on, Yang will depend on you, and besides, have I not already promised you?" This was the first time she mentioned her background. Yet, if it meant cutting ties with Song Ruo, he could grant her this opportunity. Qin Zhiyun felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He released Wen Song's hand, speaking gently, "Yang, do not make me wait too long." With that, he turned and left. Watching the man's retreating figure, when Sang slowly curved her lips into a smile. Song Ruo and Qin Zhiyun brushed past each other, one anxious, the other calm. In terms of temperament and appearance, Qin Zhiyun surpassed the other, yet if one had to choose a husband from either, no one would select Qin Zhiyun. Song Ruo quickly approached Wen Sang, gazing at her in scathed form with disbelief. She was truly alive. He pulled her into the room, closing the door with a creak. As Qin Zhiyun walked downstairs, his expression darkened. Upon returning, Wen Tian and others spotted him. Yun Yin was about to approach and ask, "Senior brother, you've just returned. Where are you off to now?" Qin Jiyun would not reveal he was going to buy a hairpin for Xingyang. At this thought, a soft warmth spread within him, and a gentle smile graced his lips. Yun Yin had never seen her senior brother like this before, especially towards herself, yet the next moment her expression changed. For Qin Jiyun had just instructed Chang Yin, "Chang Yin, take good care of Xingyang." Chang Yin replied, and Qin Jiyun strode past them, exiting the inn. Yun Yin regarded his silhouette, her gaze clouded. Xingyang? Who is Xingyang? Inside the room, Song Ruo held Wen Song's shoulders. Slightly bending down, his eyes reddened with guilt as he said, "I'm sorry, Xingyang. It's all my fault. I did not protect you well." When Sang's eyes were also red, tears welling up. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so greedy for life," she began to choke up, stealing glances at Song Ruo's expression. Upon hearing this, Song Ruo's eyes flickered with guilt. If someone were to probe deeper into the matter of him abandoning her, it would surely expose him. He needed to find an opportunity to align their stories. "Dear cousin, what are you saying?" Song Ruo interrupted her, gritting his teeth. "It is only right for your elder cousin to protect you." His face displayed a pained expression, yet his mind was darkly contemplating, "My dear cousin, please do not let slip a single word." Song Ruo's gaze fell upon the crude bamboo hairpin atop Wen Song's head, and he sneered inwardly, thinking, surely she does not believe that a mere bamboo pin can capture a woman's heart? He narrowed his eyes, testing the waters. "Xingyang, what is your relationship with that Qin cultivator?" From the moment they entered, he had observed them, their contrasting heights and inseparable demeanor, particularly their tightly clasped hands, which provoked envy in others. When Sang, her eyes reddened, appeared deeply aggrieved as she replied, "Cousin, please do not ask." She had just found herself at a loss for an excuse. It seemed Song Ruo was indeed deserving of his scholarly reputation. His keen observation skills evident. Song Ruo's forehead twitched with suppressed anger, seizing Wen Song's wrist, demanding, "What has he done to you?" A charming girl like her had yet to be fully enjoyed by him. How could that Qin Jiyun, a mere cultivator without power or influence, dare? When Sang, her eyes glistening with vulnerability, presented her most fragile self before Song Ruo, "Cousin, after I was abducted by the bandits, I fainted. Upon waking, I encountered that Qin cultivator. I believed he was just, but unexpectedly, he acted improperly towards me, even claiming you abandoned me. I trust my cousin is not that kind of person. For your reputation, I had no choice but to submit to him. You wouldn't truly abandon Xingyang, would you? I have no one but you." Song Ruo had indeed abandoned her, yet this could instill real fear of Qin Jiyun in him. And it might compel Song Ruo to whisk her away from this place. The best outcome would be a conflict with that group of cultivators. Song Ruo trembled at her words, realizing that Qin Jiyun had witnessed the events of that night. A man who prided himself on his integrity, and with those cultivators always looking to him for guidance, how could he hold his head high if this matter were to come to light? As Song Ruo pondered his predicament, he found no solution, save for the extreme of killing Qin Jiyun. Yet how could he possibly achieve that? Song Ruohong gazed at Wen Sang with reddened eyes. Since Zhao Xinyang had already become a mere acquaintance, why not? Song Ruo settled the turmoil within and gently reassured Wen Sang, "Xinyang, what are you saying? How could my cousin possibly disdain you?" He sighed heavily, his words dripping with contempt. Who would have thought that Qin Jiyun could be such a vile person? One who presents a facade while harboring ulterior motives? Now, I fear he is merely drawn to your beauty, seeking to toy with you, and you, a mere ordinary person, while he is a renowned cultivator. When Sang's face turned pale with fear, her voice trembling, "Cousin, then what should I do?" Song Ruo feigned contemplation. Producing a square packet of white powder from his sleeve, he solemnly handed it to Wen Sang, saying, "Xinyang, this is a sleeping potion. Within 2 hours, no one can awaken once they have consumed it. Just add this medicine to Qin Jiyun's food, and he will fall into a deep slumber. That moment, I will intervene to help you escape from him." When Sang raised her hand, about to take the so-called sleeping medicine, but quickly withdrew it, exclaiming, "No, I cannot accept this, cousin. What about you?" Song Ruo observed her stepping into his trap, placing the drug into her palm, and gazing at her with deep affection. "Xinyang, As long as you remain unharmed, it is worth any sacrifice for me. Rest assured, as a son of the Song family, they will not dare to touch me." When Sang Sang wiped her tears and, with no other option, reluctantly accepted the medicine. Upon seeing this, Song Ruo smiled slightly, satisfied, for this young woman was indeed easy to manipulate. He further instructed, "Xinyang, once Qin Jiyun consumes this medicine, run towards the southeast. There lies a Lanrua temple, where I will arrange for someone to escort you away." When Sang Sang paused, pondering how Song Ruo knew of the nearby Lanrua temple, before her suspicion could deepen, Song Ruo explained, "Not long ago, that group of cultivators rescued me there. Trust me, I will make the necessary arrangements." His words, when Sang Sang's doubts only intensified. Chapter 26. The senior brother and sister Yun have an engagement? Xinyang, this matter must remain confidential. No one else must know. I shall contact my closest friend here. You must wait for me quietly and not draw attention. After tonight, everything will be resolved. When Sang Sang leaned against the windowsill, contemplatively observing Song Ruo's departing figure below, she realized she seemed to have been swept into turbulent waters, and these waters were indeed treacherous. There was something amiss with Song Ruo. How had he known about the Lanrua temple? He claimed to have been rescued by that group of cultivators recently, yet she had just come from there, and they had robbed her of everything, leaving her destitute. How could he arrange for her escape? Did the book mention anything about Song Ruo? It did not, and what she was experiencing now bore no resemblance to the narrative of that book, aside from a few character tropes, in her current predicament. The cunning woman desperately sought a means to extricate herself from these people, and as for the drug, she would be mad to actually administer it to Qin Jiyun. Song Ruo was suspicious enough. But Qin Jiyun was a character blessed with the aura of a protagonist. If drugged, wouldn't he pursue her relentlessly? She had merely been an acquaintance with Song Ruo, and if that parrot spirit had already set a trap, she had managed to confuse Song Ruo with just a few words. Speaking of the parrot spirit, an idea sparked in when Sang Sang's mind. Wasn't he that creature still confined at the inn? When Tian and his companions were seated at the inn below. Since Qin Jiyun had just left, and with Song Ruo's departure, the only one who had not made an appearance was Zhao Xinyang, whom they had scorned. The atmosphere grew tense, for cultivators like them were most wary of entangling with ordinary individuals before establishing a partner. Moreover, that individual was Qin Jiyun. Indeed, the choice of a partner largely determined a cultivator's future path. If both were cultivators or possessed innate spiritual roots, there would be ample opportunity for cultivation. However, Zhao Xinyang possessed not a shred of spiritual root, being an utterly ordinary person, which made it difficult for those who had high hopes for Qin Jiyun to swallow their pride. As if summoned by fate, a figure in a flowing white dress gracefully descended. The newcomer's figure was enchanting, her pure beauty unmatched, her skin as flawless as unblemished jade. With a slight smile that could rival the blooming of 100 flowers, she captured the attention of all. The inn's attendant dropped his teapot in awe. Bang! A sharp sound broke through the air as someone stared in disbelief, only to be slapped by their spouse. "You fool! Do you wish for me to gouge your eyes out?" Truly, she was breathtaking in her earlier days, when Sang Sang would have felt shy under such scrutiny, but now she was unfazed. She merely wore a gentle smile. Walking naturally to the side of Chang Yin, gazing at him, young Master Chang Yin. Chang Yin was momentarily taken aback before reacting. "Miss Xiao," when Sang Sang toyed with a strand of her hair, her gaze flickering to Yun Yin and when Tian beside her. Chang Yin immediately introduced, "This is my senior sister, Yun Yin, and this is senior brother Wen Tian." Upon hearing Wen Tian's name, when Sang Sang's smile faltered slightly, she had indeed encountered the protagonist. She needed to remain composed. As long as she did not provoke Wen Tian, she would not be in danger. With a stiff demeanor, she bowed slightly to the two. "This humble one is Xinyang." Wen Tian had been observing Wen Sang Sang since she approached. She was indeed an extraordinary beauty, and he had momentarily lost his focus upon her arrival. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Chang Qing, seated beside Yun Yin, could not suppress her derision. How touching! Upon seeing her cousin, she cannot wait to throw herself into his arms. When Tian frowned, unable to contain his disapproval. "Junior sister, be cautious with your words." Chang Qing scoffed, her disdain evident as she spoke before everyone. "Yun sister, let me tell you, some people love to put on a facade." She used to covertly entice men, and now she has no shame in drugging the senior brother. The moment her cousin arrives, she calls him cousin without restraint. It is utterly nauseating. As she spoke, her disdainful gaze fell upon Wen Sang Sang. When Sang Sang's expression stiffened slightly, this female cultivator seemed to be filled with rage upon seeing her. Why was Qin Jiyun so appealing in her eyes? Yet, this presented an opportunity. When Sang Sang feigned difficulty. I have maintained a pure relationship with my cousin. What does Miss Chang mean by this? Xinyang does not comprehend your words. Chang Qing coldly huffed, dismissing Wen Sang Sang. Beside her, Wen Tian angrily retorted. Chang Qing, you should refrain from jumping to conclusions without understanding the situation. If you falsely accuse a good person, it would be a disgrace. Chang Qing, taken aback by Wen Tian's rebuke, shot a glance at Yun Yin beside her. Senior sister, I am merely looking out for you, Yun Yin, who had remained silent for a long time, interjected. Junior sister, Miss Xiao has not committed any transgressions. Why speak so maliciously of her? Chang Qing did not expect Yun Yin to defend the cunning Wen Sang Sang. Leaving her momentarily speechless, her face flushed with anger as she raised her voice. She has not done anything out of line. Yun's sister, you are unaware. That flirt was alone with the senior brother for 3 days and nights. She claimed she wanted to leave but shamelessly followed him instead. Along the way, the senior brother nearly harmed a disciple of Master Baiyun for her. As Chang Qing recounted Wen Sang Sang's recent actions, her eyes glimmered with venom. The senior brother must have his reasons for acting this way. Chang Qing, cease your words, lest we become a laughingstock to outsiders. Yun Yin, while still defending Wen Sang Sang, clutched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. The surrounding onlookers had been observing the exchange, and upon hearing Chang Qing's words, their gazes shifted back and forth towards Wen Sang Sang. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Listen to her. Turns out she is a third party. The third party has brazenly approached the main party. She is even speaking up for him. That man must be blind. A wave of murmurs erupted, and some recognized that Wen Tian and his companions were of extraordinary status, adorned with swords, indicating they were skilled practitioners. However, with Wen Sang Sang's unique presence, it appeared she was akin to the White Lotus that everyone sought to despise, intent on disrupting their relationships. Wen Sang Sang, in her heart, fervently hoped that Chang Qing would continue speaking. From her words, it seemed her senior sister had some connection with Qin Jiyun. The best outcome would be for her to reveal the details of their engagement. Tears welled in her eyes, as if she had endured immense grievances. Miss Chang, I do not know where I have offended you. Why are you so relentless in your pursuit of me? Chang Qing silently watched her performance, her previous reprimand not only failing to rein her in but fueling her desire to see Wen Sang Sang fall into utter despair. She scoffed, enunciating each word, Zhao Xinyang, we are both women. Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes? Do not assume your tears will sway others to your side. Today, I shall tell you the truth. You are merely a third party ruining someone else's engagement. The senior brother has long been betrothed to senior sister Yun. If you have any sense, you should leave the senior brother as soon as possible. Chang Qing's words drove the final nail into Wen Sang Sang's coffin, branding her with shame. He has an engagement. She appeared to have suffered a profound blow, her strength utterly sapped, as she sank to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, it was not only Wen Sang Sang who felt as though struck by lightning. Beside her, Wen Tian and Chang Yin shared in the dismay. When Chang frowned deeply, what did you say? The senior brother and sister Yun have an engagement. So, this woman is indeed the one who has disrupted the relationship between sister Yun and the senior brother? With a resounding clap, Yun Yin rose, casting a glance at the weeping Wen Sang Sang, and solemnly declared, Enough! Let it be. Chapter 27. The little monk who made her smile by catching rabbits. When Tian observed Wen Sang Sang on the ground. Although she was beautiful, the engagement between the senior brother and sister Yun rendered her presence unacceptable, as she threatened their bond. Besides, with sister Yun being such a remarkable person, the senior brother should certainly not pursue others. Let it be. I trust the senior brother. There is no need to discuss this matter further. Yun Yin suddenly interjected, and the inn fell into a hush, all eyes turning toward her, where an indescribable sorrow lingered on her lovely face. Despite not raising her voice in accusation, her demeanor inevitably recalled Chang Chang's earlier words. The onlookers murmured in disbelief at this farce, their voices rising and falling like waves. Chang Chang glared fiercely at the prostrate Wen Sang Sang. Striding to Yun Yin's side, unable to restrain herself from pointing at Wen Sang Sang on the floor. Sister, this is clearly the fault of that Zhao Xianyang. The senior brother must have been deceived by her. I believe the senior brother is not a superficial person. Chang Chang, let this matter rest. Moreover, Miss Zhao might have her own untold difficulties. Yun Yin's words prompted the crowd to regard this female cultivator with newfound respect. In a moment of crisis, she remained composed and ethereal, starkly contrasting with the sobbing Wen Sang Sang, thereby inciting even greater disdain for her among the spectators. A perceptive soul nearby remarked, "Miss, you are far too kind. If it were me, I would say this white lotus is simply unworthy, indeed. So pure in appearance, yet secretly seducing another's fiancé, truly shameless." Such remarks, if uttered by others, would have shattered a person into pieces. Yet for Wen Sang Sang, this was precisely the effect she sought. Internally, she harbored a deep-seated resentment. "Qin Zhuyun, you scoundrel, how dare you sleep with her while still having a fiancé? What a farce of a righteous cultivator, not but a sham." She acknowledged her own misfortune, recognizing her cowardice for not retaliating. Now isolated and vulnerable, Wen Sang Sang found herself the subject of ridicule. Even Chang Nian hesitating to extend her support. With reddened eyes, she implored Yun cultivator, "I did not know he was your fiancé. I have not seduced Qin cultivator, truly, I have done nothing." Yet, her explanation held no weight with Yun Yin, who gazed at her with profound disappointment. "So, you truly..." At these words, the surrounding murmurs swelled, many expressing indignation on Yun Yin's behalf, while others condemned Wen Sang Sang as a shameless vixen. This is an admission. What a tragedy! Shameless vixen. Thank goodness she is not from a wealthy family. Otherwise, she would be drowned in a pig cage. What a pity, such a beautiful girl. In that moment, Wen Sang Sang became the target of derision. The barbs of gossip piercing her defenses. I truly did not, she murmured, casting a desperate glance toward Chang Yin, who lowered her head. To assist her now would be to oppose Sister Yun and, by extension, the Xintian sect. Yun Yin regarded the fallen Wen Sang Sang, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Chang Yin wished to help Wen Sang Sang but was stopped by Wen Tian's glance. "Junior brother, since this woman dares to entice the senior brother, she is certainly not simple. It would be best for you not to wade into these murky waters. But the senior brother instructed me to care for Miss Zhao. If he returns and learns of this, would I not have offended him? Junior brother, consider this. Even if the senior brother brought her to the Xintian sect, could they truly be together?" Realizing the futility, Chang Yin slowly withdrew her outstretched hand. Wen Sang Sang listened to their conversation, feeling utterly wronged. But she was, after all, a vixen, destined to be the subject of others' narratives. The irony of the world struck her. Demons roamed freely, and even cultivators disregarded her existence. Yet, where was Qin Zhuyun? Was he waiting for her to crash into a pillar, blood spattering upon this crowd before he returned? Would that not be too lenient for them? Wen Sang Sang's collaboration with Chang Chang in this charade was merely to secure a reason to maintain distance from Qin Zhuyun. However, before that, she would not let herself be bullied without consequence. While she might not prevail in a physical confrontation, she was skilled in vexation. When Qin Zhuyun returned, she vowed to not simply cry and create a scene. Even if she could not drive them mad, she would ensure they were thoroughly vexed. She could not fathom how the cold-faced Qin Zhuyun would endure her antics. Before she could await Qin Zhuyun's arrival, a familiar figure approached. "Miss Zhao, are you all right?" Ruo Ming rushed over, his worried expression causing Wen Sang Sang to pause. Had he not gone to find his master? After entering the county town, Ruo Ming had parted ways with them, claiming he was off to seek his master. Why was he here now? Ruo Ming had come to find Qin Cultivator as instructed by his master. Upon failing to locate him, he spotted her, alone and lost, while others merely stood by and watched. "Dao Zhong, what has happened to you? Why are you in such a state?" Her appearance clearly indicated she had been wronged, and it seemed Qin Cultivator was absent. Chang Chang, taken aback that Zhao Xianyang would even target a monk, sneered. "Zhao Xianyang, you truly do not reject any suitor?" Ruo Ming, this Zhao Xianyang is nothing but a vixen who disrupts others' engagements. Do not be deceived by her facade. when Sang Sang could not help but inwardly protest. A monk? No matter how famished I might be, I would not provoke a monk. At that moment, a remark struck her deeply. This cultivator, I do not know your character, but I am well aware of Miss Zhao's. How can you call her a vixen without evidence? You cannot tarnish her reputation simply because she is beautiful. Ruoming's words left many puzzled. Who is this monk, and why is he defending this white lotus? We are unsure. After all, Ruoming is a monk. A man of the cloth does not speak falsely. Unless this vixen has ensnared even him, when Sang Sang quietly regarded Ruoming, recalling the little monk who had brought her joy by catching rabbits at Lan Rua Temple. Yun Yin's expression darkened. She had not anticipated someone would defend this vixen. The senior brother belonged to her, and today she intended to humiliate this vixen. Dao Zhang, as a monk, you should know what you are saying. We mean no harm. Merely wishing for this young lady to avoid straying from the righteous path. Ruoming was incensed, sensing collusion. He had known this cultivator lacked the moral fiber of their monks. You all. He was about to retort when a hand tugged at his robe. Dao Zhang, please stop. It is all Xian Yang's fault. I beg you to take me away. With red-rimmed eyes, when Sang Sang implored him, her gaze filled with a myriad of emotions, seeming almost desperate. Ruoming promptly assisted when Sang Sang to her feet, leading her away. Chang Nian wished to pursue them but was halted by a glance from Wen Tian, who believed that leaving was the only way for that woman to escape. Chang Nian had not anticipated Ruoming's appearance, nor that he would take Zhao Xian Yang away. What if the senior brother returned? Chapter 28. So, she is to be made a concubine? When Sang Sang, now taken away by Ruoming, brought an end to the farce. As they stepped out of the inn, a pair of furious crimson eyes fixed intently on their departing figures from a hidden vantage point above. Moments later, at the Li residence, Master Bai Yun stared at Wen Sang Sang, who had appeared alongside Ruoming, his head throbbing. He looked at his foolish disciple, feeling an itch in his hand. Upon entering the Li residence with Ruoming, Wen Sang Sang felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she, the vixen, had deceived his disciple. Master Bai Yun maintained a courteous smile. Please wait, young lady. I have matters to discuss with Ruoming. When Sang Sang nodded, feeling somewhat constrained. Ruoming, still puzzled, obediently followed his master away. They made their way to an empty garden, where Ruoming asked, Master, what do you wish to discuss with me? Master Bai Yun quietly rolled up his sleeves, and Ruoming, still confused about the lack of heat in the weather, wondered why his master would do such a thing. A swift, solid smack to Ruoming's head left him reeling. Ouch, master. What are you doing? Ruoming clutched his bald head, wincing in pain. Master Bai Yun scolded. What am I doing? I sent you to invite Qin Cultivator, not to bring Zhao Xian Yang here. Ruoming, rubbing his head, muttered. I saw her being bullied, and she seemed so pitiful, so I brought her back. Master Bai Yun frowned. His disciple was too kind-hearted, always judging by appearances without considering the consequences. Have you thought about what to do now that you have brought her here? In a moment of urgency, Ruoming could not bring himself to believe that Miss Zhao would be the type to disrupt another's engagement. No one should have to endure such humiliation from that group of people. As for what would happen to Miss Zhao next, he had not contemplated that at all. After he and his master vanquished the demons, they were to return to the temple, and Miss Zhao could not possibly accompany him there. Ruoming found himself at a loss for words. Master Bai Yun sighed softly, stating, Miss Zhao is an ordinary person, while the cultivator Qin is a paragon among the youth, truly exceptional. I have met the leader of Xuantianzong a few times, and he holds high hopes for Qin, if he were to marry a commoner. Alas, Ruoming, it might be best for you to refrain from getting involved. Master Bai Yun, having experienced past tragedies, still vividly recalled the harsh realities. Although he wished to avoid interference, his disciple was entangled nonetheless. Yet, the cultivator Qin seemed genuinely invested in Miss Zhao. How could that be? Master Bai Yun interrupted his thoughts sternly. Even those in positions of power and wealth often take multiple consorts. How much more so in these times when the ranks of the Taoist sects have thinned. Ruoming's heart sank like a stone, and he muttered absently, So, is the cultivator Qin's kindness towards Miss Zhao merely to make her a concubine? Master Bai Yun sighed and closed his eyes. Having never witnessed his master express such sorrow, Ruoming recalled Wen Songsong's words in the temple, where she remarked that she and Qin Zhiyun were worlds apart. destined never to unite. When Miss Zhao spoke of such matters, there was not disappointment in her gaze, but rather a sense of resignation, an acceptance of her powerlessness. If even the master spoke thus, why did the cultivator Qin continue to treat her in such a manner within the temple? The only conclusion could be that he regarded Miss Zhao as nothing more than a diversion. Ruoming cradled his head, speechless for a long while in the pond. The lotus leaves swayed gently, sending ripples across the tranquil surface. Around the corner, when Song Song's nails were digging into the post, her eyes brimming with animosity. That despicable Qin Zhuyun, to say he would take responsibility, yet merely wishes to make me a concubine. I would never be able to hold my head high again. Such bullying is intolerable, with neither wealth nor power. He expects me to follow him to that wretched Zuantianzong and live my days in seclusion on the mountain? How is that different from being sold? Right now, I could just strangle that scoundrel Qin Zhuyun. No, I should leave quickly. There is not a single sane person here. She lingered for a moment, casting another glance at Ruoming, but ultimately decided against it and turned to depart. Qin Zhuyun, having procured a fine white jade hairpin, stepped through the inn's door, only to be met by Wen Tian blocking his path. Senior brother, who exactly is Miss Zhao to you? Wen Tian demanded. Qin Zhuyun surveyed those present, noting the absence of Xian Yang and Song Ruo, and retorted, Changnian, where is Xian Yang? Changnian's expression faltered, uncertain of how to respond. Changqing stepped forward, saying, Senior brother, since you have a betrothal with Sister Yun, you should not allow that Zhao Xian Yang to interfere between you two. At these words, Qin Zhuyun's frown deepened as his gaze fell upon Yun Yin, who looked at him with disappointment, seemingly awaiting a response. When Tian pressed, Senior brother, do you not intend to explain? Qin Zhuyun merely fixed his gaze on Changnian, coldly inquiring, where is Xian Yang? Changnian's face contorted in distress. She left. Left? Qin Zhuyun was taken aback that after merely stepping out, he returned to find his engagement arranged and Xian Yang driven away. He felt incredulous and turned to seek out Wen Sang. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Yun Yin, with reddened eyes, implored, Senior brother, we truly have a betrothal. If you do not believe me, look at this. She produced a piece of green jade, which, upon closer inspection, resembled the one tied at Qin Zhuyun's waist. He halted momentarily, turning to gaze intently at the jade. Outside the Li residence, I beg your pardon. Under the guidance of a servant, Qin Zhuyun and Changnian entered the Li manor. Within the opulent and resplendent hall, the slightly plump figure of Li Yuanwei sat awkwardly in the main seat, glancing outside intermittently, his hand turning the prayer beads tremblingly, clearly attempting to maintain composure. Beside him sat Master Baiyun and Ruoming. Master, the two cultivators have arrived, announced a servant. Li Yuanwei breathed a sigh of relief and urged, quickly invite them in. As Qin Zhuyun and Changnian entered, Li Yuanwei rushed to greet them. His demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier disdainful attitude towards Wen Tian. Two esteemed cultivators. Please, save me, I implore you. Changnian intervened, stopping Li Yuanwei from kneeling, saying, Li Yuanwei, please do not rush. Inform us of the situation first. It was evident that Li Yuanwei was already aware of the hidden corpses in his manor. If they could not be uncovered, more lives would be lost. Master Baiyun gestured for Ruoming to present the items. Though reluctant to approach Qin Zhuyun, Ruoming, upon receiving a glance from Master Baiyun, reluctantly retrieved the contents of his bag. A massive snake skin, measuring over 10 meters, was laid before everyone. Changnian's eyes widened in shock. A snake spirit? The revelation that the Li Manor housed not only hidden corpses but also a snake spirit left Li Yuanwei aghast. Master Baiyun spoke, this is the reason I requested your presence. It remains unclear whether this snake spirit is benevolent or malevolent. Should there be any missteps, it could jeopardize our merits. Qin Zhuyun scrutinized the snake skin for a long moment before speaking. The hidden corpses lack consciousness. If the snake spirit intends to conspire with them against humanity, the likelihood is minimal. He turned to Li Yuanwei. For the next few days, I will trouble you, Li Yuanwei. Fearing Qin Zhuyun's departure, hurriedly summoned the steward, instructing, what are you still doing? Quickly prepare rooms for the two cultivators. Bring forth the finest food and drink. Qin Zhuyun exchanged a few hushed words with Changnian before the latter departed. Master Baiyun intended to continue searching for the hidden corpses, leaving only Qin Zhuyun and Ruoming in the grand hall. Ruoming crouched to gather the snake skin. A voice rang from above. Daoist Ruoming, may I inquire where Xian Yang is? Chapter 29. Upon seeing the newcomer, she could not suppress her trembling. Ruoming paused in his task of collecting the snake skin, not raising his head as he replied casually. She has already left. Left? A flicker of suspicion crossed Qin Juyun's eyes as he pressed. Where has she gone? Ruoming rolled the snake skin, rising to hold it with one arm at his waist. Gazing at the still aloof and seemingly untouchable cultivator Qin, he shook his head, irritation seeping into his tone. I do not know. His dismissive tone made it clear he had no desire to converse further with Qin Juyun. Qin Juyun understood that this person must know Xian Yang's whereabouts, yet he was unwilling to share. According to Chang Yan, it seemed Ruoming was aware of his relationship with Yunyan. As Ruoming turned to leave, Qin Juyun's voice called after him, Daoist, that is a matter between Xian Yang and myself. Your actions are rather unethical, do you not think? Besides, Xian Yang has long been my person. As he spoke, Qin Juyun stepped closer to Ruoming, cautiously observing the fluctuations of his emotions. Ruoming, unable to maintain his composure, glared at Qin Juyun in anger. Cultivator Qin, Miss Zhao is wholeheartedly devoted to you, yet you have a fiancé. Do you not realize you are forcing her into the role of a concubine? As for morality, what right do you have? Having finished his tirade, Ruoming turned to exit the hall. Inside the hall, the man raised his hand, lightly resting it on the hilt of his sword, veins visibly surging on the back of his pale hand, reminiscent of a restrained beast poised to break free from its cage. Xian Yang, you promised me. Under the pretense of selling yellow paper, Ruoming left the Li Manor, navigating through several alleyways before comfortably entering an inn. Bang! The door swung open with a creak, revealing none other than Wen Sang, the very person Ruoming had believed to have departed. Upon seeing Ruoming, Wen Sang hurriedly welcomed him inside. That moment, a flash of white slipped away around the corner. In the room, Wen Sang poured water for Ruoming. Daoist, what brings you here? Did you not say you would not be able to leave for several more days? Earlier, Wen Sang had planned to leave but was taken aback when Ruoming directly sought her out, offering his assistance if she wished to escape. Ruoming had become her sole confidant, and if possible, she wished to flee with him, not even mentioning Song Ruo in his presence. Ruoming gulped down a cup of water before urgently stating, Miss Zhao, you must leave here at once. Wen Sang, sitting beside him, was puzzled by his words. What is the matter? Daoist, are you not coming with me? Ruoming quickly replied, just now, the cultivator Qin visited the Li Manor. He inquired about your whereabouts. I fear if you do not leave soon, it may be too late. A tremor of fear coursed through Wen Sang at the thought of that scoundrel Qin Juyun arriving at her doorstep. There would be no chance for her to escape. Gripping Ruoming's arm tightly, tears welled in her eyes, devoid of any pretense, for she was truly frightened. Daoist, I do not want to become a concubine. As an ordinary person, I would perish in such a place. I must run now. As she spoke, Wen Sang made for the door, only to be pulled back by Ruoming. Miss Zhao, it is far too conspicuous for you to go out in broad daylight. Perhaps the cultivator Qin is searching for you outside even now, and with the officials conducting searches, you would surely be captured. Wen Sang had almost forgotten about the existence of the government office. When she entered, she was under the protection of Qin Juyun, and thus, she paid little attention. What should be done now? Ruoming pondered for a moment before saying, I will come to find you tonight. I will take you out of the city in the name of my master. With no other options available, Wen Sang thought it over thoroughly and agreed to wait for Ruoming that evening. Li Mansion, within the octagonal pavilion at the center of the lotus pond. Qin Juyun rested one hand on the hilt of his sword, his elongated phoenix eyes fixed upon the crystalline waters of the pond. Standing tall and resolute in the center, the pond reflected the silhouettes of two individuals. Did you see clearly? Beside him, Chang Yin appeared somewhat troubled but still replied, the person who met with Daoist Ruoming is indeed Miss Zhao. The one who had been following Ruoming all along was Chang Yin, and all of this had been instructed by Qin Juyun. Qin Juyun's gaze darkened, his cold countenance growing somber. Xian Yang, are you so eager to leave? He stepped toward the pavilion's exit, while Chang Yin, unable to bear his master's relentless pursuit, called out, Master brother, since you are already betrothed to Sister Yun, and Miss Zhao is unwilling, why must you? Qin Juyun interrupted him coldly, unwilling. How do you know what she truly feels? Qin Zhiyun was precisely that kind of person, outwardly aloof, yet an undeniable control freak at heart. He would not permit anything that belonged to him to vanish without his consent. Wen Sangsang was no exception. Chang Yin sighed inwardly for Wen Sangsang. Master Brother was always domineering, and she feared there was no escape for her. Qin Zhiyun had barely taken 2 steps when he added, "For tonight's operation, tell Wentian and the others to be cautious." Understood. Not far behind a false mountain, the elegantly dressed Zhou Moer stood, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the tall and upright figure of Qin Zhiyun. Turning to her maid beside her and asking, "He is so handsome." "Who is he?" "Madam, that is the cultivator invited by the master. It is said that he has a remarkable background." Zhou Moer instantly composed herself, becoming somewhat serious. "Remarkable? How remarkable?" The maid leaned close to Zhou Moer's ear and whispered, "It is rumored that he is the chief disciple of a powerful sect." Upon hearing this, Zhou Moer's expression turned somewhat fearful. "The chief disciple? And he is so handsome." Nightfall descended quietly. Due to the recent events at Li Mansion, every household kept their doors and windows tightly shut, fearing persecution. The once bustling streets gradually fell silent. And above, the dark fog surrounding the small county tightened its grip, leaving only a faint glow of moonlight to illuminate the town's visage. All manner of spirits began to stir restlessly, and the mist gradually obscured all truths. In Li Mansion, confirming that his master, who was sleeping inside, had begun to snore, Ruoming quietly slipped out of the room. With a creak, as he opened the door and prepared to sneak out of Li Mansion, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "I in the inn." When Sangsang pushed open the window to glance at the bustling street below, her heart growing anxious. Why hadn't Ruoming arrived yet? She paced back and forth in her room as time dragged on, hearing 2 gongs from below and the warning, "The weather is dry. Be cautious with fire." When Sangsang could no longer bear to stay there, she reached the door, thinking, what if Ruoming was about to arrive? Just as her heart raced with urgency, there was a knock at the door. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurried to open it. Upon seeing the visitor, she could not suppress her trembling, retreating instinctively as her anticipation turned into shock and despair. Qin Zhiyun. The person before her wore a faint smile, devoid of any threat or intimidation. His ethereal appearance captivating in its own right. Qin Zhiyun stepped into the room, gazing at the woman who had once made a promise to him. "Xian Yang, you are quite hard to find." Chapter 30. She pushed Qin Zhiyun away, crying and pleading for help. When Sangsang truly regretted it. Had she known that it would be Qin Zhiyun who came, she should have jumped out of the window. No matter how she would fall, as long as she did not die, it would suffice. Qin Zhiyun surveyed the surroundings. Did she really intend to leave him while residing in such a crude and simple place? When Sangsang occupied the most inferior room in the inn, after all, she and Ruoming had little money. "Why, Lord? Why are you here?" Qin Zhiyun maintained his gentle smile. "I have come to take you back." His tone bore no trace of anger. Such a warm smile was impossible for anyone to reject. Yet, when Sangsang felt a chilling sensation in her heart, the book had described him as cold and aloof. But ever since they had shared a bed, it seemed he had undergone a transformation. To say he lavished her with unique affection would not be an exaggeration, yet when Sangsang did not desire it, not only did she not want it, but she also could not have it. She had never seen a novel where a demon and a cultivator could engage in a sweet romance. It was either a tale of torment, or they were mere supporting characters. Clearly, she and Qin Zhiyun belonged to the latter category, as the book had depicted that in the end, Qin Zhiyun ascended to immortality, devoid of any woman by his side. She did not fear the butterfly effect. Rather, she feared the ending could not be altered. When Sangsang feigned calmness, "Since my lord has urgent matters, Xian Yang shall not disturb you, I will wait here." Ruoming had yet to arrive. She needed to keep this man occupied for now. The curve of Qin Zhiyun's lips deepened, a hint of danger gleaming in his eyes. "Wait for whom? You do not intend to wait for me, do you?" When Sangsang tightened a strand of her hair in her grip, her gaze evasive as she dared not meet Qin Zhiyun's eyes. "Xian Yang, an ordinary person like me will only be a burden to you. While I remain here, you can come and go freely." She spoke, her heart racing like thunder. Qin Zhiyun quietly observed when Sangsang before him, his gaze fixed upon her, listening to her lies as his expression gradually darkened. When Sangsang felt increasingly uneasy under his penetrating stare. Would Ruoming still come tonight? With Qin Jiyun's presence, perhaps Ruo Ming would no longer arrive. Qin Jiyun was a cultivator. He would not harm Ruo Ming. She urged, "It is getting late. Xian Yang needs to rest." "I shall not see you off, my lord." Qin Jiyun retorted with a mocking smile. "Did Xian Yang not say that I could come and go as I please? What does it mean to send me away now?" He flexed his wrists and slowly approached Wen Sang. When Sang watched Qin Jiyun draw near, deliberately circling the table toward the door, thinking that if he dared to act recklessly tonight, she would scream for help. Yet, her small movements were of no consequence in his eyes. As he advanced, he murmured, "Xian Yang, have you forgotten that we have already shared a marital bond? My staying here is only fitting. Or do you intend to wait for someone else tonight?" When Song's breath hitched, without a moment's thought, she turned and dashed toward the door, only to find the speed of the man behind her so swift that she barely managed to suppress the cry for help before he covered her mouth and dragged her back into the room. When Sang was forcefully thrown onto the bed, given no chance to resist, a dark figure loomed over her, pinning her wrists above her head, the fierce grip nearly crushing her bones. Qin Jiyun, who had previously been at a distance, was now hovering over her, his handsome face taut, his eyes dark with intensity, as if he wished to devour her whole eye in the next moment. The door that had been left ajar was slammed shut with a loud bang. Even in her most vulnerable moments, when Sang could no longer endure, she turned her head to evade the man's kiss. The first time she rejected him, Qin Jiyun's expression immediately darkened. "You are unwilling?" When Song's demeanor was resolute, embodying an unwavering spirit of defiance. "Young master, since you have a fiancé, cease your entanglement with Xian Yang." This marked the first occasion she exhibited such fortitude in his presence. Upon the mention of his fiancé, Qin Jiyun, aware of his own guilt, released the grip he had on her wrist. When Sang seized the opportunity to gasp for breath, attempting to push the man before her away, but instead found herself ensnared by his embrace, firmly confined on the bed. Qin Jiyun gazed at the woman beneath him, surprisingly lowering his voice. "My relationship with Yun Yin is not as you perceive. Upon returning to Xintian sect, I shall have my master annul the engagement. Xian Yang, I will not marry her." When Sang found his words ironic, everyone could discern their mismatch, so why could he not see it? She raised her eyes, unflinchingly meeting Qin Jiyun's gaze, no longer inclined to feign compliance, her lips curling into a sarcastic smile. Before she could voice her intent to sever this tormenting bond, a knock resounded on the door from outside. "Miss Xiao, it is Ruo Ming. Please come out. I am here to take you away." Upon hearing this, when Sang felt an inexplicable surge of strength, forcefully pushing Qin Jiyun aside and crying out for help, tears streaming down her face. "Dao Zhang, I am here. Come save me." Chapter 31. Xian Yang, do you truly not wish to be with me? Dao Zhang, Xian Yang is here. Please come save me, she shouted for Ruo Ming, recklessly rushing towards the door. Her hairpin falling to the ground, scattering her tresses like a mesmerizing cascade. Just as she was about to push the door open, her only hope lay within reach. Ruo Ming awaited her outside, in the next instant. A searing presence collided with her back, not so much pressing against her as it was a forceful impact. When Sang found herself pinned against the door, her hands trapped behind her, akin to a fish helplessly pressed upon a cutting board. Unable to escape, Qin Jiyun was seething with rage. How could he not know when she had grown so close to Ruo Ming? The commotion outside had clearly gone unnoticed by Ruo Ming. "Miss Xiao, please come out," he continued to call, when Sang, trapped against the door, felt a large hand firmly covering her mouth, rendering her unable to utter a single word. Qin Jiyun's breath was unsteady, his chest heaving as he whispered hoarsely in her ear. "Xian Yang, you truly have given me a tremendous surprise. You wish to drive me away, only to await this monk to take you off." When Sang struggled, but the pressure only intensified, and she feared her bones might shatter. "Bang, bang, bang. Miss Xiao, I have come to take you away. Please come out." Ruo Ming persisted outside, yet she found herself unable to push open the door to flee. Clang. The silver sword, sharp and glinting, was suddenly poised at the door, aimed menacingly at Ruo Ming. Qin Jiyun cast a fleeting, sinister glance at it in that moment of distraction, when Sang bit down on his hand, quickly tasting the metallic tang of blood. Qin Jiyun furrowed his brows. a wave of fury surging within him as he gripped her cheeks, forcing her to meet his gaze. He leaned closer, whispering like a demon, "Xian Yang, guess whether my sword is swifter or his entrance?" When Sang Sang watched as the suspended blade drew nearer to the doorframe, its lethal edge having claimed countless lives without shedding blood. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Ruoming must not die. The one deserving of death was that wretched Qin Zhuyun. He was no righteous cultivator. He was a veritable demon cloaked in human guise. When Sang Sang implored him softly, "I beg you, young master, do not kill him." Qin Zhuyun regarded her, noting her plea for that unknown entity outside, which amounted to a plea for the monk's life. A smirk curled upon his lips, his eyes chillingly disdainful, resembling a vile libertine. "Then it shall depend on Xian Yang's sincerity." Suddenly, the ties at her waist loosened, the layers of her skirt cascading down gracefully. Despite the intense heat of the body pressed against her, when Sang Sang felt a profound chill envelop her. Upon realizing Qin Zhuyun's intentions, her complexion paled. There was still Ruoming outside. How could this scoundrel dare to contemplate such actions? When Sang Sang, akin to a fish laid bare upon the cutting board, felt her scales being scraped away, exposing her tender flesh, and she began to regret ever provoking Qin Zhuyun. "Xian Yang, just this once, return with me." Undeniably, she was a bewitching creature, captivating and entrancing, capable of ensnaring even him in her spell. The commotion outside had ceased, and the figure had vanished without a trace. Though she wished for Ruoming to depart, the reality that he had truly left created a gaping void within her heart. Silent tears fell, landing upon Qin Zhuyun's hand. He paused, gently tilting her chin, observing her tear-streaked face, eye in the dim light. Even without close scrutiny, he could perceive the disdain and grievance reflected in her eyes. A chill swept through Qin Zhuyun as he released her. The now weary when Sang Sang collapsed onto the ground. The frigid floor sent jolts through her consciousness. He had not gone as far as he intended. She hastily gathered her scattered garments, desperately attempting to shield herself, inching away into a corner in fear. Yet she could not evade Qin Zhuyun. He crouched beside her, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. "Is it truly so that you wish to leave with him?" When Sang Sang's eyes were red, her voice hoarse, "I simply do not wish to be a concubine. What does it matter with whom I go? I have stated before, I will not marry Yunyan." Unable to contain herself, when Sang Sang interrupted, "You are a lofty cultivator, while I am merely an ordinary person. Xian Yang desires only to live in peace. I beseech you, young master, let Xian Yang be." Qin Zhuyun gazed deeply into her eyes, gritting his teeth. "Xian Yang, do you truly not wish to be with me?" When Sang Sang turned her face away, sorrow etched upon her features. "Xian Yang does not wish to. I implore you, young master, do not persist." She could not fathom why Qin Zhuyun insisted on pursuing her, when he could choose someone befitting his status, someone who posed no harm to him. Yet he clung to her relentlessly. She had already laid her cards on the table. Whether he chose to listen or not was beyond her concern. Qin Zhuyun appeared to have lost all strength, quietly observing her. It was not that she did not wish to be a concubine, but rather that she did not want any ties with him. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He ceased speaking, rising to toss her a pouch of coins and a jade hairpin. When the pouch landed in Sang Sang's embrace, she was momentarily taken aback. She looked up to find Qin Zhuyun had already opened the door and departed. Was he truly leaving just like that? When Sang Sang opened the pouch, revealing it to be filled with gold, her eyes sparkled. How could Qin Zhuyun possess such wealth? Had she effectively been bought? Yet she felt no loss. After all, Qin Zhuyun was tall, handsome, and had finally been cast aside. She resolved to flee at once. As for Ruoming, she would consider herself heartless. When Sang Sang rose, her gaze falling upon the jade hairpin, its luster crystalline and exquisite, unmistakably of high quality. Nearby, her bamboo hairpin lay abandoned on the ground. Clutching the jade hairpin, she pressed it to her lips, lost in thought. Chapter 32. Xian Yang only spoke in anger. I can be your concubine." As Qin Zhuyun exited the inn, freshly victorious after slaying a demon, he approached with 2 young disciples in tow. "Senior brother, you were right. We have indeed drawn the demon's attention." At the inn's entrance, a headless corpse, its skin marred by deep purple gashes, lay sprawled on the ground, its severed head several paces away, desiccated and terrifying. Beside it rested a coffin intended for the corpse's containment. The innkeeper and the waiter huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Had it not been for this cultivator's timely warning, they would likely have been devoured to the bone by that creature. Qin Jiyun cast a glance at the corpse, realizing it had impersonated Ruoming. While the earlier knocking had also been its doing. "Senior brother, how shall we deal with this corpse?" asked Changnian. The corpse had evidently been guided by someone to pursue Wen Sangsang, and it had accurately assumed Ruoming's form. Since only a handful of them knew of Wen Sangsang and Ruoming's plan to leave that night, it was clear they had been targeted by the demon. Quickly report this to the authorities. Esteemed heroes, this creature is no ordinary being. The innkeeper pointed shakily at the corpse. The waiter echoed in fear. Could this be the very thing that has been terrorizing the Li family recently? Chang Yin pondered aloud. "Senior brother, we only visited the Li residence on our journey. Could it truly be connected?" Qin Jiyun, fixated on the corpse, mused, "Given its attire, this corpse likely belonged to a servant of a particular household. We should take it back and inquire with the Li family." Two young disciples nodded, lifting the corpse into the coffin, closing the lid, sealing it with a talisman, and carrying it towards the Li residence. Chang Yin glanced back at Qin Jiyun and suddenly inquired, "Hey, senior brother, where is Miss Zhao? Why isn't she with you?" Qin Jiyun pressed his lips together, his expression shifting slightly. "No need to concern yourself with her. Our business is of utmost importance." With that, Qin Jiyun strode away, leaving Chang Yin scratching his head in confusion, wondering if his senior brother hadn't come specifically for Miss Zhao. As night fell, the Li residence was brightly lit. Bang! The coffin hit the ground, and Li Yuanwei fearfully clutched his concubine, Zhou Moer, pointing at the coffin that Qin Jiyun and the others had just brought back. "What on earth is this?" Qin Jiyun approached the coffin. Lifting the lid slightly, he turned to Li Yuanwei. "It is merely a dead body. I kindly request you to find someone in charge to confirm whether this individual was a servant of the Li household." Li Yuanwei was taken aback. "What? There's a corpse inside?" Concubine Zhou Moer covered her nose and exclaimed, "Master, how could they bring a corpse here? I see this going to bring misfortune to the Li residence." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanwei's expression changed immediately. Chang Yin frowned. "Li Yuanwei, we are here to uncover the reason behind the deaths in your household. We mean you no offense." Zhou Moer tugged at Li Yuanwei's sleeve. "Oh dear master, a corpse at our door is indeed ominous. I fell ill after seeing a corpse not long ago." Recalling how his beloved had fallen ill recently, Li Yuanwei shot an unhappy glance at Qin Jiyun and his companions. He randomly pointed to a servant. "You go take a look." The servant, trembling with fear, stepped forward and glanced into the coffin. Thankfully, Qin Jiyun had covered the corpse with cloth, so the servant only saw a figure clad in coarse linen garments. After a few glances, the servant hurriedly declared, "This person is wearing the clothes of our household's fire attendant." Chang Yin discreetly nodded at Qin Jiyun. Qin Jiyun closed the coffin and instructed his young disciple beside him. "Burn it." "Yes, senior brother." The two young disciples lifted the coffin and departed. Qin Jiyun turned to Li Yuanwei and said, "We apologize for the disturbance," before leading Chang Yin away. Zhou Moer watched the two departing figures, a glint of calculation flashing in her eyes. As Qin Jiyun and Chang Yin exited the hall and walked through the corridor, Chang Yin remarked, "Senior brother, it is indeed true that the fire attendant of the Li residence died mysteriously, but that was a month ago." Qin Jiyun halted and turned to Chang Yin. "What about the body? Was it sent to the authorities?" Chang Yin hesitated, uncertain, and replied vaguely, "At that time, the body wasn't given much attention. It was likely discarded at a pauper's grave." Qin Jiyun furrowed his brow, his expression growing serious as he instructed Chang Yin, "You wait for Wen Tian at the inn. I will join you shortly with that." He leaped away from the Li residence with graceful agility. "Alas, senior brother, where are you going?" Under the moonless night and howling winds, Wen Sangsang clutched her cloth bundle, walking briskly down the deserted street. Due to the recent events at the Li residence, every household had begun burning pine needles and money paper at their doorsteps and had hung talismans from the temple, creating a thick haze of white smoke that enveloped the entire street. Covering her nose, Wen Sangsang passed by, fearing that Qin Jiyun might change his mind and come looking for her again, so she decided to find another place to stay for the night. To her dismay, every inn she passed was closed, and the once bustling street now exuded an eerie desolation, indicating that the recent disturbances caused by malevolent spirits had instilled fear in the hearts of the people. Although she was a demon herself, she feared encountering other demons. Female demons were manageable, but male demons were unpredictable. As the temperature plummeted, when Sang Sang glanced around and turned into a narrow alley. Just as she stepped into the alley, a figure appeared silently at the entrance, wielding a dark sword that glimmered ominously with a chilling light. When Sang Sang was contemplating finding an unoccupied spot to transform into a fox for the night, when an inexplicable sense of danger surged within her, compelling her to turn around in the dimly lit alley, the figure with the sword slowly approached her, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a face that was all too familiar to Wen Sang Sang. Qin Jiyun? When Sang Sang had not expected this relentless presence, hadn't he already let her go? Young master, what do you intend to do? Xin Yang has no further ties to you. You cannot possibly be thinking, clutching her cloth bundle tightly. She wondered if he regretted giving her gold. Uncertain of his intentions, she perceived no hint of regret on his expression. Instead, it seemed he had come to harm her. As she pondered this, the man advanced, sword raised high above her head, as if to take her life in the next moment. Staring at the sword poised above her, her legs weakened, and she knelt down, clutching Qin Jiyun's robe with a mournful face. What Xin Yang said was all said in anger. I can serve as your concubine. Chapter 33. As long as you are willing to save Ruoming, Xin Yang is willing to serve you for a lifetime. The sword remained suspended above her head, yet it terrified Wen Sang Sang to the point her heart felt as though it might leap from her chest. How had Qin Jiyun's demeanor shifted so drastically? Wasn't he supposed to be the aloof, cold-hearted disciple of the Tao as described in the books? What was happening now? Was it true that if he could not possess it, he would destroy it? Just as she felt grateful for having narrowly escaped death, she saw Qin Jiyun suddenly stagger back, struck by an unseen force. Next, Ruoming appeared beside her, pulling her up from the ground. Looking at Ruoming, who had arrived in haste, Wen Sang Sang exclaimed in surprise, Taoist Ruoming. He seemed to have rushed here, sweat beading on his forehead, his face filled with concern as he asked, Miss Xiao, are you all right? Seeing Ruoming before her, Wen Sang Sang found it hard to articulate her feelings. She had abandoned him, yet he still came, rescuing her once more. Her eyes moistened inexplicably. How wonderful it would have been had she encountered Ruoming first. But she was merely a deceitful fox spirit, and Ruoming, who deserved no deception, was the one most affected. Taoist, be careful. In a sudden turn, a cold sword mercilessly pierced Ruoming's shoulder. Wen Sang Sang, shielded behind him, could only watch helplessly as he bore the brunt of the attack. Ruoming let out a muffled groan, blood flowing from his wound, staining his clothing in the next instant. A sharper sword light appeared out of thin air, severing the blade that had embedded itself in Ruoming's chest. With a sickening sound, a head fell to the ground, its face unmistakably that of Qin Jiyun, which began to wither before their eyes. Shriveling like the corpse they had encountered earlier, Ruoming collapsed helplessly, and when Sang Sang rushed to catch him as he fell, his face growing increasingly pale. Ruoming, Taoist. When Sang Sang reached out to press down on his bleed, having witnessed this scene 3 times. Qin Jiyun recalls the first instance when she, stricken by snake venom, wept and implored him to leave. The second occurred in an inn, where she beseeched him to spare Ruoming outside. And now, the third, where she has returned, once more for the sake of another man. This monk, observing Wen Sang Sang in her current state, he ought to have acquiesced without hesitation, yet a flicker of resentment stirred within him. Why was she here with Ruoming? It was because they had agreed to depart that very night, and now, she stood before him, beseeching him once again. Kneeling to meet her gaze, he noted how the once immaculate beauty was now utterly disheveled. Reminiscent of their encounter with the dragon, a sense of disorientation washed over him, tinged with irony, for it echoed his childhood, when his mother had implored a man to spare her and her son. Now, before him stood Zhao Xinyang, his first love, mirroring that same plea. Was this fate? Qin Jiyun suddenly chuckled. He bore the blood of that man, and the world was indeed vile. He produced a vial of medicine, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This is the life-transcending pill, capable of dispelling all poisons. As soon as Ruoming consumes it, he shall be restored to health. Upon hearing this, Wen Sangsang's eyes fixated on the vial, brimming with longing, eager for Ruoming's recovery to occur in the next instant. Observing her fervent desire, Qin Zhiyun recognized that Ruoming had already taken root in her heart. A tumult of conflicting emotions swirled within him. Why was he, a mere mortal inferior to a monk, causing her to avoid him while contemplating elopement with another? Nevertheless, he would not relinquish her so easily. This medicine was extraordinarily precious, worth its weight in gold. A rarity in the world, and this vial had been a gift from his master, ensuring his safety on this journey. Now, should it be given to Ruoming, the implications in his words were clear. Wen Sangsang understood that Qin Zhiyun was demanding something of value in exchange. She realized he was nothing more than a scoundrel, presenting one facade while concealing another. Yet for Ruoming's sake, she had no choice but to acquiesce. With reddened eyes, her hair cascading behind her ear and framing her delicate face, she appeared pitiful yet resolute. Ruoming has become like this to save me. Xinyang possesses nothing but this wretched life. And should you be willing to save Ruoming, I vow to serve you for life, never to part. Qin Zhiyun gazed into her crystalline eyes, pondering his own fixation. Was his attachment merely due to her being his first love? He was uncertain, yet deep within, he had long claimed her as his own, untouchable by anyone else. The phrase never to part lingered in his mind, a delightful realization that she understood how to please him. He reached out, brushing a strand of her hair, its softness cascading down his wrist. Despite their encounters being spurred by others' rejections, his goal had been achieved. Even if her heart now belonged to Ruoming, he had ample time to ensure her compliance. Placing the vial into Wen Sangsang's palm, he spoke gently, "Xinyang, I shall trust you once more." But his demeanor shifted abruptly, his voice turning icy. "Should you deceive me or contemplate fleeing again, the next matter will not merely involve a vial of medicine." Wen Sangsang felt the vial in her hand akin to a searing hot potato. She understood he had seen through her thoughts. He knew of her feelings for Ruoming and wielded that knowledge as a threat, asserting he would act against Ruoming if she dared to escape. Yet, did this scoundrel truly believe she could be so easily manipulated? A cold smile crept into her heart. Once Ruoming returned to the temple, she would escape regardless. Chapter 34. Good sister, could you help me? After Wen Sangsang administered the life-transcending pill to Ruoming, his complexion indeed began to improve. However, before she could revel in her relief, Chang Yin and Wen Tian arrived, accompanied by officials from the local government, summoned by those who had heard the commotion. Wen Sangsang watched helplessly as Ruoming was taken away. Her white dress stained with blood, her gaze filled with both hope and anxiety as it followed his departing figure. Chang Yin and Wen Tian approached the corpse. The officials, encountering such a sight for the first time, were gripped by a blend of fear and curiosity. As the crowd's attention was drawn to the corpse, a figure approached Wen Sangsang's side. Zhou Zi, stroking his small mustache, scrutinized her with a lecherous glint in his eye. "Miss, may I inquire your name?" Wen Sangsang regarded the man before her, noting how he shared her height, yet exuding an unsettling femininity. Before she could respond, Qin Zhiyun grasped her hand, shielding her behind him, his voice cold as he addressed Zhou. "County Magistrate Zhou, what you seek is over there, County Magistrate." Wen Sangsang regarded Zhou Zi with suspicion. Perhaps taken aback by Qin Zhiyun's sudden intervention, Zhou's lewd smile faltered, particularly upon witnessing Qin Zhiyun protectively holding Wen Sangsang's wrist. Zhou cast another glance at Wen Sangsang, an inscrutable expression flitting across his features. Inexplicably, she sensed a hint of confusion and animosity. Clearing his throat, Zhou Zi scoffed disdainfully at Qin Zhiyun before departing. Once he was gone, Qin Zhiyun turned to Wen Sangsang, advising her, "We will be dealing with the officials soon. Should you encounter him, keep your distance." Wen Sangsang readily agreed, "Understood. Xinyang will take heed." Keeping a distance from this county magistrate, she pondered. Finding Zhou Zi to be somewhat deliberate in his demeanor, and he did not seem entirely masculine. Noticing her compliance, Qin Zhiyun softened his tone, "It is late. I shall take you somewhere to freshen up before you rest." He was displeased by her blood-stained attire. As Qin Zhiyun led Wen Sangsang away, Zhou Zi observed them intently, stroking his chin, lost in thought, oblivious to those around him attempting to engage him in conversation. His assistant called out a few times to no avail until finally, he shouted into Zhou Zi's ear, "Sir." The sudden exclamation rattled Zhou, snapping him back to reality as he leaped up to strike his assistant on the head. Rubbing his sore head, the assistant whined, "Sir, how shall we deal with this corpse?" Zhou, hands on hips, approached the bound corpse, the other officials too frightened to approach, while he exhibited no fear whatsoever, stroking his small mustache. Zhou commanded, "Take this corpse back and seal it up." After Zhou and his entourage departed, Wen Tian, who had been quietly observing, discreetly averted his gaze. Qin Jiyun did not return Wen Sang to the previous inn but instead headed to the Li residence. The steward there was perceptive. Having seen a distressed beauty arrive with the monk, it was undoubtedly a case of hero saving the damsel. The steward prepared to offer Wen Sang a splendid room for rest. An unexpected figure appeared. Zhou Amoer, swaying her curvaceous figure, approached Qin Jiyun and Wen Sang, her fan delicately concealing her face, exuding an air of charm. "Oh, Qin the monk has returned." Qin Jiyun frowned slightly, intending to lead Wen Sang away, when he noticed Zhou Amoer's astonished gaze fixed on Wen Sang. "What has happened to the young lady? So much blood." Before anyone could respond, Zhou Amoer ordered her servants quickly prepare in the Bu pavilion. Wen Sang observed the woman before her, pondering. She too was a demon. So why had Qin Jiyun not noticed? From the moment Zhou Amoer approached, she sensed a distinctly demonic aura, particularly potent in this woman. Qin Jiyun wished to prevent Zhou Amoer from meddling in his affairs with Xinyang, so he declined, "Only prepare washing supplies. There's no need to trouble yourself further." Zhou Amoer's expression stiffened, just as Qin Jiyun was about to lead Wen Sang away. She unexpectedly interjected, "My lord, you have also labored long this evening. Why not allow Xinyang to tidy herself up first before attending to you?" Though Qin Jiyun's expression remained unchanged, he did not oppose her suggestion. "Very well, I shall trouble you, Aunt Zhou. Oh, not at all. Not at all." Zhou Amoer exclaimed, fanning herself, her face alight with delight. This little fox spirit truly understands. The Bu Pavilion was a luxurious hot spring constructed by Li Yuanwei for Zhou Amoer. As the delicate gauze swayed, petals floated atop the water, and Wen Sang, shedding her last garment, stepped into the pool, feeling the coolness envelop her. Beneath the surface, a robust shadow glided past. Clutching a cloth, Wen Sang, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Who are you? What is your purpose in seeking me?" Though no one was present, a voice, laden with seduction, echoed, "With your exquisite features, you are indeed a calamity that could drive men to madness." Wen Sang's expression soured at the term calamity. What sort of life have I led since arriving here? And yet, calamity? This snake spirit must have ulterior motives in seeking me. She pressed further. "So, is this all you wish to convey?" With a sudden rustle, a figure emerged from behind Wen Sang, followed by a pair of hands resting upon her shoulders. Startled, Wen Sang trembled as Zhou Amoer ensnared her from behind. Hissing like a serpent, Zhou Amoer revealed her true form, a robust serpentine tail breaking the surface of the water. She leaned closer to Wen Sang's ear and whispered, "Little vixen, tell me, how have you ensnared that cultivator's heart so completely? Moreover, as a half-demon, what possessed you to provoke a cultivator? Are you not afraid of being discovered and meeting your demise?" Wen Sang instinctively recoiled, realizing that this serpent spirit was no ordinary demon but a formidable entity, capable of eluding even the most astute of cultivators' detection. Fearing her displeasure, which could lead to her being devoured, Wen Sang confessed, "Something unexpected happened. We inadvertently fell asleep, and he claims he will take responsibility for me." Zhou Amoer erupted into laughter, her mirth so intense it brought tears to her eyes. "Ha ha ha! Responsibility? You actually think a cultivator would take responsibility for you, little vixen?" When Sang anticipated the ridicule, but a glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes as she feigned innocence. "Dear sister, could you possibly assist me? If that cultivator discovers I am a demon, he will surely flay me alive." "You said you wished to serve me?" Zhou Amoer pointed to herself. "You want me to help you?" When Sang nodded innocently, unbothered by whether this serpent spirit was friend or foe, especially since Qin Jiyun had already threatened her. Zhou Amoer swam closer, scrutinizing Wen Sang's form. Despite both being female demons, Wen Sang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Leaning against the edge of the pool, Zhou Amoer inquired, "You have yet to form a complete demon core, have you?" Wen Sang replied in confusion. Form a core? What core could a half-demon like me possibly form? Zhou expression turned serious. Little vixen, although you are a half-demon, you already possess half of a complete demon core within you. When Sang Sang's expression became dazed, you mean I can cultivate? Though unsure of how this had come to be, it was indeed a rare occurrence for a half-demon to form a demon core. The thought of having her own demon core, of being able to cultivate and wield demonic power, was something she had never dared to dream of. But wouldn't this make her more susceptible to discovery? Zhou swam beside her. The fox demon clans are numerous, and I cannot immediately discern your lineage. However, little vixen, do you not feel the change within you? For instance, at certain moments, Zhou raised eyebrow hinted at something deeper. And when Sang Sang, though slow, began to understand. Remembering the book she had read, where the original self was known for seducing men to absorb their yang energy, her eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. She had slept with Qin Jiuyin and unknowingly absorbed his yang energy, thus aiding her own cultivation. She had unwittingly followed the path of the original self. I am Qin Jiuyin. Zhou smirked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Well, that is no surprise. Qin Jiuyin is a once-in-a-millennium talent, and you have absorbed his yang energy. Little vixen, you truly bring pride to our kind. But then her expression soured. Yet it is regrettable. Regrettable that the day you fully form your demon core will also mark your demise. The more when Sang Sang pondered, the more fear gripped her heart. Qin Jiuyin had been keeping a close watch over her. And if her demon core were to fully form, she would undoubtedly be exposed. She grasped Zhou hand, trembling in fear. Dear sister, if my demon core forms, I shall lose my life. Do you have any escape routes for me to hide? Zhou narrowed her eyes. Little vixen, do you not desire to form your demon core? When Sang Sang did wish for it, yet she was loath to seduce men and absorb their essence. Especially someone as dangerous as Qin Jiuyin. Observing her indecision, Zhou leaned in closer, whispering temptingly, the essence of a cultivator is 1,000 times superior to that of an ordinary man. Are you truly willing to let this opportunity slip away? But I am scared. When Sang Sang's mind raced with 1,000 conflicting thoughts, she was not only frightened but also harbored a deep-seated aversion to Qin Jiuyin. Seeing her still hesitate, Zhou whispered something that caused when Sang Sang's face to flush crimson. Zhou reached out, her slender fingers gliding along when Sang Sang's delicate cheek. Rather than seeking others' assistance, why not seize control of your own fate? In the room, Qin Jiuyin sat in meditation, forming seals with his hands. Tio is right. A dense golden spiritual energy gathered, expanding until it threatened to overflow to his left. In the next moment, an unbidden wave of black mist surged forth from the left, countering the golden energy. Qin Jiuyin's eyes were closed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, in his ears. A cacophony of wailing spirits echoed. One moment, a beautiful woman cradled him. My son, named Jean, Qin Jean. In the next instant, she transformed into an enemy. You killed my father. I shall take your life. Then came the memory of being besieged by assassins. My meridians are shattered. Yet I can still face hundreds of assassins. What manner of monster are you? These tormenting dreams were enough to drive a person to madness. Qin Jiuyin was drenched in sweat, yet the next moment, he opened his eyes, devoid of fatigue or anxiety, only a chilling emptiness reflected within. He resembled a volcano, encased in eternal ice. Meanwhile, when Sang Sang hesitated outside the door for nearly half an hour, lacking the courage to knock, not for any other reason but her own timidity. Yes, she raised her hand once more to knock. Her own overwhelming nerves held her back. Zhou had told her to try once more with Qin Jiuyin tonight, to seduce him and absorb his yang energy. No, to foster a harmonious and amicable relationship. Squatting on the ground, still grappling with her inner turmoil, the door swung open from within, upon seeing the figure. When Sang Sang sprang to her feet, forcing a smile, young master. Qin Jiuyin smiled gently, Xian Yang, what brings you here? Won't you come inside? When Sang Sang, feeling guilty, lied, I just arrived, and you opened the door right away. We truly have a connection. Qin Jiuyin saw through her facade but chose to remain silent, stepping aside. Come in. The room was shrouded in darkness. When Sang Sang felt a sense of foreboding, unsure if Qin Jiuyin had been sleeping or engaged in something else. With immense pressure weighing upon her, she stepped forward stiffly into the den of wolves, under Qin Jiuyin's benevolent gaze. He chuckled softly and shut the door in the darkness. When Sang Sang fumbled, startled by the sound of the door closing behind her. "Young master, why is it so dark? Are we not to light a fire?" When Sang Sang's anxiety escalated, the oppressive darkness cast a shadow over her thoughts. She had not realized this Qin Jiuyin was a creature of the night. A warm body pressed against her from behind, and a low voice sent shivers through her ears. I had just settled down. When Sang Sang shrugged off the hands around her waist, forcing a laugh. "Oh, I see. Then please rest, young master. I won't disturb you." With that, she hastily retreated. She had had enough. Being a half-demon, devoid of any significant power, was too terrifying. Qin Jiuyin felt like a ghost, but before she could take 2 steps, the world spun around her. And she found herself lying on the bed in the darkness. She could distinctly feel the heat of his body against hers. Even in the shadows, Qin Jiuyin could see her clearly. His voice dripped with sweetness. "Xian Yang, did you not say you wish to serve me? Or perhaps you desire me to take the lead?" When Sang Sang felt as if she had mistakenly opened a different book. This was not the tale she had anticipated. As chapter 36 unfolded, a sinister thought gripped her. Once killed, there would be nothing left to stir his heart. The hand that held her waist began to stir with intent. She bit her lip gently, her gaze becoming hazy. "Qin Gongzi." Qin Jiuyin regarded her, his expression unchanging, seemingly unfazed by her alluring appearance, remaining eerily calm, as though he were not a man at all. He even withdrew his hand, concern evident in his voice. "What's wrong, Xian Yang? Are you feeling unwell?" In an unexpected turn, the candles on the table flickered to life, casting a warm glow that dispelled the shadows. When Sang Sang gasped, lying on the bed, staring at the canopy above, her heart racing with excitement and confusion, for she could feel her core gradually gathering energy, yet it was all too foreign. She could not control herself and felt a wave of sadness wash over her as she realized she was indeed treading the path of the seductress. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Qin Jiuyin's face filled her vision, his gentle voice inquiring, "Xian Yang, are you feeling better?" Realizing that she was half-dressed beneath him, when Sang Sang instinctively tightened her clothing, casting a wary glance at Qin Jiuyin while attempting to retreat into the bed. Her subconscious actions had already revealed her stance. Qin Jiuyin's expression darkened slightly. When Sang Sang also became aware of her precarious situation, recognizing that she could not afford to provoke Qin Jiuyin's displeasure. In the next moment, she ingratiatingly draped herself over the man's shoulder, offering an explanation with a pleasing demeanor. "Why, Lord, Xian Yang was merely startled earlier. It was so dark, and suddenly it's bright. I see now that you are quite impressive." Although her words were meant to flatter Qin Jiuyin, inwardly, she was rolling her eyes at his dramatic display. He had been so oblivious to the need for a light in such darkness. Yet now he was feigning benevolence. Qin Jiuyin brushed her hand away from his shoulder, a smile on his lips that did not reach his eyes. "Xian Yang is not meeting me for the first time. Why is it now that she realizes my capabilities?" When Sang Sang's smile faltered, feeling his pettiness. Truly, he was petty. Such a man, capable of extinguishing any chance of finding a wife. She blinked her bright eyes. Xian Yang, an ordinary person, had never witnessed such astounding feats before. Naturally, she was astonished upon seeing them today. Uncertain if she had misspoken or if something else was amiss, Qin Jiuyin suddenly laughed. "A trick? Would Xian Yang like to learn?" His gaze burned with intensity as he looked at her. When the time came to take her back to Xin Tian sect, if she lacked spiritual roots, he would lead her to bone tempering and teach her cultivation. Exposure to such matters would ultimately be beneficial. When Sang Sang felt an ominous premonition. "Learn what?" Qin Jiuyin glanced at the unlit candle on the table and raised his hand, causing the candle to ignite spontaneously. "Naturally, cultivation. When the time comes, Xian Yang need not feel bored at Xin Tian sect." When Sang Sang felt utterly bewildered. This man was indeed relentless. She hastily raised her hand to refuse. "No, no. Xian Yang cannot learn this, and besides, isn't this reliant on spiritual roots and bones?" Had Xian Yang possessed such traits, as a half-demon, she could never master the skills of cultivators, no matter how long she tried. Qin Jiuyin remained unperturbed. In any case, she would eventually have to learn these things, so he said nothing further. For a moment, silence enveloped them as the atmosphere grew peculiar. When Sang Sang tugged at her sleeve and glanced at the man sitting beside the bed. Clad in a perfectly fitted robe, even his jade crown remained undisturbed, his profile extraordinary, his features resembling a painting. In this tranquil moment, illuminated by the dim candlelight, he appeared more like a refined gentleman from a prestigious family. When Sang Sang found herself momentarily entranced, pondering his unusual demeanor today, in previous encounters, he had seemed driven by primal instincts. Yet today, he exhibited such gentleness. Taking a deep breath, she, with a grace akin to fluidity, climbed onto Qin Jiuyun's shoulder. He looked at her, his phoenix eyes as cold as ice, causing her to shiver involuntarily, her heart wavering. But in the next instant, a smile spread across his face. As if the previous chill had never existed, and he gently inquired, "Are you tired?" When Sang Sang had discerned that he was a man of duality, changing his demeanor as swiftly as turning a page in a book. One moment he would freeze you with his demeanor, and the next, he would sweeten the atmosphere with kindness. However, to verify her suspicions, she boldly leaned in, whispering like a mischievous spirit in his ear. The words she intended to speak were cut short as she was suddenly pushed down onto the bed, the drapes falling around them, extinguishing the flickering candlelight, plunging the room into darkness. Bewildered, when Sang Sang thought that performances usually had a prelude. Why did this rogue Qin Jiuyun offer no preparation? In the enveloping darkness, she could distinctly feel the weight of the man's breath quickening, as he pressed countless wet kisses to her neck and shoulders, more akin to biting than kissing. The sounds of hurried disrobing echoed within the drapes. Moonlight spilled into the room but could not penetrate the fabric. Lying on the pillow, when Sang Sang seethed inwardly, "This rogue Qin Jie, is it gone?" Song Ruo's eyes widened in disbelief. A whole bottle failed to strip Qin Jiuyun of his cultivation? This means that eliminating him would be even more challenging in the future. When Sang Sang had certainly deceived Song Ruo. Yet she never anticipated that beneath Song Ruo's seemingly gentle demeanor lay such malice. Tio cause a cultivator to lose their powers for the sake of reputation. How could he stoop so low? Qin Jiuyun should truly be grateful to her. "Cousin, what troubles you? Your breath is so heavy that it's nothing. Cousin, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With a solemn expression, Song Ruo departed. When Sang Sang observed his receding figure, lost in thought. When Sang Sang received notification to head to the main hall, she had intended to sneak out to find someone to appraise the treasures obtained from Qin Jiuyun and Song Ruo. 1 bottle of life-transmuting pill and a pouch of deathly spirit powder. Upon her arrival, she coincidentally encountered Yun Yan and her companions. Chang Qing was already informed of the events from that night, and upon seeing Wen Sang Sang, she scoffed disdainfully. The accompanying cultivators cast her curious glances, while Wen Tian regarded her with caution, and Chang Yin displayed a hint of guilt. However, when Sang Sang dismissed their gazes as inconsequential, to her surprise, Qin Jiuyun approached her directly, disregarding the judgment of others. Standing side by side, he was tall and imposing, while she appeared delicate and graceful, creating a striking harmony. Yet, to some, this was akin to a thorn in their eyes. After a night spent without sight of Qin Jiuyun, Yun Yin arrived at the Li residence, following him closely. Ever since she presented the engagement jade pendant, Qin Jiuyun had bluntly stated that he would not marry her, and upon returning to the sect, he would explain the situation to his master, who happened to be her father. Yun Yin, feeling both embarrassed and angry, had burst into tears. The formation laid down by Master Baiyun indeed captured several corpses last night, revealing that they had only recently been transformed. Qin Jiuyun now suspected that someone within the residence was intentionally nurturing corpses, and judging by the speed of transformation, it appeared to be a person of considerable cultivation. The officials arrived promptly, swiftly removing the corpses from the premises. In the main hall, Li Yuanwei's face paled, and he could not utter a single word. "According to your opinions, the events in my residence are the result of a powerful anomaly nurturing corpses here," he stammered. Master Baiyun, seated at the lower end, remarked, "Indeed, and from my perspective, this individual's cultivation is at least at the threshold of ascendancy." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present varied greatly. The term threshold of ascendancy indicated that this individual was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. For cultivators, Reaching the nascent soul stage was akin to ascending a heavenly ladder, marking a definitive separation from those below. Anyone above the nascent soul stage was considered a formidable power. However, none among them had attained this level. Even Master Baiyun was merely at the mid-stage of ascendancy. Yuan Yin anxiously exclaimed, "Senior brother, we have pressing matters at hand. What shall we do?" Their journey to Lianzhou was already fraught with urgency, and now they had encountered such a significant dilemma before even covering half the distance. Chongqing suggested hastily, "Shall we first regroup with our master uncle before making further plans?" Chapter 38. Enough to recall last night's madness when Sang Sang inwardly scoffed at the idea of regrouping. It was an obvious attempt to abandon their responsibilities and flee. "You wish to leave? What will become of us if you do? Are we to simply await our demise? You all promised to rid us of these corpses. As righteous cultivators, how can you go back on your word?" Her previously affected tone now carried a tinge of panic, as Zhou Moer clutched her chest in fear, her words cutting deeply into Chongqing's pride. When Sang Sang silently applauded her, she was quite the mouthpiece. Chongqing's face flushed with embarrassment, her gaze towards Zhou Moer now tinged with resentment. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanhui's legs buckled in terror, causing him to kneel before Qin Jiyun, pleading, "Please, esteemed cultivators, do not abandon me, boldly. If you can help my Li residents through this crisis, I shall reward you handsomely." When Sang Sang glanced at the kneeling Li Yuanhui and then at Zhou Moer, pondering whether she was privy to some insider information regarding the corpse incidents at the Li residence, Qin Jiyun helped Li Yuanhui to his feet, assuring him, "Do not worry. We will do our utmost regarding the matter at the Li residence. There is no need for excessive alarm. First, follow my instructions. Sprinkle zongzi leaves and glutinous rice at the entrance, then affix a yellow talisman. Those corpses shall not dare approach." When Tian produced the yellow talisman he had prepared earlier and handed it to an attendant beside Li Yuanhui. "Excellent. With your words, I shall hastily instruct my servants to gather these items," Li Yuanhui said, even forgetting to call upon Zhou Moer, who was his favored concubine. Zhou Moer regarded the talisman with dimmed eyes. Realizing that Qin Jiyun was indeed formidable, and that her son Zi was likely in trouble this time, Qin Jiyun instructed Chang Yen to take several junior disciples to investigate the nearby mass grave, as the formidable corpses previously encountered by when Sang Sang had originated from there. Yun Yen and Chongqing were reluctant to remain at the Li residence and urged Qin Jiyun to leave with them. "Senior brother, this place is not safe. Please return with us," Yun Yen implored. "Yes, senior brother, the Li residence's feng shui is clearly unfavorable, and the inhabitants are a bunch of ignorant fools. What if they cause you trouble?" Chongqing added, still recalling the embarrassment Zhou Moer had inflicted upon her moments earlier, thus disparaging both Zhou Moer and the entire Li residence as ill-fated. When Sang Sang found their behavior amusing, a display of foolishness devoid of intellect, Qin Jiyun, his tone icy, replied, "If you wish to leave, then go. Otherwise, stay." He had never held any affection for these two junior sisters, treating them with mere politeness while ensuring their safety. Yun Yin perceived Qin Jiyun's cold demeanor, feeling a pang of heartbreak. However, she was resolute in preventing her senior brother from sharing a room with another woman. Who this other woman was self-evident. Unbeknownst to Wen Sang Sang, she had unwittingly become a point of contention. She was aware of Yun Yin's disdain for her but had no intention of entangling herself with her. Chongqing was unwilling to remain. Yet Yun Yin was different. With righteous determination, she declared, "I will stay. Junior sister, you should return." Chongqing's expression shifted. "Senior sister, you?" Yun Yin gazed at Qin Jiyun, her eyes brimming with affection. "Senior brother, I shall accompany you." A woman willing to risk her life and forsake everything for a man. What man would not be captivated by such devotion? Yet, Qin Jiyun merely responded coldly, "As you wish," when Sang Sang observed the two. Realizing that Yun Yin's outward affection for Qin Jiyun had transformed her into something akin to his concubine, despite being his betrothed, the absurdity of their relationship left her bemused, when Sang Sang intended to remain a bystander. But the flames of conflict soon engulfed her as Yun Yin stepped forward, grasping her hand with the pretense of sisterly concern. "Lady Zhao, may I share a room with you in the coming days? Senior brother and the others will be busy uncovering the mastermind behind this, and it would be prudent for us to keep an eye out for each other." When Sang Sang was taken aback, "What do you mean? Share a room? But I've been sharing a room with Qin Jiyun recently. At this moment, Yun Yin's heart harbored dark intentions. Once night fell and the others departed, she would devise a way to oust Wen Sangsang from the residence. Wen Sangsang withdrew her hand, but before she could politely decline, Qin Zhiyun's arm encircled her waist, pulling her behind him. She will stay with me. Have the housekeeper prepare another room for you. Yun Yin's expression froze, as she had not anticipated that Zhao Xinyang would shamelessly claim a place in Qin Zhiyun's bed. She struggled to maintain her facade of grace and kindness. Very well, I shall go at once. With that, Yun Yin turned swiftly and exited the hall, her face darkening as she did so. As soon as Yun Yin left, Chang Qing hurried after her. When Tian stood with his arms crossed, casting Wen Sangsang a disapproving glance, especially upon noticing the kiss marks that had inadvertently revealed themselves on her neck. What charm did this woman possess that could elicit such attention from their senior brother? When Sangsang felt the weight of Wen Tian's intense gaze, especially as he scrutinized her neck, she recalled the kiss marks, having dressed in a high-collared garment that morning, but her movements had betrayed her, revealing some of the evidence. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of that scoundrel Qin Zhiyun. When Sangsang raised her hand, attempting to obscure the marks, and when she met Wen Tian's gaze, his expression soured as if she were some ancient demoness. When Sangsang felt a surge of frustration, if he wished to see, then she would give him a sight to behold. As Master Baiyun concluded his conversation with Qin Zhiyun, when Sangsang tugged at his sleeve. Catching his attention, young Master, Xinyang is feeling unwell and wishes to retire. Qin Zhiyun furrowed his brows. When Sangsang bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, seemingly harboring some unspeakable concern, as she averted her gaze, appearing shy. Yet the kiss marks on her neck remained exposed, instantly revealing everything to the one who had partaken in that intimate encounter. Very well, rest, I shall return once I have finished my tasks. Xinyang awaits your return, young master. The two individuals were enveloped in a tender embrace, exuding an air of affection, while the youth standing nearby had already flushed a deep crimson, too shy to gaze upon Wen Sangsang. When Tian had been observing Wen Sangsang intently, her demeanor towards Qin Zhiyun had not escaped his notice. From his vantage point, he could discern the kiss mark adorning Wen Sangsang's neck, her fair skin blooming like a red plum. Evoking memories of the night's fervor, when Sangsang turned to depart, her gaze brushed past Wen Tian, and a soft scoff escaped her lips. What a small matter! After watching Wen Sangsang leave, Qin Zhiyun subtly cast a glance at the boy nearby. A flicker of coldness gathering in his eyes, his hand slowly resting on the hilt of his sword. Chapter 39. You are reckless. How dare you speak of the senior brother's origins? The housekeeper of the Li residence had prepared accommodations for Yun Yin and Chang Qing right next to Qin Zhiyun's room. Fulfilling Chang Qing's request, Yun Yin had been smiling at the housekeeper, but as soon as he departed, her expression soured. Senior sister, I must tell you that Zhao Xianyang is certainly problematic. How else could the senior brother have changed so abruptly? Chang Qing complained as she entered, only to receive a sharp slap from Yun Yin the moment she reached her side. The force of the blow sent Chang Qing sprawling to the ground. Her face instantly swelling in a crimson hue, she trembled, gingerly touching her injured visage. Yun Yin showed no inclination to assist her. Instead, she commanded, "Close the door," as if directing a maidservant. Chang Qing, too intimidated to defy her, hastily rose to shut the door. With a resounding clap, the door slammed shut, echoing the callousness of Yun Yin's strike upon Chang Qing's face. Her expression darkened, shedding her previous facade to reveal her true nature. Gripping Chang Qing's arm tightly, she questioned, "Did I not gift you the Bai Shui sword? Why then are there other women surrounding the senior brother?" Chang Qing, cradling her swollen cheek, averted her gaze from Yun Yin. "I had no idea that the senior brother would entangle himself with Zhao Xianyang," she stammered. "Do you not realize that everything I have is on the verge of being destroyed because of your incompetence?" Yun Yin shoved Chang Qing to the ground, her eyes glinting with venomous rage, as if she wished to end her right then and there. Chang Qing, sprawled on the floor, dared not retaliate, crawling to kneel before Yun Yin. Pleading for mercy, "Senior sister, I also did not foresee Zhao Xianyang's shamelessness, I warned her, yet she shamelessly tried to seduce the senior brother. There must be something amiss with her. How else could it be that in just a few days the senior brother became so infatuated? He is certainly under her spell, unaware of her true nature. All we need to do is expose her." Yun Yin, still fuming, found her expression shifting upon hearing Chongqing's words. Indeed, the senior brother has always been reserved and cautious. How could he become so invested in someone he has only known for a few days? There must be something wrong with Zhao Xianyang. She interrogated Chongqing. Tell me, where did you encounter her? Chongqing recounted every detail, from their meeting in the bamboo grove to the disappearance of Song Ruo and Wen Sangsang, explaining their search to Yun Yin. Upon hearing this, Yun Yin pondered the implications. So you were saying, during the time leading up to Song Ruo and Zhao Xianyang's disappearance, that demon fled, only to return at the moment of their vanishing? Chongqing recalled that day. As soon as we reached the official road, a sudden tempest arose. I suspect the demon returned then. A chilling thought struck Yun Yin. Consider this, throughout our journey, did Zhao Xianyang exhibit any peculiar behavior? Chongqing racked her brain, unable to recall anything unusual about Zhao Xianyang. Suddenly, she remembered the fear that had gripped Wen Sangsang upon seeing the Lan Ruo Temple. I've recalled something. That night at Lan Ruo Temple, Zhao Xianyang was terrified upon seeing it. She refused to enter, as if something within frightened her. But what could it be? But that Lan Ruo Temple is dilapidated. Aside from the beggars, Chongqing recalled the incident where Wen Sangsang had been abducted by a beggar, her eyes lighting up. Senior sister, Zhao Xianyang was once taken by a beggar. Although she was rescued by Taoist Ruoming, a significant amount of time passed in between. What transpired during that interval remains a mystery. A sinister notion took root in Yun Yin's mind, that Wen Sangsang had already been sullied by that group of beggars, which would explain her fear of the Lan Ruo Temple. Yet, even this knowledge would suffice to lead her into an abyss from which she could never return. Lowering her voice, she instructed Chongqing. You must leave the city quietly and head east. The senior brother's maternal family, the Qin clan, resides not far from here in Yunxiang City. Inform them of the great demon, and that the senior brother and I have been harmed. The Qin clan will surely take action. Despite their guilt towards the senior brother, they will not allow their kin to marry a woman sullied by beggars. Qin Zhiyun had taken his mother's surname, and after the death of his parents, the Qin clan had never acknowledged him. It was only after he avenged his family, breaking through a siege and establishing his reputation in the cultivation world, that his lineage began to attract attention. Naturally, the Qin clan would seize the opportunity to recruit cultivators, having approached Qin Zhiyun several times to reintegrate him into their family tree, all of which he had refused. Now, another opportunity to draw him in had presented itself, and the Qin clan would not let it slip away. Yunxiang City, the Qin clan. Today, a family whose reputation rivaled that of the imperial court, known for their adherence to propriety and tradition, would never permit a commoner like Zhao Xianyang to marry into their ranks. As Chongqing contemplated this, the sting from Yun Yin's earlier slap faded from her mind, and she quickly scrambled to her feet. All right, I shall go. Upon returning to her chamber, Wen Sangsang retrieved a cloth pouch hidden within a vase, unveiling a bottle of fate-transmuting elixir and a packet of soul powder. As she examined the packet of soul powder, her cunning eyes glinted. It was certain that no one in this small county would recognize it. Yet, this did not imply that demons lacked knowledge of it. The place where the parrot spirit was imprisoned lay in the woodshed of the Li residence. Since its capture, it had not breathed the air of freedom. The door to the woodshed bore a yellow talisman. Unguarded, yet to enter, one must first remove the talisman. When Sangsang had finally learned from Qin Zhiyun that the parrot spirit was confined there, yet upon arrival, she found herself at a loss. She understood that meeting the parrot spirit would be challenging, but it should not be this difficult, right? Just as her fingers approached the talisman, she was scalded, her delicate fingertips turning red and swelling with blisters, causing her to gasp in pain. How am I to get in? She pondered, contemplating whether to transform into a fox and sneak in through the roof, when suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her, accompanied by the voices of two disciples of the Xintian sect. Why do you think the senior brother is reluctant to contact the master uncle? Does he have plans of his own? If that master of corpse control is indeed so formidable, what will we do if he succeeds and returns? One disciple lamented, I heard that the senior brother's mother possesses the ability to manipulate strange artifacts. Do you think he, before the disciple could finish, the other urgently interrupted. Sure. Are you seeking death? How dare you discuss the senior brother's lineage? If this reaches the ears of the Qingyun Hall, you might end up like them. Chapter 40. Otherwise, why don't you seduce Qin Zhiyun? Unaware of the horror invoked by his words, the young disciple promptly fell silent. Cautiously peering around, he ensured no one was listening before succumbing to curiosity. "Senior brother, have they really?" As they spoke, the two had reached the woodshed door. One disciple opened it and stepped inside, completely oblivious to the little white fox stealthily following behind, slipping in unnoticed. While the talisman remained undisturbed, when Sang Sang crouched behind the firewood, waiting for the two to depart before peeking out, the little white fox transformed into a stunningly pure and beautiful young woman within the confines of the humble woodshed. When Sang Sang stepped inside, and indeed, she spotted the parrot spirit, locked away, munching on some vegetable leaves. "Parrot spirit," when Sang Sang called out. The parrot spirit looked up, eyes wide with disbelief, as if it had seen a ghost. It flapped its wings, attempting to escape, but was yanked back by the chains binding its feet, crashing to the ground. Rising, the parrot spirit gazed at When Sang Sang incredulously. "You, fox spirit? You're still alive?" When Sang Sang toyed with a strand of her hair. "What? Do you wish to see me dead?" The parrot spirit's clever eyes darted. "Of course not. I simply did not expect you to remain amidst this group of cultivators. I have my reasons," When Sang Sang replied. "But you, why have you not fled? With your intellect, escaping should not be too difficult, right?" The parrot spirit had orchestrated the attack on Song Ruo, fabricating false identities that even the scholar Song Ruo failed to perceive. When it came to intellect, it was a waste not to employ such cunning as a strategist. Its presence here must serve another purpose. The parrot spirit soared to a height where it could meet When Sang Sang's gaze. Instead of answering her question directly, it inquired, "Reasons? Could it be that a cultivator has taken a fancy to you, leaving you with no means to escape?" When Sang Sang was well aware that her arrival here would inevitably subject her to mockery. Grasping the chain tightly, she captured the parrot spirit, revealing her fox claws with an air of palpable menace. The parrot spirit trembled in fear, hastily pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me. I merely coveted the treasures that the cultivator held." "Treasures? What treasures?" When Sang Sang inquired. The parrot spirit recounted how Qin Jiuyun had gathered all the riches from the tiger's den into a single bag. Upon hearing this, When Sang Sang found it hard to believe that all those treasures were now in Qin Jiuyun's possession, confined within such a seemingly mundane bag. Noticing the change in When Sang Sang's expression, the parrot spirit realized she was intrigued, as they were both of the same ilk, and he understood her sentiments perfectly. "Let me tell you, those treasures are of dubious origin, and since the tiger spirit has long since vanished, whoever possesses them now is entitled to keep them. If we could escape with those riches, we would be set for life." Indeed, When Sang Sang was tempted. The thought of acquiring all those treasures meant she would no longer need to resort to seducing others or be deceived again. Releasing the parrot spirit, she asked, "What do you propose we do?" The parrot spirit cleared his throat, suggesting, naturally, "We must seize the opportunity to steal them. However, you should find it easier to handle than I." When Sang Sang felt a sense of difficulty, "But all I ever see Qin Jiuyun carry is his sword. I've never noticed anything else." The parrot spirit, who had just begun to feel hopeful, froze upon hearing the name Qin Jiuyun. His neck twisted stiffly as he asked, "What did you say?" "The cultivator is Qin Jiuyun." When Sang Sang nodded, "Yes." The parrot spirit looked as though struck by lightning, desperately attempting to free himself from the chains binding his feet, wishing he could vanish into thin air. "What's wrong?" When Sang Sang inquired, perplexed. After struggling in vain, the parrot spirit surrendered, collapsing in a heap with his wings crossed over his chest, as if he had peacefully departed from this world. When Sang Sang, bewildered, approached and lifted the feigning parrot spirit. "What's the matter? Speak." The parrot spirit looked up at When Sang Sang, and within his eyes, filled with despair, there flickered a hint of sympathy. "Fox spirit, do you understand why this chaotic world has persisted for a millennium? It is because of the war between gods and demons, during which the gods were largely slaughtered." When Sang Sang was bewildered, "Huh? What gods? What demons? Did I forget something important from the book? What is this war between gods and demons?" The parrot spirit's expression grew grave. "Without the gods, humanity lost its faith. The cultivation realm descended into chaos, and for a millennium, no one has ascended. The mortal realm is consumed by greed and incessant warfare, and it is at this very moment." What happened at that moment? When Sang Sang's curiosity deepened, the rulers of various nations experienced the same prophetic dream, abruptly ceasing their wars and fervently pursuing the path of cultivation. The renowned cultivators of today are inextricably linked to the nobility. When Sang Sang suddenly recalled the book, where the protagonist, Wen Tian, seemed to have triumphed at every turn, aided by various powerful figures. Upon reflection, although she had not read the entire text, it was clear that many of those figures were indeed wealthy. What does this have to do with Qin Jiuyun? The parrot spirit lowered his voice, as if divulging a terrifying secret. Qin Jiuyun's maternal lineage is from the wealthiest family in the nation. The Qin family, however, his mother eloped with a man, giving birth to him. She was originally meant to marry into another powerful faction, but both his parents were murdered when he was young. He not only avenged them but annihilated the entire clan responsible. When Sang Sang was aware of this, as Qin Jiuyun had mentioned it before, she had thought him to be a cold-blooded killer, but the parrot spirit's next words rendered her utterly speechless. Do you know whom he destroyed? A royal family. The entire royal lineage. The very family that was to be united with his mother, and those who killed his parents were also from that royal bloodline. He obliterated an entire nation, all while he was merely an unestablished cultivator. How could he possibly contend with the illustrious cultivators supporting the royal family? Fox Spirit, let me tell you, this man is either a monster or... When Sang Sang suddenly felt a buzzing in her ears, her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground. Annihilating a nation? Monster? Her eyes were filled with disbelief and fear as she realized she had provoked a true monster. And not just any monster, but a genuine one now. Not only was she contemplating how to siphon this monster's vitality, but also how to steal from him. Her voice trembled, nearly breaking into a sob. But what should we do now? The parrot spirit had already resigned himself to fate. Let it be. Let it all be destroyed. He lay there, awaiting his demise. Hey, don't play dead. Think of a way for us to escape. When Sang Sang shook the parrot spirit, as he gazed at her beautiful face, he suddenly stood up and blurted out, "Why not seduce Qin Jiuyun?" What? Chapter 41. Making him feel like a troubling woman, me? Seduce him? When Sang Sang pointed at herself, wearing a look of incredulity. The parrot spirit, now feeling somewhat reckless, scrutinized the well-cared-for Wen Sang Sang, noting the expensive-looking dress she wore. You seem to be doing quite well lately. How about you keep him entertained, enjoying the lavish lifestyle with him, and when he grows weary of you, then you can make your escape. When Sang Sang immediately rejected this suggestion. Grow weary of me? No way. He said he would take me to Xintian's sect. If I go, wouldn't I be like a mouse entering a cat's lair? The parrot spirit spread his wings in exasperation. Well, then I'm at a loss. Since I didn't provoke him. When Sang Sang felt increasingly unlucky. This wasn't merely a case of transmigration, but sheer misfortune. She had no valuable information. While others were conquering lands, she was running for her life. Forget it. Let us take it one step at a time. She pulled out the powder of the dead and presented it to the parrot spirit. Hey, what do you think this is? The parrot spirit turned his face away from the powder she thrust towards him. First, I don't go by hey. My name is Gong Sun Su. You can call me Gong Su, or Sun Su, or even my dear husband. Second, as for what this is, what kind of nonsense is that, Gong Su? Sun Su, dear husband? When Sang Sang looked utterly bemused, the parrot spirit took the packet of death powder from her hand, sniffed it disdainfully, and promptly returned it. Ugh, who cursed you? Are you trying to kill someone? What do you mean? Is this stuff really that dangerous? Gong Sun Su covered his nose. More than just dangerous. This is called death powder. Whether human, demon, or cultivator, ingesting even a tiny bit will send them straight to the afterlife. For demons and cultivators of lower cultivation levels, it will strip them of their powers. Even those slightly stronger will have their meridians sealed for a month. When Sang Sang realized that Song Ruo truly intended to eliminate Qin Jiuyun, the parrot spirit suddenly asked, You don't mean to use this on Qin Jiuyun, do you? When Sang Sang snapped back to her senses, Do I look like a fool to you? Then who gave this to you? Such malice. After much contemplation, when Sang Sang decided to confide in the parrot spirit about Song Ruo, it was given to me by Song Ruo, instructing me to administer it to Qin Jiuyun. And I suspect that Song Ruo is not as simple as you think. Song Ruo? Impossible. Though he is a scholar, he is a coward. Don't you remember how quickly he fled that day? As Gong Sun Su mentioned this, when Sang Sang recalled that night when he and the rabbit spirit had disguised themselves as robbers. Indeed, Song Ruo had appeared quite meek at that moment, and don't forget, we searched through his belongings and found nothing, not even this powder. Besides, this is contraband. How could he have obtained it? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed when Sang Sang's mind. What if this Song Ruo was no longer the same Song Ruo? She felt a chill run down her spine, realizing that this Song Ruo was someone entirely different. When the two disciples opened the storeroom door again to feed Gong Sun Su, when Sang Sang seized the opportunity to slip away. By now, darkness had fallen, and the talisman prevented her from opening the door. She made her way back to her own room, not to Qin Jiuyun's, if she had felt anger towards him a few days ago. Now it was a mixture of fear and anger, but predominantly fear. The situation had exceeded her expectations, and all she wanted was to grow wings and fly away. Just as she closed the door, intending to hide the death powder, a figure stepped through the beaded curtain towards her, moving with such stealth that she heard no sound. When Sang Sang's keen senses detected someone approaching from behind, she turned to find Qin Jiuyun standing before her like a ghost, causing her to jump and press her back against the door. "Young master, what are you doing here?" Qin Jiuyun did not answer but countered with a question. "Didn't you say you were returning to rest? Why are you back so late?" When Sang Sang stammered, I just woke up and felt like taking a walk outside." As she spoke, she casually moved to the table, ostensibly to drink some water, but in reality, it was to distance herself from Qin Jiuyun. Qin Jiuyun fixed his icy gaze upon her, his penetrating eyes scrutinizing her as if he could see through her very soul. Feigning ignorance, when Sang Sang asked, "What's the matter, young master?" Qin Jiuyun approached and took the teacup from her hand, swirling the tea within as he lowered his gaze upon Wen Sang Sang, softening his tone. "Where have you gone? Is there anywhere in the Li residence that Xinyang wishes to visit?" Despite the absence of any hint of accusation, his gentle words felt more cruel than a slow torture. Furthermore, his statement almost seemed to inscribe the words to see Ruoming upon her very countenance. When Sang Sang felt utterly wronged, she truly had not gone to see Ruoming, but knowing he would not believe any other explanation, she decided to embrace her defiance. She plopped down onto a stool, her face falling as if throwing a childish tantrum. "Where could I wish to go? Is it not clear that you merely wish to inquire whether I visited Ruoming? Even if I had, it would be justified. After all, Ruoming is my savior." Qin Jiyun's expression momentarily faltered, perhaps taken aback by her candid admission. Yet, the truth remained that she had indeed gone to see that Ruoming under the pretext of feeling unwell. Clearly disregarding his concerns, he set the teacup upon the table. Yet before he could voice his inquiry, he was met with Wen Sang Sang slamming her palm onto the table, tilting her fair face upwards, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Why must you question me the moment you return? Xinyang has already acquiesced to your wishes. I merely went to visit my lifesaver. Had I not gone, it would only tarnish Xinyang's reputation as heartless. And upon returning, I would still face your inquiries. It would have been better for Xinyang to have perished that day by that sword." She seemed to anticipate Qin Jiyun's response, taking the initiative to strike first while also chastising him. "Why must you be so petty?" The words he had intended to utter became lodged in his throat, for her demeanor bore no trace of accusation. It was indeed his oversight. He had failed to consider her feelings, and she ought to have been allowed to visit Ruoming. With a sigh, he contemplated how to comfort her, but as he reached for her hand, she evaded him, turning her face away in refusal to engage. The expression on her face clearly conveyed her petulance. A flicker of disbelief crossed Qin Jiyun's eyes as he felt an uncharacteristic sense of helplessness. "Xinyang, if you wish to go, you may tell me." However, before his hand could even graze Wen Sang Sang's, she abruptly stood, her eyes red with indignation, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. Xinyang merely wished to avoid a tarnished reputation. Did the gentleman truly feel the need to meddle in such matters? Though, it was true that Xinyang was presently but a servant with no claim to a title. With that, she dashed out of the room, not sparing a glance back at Qin Jiyun. Moments after her departure, the look of grievance vanished from her face, replaced instead by a triumphant smirk. The first step was to feign a tantrum, compelling him to perceive her as a troublesome woman. She doubted that Qin Jiyun, the frigid iceberg who knew nothing of romance, could endure such antics. Chapter 42. She provocatively stretched her neck, her tone imbued with allure. Little did she know that the man she had left behind in the room was neither impatient nor irked by her antics. Rather, he stood there, lost in confusion and self-doubt. Qin Jiyun murmured, "Title?" when Sang Sang hurriedly exited the Li residence, feeling a sense of relief at finally evading Qin Jiyun, confident that his haughty demeanor would prevent him from humbling himself to appease her. This would provide her with the perfect opportunity to spar with him further. Before long, he would surely come to despise her. As she reveled in her scheming thoughts, she found herself on the bustling street. Her spirits remarkably lifted at the prospect of avoiding the icy Qin Jiyun. Entering a shop, she recalled that she had yet to indulge in the gold he had given her. It was rightfully hers. And not spending it would be a disservice to herself. Oh my, young lady, you are stunningly beautiful. Would you care to see our latest styles? The shopkeeper, astute and perceptive, noted that when Sang Sang's attire, handpicked by Qin Jiyun, was undoubtedly the finest in the county, and he assumed she must be wealthy. Take me to see. Right this way. Just as when Sang Sang stepped into the shop, she was surprised to see Yun Yin and Wen Tian entering right behind her. Xiao Tian, I truly appreciate you accompanying me to these places. It's no trouble at all, senior sister. You have worked hard along the way. Upon entering the shop, Wen Tian attracted the attention of many young women, but as they noticed him in the company of Yun Yin, they reluctantly turned their gazes away. When Sang Sang spotted a golden hairpin intricately carved with floral designs, her taste was rather gaudy, and she relished such glittering adornments that exuded an air of opulence. As she reached for the hairpin, someone else swiftly snatched it from before her. Yun Yin held the hairpin and inquired of the shopkeeper, "How much for this hairpin? I shall take it." When Sang Sang was momentarily taken aback, "Yun Yin? What is she doing here?" Glancing at her companion, Wen Tian, the central figure, was also present. Yun Yin seemed to have only just noticed when Sang Sang, exclaiming in surprise, "Miss Xiao, what brings you here?" When Sang Sang looked at the hairpin in her hand, but before she could respond, Yun Yin graciously offered, "I apologize, Miss Xiao. I was unaware that you fancied this hairpin. Since you like it, I insist you take it." When Sang Sang was speechless, rolling her eyes internally, she maintained a smile on her face, replying, "There's no need, you keep it." Perhaps not expecting such a straightforward response, Yun Yin's expression briefly faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. "Miss Xiao, you saw it first. It rightfully belongs to you. Should I take it, it would be akin to robbing you of your beauty. This green tea BTCH truly knows how to brew tea." Whether Yun Yin was hard of hearing or Xinyang had failed to express herself clearly, if Miss Xiao liked the hairpin, she should simply take it. After all, it was merely a hairpin, and the back and forth only made Xinyang seem petty. Her tone was gentle, yet her words dripped with mockery towards Yun Yin. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Yun Yin's composure faltered. She had not anticipated that Zhao Xinyang would be such a formidable opponent. On the other hand, when Tian furrowed his brow, stating, "Miss Xiao, since you saw the hairpin first, you should take it." Even when Tian stood by her side, while Yun Yin, emboldened, extended the hairpin to Wen Sang Sang as if bestowing a favor. "Indeed, Miss Xiao, do not decline. If you like it, it is yours." When Sang Sang's internal eye roll nearly ascended to the heavens. She genuinely coveted the hairpin, and as she reached out to accept it, Yun Yin smirked, causing the hairpin to slip from her grasp and shatter upon the floor. The once pristine hairpin lay in broken pieces. Drawing the gaze of many who had been watching, the shopkeeper, alarmed, rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh no, my hairpin!" Yun Yin lamented to the shopkeeper, "I truly apologize. Miss Xiao simply did not catch it properly. Let this be a lesson for her." The shopkeeper retorted, "A lesson? Do you know how valuable that was? It is my prized possession. Can you afford to pay for it?" Remaining composed, Yun Yin prompted Wen Tian to produce 2 gold bars to offer the shopkeeper. Upon seeing the gold, the shopkeeper's eyes widened, though he still felt it insufficient. "This little amount is hardly enough to compensate for my hairpin. I shall report this to the authorities and have you all arrested." Wen Tian frowned and produced 3 more gold bars. Would these suffice? 5 gold bars, far more than the value of the hairpin, had the shopkeeper hesitating. Unexpectedly, Yun Yin then turned her attention back to Wen Sang Sang. "Miss Xiao, why not apologize to the shopkeeper? This matter could simply be resolved." The onlookers shifted their gazes toward Wen Sang Sang once more. How wealthy that lady is, willing to spend so much, judging by her attire. She must be a practitioner, right? If I were her, I would immediately apologize. Who could produce 5 gold bars? The shopkeeper, being exceedingly opportunistic, quickly adopted a more accommodating demeanor. Very well, just apologize to me, and we shall consider the matter settled. When Sang Sang felt a mix of anger and amusement. After all this build-up, they merely sought her apology and wished to pin this baseless blame upon her. While she might be heartless, she was not devoid of morals. She questioned Yun Yin. Apologize? Miss Yun, can you honestly claim that you did not intentionally let that hairpin slip from your fingers? Yun Yin feigned sorrow. Miss Xiao, what do you mean? I adore that hairpin as well. Why would I deliberately break it? It is rather you who, upon receiving it, did not cherish it. When Tian, unable to bear seeing Yun Yin bullied, turned to Wen Sang Sang and said, Miss Xiao, just apologize. We will cover the costs. This will bring you no harm. When Sang Sang inwardly scoffed, this protagonist was hardly impressive. She could not fathom how he had achieved immortality. Fine. I shall apologize. Yun Yin had initially believed that when Sang Sang would persist stubbornly, but to her surprise, Sang Sang conceded so swiftly. Just as a triumphant smile began to form on her lips, a resounding slap landed on her face. The sharp crack echoed, crisp and clear, in a one anticipated that. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, when Sang Sang could strike with such ferocity, a few bystanders instinctively covered their own faces, wincing at the imagined pain. When Tian, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and forcefully shoved Wen Sang Sang to the ground. For someone of Wen Tian's caliber, Sang Sang had little strength to resist. She fell to the ground, her hands scraping against the surface, drawing blood. Zhao Xianyang. What is the meaning of this? When Sang Sang lay on the ground, a cold smirk on her face. You hypocritical cultivators are truly repugnant. When Tian, seething with anger, reached for his sword, yet, when Sang Sang, aware of his hesitance to act, provocatively stretched her neck, her tone laced with temptation. If you have the courage, then strike. Do you dare? When Tian should have been infuriated, but her display left him somewhat entranced. The shopkeeper, recognizing that this cultivator was not to be trifled with, quickly declared, No need to apologize, let it be. Yun Yin intervened, urging Wen Tian, let it go. Xiao Tian. Miss Xiao did not mean any harm. When Tian, realizing the duplicity of Zhao Xianyang, sheathed his sword, he knew that with his elder brother absent, he could no longer pretend. With a disdainful snort, he turned to leave with Yun Yin. Sister, we are departing. Chapter 43. If the child in her womb is not my elder brother's. As when Tian reached the entrance of the establishment, he turned back to glare at Wen Sang Sang, his words devoid of any compassion. I shall inform my elder brother of today's events in full. If you still care about your reputation, it would be wise to sever ties with him promptly. Yun Yin, observing the fallen Wen Sang Sang, secretly curled her lips into a malicious smile. How dare you think you deserve to linger by my elder brother's side? Sang Sang remained on the ground, her frail form resembling a leaf unable to alight, her head bowed in silence, as if resigned to her fate. For reasons unknown, when Tian recalled the day at the inn when she had also been the target of scorn, weeping bitterly upon learning of his elder brother's engagement. Strangely, he now felt a pang of pity for her. Yet, as he shook off the thought, he chastised himself for feeling sympathy. After all, she had brought this upon herself. He departed with Yun Yin, completely disregarding Wen Sang Sang. Unbeknownst to them, Sang Sang was internally reveling in her triumph, relishing the thought of returning to Qin Jiu Yun and provoking another quarrel. Once they had left, she finally rose from the ground, aware that the price she had paid to rid herself of these cultivators was steep. Her hands were raw and bloody from scraping against the ground. She needed to find a healer, lest her wounds leave lasting scars. Just as she was about to leave, the shopkeeper's wife unexpectedly stopped her, offering her the broken jade hairpin. Why, dear girl, since that gentleman has already paid for you, do you still want this hairpin? When Sang Sang gazed at the shattered piece, initially disinterested, but as she reached the entrance, a thought struck her. She turned back to retrieve the hairpin from the shopkeeper's wife. To her astonishment, upon visiting the healer, she encountered Wen Tian and Yun Yin once more. An unfortunate twist of fate. She did not wish to engage with them, clutching the hairpin as she attempted to leave, but was spotted by Yun Yin. When Tian, having just purchased medicine for Yun Yin, approached, glancing in her direction. By that time, however, when Sang Sang had already distanced herself, rendering him oblivious to her presence. When Tian inquired, "Sister, what has captured your attention?" "I just saw Miss Zhao exiting the healers, and I was about to greet her, but it seems she did not notice me." When Tian replied curtly, "You need not concern yourself with her. Engaging with someone of her nature will only invite trouble." Yun Yin smirked, yet her expression suddenly morphed into one of concern. "Xiao Tian, I heard that Chongqing said Miss Zhao was once abducted by beggars for a time. With her arriving at the healers now, could it mean?" When Tian's demeanor shifted dramatically. "What? Is she pregnant?" "Xiao Tian, this is merely speculation. Do not mention it to elder brother just yet. If he discovers this, he will surely not cast her aside, for she is, after all, the cousin of Song Xiucai." The revelation that Zhao Xianyang had once been abducted by beggars and was now with child raised troubling questions. If the child within her was not his elder brother's, it would provide ample justification for her dismissal. This Zhao Xianyang was not only a woman of questionable virtue, having denied her actions after breaking the jade hairpin and striking Yun's sister, but all signs pointed to her being of exceedingly poor character. How could elder brother have been taken in by her? No, he must inform elder brother, ensuring he sees her true nature. However, when Tian felt an unsettling heaviness in his chest. "Xiao Tian, what troubles you? Nothing. Let us return. Sister, elder brother may be looking for you." When Tian stepped out of the healers, his face was grave, clearly burdened with thoughts. Yun Yin watched his retreating figure. Chuckling softly, "Zhao Xianyang, after tonight, may you seek your own fortune, true to form." When Tian could not contain his anxiety. Upon returning to the Li residence, he immediately sought out Qin Yun. Upon learning that when Sang had not only slandered Yun Yin but had also struck her, Qin Yun frowned. Xianyang does not seem the type, but given when Tian's furious demeanor, it is likely true. Yun Yin, clutching her swollen face, added, "Elder brother, Miss Zhao was merely caught in a moment of desperation. After all, so many were watching, and she must have felt quite distressed." Yun Yin's implication was clear. When Sang had lashed out in embarrassment after being exposed. When Tian retorted, "Elder brother, that Zhao Xianyang is truly of low character. You are unaware," but today she claimed. When Sang insulted cultivators, branding us all as hypocrites, and called us disgusting. Qin Yun's hands, clasped behind his back, tightened into fists. She still cared, claiming to serve him wholeheartedly. Yet it was merely for that wretched individual, Ru Ming. From that night onward, he should have understood that she would not remain peacefully by his side. "I see. I shall address her. You both should rest for now." Yun Yin believed that no matter how much elder brother favored Zhao Xianyang, he would eventually rid himself of her. But was it truly just talk? She could not accept it. After all, she had endured a slap, leaving her face red and swollen. Why should she suffer? Just as she was about to reveal the incident at the healers, when Tian exclaimed, "Elder brother, but Zhao Xianyang is pregnant. Do you still intend to keep her? She has been involved with beggars, do you not?" Yun Yin felt a surge of delight, when Tian was indeed a helpful ally. Yet in the next moment, when Tian was struck by a powerful force, crashing to the ground as a sharp sword was pressed against his throat. Yun Yin was paralyzed in fear, covering her mouth, too shocked to utter a word. Qin Yun, gripping Fei Yun, towered above when Tian, his phoenix eyes frosty as ice. "Who told you these things?" When Tian was taken aback by the unexpected hostility from his revered elder brother. Clutching his chest in pain, he desperately sought to salvage the situation. "Elder brother, you cannot truly intend to marry her, can you? She is but an ordinary woman." Again with this refrain, annoyance flickered in Qin Yun's gaze. He sheathed Fei Yun and strode toward the exit, issuing a cold warning as he passed when Tian, "If I hear such words again, the consequences will be far graver than this." When Tian had always recognized his elder brother as a man of immense power and a heartless disposition. Previously, he had been indifferent to it, for elder brother was, after all, his elder brother. His mentor in swordplay, literature, and a paragon in the eyes of their masters. Now, however, he found himself treated this way for the sake of such a base woman. For the first time, when Tian felt the ideals he had pursued so fervently shattered before him. Yun Yin clutched her skirt, her eyes red and trembling, filled with an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why? Why could he not see her, the one with whom he had a bond, and instead chose that worthless Zhao Xianyang? What merits did she possess? Chapter 44. Qin Yun, You are truly a scoundrel. When Sang Sang returned to the Li residence. Yet she did not immediately confront Qin Jiuyun. Instead, she went to see Ruo Ming. Standing at the door, she held a plethora of nourishing gifts, all purchased with the gold Qin Jiuyun had provided. Ruo Ming lay on the bed, still unconscious, and merely gazing at him filled when Sang Sang with anguish. After all, it was she who had led to his plight. However, Master Bai Yun blocked her path. Preventing her entry, Zhao Shizhu, Ruo Ming requires rest. Please, take your leave. When Sang Sang understood that it was because of her that Ruo Ming had suffered thus, Master Bai Yun, despite his esteemed position, could not help but harbor ill feelings towards her for the sake of his disciple. She felt a deep sense of guilt. Forgive me, Master, it is all Xian Yang's fault. Had it not been for her, Ruo Ming would not be in this state. Master Bai Yun sighed. This was Ruo Ming's choice. There is no need for you to bear the blame. Ruo Ming's choice? Did he choose me? Tears welled in when Sang Sang's eyes as she fought back her sorrow, extending the nourishing gifts towards Master Bai Yun. Master, please accept these, she implored that if Ruo Ming awakens, he could greatly benefit from them. However, Master Bai Yun merely shook his head, refusing to take the supplements from her hands. Benefactor, you may take them back, with reddened eyes, Wen Sang Sang explained. Master, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to assist him. Please, accept them, Benefactor. Ruo Ming has long since renounced the worldly life. It is his duty to assist you. This statement shattered Wen Sang Sang's final glimmer of hope, constantly reminding her that their paths diverged. Clutching the supplements, Wen Sang Sang departed. Yet she found herself glancing back repeatedly. If only Ruo Ming were to awaken in the next moment, she would rush in to speak with him. Ultimately, however, she exited the courtyard without witnessing his revival. Wen Sang Sang sniffed, a sense of despondency washing over her. At last, someone who cared for her had appeared, yet insurmountable barriers lay between them. The door behind her closed with a finality that deepened her sigh of disappointment. Perhaps it was best for her to return to the forest and embrace her role as a fox spirit, awaiting the moment she could rid herself of these monks and allow Ruo Ming to return to his temple. As she turned to leave, her gaze collided with a pair of cold, indifferent, ebony eyes. Spotting Qin Jiuyun standing a few paces away, she blurted out, "What brings you here?" She had begun to suspect that Qin Jiuyun was a specter. When had he arrived, so stealthily that not a single footfall had betrayed his presence? Qin Jiuyun regarded her silently, noting the supplements in her hands and the faint redness around her eyes. Whom was she mourning? After causing a scene with him, she had gone on to provoke Yun Yin and the others, only to return to Ruo Ming's side. It was she who displayed reprehensible character. It was she who had deliberately enticed trouble. It was she who spoke naught but falsehoods, and yet the sole vestige of her conscience seemed to be reserved for Ruo Ming. Qin Jiuyun's hand tightened into a fist. Though his smile remained gentle, Xinyang, come here. The starry sky had darkened without her notice, half of his face obscured by the night, yet he called to her with a tenderness that felt like a chilling embrace, one that, once entered, could lead to eternal damnation. Wen Sang Sang's heart raced. She recalled the parrot spirit's warning, monsters, and Qin Jiuyun was indeed a monster. But the book had written otherwise, alas. She resolved to disregard it all, determined to confront Qin Jiuyun head-on tonight. He would not lay a finger on her. Young master, Xinyang is weary and shall take her leave now. She turned to depart, but before she could take a step, a towering figure loomed before her. In the stillness of the deep night, she trembled, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed that scoundrel Qin Jiuyun. She had suspected him to be a ghost. Stepping back, her displeasure evident, she inquired, "What is your intention?" "Young master?" Despite knowing her to be a restless spirit, he could not bring himself to speak harshly to her. "I heard you had some entanglements with Yun Yin and Wen Tian today. I came to see if you were injured." Only then did she feel a twinge of pain in her palm. The opportunity had presented itself. It would be a disservice to her suffering today not to engage in a quarrel. Wen Sang Sang, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "What brings you here, young master? Xinyang is of no consequence. Even if I were bullied, without power or influence, I would simply have to swallow my grievances." Though unaware of the specifics of today's events, the unexpected argument with him had put him in a foul mood. Even if she had indeed suffered, she had not sought him out, but rather chose to visit Ruo Ming instead, fueling his ire. "Then what brings you here? Why not seek me out?" seek you out. Is the young master intending to champion Xinyang's cause? But they are your junior disciples, akin to siblings, while I am merely a servant to you. Would you trust their words, or would you believe my account? Based on her observations of Qin Zhiyun, he was exceedingly cautious. It was likely that Yun Yin and Wen Tian had already informed him of the day's occurrences. If she was not mistaken, with Yun Yin's disdainful gaze upon her and Wen Tian's singular focus, the truth would have been twisted. Others might have begun to question her, yet here was Qin Zhiyun, the rational abnormality, still attempting to extract information from her. Wen Seng's thoughts were accurate. Qin Zhiyun was indeed probing for her true feelings. Though he had likely deduced the answer already, he still offered her the chance to speak. Xinyang, if only you would come to me, I would believe you. But you choose to seek out Ruoming. Did I not say that? If you wish to come, you may tell me. Furthermore, you struck Yun Yin today. He is the child of my esteemed master, cherished within the sect, and you will inevitably encounter them again. This will tarnish your reputation. Behave, apologize to me, and we can put this matter to rest. Wen Seng nearly burst into laughter, having awaited this very statement. Yun Yin, you little scoundrel, it is no wonder your father was so eager to slap you. Yet a sense of grievance welled within her. Though she had succeeded, why could she not receive his support? Qin Zhiyun, you truly are a scoundrel. In truth, Qin Zhiyun was merely attempting to provoke her, with no genuine intention for her to apologize to Yun Yin. As he suspected her actions had been deliberate, provoking Yun Yin and Wen Tian, thereby creating distance between them. No, he would not allow such a thing to transpire. With tears in her eyes, Wen Seng, though feeling pitiful, spoke with venom. Apologize? Why should I apologize? She deserved it for attempting to take what is mine. You are so partial to her. I know you are deceiving me, claiming you would not marry her. All you want is to toy with me. With that, she tossed the broken jade hairpin at Qin Zhiyun's feet. Though it had been indistinguishable before, now, cast upon the ground, it appeared as though Wen Seng had intentionally shattered it. You may give this to her. I have no interest in it. Her current demeanor was sure to incite Qin Zhiyun's disdain. However, Wen Seng was unprepared for the fact that not a trace of anger flickered across Qin Zhiyun's face as he picked up the hairpin. If you desire, I shall procure several identical ones for you tomorrow. How does that sound, Xinyang? Wen Seng was left utterly astonished. Her fade had been torn asunder, and he was not angry. She feared she had encountered a ghost. As she retreated in trepidation, the man, previously devoid of emotion, now harbored a dark glint in his eyes. Indeed, it was as he had suspected. How delightful. Chapter 45. Do you not desire a title? I shall grant you one. She was clearly being deliberate, intentionally arguing with him, provoking Yun Yin and Wen Tian to distance herself from him. Yet she had promised to remain steadfast and true. Such a liar. The anger simmered beneath his brow as he gripped the hairpin tighter, causing fine cracks to appear on its surface, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he struggled to restrain himself. Xinyang, come here. This was the second time he uttered this phrase. Compared to his earlier gentle tone, now it was laced with a cold, commanding authority that allowed no room for retreat. Wen Seng understood that Qin Zhiyun would surely be enraged tonight. After all, she had thrown caution to the wind. Intent on mischief while distancing herself from him, the current Qin Zhiyun was unlike any version she had previously encountered. Though he had once been as frigid as an iceberg, he had grown somewhat gentler since their relationship began. Yet she could still sense his control over her. To any moment, he remained composed and astute. How different he was now, his mask torn away, revealing raw fury and extreme restraint. Wen Seng wished to avoid entangling herself further. Maintaining her distance as she clutched the supplements, though fearful, she steeled herself and declared, I will not apologize. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I? As she spoke, she retreated, waiting for the opportune moment to flee. Qin Zhiyun had reached the limits of his restraint. Very well, she continues to play her role. Xinyang, I do not wish to repeat myself for the fourth time. Come here and I will overlook your transgressions this time. Wen Seng was incredulous, laughing in anger. Pursue me? Xinyang has done nothing wrong. You are so partial to that Yun Yin, then go to her. She had not erred. All of this was Qin Zhiyun's fault. Had he let her go from the beginning, they would not be in this predicament. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, resolving to ignore Qin Zhiyun entirely. She turned to leave, but in the next instant, a towering figure blocked her path. A large hand clasped her waist, causing everything she held to tumble to the ground. Before she could process what had happened, Qin Jiyun was before her, holding her firmly in place. Wen Sang looked up to meet his bloodshot black eyes, which appeared more terrifying than a demon, as if he could see straight into her soul, exposing her innermost thoughts. Her voice quivered as fear crept into her moist eyes. "Young Master Qin." Qin Jiyun chuckled softly, the pale moonlight casting shadows across his face as he reached out to caress her cheek. "So, you have no intention of returning with me?" Wen Sang's legs felt weak, her heart racing. This Qin Jiyun was no righteous cultivator, but rather a devil in human guise. "Xinyang, speak. Do you wish to stay with Ruoming tonight, or shall you obediently return with me? Or do you wish to seek out your cousin?" The man confined her, his gaze dark and foreboding, and Wen Sang could sense the murderous intent in the air. Wen Sang wished to choose none of the options. At present, it seems she has misjudged Qin Jiyun. Her plan was to instigate an argument between the two, to cultivate discord, and ultimately to make him detest her. Why does this man not adhere to the expected norms? Even after her blatant actions, he merely contemplates her returning home obediently in the evening. Returning to do what? To share a bed with him? When Sang realizes that this scoundrel is simply lusting after her body. After all this time, his sole desire is to sleep with her. And he even expects her to apologize to Yun Yin. He views her merely as a plaything for his amusement. The more she contemplates this, the more aggrieved she feels. Damn Qin Jiyun. All those words he spoke were nothing but deceit. He is a despicable liar. Even if she were to perish tonight, she would refuse to return with him. With reddened eyes, she pushes against Qin Jiyun's chest, exclaiming, "Release me. I will not go back. I refuse to return with you." The last vestige of rationality within Qin Jiyun crumbles under her struggles. All that remains is the desire to silence her and keep her submissively by his side, even if it means sternly reprimanding her, ruthlessly dominating her, or imprisoning her forever. A fervor ignites within him, growing unchecked. When Sang is tossed onto the bed, she initially believes she has fallen victim to some enchantment, until a searing body presses down upon her. Qin Jiyun firmly confines her hands above her head, his chest heaving violently, the previous tranquility replaced by utter disarray. Yet, it is all for the woman before him. Qin Jiyun feels himself teetering on the brink of madness. He grips her neck, his once ethereal features now marred by ferocity. This woman can effortlessly manipulate his emotions. He is indeed gravely ill at this moment, when Sang is consumed by despair. She had calculated every possibility, yet never anticipated that this man was not merely a lecherous scoundrel, but the most depraved of them all. As she sniffles pitifully, Qin Jiyun seizes her by the chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Did you intentionally provoke me, oppose Yun Yin and Wen Tian, merely to quarrel with me and then abandon me? Am I correct, Xian Yang?" When Sang is momentarily stunned, blinking in disbelief. How could he possibly know? Could he not momentarily drop his intellect? From her reaction, Qin Jiyun's suspicions are wholly confirmed. He buries his laughter in her neck, mocking her foolishness, yet when Sang discerns a hint of self-mockery and sorrow within it. The next moment, the laughter ceases and Qin Jiyun releases her, kneeling before her in silence as he begins to untie his waistband. When Sang shrinks back, propping herself up. "Young master, what are you doing?" She has no desire to share a bed with Qin Jiyun, especially not tonight when she might be the man stands before her, blocking the light from the flickering candles, resembling an imposing mountain, as if he could crush her at any moment. Qin Jiyun chuckles softly, his eyes cold as ice. "Can't you see? Since you are merely a servant to appease my desires." Suddenly, he leans in, biting her ear, his heated breath causing Wen Sang to tremble uncontrollably. His deep voice whispers into her ear, laden with desire. Of course, the only thought echoing in Wen Sang's mind is to flee, yet she has already fallen into his trap, unable to escape even a fraction. Chapter 46. "I might consider making you my concubine." She weeps in shattered despair, yet receives no semblance of pity. The night stretches long and arduous in the dimly lit room, when Sang stirs awake, moving her body, feeling discomfort throughout, pain coursing through her. The memories of the previous night flood back, and her eyes well up with tears. Qin Juyun, that scoundrel, indulged himself and did not even bother to clean her afterward. She never expected that Qin Juyun, that despicable scoundrel, was also a perverse fiend. Struggling to rise from the bed, she collapses to the ground, her legs weak and powerless, in the dim room. Her hoarse voice calls out, Qin Juyun. Qin Juyun. Yet, no one responds. Tears brim in her eyes as she wipes them away. Cursing Qin Juyun. That scoundrel only knows how to bully me. Suddenly, the door swings open, light flooding in. When Sang Sang raises her gaze, seeing a figure clad in gold-embroidered boots and a flowing robe, exuding an air of confidence. With an exquisite jade pendant hanging from his waist, Qin Juyun sets aside the food he was holding and approaches when Sang Sang. Her presence elicits a strange smile from him. He squats before her, gently untying the cloth binding her wrists. Xianyang, are you hungry? Shall I take you to eat? He reaches out to embrace her, but when Sang Sang forcefully pushes his hand away, oh, not touch me. When Sang Sang steadies herself against the bed, feeling as if her back might break, aware of his wrongdoing, Qin Juyun attempts to assist her, but a glare from when Sang Sang halts him. He merely retracts his hand and follows her slowly. When Sang Sang, supporting her waist, shuffles to the table like an elderly woman crossing the street. Qin Juyun places the food before her, and despite her grievances, hunger prevails. She is determined to eat, trusting that Qin Juyun would not poison her. With their relationship having deteriorated to this extent, she cares little for her appearance, devouring her meal with abandon. However, a heated gaze remains fixed upon her, offering no respite, only torment. She understands. This scoundrel feels guilty for his actions last night. Very well, let him not blame her for her behavior. After all, Qin Juyun has brought this upon himself. When Sang Sang sets down her chopsticks and suddenly declares, I want to eat grapes, Qin Juyun conjures a bunch of grapes out of thin air. Leaving when Sang Sang dumbfounded, he places the grapes on the table. Here, eat, Xianyang. When Sang Sang hesitates, momentarily forgetting that he is a cultivator, I need a bath. I feel unwell. Qin Juyun caresses her hand, his voice soft yet chilling. Did you not wish for a title? Be good, and we can discuss it once you're with child. When Sang Sang's eyes widen in shock, this man is utterly inhumane. That scoundrel bears no true remorse. She abruptly stands, distancing herself from Qin Juyun by 2 meters. Qin Juyun's expression darkens. Xianyang, come here. When Sang Sang refuses to comply, searching for any means to escape him, grabbing at her torn clothing, she exclaims, It's all your fault for tearing my dress. I want a new one, the most beautiful one. No, I want to choose it myself. Seeing him remain silent, she strides toward the door. However, before she can reach it, the door slams shut, and a voice follows, Xianyang, you do not need such things. When Sang Sang turns to face Qin Juyun, a sense of foreboding washing over her. What do you mean? The scoundrel is indeed a perverse fiend. Qin Juyun rises and approaches her, forcing when Sang Sang back until her back hits the door. He looks down at her, teasing a strand of her hair, scoffing. His earlier gentleness vanished. Did you not desire a title? Should you become pregnant, I might consider making you my concubine. After all, a mother holds power through her child. Mother holds power through her child? And he dares to suggest she become a concubine? When Sang Sang's vision blurs with rage as she raises her hand and slaps Qin Juyun. You scoundrel! The slap lands with considerable force, and Qin Juyun touches his cheek, unperturbed, for he knows she cannot escape his grasp. Scoundrel! So, Xianyang has been calling me that behind my back. His gaze darkens. If I do not solidify this, would it not waste Xianyang's efforts? Danger looms in the air as when Sang Sang attempts to flee. Yet in this room, where could she possibly run? Before she can make much progress, he seizes her wrist and throws her onto the bed. With tear-filled eyes, she strikes and pushes against Qin Juyun. When it all concludes, gazing at her body marred by injuries, she sits there in a daze, offering no resistance to him. And Qin Juyun inexplicably feels a sense of satisfaction. He lifts her chin, pressing a kiss upon her tear-streaked face, his tone gentle. Xianyang, wait for my return. The door swings open and closes once more, the last sliver of light extinguished, leaving only darkness in the room. When Sang Sang can no longer contain her tears, scoundrel, sob sob sob, by noon. When Tian has knocked on the door 3 times, yet there is still no sign of the elder brother. Just as he is about to barge in, the door finally creaks open. Qin Jiyun steps out, clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal presence, his demeanor as cold and detached as ever, betraying no hints of turmoil. Having forgotten that he had recently been struck by Qin Jiyun. When Tian curiously peers into the room, "Elder brother, why did you wake up so late?" Qin Jiyun presses his fingers together and gently pulls at the door, causing the intricately carved wooden doors to shut with a thud. Leaving Wen Tian with nothing but disappointment, Qin Jiyun's voice turns icy. "What is it? Speak." The elder brother's tone remains unchanged, prompting Wen Tian to quickly reply, "The master of corpse manipulation has been located." Qin Jiyun's expression shifts slightly as he glances at the tightly closed door before striding towards the main hall. "Take me to see in the grand hall of the Li residence." Several objects, the nature of which remained uncertain, lay covered by white cloths. Zhou Zi leisurely sipped tea from her seat. When Qin Jiyun entered the hall, she set her cup down and, with a squint of mirth in her eyes, regarded him as he approached. Chapter 47. The master brother truly regards her as a plaything. Aside from the unconscious Ruoming and the imprisoned Wen Sangsang, there was the elusive Song Ruo and Chongqing. All others had gathered in attendance. As Qin Jiyun drew near, Zhou Zi rose to meet him, twirling his small mustache, and spoke with a heavy air of authority, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Fellow cultivator Qin, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I would have had to pay you a visit myself." Qin Jiyun, resting a hand on the hilt of his sword, inquired, "County Magistrate Zhou, I have heard you uncovered the mastermind behind the manipulation of these corpses." During their journey, Wen Tian had informed Qin Jiyun that this very individual had been apprehended by Zhou Zi and was currently confined in prison. Zhou Zi replied, "Of course, that person is indeed in prison, so, what say you, fellow cultivator Qin? Shall we take a trip?" Li Yuanwei hurried over, anxious to confront the culprit. "Quickly, take me to see who has caused such turmoil in my residence." Master Baiyun interjected, "Since County Magistrate Zhou has captured the individual, our immediate concern is to have them lift the curse they have placed upon the Li residence." Zhou Zi gestured towards Master Baiyun. "Please?" Master Baiyun exited, followed by Li Yuanwei and his concubine. Zhou Amored. As Zhou Amoer passed by Qin Jiyun, she deliberately cast a glance at the jade pendant at his waist. Zhou Zi, stroking his beard, subtly glanced at Qin Jiyun, a faint smile playing upon his lips, before striding confidently towards the exit. Yun Yin approached Qin Jiyun, stating, "Master brother, I will accompany you." Wen Tian glanced at Zhou Zi with some wariness and quietly warned Qin Jiyun, "Master brother, be cautious of this county magistrate." Qin Jiyun responded, "Indeed, Chang Yin shall accompany me. Wen Tian, you, Yun Yin, and the rest shall remain here. If anything seems amiss, use the Bihui sword to contact me promptly." Mentioning Chongqing, Yun Yin lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. Wen Tian surveyed the area and noticed that Chongqing was absent. He asked Yun Yin, "Senior sister, where is Chongqing?" Yun Yin could not reveal that she had sent Chongqing to summon the Qin family. She concealed the truth from everyone. That girl recently claimed to have an upset stomach and is resting in her room. Qin Jiyun fixed his gaze on Yun Yin before turning away and addressing another junior disciple. "Shall you? You shall come with Chang Yin to check things out." "Yes, master brother," came the reply. Qin Jiyun preferred others to assist him rather than Yun Yin, deepening her resentment, not towards him, but towards Wen Sangsang. If it were not for that Zhao Xianyang, she and the master brother might have already. Zhao Xianyang must not be allowed to remain. As Qin Jiyun stepped outside the Li residence with Chang Yin and the junior disciple, he took a moment to instruct the steward before departing. Once Qin Jiyun and Master Baiyun left, only Wen Tian, Yun Yin, and several junior disciples remained within the Li residence. Outside, a pair of bloodshot eyes hidden among a throng of beggars watched as Qin Jiyun and the others departed. Before the figure rose and made its way into a dark alley, when they re-emerged, the beggar had vanished, replaced by Song Ruo clad in a green robe. Song Ruo smirked, "Qin Jiyun, do you truly believe yourself worthy of being the foremost disciple of Shantian sect?" "Ha!" The steward of the Li residence led several maidens to the courtyard where Qin Jiyun resided, carrying exquisite gowns made of costly silk and finely crafted jade hairpins. At that moment, Yun Yin suddenly appeared, blocking their path. With an air of grandeur, Yun Yin declared, "You've worked hard. Hand them over to me." The steward hesitated. Cultivator Yun, fellow cultivator Qin instructed that these garments be delivered to the room next door. Yun Yin was taken aback. "Isn't the room next door his?" Could this not be for me? The steward stammered. Well, he pondered. Was this not meant for that Zhao girl? Yet, fellow cultivator Qin had not specified which adjacent room. At that moment, when Tian approached, "What is the matter?" Yun Yin feigned an explanation, a hint of sorrow in her tone. "Xiao Tian, these were sent by the master brother, intended for the room next door. I thought it was for me and Chongqing, considering the last opportunity we had, only for it to end in such chaos." The previous incident referred to the shop where Yun Yin had framed Wen Sangsang. She spoke thus because, after Qin Zhiyun's departure, she had quietly entered Wen Sangsang's room, only to find the neatly arranged bedding entirely empty. She had initially intended to teach Zhao Xianyang a lesson to quell her recent frustrations. The room's occupant was nowhere to be found. The only conclusion was that Zhao Xianyang, lacking in shame, had cohabited with the master brother before their marriage and had yet to show herself. Yun Yin could hardly swallow this indignation. Upon seeing the garments in the maiden's hands, her fury peaked. The steward remained indecisive regarding the garment's destination. Unexpectedly, Wen Tian frowned and addressed the steward. "The only occupants in the room next door are my senior sisters. These garments should be delivered to them." Hearing this, the steward had no choice but to instruct that the garments be taken to Yun Yin's room one by one. The luxurious and exquisitely crafted gowns and jade hairpins were brought into Yun Yin's quarters, filling her with immense satisfaction. However, she feigned concern. "Xiao Tian, I worry that if Zhao girl finds out, she may not take it well," Wen Tian replied. "Senior sister, a person of her caliber hardly deserves such garments. Moreover, it was Zhao Xianyang who ruined your jade hairpin that day. Master brother is a reasonable man, and I believe this is his way of compensating you." Yun Yin caressed the jade hairpins beneath her fingers, a mocking smile creeping onto her lips. "Zhao Xianyang, do you think you are worthy of competing with me?" Meanwhile, in a dim room, Wen Sangsang, having wept enough, began to devise a way to free herself from her restraints. The spell cast by Qin Zhiyun had merely bound her with strips of cloth, and though she struggled, she could not break free, nor could she even bite through them. Locked up, her garments were tattered and her body marred, resembling a beggar, an unkempt and filthy beggar. All of this was the doing of Qin Zhiyun. Crouching with her knees drawn to her chest, she sobbed, simultaneously cursing Qin Zhiyun. Suddenly, the door was flung open from the outside. When Sangsang looked up to find Yun Yin standing there, dressed in a resplendent gown, adorned with precious jade hairpins, Yun Yin looked down upon Wen Sangsang with an air of superiority, akin to a victor flaunting her glory. Yun Yin had anticipated encountering Zhao Xianyang in her usual demeanor, yet she was taken aback by the sight before her. Unable to contain her laughter, she thought to herself, the master brother truly regards her as nothing more than a plaything. She now resembled a lowly slave, at the mercy of others. Chapter 48. I still ache all over. Ha 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 ha, Zhao Xianyang. How have you come to look like this? With only Wen Sangsang and Yun Yin present. Yun Yin felt free to mock her without restraint. Wen Sangsang regarded her with cold eyes, remaining silent. Yun Yin stifled a laugh, twirling before Wen Sangsang, the intricate patterns of her gown vividly alive. Which should have belonged to Wen Sangsang, is it beautiful? Wen Sangsang continued to remain silent, knowing full well that Yun Yin had come to ridicule her, certain that her next words would be about how these things were gifts from Qin Zhiyun. Indeed, Yun Yin caressed the jade hairpin atop her head, boasting. These were a special gift from the master brother as compensation. Although Wen Sangsang had anticipated her words, she could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. Who would be pleased to witness another flaunting their possessions before them? Observing the disheveled and wretched figure that was Wen Sangsang, Yun Yin pinched her nose in disgust, taunting. Zhao Xianyang, look at you. An ordinary person, entangled with the master brother. What a pitiful end you've met, a consequence of your own making. But I must thank you. The master brother has stated that we will be wed soon. As for you, you shall serve as my maid. When Sangsang found it utterly absurd that not only was Yun Yin deranged, but so were all these cultivators, she lifted her disheveled face, her eyes brimming with defiance. A maid? You think you are worthy? Oh, by the way, have you and Qin Zhiyun shared a bed? Do you even know? Yun Yin was taken aback by Wen Sangsang's audacity. The mere thought that she had already shared the master brother's bed sent her into a rage. She stepped forward and seized Wen Sangsang by the throat, exclaiming, What do you understand? The master brother cherishes me, unlike you. who is nameless and formless. You are nothing but a lowly harlot. When Sang Sang felt a sharp pain in her neck as Yun Yin tightened her grip. Her innocent visage resembled a thorny rose at that moment, exuding an intoxicating allure. With a playful smirk, she intentionally let the fabric on her shoulders slip, revealing a swath of skin marked with the imprints left by that scoundrel. Qin Jiuyin, hinting at the curves beneath. Though disheveled, she embodied an enchanting seductress, a siren whose mere gaze could compel anyone to serve her. Yun Yin, momentarily entranced, inadvertently released her grip on Wen Sang Sang's neck. Biting her lip, when Sang Sang leaned forward, her tone sultry. If he doesn't touch you, why does he come to me? Look, these marks are all his doing. I'm still in pain because of him. Yun Yin's gaze fell upon Wen Sang Sang's bosom, where kiss marks were scattered. Shamed and furious, she glared at Wen Sang Sang, consumed with the desire to strangle her on the spot. Wen Sang Sang sought to incite Yun Yin's wrath. Stretching her neck as if daring Yun Yin to finish the job, she continued to taunt. If you truly held a place in his heart, why would he touch me? You merely rely on your status and your engagement to him. You can fool yourself, but not me. Yun Yin's eyes glistened with rage, her emotions reaching a boiling point where a fleeting thought could lead to Wen Sang Sang's demise. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, Yun Yin slapped Wen Sang Sang, suppressing her murderous intent while tugging at her hair, seething. Wretched girl, you wish for me to end your suffering, don't you? Ha! Let me tell you, a vile creature like you deserves to suffer endlessly. Releasing Wen Sang Sang, she rose to her feet, looking down at the disheveled figure before her, her attire torn by Qin Jiuyin, exposing her alluring form. Yun Yin declared with venom, you truly are a vixen. Rest assured, once I marry my senior brother, I will ensure your life is a living hell. With that, Yun Yin turned and exited the room. The door swung open and shut, leaving Wen Sang Sang seated on the cold floor, silently rubbing her face as tears cascaded down. She raised a hand to wipe them away, but the tears flowed like pearls from a broken string, refusing to cease. The county magistrate's office. In the prison, torches illuminated the narrow corridor as Qin Jiuyin and his companions, led by Zhou Ziyi, made their way to the innermost cell. In the center of the cell knelt a figure bound in chains, a black cloth covering their head. Zhou Ziyi pointed at the figure, declaring, that person is the master of corpse manipulation from the Li household. Qin Jiuyin frowned slightly. Chang Yin murmured, senior brother. I don't sense any formidable spiritual power emanating from him, Li Yuanwei urged impatiently. Then let him surrender quickly. Zhou Zi cast a silent glance at Zhou Mo Air, who replied, Master, this person has just been captured. He must harbor deep resentment towards us now. If we ask him to surrender, he will surely refuse. Li Yuanwei exclaimed. What should we do then? The scribe beside Zhou Zi stepped forward, saying, naturally, we must wait a couple of days. Apply some torture to make him compliant, Li Yuanwei pressed. What are you waiting for? Go ahead and torture him, Master Bai Yun interjected. No. If he truly is that master, torturing him could invite disaster, the scribe retorted. Master, this individual was captured by our county magistrate. Whether to use torture is not for you to decide. Are you protecting him because you're in league with him? Faced with such baseless accusations, Master Bai Yun clasped his hands in prayer, his brow furrowed, addressing Zhou Ziyi, Umitba, I implore you to reconsider the use of torture. Zhou Moer scolded, you old monk. The master summoned you not to shield this villain. She then turned to Li Yuanwei, deliberately expressing her frustration. Master, if you don't resolve the issues with the Li household swiftly, I shall not return. Li Yuanwei, eager to settle matters quickly and influenced by Zhou Moer's insistence, decisively ordered, yes, we must use torture. It must be done immediately, tomorrow. At the marketplace, I want a notice proclaiming that the villain shall not have a good death. As soon as Li Yuanwei finished speaking, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, heralding an approaching storm. Chang Yin attempted to step forward multiple times, but was restrained by Qin Jiuyin. Upon returning to the Li household, Master Bai Yun lamented the current state of the world, now fallen to such depths. However, he was soon informed that Ming had awakened, prompting his departure. Standing beside Qin Jiuyin, Chang Yin wore a deeply worried expression, saying, Senior brother, regardless of whether that person is truly a master of corpse manipulation, how could this Zhou County magistrate, without a single cultivator by his side, managed to capture him. There are too many loopholes in this situation. I can already envision that if we act against that individual tomorrow, it will undoubtedly lead to a great deal of trouble, not just for us, but for the entire Qing Shui County. Qin Jiuyin grasped the hilt of his sword, gazing into the pond with eyes as still as the depths of night. He spoke coldly, "Tomorrow, we will rescue him." Chang Yin was taken aback but silently noted this, as it was the only course of action. They would uncover the truth of that individual upon entering his residence. Qin Jiuyin saw Yun Yin approaching with her dress lifted, having witnessed Zhao Xianyang's current fate. She must have thought he held feelings for her, and thus the attire was naturally intended for her. "Senior brother." Qin Jiuyin looked over, observing Yun Yin in her resplendent attire, adorned with a jade hairpin. He frowned slightly. Chapter 49. I shall release you the moment you are with child. Yun Yin, adorned in a splendid gown, approached Qin Jiuyin with unbridled joy. Yet, under his scrutinizing gaze, her face flushed with shyness. "Senior brother, you have returned." Unbeknownst to him, the garments prepared by the steward for Wen Sang now clung to Yun Yin's form. When she appeared before him in the ill-fitting attire, he merely frowned slightly, perplexed as to why she would wear something so unflattering. Qin Jiuyin made a non-committal sound and turned to stride toward his quarters, not sparing her another glance. The smile faded from Yun Yin's face, her lips pressed tightly together, filled with unwillingness and fury that nearly overwhelmed her gaze fixed on his retreating figure. That wretched Zhao Xianyang. Even if senior brother did not favor her, she would not let her have it easy. If she could not possess him, then no one else would. The door to the room swung open, a beam of light flooding in only to vanish as it closed. Qin Jiuyin preferred a dim setting, believing a few candles sufficed. He flexed his wrists as he moved behind the screen. The sight of the quilts rise on the bed brought him inexplicable satisfaction. He gently approached and lifted the thin blanket, revealing the person concealed within, a figure he had hidden away. Since Qin Jiuyin entered, Wen Sang had awakened but chose to feign sleep, unwilling to face this scoundrel. Yet, the moniker scoundrel was not without reason. His calloused hand brushed against her exposed skin, trailing toward her sensitive areas. Wen Sang could not endure such humiliation, swatting his hand away and sitting up on the bed, wrapping the quilt around herself, her expression filled with resentment as she glared at Qin Jiuyin. "Stay away from me," bound by her wrists to the headboard. She could only demand that Qin Jiuyin maintain his distance. Her disheveled hair obscured half her face, preventing Qin Jiuyin from noticing the slight swelling on her features. With a faint smile, Qin Jiuyin inquired, "Are you hungry?" As a cultivator, he had long since transcended the need for food, but Xianyang was merely a mortal. Wen Sang thought him deranged, akin to a lunatic who smiled while committing murder. Having been confined all day without so much as a call for help, from noon until now, she had not even had a sip of water. Qin Jiuyin intended to tame her step by step, ultimately transforming her into his unwilling captive. How could Wen Sang not be hungry? Not only was she starving, but she also yearned for Qin Jiuyin's flesh and blood. Defying him would assuredly lead to dire consequences. Amidst her tangled hair, her bright black eyes regarded Qin Jiuyin, and she nodded vacantly, as if a marionette. Pleased with Wen Sang's response, Qin Jiuyin thought to himself that Xianyang must remember not to provoke his anger. Otherwise, her hunger would be the least of her worries. This despicable scoundrel was doing it on purpose, pushing Wen Sang to the brink of murderous intent, to avoid suffering at his hands. She still nodded vacantly. Qin Jiuyin smirked, raising his hand to free her from her bonds. He extended his hand, coaxing, "Come here, to me," just as one would command a pet, an obedient pet. Noticing her lack of movement, his dissatisfaction surfaced and his tone hardened. "Xianyang, do not make me angry. Come here." Though he was right beside her, he still ordered her in such a manner. When Sang recalled Yun Yin's humiliation from earlier. Yun Yin was correct. Qin Jiuyin treated her as nothing more than a plaything. She had declared her unwillingness to remain by his side, yet he still kept her locked away, since others wished to make her suffer. Why should she cater to their whims? Perhaps the grievances and fury within her heart were overwhelming, and the notion of revenge momentarily consumed the entirety of Wen Sang's mind. She extended her hand from beneath the covers, and just as she was about to make contact with Qin Jiyun's, she lunged forward like a wild creature. sinking her teeth into his hand until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. Yet he showed no sign of pushing her away. Qin Zhuyun observed her as she inflicted injury upon him, his gaze devoid of warmth, resembling an unfeeling automaton, his striking features cold and untouched by emotion. However, beneath that veneer of calm lurked tumultuous waves, as if everything could come crashing down in the next moment. Indeed, she remained defiant as when Sang Sang released his hand. She questioned his eerie tranquility. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. Why did he not push her away? When she raised her gaze, she once again met Qin Zhuyun's gentle brows and eyes, which only appeared calm on the surface, for she discerned the darkness swirling within his obsidian irises. He even placed his bloodied hand before her. "Dio, you wish to bite again?" When Song Song's lips were stained with blood, her eyes brimming with terror. He was a monster, a true monster. She yearned to escape. Yet his bloodied hand clutched her cheek, drawing her closer. "Why have you stopped biting?" "Ha! I thought that after a day of hunger you might behave, but it seems I was mistaken. So, did Xian Yang deceive me just now?" When Sang Sang felt her face being pinched, her mouth contorted in pain, utterly unable to break free from his grasp, reduced to a sorrowful whimper. The two of them, one adorned in nobility, the other utterly disheveled, were entwined in a bond that seemed impossible to sever. Qin Zhuyun tossed her onto the bed. When Sang Sang landed heavily, her body aching, her mouth throbbing, every part of her in pain, yet no one cared. With tears in her eyes, she gazed at the man who was loosening his waistband. Shrinking back in fear as she choked out, "What do you intend to do? Please, don't come any closer." His large hand grasped her ankle, dragging her beneath him. At that moment, the man's patience had waned. He had intended to coax her into compliance tonight, to present her with the garments and hairpins he had prepared. Yet it appeared she had yet to learn how to obediently remain by his side. The coldness of his demeanor fractured, revealing a terrifying monster poised above when Sang Sang, ravenously intent on devouring her. Since Xian Yang still possesses strength, it would be unwise to waste it. I have stated before. When you become pregnant, I shall release you. Pregnant? His words signified his acknowledgement of her as a nameless, unacknowledged concubine, destined to revolve around him for eternity. When Sang Sang cried out in struggle, "Qin Zhuyun, have you lost your mind? You scoundrel, let me go!" In her struggle, she raised her hands and struck the man before her, a resounding slap echoing through the room. To her astonishment, she had indeed struck him, a red mark blossoming on half of Qin Zhuyun's handsome face. His head slightly tilted in disbelief, perhaps stunned for the first time by another's blow. When Sang Sang trembled uncontrollably, her voice quaking beyond recognition. Though this was of Qin Zhuyun's own making, she could already foresee the consequences awaiting her. In the dimly lit room, when Sang Sang cleaned herself up, donning a garment that no longer adequately covered her, and then began to furiously kick at the bed frame, if she could not break free. She would take the entire frame with her. Just as she prepared to land another kick, a knock echoed from the window, accompanied by a voice that ignited a spark of hope within her. Zhao Gunyang, are you there?" With her hands bound, she could only stand by the bedside and respond. Ruoming Daozhong. "I'm here," she called out urgently, her voice thick with the grievances she had endured in recent days. Outside the window, Ruoming inquired, "Zhao Gunyang, are you well?" When Sang Sang gazed at the illuminated window, as if she could already glimpse the light of freedom. "Please, Daozhong, save me. Qin Zhuyun has bound me. He is a deceiver. Do not hurry. This room is enchanted. If I rashly enter, Qin Xiushi will surely detect me. Look around. Are there any yellow talismans nearby?" Yellow talismans? When Sang Sang scanned her surroundings and indeed spotted a yellow talisman affixed to the beam. Outside, Ruoming continued, "Tear it down. If you do, I can come in. Tear it down?" When Sang Sang frowned, recalling how Yun Yin had entered without doing anything. Why did Ruoming need her to tear the talisman? Suddenly, she remembered Qin Zhuyun's words in the Great Hall that day. The Ruoming outside was a Yin corpse. Covering her mouth in horror, she retreated, afraid to respond further. However, the Ruoming outside, oblivious to her silence, grew furious, his voice becoming hoarse. "Tear it down! Tear it down! Let me in!" In terror, when Sang Sang covered her mouth and stepped back, the Ruoming outside began to pound on the window, the frame quaking perilously. Suddenly, with a splintering sound, The shadow at the window lost its head. Bang! The door was flung open by someone. When Sang Sang beheld Ruoming approaching her with a countenance rife with concern. "Miss Zhao, you must come with me at once." In that moment, when Sang Sang stood there in a disheveled state, her tears cascading down like a breached dam. Chapter 51. Pity me, for my cousin and I were entwined in affection, only to be so cruelly torn asunder. The thin moonlight finally pierced through. Ruoming gazed at the figure before him, utterly astonished. The tattered garments, the eyes swollen from weeping, the pitiful form of Zhao Xinyang, who had just days ago professed her desire to leave, was now trapped here. She was as fragile as a butterfly, but now, this butterfly had lost its wings. The canary might dwell in a splendid cage, yet she was left with a wretched body and the burden of humiliation. Miss Zhao. When Sang Sang had not anticipated that Ruoming would witness her in such a state, he was the one to rescue her, the one to protect her, yet it was she who deceived him, abandoned him. She had nearly lost count of the times he had saved her, time and again, yet she was but a cunning vixen. Now, he had come to her aid once more, but still, she felt compelled to deceive him. An ineffable complexity of emotions swirled within her, like snow accumulating and gradually solidifying, chilling her to the bone. She longed to draw closer to Ruoming, yet she could not take that step, bound as she was. She found herself ensnared by her own limitations. A bitter smile tugged at her lips as she sniffed and forcefully suppressed the grievances and bitterness within her. Even in this state, she did not wish for Ruoming to see her suffering. "Dao Zhang, have you come to rescue me?" she managed to utter with great effort, her hoarse voice slicing through her veins like a blade. At that moment, she wished Ruoming would say he ought not to interfere in Qin Jiyun's affairs, that he feared offending him, and that he would not rescue her. Ruoming approached when Sang Sang, forcefully tearing away the shackles binding her hands and his eyes. The pain he felt overshadowed all else. He grasped her hand and resolutely declared, "Yes, I have come to save you. Miss Zhao and I will take you away." When Sang Sang understood that Ruoming's motivation for saving her stemmed from his indignation towards Qin Jiyun's actions, a novice, perhaps filled with fervor, he recklessly disregarded the consequences. Much like that day at the inn, he clearly could have chosen not to intervene, yet he chose to protect her. Offending Qin Jiyun, who had the Qin family and the Xuantiangong backing him, could yield no benefit for Ruoming. Yet, this vixen, when Sang Sang, still sought to deceive and exploit him. As Ruoming led her to the door, fear gripped when Sang Sang. She feared that Qin Jiyun would discover them and bring harm to Ruoming. And she was also terrified of being caught herself. Grasping Ruoming's hand, just as they were about to step through the door, her eyes reddened with unshed tears as she implored, "Dao Zhang, you mustn't concern yourself with me. Qin Jiyun will not let me go. You should leave." Seeing her fear of Qin Jiyun, Ruoming realized she must have suffered greatly these past few days. "Miss Zhao, Before he could finish, the sound of footsteps approached. Both of them were taken aback. Ruoming lowered his voice, "This place is not safe. Come with me." Sensing the impending danger, when Sang Sang no longer hesitated and followed Ruoming away from that spot, in the county magistrate's residence. The prison entrance was filled with guards, intoxicated and oblivious. A few stones were hurled from outside, swiftly knocking several of them unconscious. At that moment, two figures clad in dark attire stealthily entered the prison. The torchlight cast shadows on the walls as they subdued a guard emerging from around the corner. Meanwhile, unnoticed, a guard who had been knocked out suddenly opened his eyes. Inside the cell, chains were firmly embedded in the wall, and the person bound by them remained kneeling in the center of the cell. A flash of steel glimmered. With a resounding crack, the lock fell to the ground. The prison door swung open, and the two figures in dark attire entered the cell, one eagerly reaching to tear away the black cloth covering the prisoner's head. Just then, it appeared that one of them had triggered a hidden mechanism. Countless traps emerged from the walls of the cell, and poisoned arrows shot forth simultaneously towards them. One of the figures, caught in the center of the mechanism, raised his hand to sever the chains binding the prisoner. Shielding him as they dodged, the other seized the opportunity, leaping nimbly to the ground, only to discover that numerous blades were now poised at his throat. He stood frozen, unable to move, forced to watch as his companion faced ambush while simultaneously protecting the prisoner. At last, the mechanism ceased its assault, but the ground suddenly gave way. and both the man and the prisoner plunged into the abyss. Xixiao, Chang Yin cried out in despair. Zhou Zi, stroking his small beard, emerged alongside Zhou Amora. You lot of cultivators dare to abduct a convict? Chang Yin frowned. Is it you? He looked at Zhou Amora, confusion evident in his eyes. Lian Yang? How did you end up here? Zhou Amora turned her face away. Zhou Zi scoffed. Bring him out. Let the common folk see just how hypocritical these cultivators truly are. Chang Yin's expression turned aghast. Common folk? What do meanwhile at the Li residence? When Tian was engaged in a fierce battle with the servants of the Li household, who had suddenly transformed into sinister corpses, without any forewarning, every individual in the Li residence had inexplicably become one of these ghastly entities. Yun Yin, trembling with fear, sought refuge behind Wen Tian and his few disciples. After slaying one of the undead, Wen Tian abruptly recalled something and urgently instructed Yun Yin, senior sister, quickly summon Changqing. Use the Bihue sword to call Master Brother and the others back. He then hastened towards Qin Jiyun's courtyard. As the number of undead grew increasingly overwhelming, one of the younger disciples turned to Yun Yin, his expression one of desperation. Senior sister, you must go find Changqing. Use the Bihue sword to bring Master Brother and the others back. We will hold off these undead. Another disciple, already struggling to fend off the relentless onslaught, implored, Senior sister, hurry. Yun Yin bit her lip, her countenance pale. Changqing was not here. Fearful of perishing in this chaos, she abandoned the few disciples and turned to flee. The unfortunate disciples awaited rescue that would never arrive. Meanwhile, when Tian had dispatched several of the undead blocking his path and was making his way toward Qin Jun's quarters. Outside, when Sang Sang and Ruo Ming encountered the undead as well. Shocked, when Sang Sang wondered why everyone in the Li residence had turned into such grotesque forms. Had they all been poisoned? She trailed closely behind Ruo Ming. The sheer volume of the undead made it nearly impossible for just Ruo Ming to fight his way through. And these creatures seemed to have been transformed only recently, moving with a disturbing precision. When Sang Sang followed Ruo Ming toward the nearest exit at the back door, a scene that happened to catch Wen Tian's eye. Due to the torment inflicted by Qin Jiyun, when Sang Sang bore no marks of health, her skin, exposed beneath her disheveled hair, revealed the toll taken on her, as she fled with her ragged skirt in hand alongside Ruo Ming. Despite her disarray, the moonlight cast a delicate sheen upon her, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. When Tian was momentarily entranced, only to furrow his brow in concern. Ruo Ming was preoccupied with dealing with the undead, and thus he only caught a glimpse of Wen Sang Sang's figure as it vanished from view. Why was Zhao Xi and Yang fleeing alone? What would happen if trouble arose? After dispatching the undead before him, when Tian swiftly pursued her, the county magistrate's residence, Zhou Zi opened the Qinkuan bag under the watchful eyes of the crowd, anticipating treasures that would serve as damning evidence against Qin Jiyun. Yet, nothing occurred. Zhou Zi's smile faltered, and he turned to Song Ruo, who frowned in disbelief. How could this be? The onlookers began to murmur. This wretched bag holds nothing. Was there some hidden mystery within? Zhou Zi attempted to calm the crowd, saying, Esteemed guests, these are treasures belonging to cultivators and can only be wielded by the cultivator themselves. Bring Qin Jiyun forth. Two soldiers stepped forward to seize Qin Jiyun, but as soon as they touched him, his body withered away, akin to the undead previously slain. The scene erupted into chaos. What is happening? Is he an undead? Could Qin Jiyun actually be one of them? The most astonished were Song Ruo and Zhou Zi, both turning their gazes toward Zhou in disbelief. Zhou approached, pulling down the now transformed Qin Jiyun, her complexion paling. This cannot be. I personally eliminated him. A chilling voice echoed through the crowd, drawing their attention to a white-clad immortal standing atop a high tower. Zhou Zi gritted his teeth, malice radiating from his eyes. Qin Jiyun. At that moment, the familiar visage of Chang Yin transformed into that of Master Bayun. Taking advantage of Zhou moment of unpreparedness, he swiftly hurled his prayer beads, and as she turned to face him, the fierce light of Buddhism revealed her true form. When the half-human, half-serpent Zhou was unveiled to the crowd, chaos ensued. Under the radiance of the Buddhist light, Zhou Zi shielded his face, only for his steward to scream, A monster! The crowd turned their eyes back to Zhou Zi, who now stood exposed as well. A monster! Run for your lives! The county magistrate was revealed to be a demon. Master Bayun lifted his golden bowl high. Serpent demon, reveal your true form at once. Under the brilliance of the Buddhist light, no demon could hide. Seizing the opportunity, Song Ruo melded into the throng, while Zhou Zi and Zhou Amo were engaged in a struggle with Master Bayun. Qin Jiyun, wielding Fei Yun, soon joined the fray, but the battle was short-lived. As Chong Qing arrived with the Qin family in TOW.AT the Li residence, Ruo Ming kicked open the tightly shut wooden door, revealing the freedom that Wen Sang Sang had yearned for. Sweat glistened upon Ruo Ming's brow. Throughout their perilous journey, he had shielded her. He handed her the last of his silver coins. Miss Zhao, it is safe outside now. You must leave, Wen Sang Sang, clutching the coin purse, felt tears welling in her eyes. Ruo Ming, what about you? Shall we not escape together? Ruo Ming smiled gently, declining her offer. I still need to find my master. Miss Zhao, take care on your journey, Wen Sang Sang. Aware that he harbored no romantic feelings for her, nonetheless embraced Ruo Ming tightly. He was momentarily taken aback. As she released him, she smiled through her tears. Taoist, may we meet again by fate. Ruo Ming softly replied. Indeed. As Wen Sang Sang turned to depart, tears streamed down her face. Ruo Ming, we shall never meet again. Chapter 53. I have never held affection for Qin Jiyun. I cannot return. That night, as Governor Song of Yunzhou settled into bed, his door was suddenly flung open by an agitated subordinate. Governor Song, rising in annoyance to reprimand the intruder, was met with frantic words. My lord, someone from Xintian sect has arrived. What? Hastily donning an outer robe, Governor Song rushed to the reception hall. Upon seeing the figure standing with their back to him, he approached and inquired, May I ask which esteemed cultivator from Xintian sect has graced our humble abode? The individual turned, revealing the long-awaited Chang Yin, who spoke slowly and clearly. I am Qin Jiyun, the eldest disciple of Xintian sect, sent here on special assignment. Upon hearing this, the governor's heart trembled. Qin Jiyun, after emerging from the Li residence, Wen Sang Sang ran toward the city gate without pause, fearful that Qin Jiyun might pursue her. Recalling how he had found her last time, she spotted the city gate ahead, hope igniting within her. Strangely, tonight, the area by the gates was eerily deserted, devoid of any guards. If she could just pass through, she would be free, never to see those cultivators again, nor that scoundrel Qin Jiyun. With relief, she lifted her foot, ready to stride toward freedom. Unexpectedly, darkness enveloped her vision, and a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to collapse to the ground. What was happening? Everything around her began to blur, and she felt as if she were losing her sight. Suddenly, she pressed a hand to her abdomen, feeling an icy sensation, while an inexplicable heat surged within her veins. Overwhelmed, her strength began to wane. She crawled toward the city gate, unaware that 3 foxtails trailed behind her. In agony, Wen Sang Sang felt discomfort spread throughout her body, particularly in her abdomen, where the icy sensation faded, replaced by an intense burning, as if a fireball were searing her insides. Wen Sang Sang clutched her abdomen, nearly sobbing. She had fought hard to reach this point. She refused to go back, for returning could only lead to a grim fate. Qin Jiyun, that scoundrel, would likely chain her up to the tea that moment, rounding the corner. Song Ruo, the tiger demon preparing to exit the city, was stunned by the sight before him. The 3 foxtails trailing behind Wen Sang Sang were unmistakable. This Zhao Xianyang was no ordinary fox demon. Soon, his shock was replaced by a darker thought. If she were to follow Qin Jiyun, it would be a waste. Better to let him have her. Just as Wen Sang Sang felt herself spiraling into unconsciousness, a familiar voice called out, Zhao Xianyang. When Tian rushed forward, sword in hand, only to find Wen Sang Sang in pain on the ground, clutching her abdomen, he failed to notice the 3 tails behind her, as they vanished at the approach of another. Upon hearing Wen Tian's voice, Wen Sang Sang turned her head, and she too did not perceive the tails as when Tian approached her. Tears spilled from her eyes, and she struggled to retreat, as if he were a fearsome beast. Although Wen Tian does not harbor feelings for her, her current state truly evokes deep sympathy. Just moments ago, he was frustrated with her for running off alone, but now he is struck by her vulnerability. he said in a deep voice. Come back with me. It is unsafe for you to remain here alone. He reached out to grab Wen Sang. She struggled violently, scratching his hand in the process. Wen Tian quickly withdrew his hand, shaking off Wen Sang and standing up to her, his voice laced with anger. Have you lost your mind? Wen Sang, already weak and in distress, now lay on the ground unable to rise. She cradled her abdomen, staring longingly towards the city gate, choking back tears as all she wished was to leave this place. Wen Tian's heart brimmed with rage. Feeling that Zhao Xinyang was ungrateful, yet his gaze fell upon her abdomen, and recalling what Yunian had once told him, he blurted out, Are you pregnant? Wen Sang wished she could stab Wen Tian with a sword. Cursing the absurdity of her situation, Wen Tian's face paled. She truly was pregnant. Could it possibly be the child of his senior brother? He needed to take her to see him immediately. He reached for Wen Sang again, but she had no strength left to resist. Wen Tian crouched before her, and she lifted her despairing face, her eyes filled with shattered light, pleading through her sobs, Please let me go. I will no longer cling to Qin Zhuyun. Just allow me to leave. Wen Tian had never seen her like this. Had she not always desired to be by his senior brother's side, even to the point of quarreling with Sister Yunian over it? However, Wen Tian's expression darkened. No, you are pregnant. You must return. And in this state, Wen Sang was on the brink of collapse. She had finally managed to escape. Shaking her head, her voice trembling, she told Wen Tian, It was Qin Zhuyun. He is the one who has harmed me. Your senior brother is responsible for this. Wen Tian was taken aback. What did you just say? Wen Sang seemed to seize a glimmer of opportunity for release. She desperately recounted to Wen Tian the atrocities committed against her by Qin Zhuyun. Even though her credibility in Wen Tian's eyes was at zero, it was Qin Zhuyun. He bound me. He denied me clothing and food. He wants me to bear his child, to be a nameless and unacknowledged concubine. With reddened eyes, Wen Sang once more implored Wen Tian softly, Please, help me. I have never loved Qin Zhuyun. I cannot return. If I do, I will die. Qin Zhuyun will not spare me, and neither will you, for I am but a half-demon. Wen Tian's face drained of color as he gazed upon Wen Sang, whose body bore the marks of suffering. This state was indeed a result of his senior brother's doing? How could someone like him ever coerce her? If this were to spread, his senior brother's reputation would be utterly ruined. Wen Tian shook his head, firmly believing in Qin Zhuyun's character. No, it cannot be. You are deceiving me. Suddenly, Wen Sang laughed, a sound filled with defiance and mockery, her beautiful face marred by determination. Her disheveled hair framed her, and despite her disarray, that laughter was breathtakingly vivid. Wen Tian found himself captivated by her, only to receive a stinging slap from her. Fool! Wen Sang could not help but curse Wen Tian. She had thought him to possess some wit, only to discover he was a die-hard fan of Qin Zhuyun. She could hardly comprehend how such a person could play the lead role. He was less capable than her, even if she was not human. Taken aback by the slap, Wen Tian stumbled slightly, then covered his face. You? Wen Sang glared at him, and though he should have retaliated, Wen Tian found himself at a loss for words. Turning away, he said, You must return with me. We can discuss everything else later. Just as he reached out to grab Wen Sang again, he was suddenly struck by an unseen force that sent him flying. With a crash, the blade embedded itself in the ground, sending up a shower of sparks. After being propelled several dozen meters, Wen Tian finally regained his footing. Song Ruo burst onto the scene, crouching before Wen Sang with urgency in her gaze. Cousin, who has done this to you? Wen Sang was taken aback. Song Ruo, how had this missing person appeared here? But that was irrelevant. She was in dire need of a steed. With a sorrowful expression, Wen Sang lamented, Cousin, it's all that bastard Qin Zhuyun's fault. Please take me away. Song Ruo nodded rapidly. All right, cousin, I will take you away right now. He turned and crouched down. Quickly get on. I will carry you. Wen Sang climbed onto Song Ruo's back, and he hurriedly ran towards the city outskirts, his pace frantic, revealing his own anxiety. Wen Tian, stabilizing himself, saw Song Ruo carrying Wen Sang away and unsheathed his sword to pursue them, but suddenly, several shadowy corpses surged forth to obstruct his path. Wen Tian could only watch helplessly as Wen Sang was taken away. The county magistrate's residence was in utter disarray. just as Zhou Amoer and Zhou Zi transformed into half-human, half-snake forms in an attempt to flee. A net of divine restraint ensnared both demons. Soon, several disciples clad in the robes of Xuantiangong appeared, and behind them emerged a poised young woman alongside Chongqing. Chongqing, wielding the Bishi sword, approached Qin Zhuyun with eagerness. "Senior brother." Qin Zhuyun sheathed his Feiyun sword and, upon seeing Chongqing, frowned. "What are you doing here?" Chongqing dared not meet Qin Zhuyun's gaze, unable to confess that she had visited the Qin family and summoned their members. The young woman accompanying Chongqing stepped forward, addressing Qin Zhuyun, "Senior brother." Qin Zhuyun furrowed his brow once more. Yiqing? Yiqing was the highly esteemed fifth sister of Xuantiangong, her cultivation level comparable to Qin Zhuyun's. She observed that Qin Zhuyun bore no injuries, so why had Chongqing claimed that he was hurt? She had been in Yunxiang City when she heard Chongqing mention that Yunian and the senior brother had been injured. And upon completing her mission, she had followed them here, only to find the senior brother engaged in battle with this snake demon. At that moment, Master Baiyun approached the figure shrouded in black cloth. The adept who controlled the corpses, who could it be? He lifted the cloth to reveal a face that left him stunned in place. Song Shizhu. Song Rua's pale and weak visage appeared before everyone, and Chongqing covered her mouth in disbelief. Qin Zhuyun was equally taken aback. Why was it Song Rua? The prisoner was indeed Song Rua? Zhou Zi had referred to the master of the corpse control as Song Rua. Lying on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, Zhou Zi let out a mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha, Qin Zhuyun, can you predict the hearts of men?" Qin Zhuyun's gaze fell upon the Bishi sword in Chongqing's hand. Realizing that with the Bishi here, Feiyun had not made a sound all night. Chongqing and Yiqing followed Qin Zhuyun's gaze to the Bishi sword. Qin Zhuyun suppressed the ominous premonition rising within him and instructed Yiqing. "Watch over this place." Yiqing nodded, directing several disciples to accompany Qin Zhuyun. Qin Zhuyun, stifling his rage, looked at Chongqing. "You had better pray they are unharmed." Chongqing realized that she and Yunian had stirred up trouble. Her face drained of color as she nearly faltered. The gates of Li Manor swung open once more, drenched in blood. Qin Zhuyun led several disciples through, slaying shadowy corpses, and what they witnessed in the great hall would haunt them for life. The disciples following Qin Zhuyun formed a circle in the hall, swords drawn, turning against one another in a deadly frenzy, blood pooling on the ground from their wounds. Bang! One disciple, who had slain a shadowy corpse, dropped his sword, teetering on the brink of collapse, and with reddened eyes, cried out to one of the deceased, "Brother!" Chongqing fell to her knees. Qin Zhuyun gripped Feiyun tightly, turning toward his quarters, hoping against hope that those he cherished were still alive. As he approached his courtyard, the door swung open before he could step inside. Relief washed over him, only to be swiftly replaced by dread. Yunian, disheveled and in distress, rushed out of the room and embraced Qin Zhuyun. "Senior brother, you have finally returned." Without hesitation, Qin Zhuyun pushed Yunian away and walked into the hall, only to find that the person bound to the bed had vanished, leaving only torn strips of cloth behind. Yunian realized Qin Zhuyun was searching for Zhao Xinyang but feigned ignorance. "Senior brother, what are you looking for?" With a darkened expression, Qin Zhuyun demanded. "Where is Xinyang? What have you done with her?" Xinyang was absent. Yet Yunian was present. Where had his beloved Xinyang gone? The Feiyun sword floated ominously in the air, ready to strike should Qin Zhuyun choose to act on his thoughts. Yunian, terrified by Qin Zhuyun's demeanor, dared not lie, knowing he would show no mercy, especially recalling his previous treatment of Wentian. "Zhao Xinyang, senior brother, I have not seen her." Killing intent flared in Qin Zhuyun's gaze, dark and menacing. "Not seen? Yunian, do not force my hand. I have told you I will not marry you. If you confess now, I may still spare you." Driven by his master's fury, the Feiyun sword pressed against Yunian's neck, drawing blood. Feeling the pain, Yunian trembled. Having never witnessed such a side of Qin Zhuyun before, "I truly have not seen her, senior brother, I swear." Qin Zhuyun fixed his gaze upon Yunian, who at that moment had lost all the arrogance she had displayed before when Sanson, leaving only fear in its wake. As Qin Zhuyun stepped out of the room, Yunian collapsed onto the ground, her eyes filled solely with terror. There was only one place left for her to go, Ruoming. Qin Zhuyun traversed the path with his sword drawn, heading toward Ruoming's residence, where Ruoming was engaged in a fierce battle with a ghostly corpse. Upon seeing Qin Jiyun, he hurried forward, exclaiming, "Qin Xiushi, you have finally returned." Qin Jiyun inquired, "Where is Xian Yang?" Ruo Ming feigned ignorance. "Miss Xiao? I haven't seen her. Wasn't she with you?" Fearing that Qin Jiyun might discern something amiss, Ruo Ming anxiously added, "What has happened to Miss Xiao?" At that moment, Qin Jiyun's heart was already filled with the worst of forebodings. Yet without seeing a body, he could not draw a conclusion. After the Yin corpses from the Li residence were dealt with, Qin Jiyun still could not find Wen Sanson among the remains. He stood in the center of a blood-soaked pond, hands clasped behind his back, though the veins on the back of his hand were taut with suppressed tension. "Where on earth have you gone, Xian Yang?" At that instant, a battered Wentian returned. Upon seeing him covered in wounds, his disciples rushed forward to assist him. "Brother One, what has happened to you?" Qin Jiyun arrived. And Wentian, clutching his chest, weakly replied, "Zhao Xian Yang, hurry to save her. She is with a tiger demon, and she is pregnant." Chapter 55. "You truly are a calamity, fox spirit." Hearing those words, Yun Yin froze in place. If Zhao Xian Yang were indeed pregnant, and if the child belonged to the senior brother, it would be even more difficult to separate them. Qin Jiyun's mind went blank for a moment. Xian Yang was pregnant? He stood there, stunned, unable to process the information. The usually composed Qin Jiyun, who had faced numerous storms with a calm demeanor since the death of his parents, was now utterly enchanted, reminiscent of a beast that had escaped its cage. Finally revealing his true nature before the world, he had intended to let the matter rest and discuss it thoroughly with her, offering her treasures if she still refused to follow him. If she cherished wealth, he would grant her mountains of gold and silver. If she valued her life, he would have Fei Yun accompany her at all times. If she adored beautiful garments, he would provide her with splendid attire, jade hairpins and golden ornaments in abundance. But now, she was pregnant, and they were bound together by this connection. Even heaven seemed to conspire to unite them, affirming that she ultimately belonged to him. Overwhelmed by a surge of joy, Qin Jiyun felt an urgent need to see Wen Sanson, his voice trembling as he asked Wentian, "Where is she? Where are they?" Wentian, weakly responding, said, "She went southeast, outside the city." "Southeast?" "Toward Lanrua Temple." Qin Jiyun wasted no time and soared out of the city on his sword, his entire being taut with anticipation, his heart racing uncontrollably to Lanrua Temple. Song Ruo, drenched in blood, was nearly carrying Wen Sanson inside the temple. The tiger demon still bore the appearance of Song Ruo. Yet his skin was beginning to peel away, revealing the horrific visage beneath, marred by the bite of a Jiao dragon. When Sanson struggled, realizing that this Song Ruo was not the one she had seduced, but rather a tiger demon, who was now dragging her toward the temple. "Let me go." The tiger demon, now consumed by a desire to devour Wen Sanson to restore his vitality, had lost all patience. With blood-red eyes, he turned to her and barked, "Behave yourself." When Sanson caught a glimpse of his peeling face, exposing the gruesome flesh beneath, nearly causing her to faint. This tiger demon wore the skin of her cousin. Had the real Song Ruo already been killed? Earlier, as when Sanson was carried out of the city by Song Ruo, it hadn't been long before Wentian pursued them. Seeing Wentian alone, the tiger demon had assumed he could easily dispose of him, only to discover that Wentian's cultivation was not insignificant. The fight between man and demon was fierce, and as when Sanson sought to escape, she found herself unable to flee far before Wentian was defeated. And the tiger demon seized her, dragging her toward Lanrua Temple. In a wonder, he had claimed that there were his people waiting for her at Lanrua Temple. The Song Ruo she encountered later was indeed this tiger demon. Once inside the temple, the tiger demon showed no mercy, throwing her heavily onto the ground. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously. Having lost his human skin in the fight with Wentian, half of his face now hung grotesquely. And he gazed at Wen Sanson, baring his sharp fangs. "You are a three-tailed fox spirit. You must have gained considerable benefits from being around that Qin Jiyun these past few days. Initially, I planned to use you to ruin his reputation, but since you've already benefited him, I might as well enjoy you myself." The tiger demon's eyes gleamed with desire as he stood before Wen Sanson, removing his long robe. Wen Sanson curled up in the corner, fearfully gazing at the tiger demon. "Who are you? What do you want? Why are you impersonating my cousin? What have you done to him?" At this moment, he still pretended. The tiger demon scoffed, fox spirit, even now you still act innocent? Wasn't it you who delivered Song Ruo right into my hands? What do you mean I delivered him? When Sanson was taken aback, I delivered him? The tiger demon stroked his chin, sizing her up. I heard you were deceived 10 times. Why haven't you learned anything? When Sanson stared at the tiger demon in disbelief. How did he know that? Seeing the shock in her eyes, the tiger demon felt a surge of satisfaction. He relished the sensation of manipulating both humans and demons at will. However, when Sanson then spoke, slowly and deliberately, so the parrot spirit and you are in cahoots. He deliberately led Qin Jiyun and the others to that cave to obtain the treasure? The tiger demon was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Seems you are not entirely foolish, when Sanson furrowed her brow. What exactly do you want? Though she was merely a minor character in this scheme, her curiosity was piqued, for the target was not Wentian, the protagonist. If it were Wentian, he could have easily killed him just now. Thus, the focus had to be on Qin Jiyun. Perhaps there was crucial information regarding her transmigration into this story, such as her having entered the wrong narrative. The tiger demon ceased laughing and, adopting a very magnanimous demeanor, addressed Wen Sanson, out of consideration for your imminent demise, I shall reveal our intentions. What we aim to do is drag Qin Jiyun into an abyss from which he cannot escape. What? Drag Qin Jiyun into an abyss? What does that mean? He is the protagonist. Had these demons gone mad? No. When Sanson quickly realized that this was all wrong. They truly were targeting Qin Jiyun, meaning she had indeed transmigrated into a story centered on him. Peeling away a piece of his skin, the tiger demon decided to stop wasting words with Wen Sanson. He raised his hand and swiftly removed his entire human skin, revealing a body that was a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood. When Sanson Ca previously, due to the enticement of Song Ruo, when Sang Sang had genuinely believed that this individual, who claimed to be a wanderer of the 4 seas, was indeed a peculiar being. Little did she expect him to be so utterly despicable. The parrot spirit scratched its head in embarrassment. I only did it to save my own skin. When Sang Sang's eyes blazed with fury. What? Then, does my life mean? The parrot spirit took flight. This world is as it is, be it human, demon, or ghost. Few are truly good. If you wish to survive, you cannot speak the truth. Helpless, when Sang Sang sat down, tears streaming down her face. How could she not realize that this world was one that devoured humans, demons, and ghosts alike? Why was it so difficult for her to simply live? All she desired was to exist without provoking anyone. Upon witnessing her tears, the parrot spirit's anger dissipated somewhat. After all, this fox spirit was also pitiable. While the tiger spirit is distracted by Qin Jiyun, come, let us flee. When Sang Sang's tears ceased instantly as she looked up at the parrot spirit. You want to take me with you? Aren't you afraid the tiger spirit will return and kill you? The parrot spirit scoffed. I remained by the tiger spirit's side solely for his treasures. Now that the treasures are gone and the dragon's core is lost, how could he possibly contend with Qin Jiyun? We must run while we can. To her surprise, the parrot spirit viewed the situation so pragmatically. When Sang Sang wiped her tears and stood up immediately. However, at that moment, 3 tails sprouted from her back, swaying in the air. The parrot spirit, pointing at her tails, exclaimed, You. When Sang Sang turned to see 3 tails extending from her backside, her pupils widening in shock. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. With no time to ponder the nature of her tails, the parrot spirit urged, Run, run, they are drawing near. The parrot and the fox quickly vanished into the temple. Just as they departed, a figure emerged from behind the split Buddha statue. Clang! A flash of cold light passed, and the tiger spirit stood frozen, a deep gash appearing on his chest, blood oozing forth. Opposite him, Qin Jiyun bore a scratch on his shoulder, blood staining his robe. Thud! The tiger spirit collapsed. Qin Jiyun pointed his sword at the tiger spirit, coldly demanding, Where is Xian Yang? Where have you taken her? The tiger spirit's expression froze. He was unaware of the fox spirit's true identity, realizing that the 3-tailed fox was indeed extraordinary. However, he had no intention of revealing Wen Sang Sang's true identity to Qin Jiyun. The thought of Qin Jiyun transforming into a monstrous being over a mere fox spirit filled him with delight. He taunted Qin Jiyun. I devoured her. Did you know she called for you in her final moments? Qin Jiyun, you can't even protect your own woman. Ha ha ha. Qin Jiyun's grip on Fei Yun tightened, nearly striking the tiger spirit down in fury, but he restrained himself. First, he severed the tiger spirit's hands, then his legs, leaving him sprawled in a pool of blood, which splattered onto Qin Jiyun's robe. The tiger spirit, racked with pain, cried out, "Ah, Qin Jiyun, you monster! If you dare, kill me!" Qin Jiyun sneered, "Death would be too merciful for you." He raised his hand once more, disemboweling the tiger spirit, who remained alive, enduring excruciating agony. The surrounding wild ghosts, drawn by the scent of blood, emerged from their graves, eyes glinting with hunger. Qin Jiyun sheathed Fei Yun. Casting a glance at the wild ghosts, he dusted off his robes, his expression returning to its usual cold demeanor, as if the gruesome scene bore no relevance to him. With a blank countenance, he turned to leave. The tiger spirit, languishing in a pool of blood, shouted in despair, "Qin Jiyun, you monster! Kill me, end my suffering." After Qin Jiyun departed, a horde of wild ghosts pounced upon the tiger spirit, leaving only the sounds of gnawing and the tiger spirit's wails, when Sang Sang, clutching her skirts, ran through the forest alongside the parrot spirit. She dared not pause, for the sounds of battle had ceased. She wished to see neither the tiger spirit nor Qin Jiyun ever again. She ran for an indeterminate length of time, her ears ringing, yet she could not stop. "No more running," gasped the parrot spirit, landing on a branch, when Sang Sang approached, intending to lift the parrot spirit. "What if we are caught?" Just as the parrot spirit was about to voice its exhaustion, a sharp dark sword suddenly shot from the trees, embedding itself in a trunk mere steps away. Both when Sang Sang and the parrot spirit tilted their heads to observe the sword, and the next moment, the parrot spirit shrieked and flapped its wings, attempting to take flight, but was ensnared by a sudden binding rope, crashing heavily to the ground, issuing a mournful cry as it struggled, the rope tightening with each attempt. Upon witnessing this, a chill gripped when Sang Sang's heart, and she retreated, covering her mouth in horror. Just as she turned to flee, she collided with the searing body that a familiar, chilling voice echoed above her, soft yet lethal. "Xian Yang, where do you think you are going?" Upon hearing that voice, when Sang Sang's vision darkened, and she fainted, Qin Jiyun caught her in his arms, his inky eyes catching sight of the red marks on her neck, filled with both anguish and resentment. He had tracked her to Lan Rua Temple, finding only the discarded skin of the tiger spirit. It became clear that she had followed the disguised tiger spirit, posing as Song Rua. Once more, she sought to escape, yet she had not obeyed. Cradling the unconscious girl, he glanced at her abdomen, a faint smile curling his lips, though darkness loomed in his eyes. "No matter, since she is already pregnant. She shall be mine in life or death." Chapter 57. Expectant mothers are prone to irritability. Cold rain cascaded from the eaves, creating small puddles on the ground, the rhythmic sound of raindrops causing the already restless fox spirit to frown. When Sang Sang lifted her heavy eyelids, surveying her surroundings, which were dark and dilapidated, yet oddly familiar, the flickering fire cast a warm glow around her, and a glance at the dark sword standing nearby jolted her fully awake. She sat up, the loose robe slipping from her shoulders, and the chilling air quickly sent a shiver down her spine. Memories flooded back, when Sang Sang rubbed her temples, recalling her escape with the parrot spirit and the encounter with that despicable Qin Jiyun, which had caused her to faint in fright. Good heavens! What kind of calamity had she brought upon herself? Just then, Qin Jiyun entered, witnessing this very scene. By the bright firelight, the beautiful maiden lay on her side, her flowing hair cascading down her back, the thin layer of firelight enveloping her like a warm mist, causing her to shine amidst the dusty, ancient temple, perhaps feeling the intensity of his gaze. When Sang Sang instinctively turned her head, only to find Qin Jiyun standing there, seemingly watching her for quite some time. Alarmed, she quickly used the robe beneath her to cover herself, retreating to the corner, keeping a wary eye on him. Qin Jiyun was not angered by her wariness. Indeed, it was prudent for him to maintain distance from her. Yet, his legs betrayed him as he approached, crouching before her, gazing at her with gentle eyes, awake. When Sang Sang averted her gaze, clearly unwilling to converse, she pulled her robe tighter, fearful of the monster's touch. He glanced at her robe, recalling that it belonged to him. A faint smile tugged at Qin Jiyun's lips. "Xian Yang, you may not wish to speak with me, But surely you cannot hide the fact that you are carrying our child. When Sang Sang turned to look at him, her eyes filled with profound confusion. Our child? Could he be mistaken, just like that fool when Tian? Qin Juyun, assuming she was still unaware of her condition, refrained from directly stating her pregnancy, wishing to surprise her with the revelation. When Sang Sang, recalling that imbecile when Tian, quickly deduced why Qin Juyun had rushed over. He must have learned of her pregnancy from when Tian, prompting this despicable man to come so swiftly. Qin Juyun's gaze lingered on her, and he noted that she appeared unchanged. Yes, you are pregnant, Xianyang. This is our child. Are you happy? He understood that when Sang Sang had yet to accept their situation, given her repeated attempts to flee, clearly, she did not want to remain with him. Thus, this child was both a surprise and a shock to her. However, he believed she would ultimately find more joy than fear in it, as she had long desired a formal acknowledgement. With this child, his marriage proposal would gain further impetus. Yet, Qin Juyun did not anticipate when Sang Sang's unrelenting scorn. Oh, happy? Why should I be happy? As Xianyang. I am merely a servant to the young master. What significance does this child hold? As she uttered those words, Qin Juyun's facade of gentleness and good nature, which he had maintained to ease the tension between them, vanished in an instant. Observing the change in his expression, when Sang Sang continued to provoke him. And how do you know this child is yours? Don't forget, I was once abducted by that group of beggars. A wicked smile curled at her lips, yet her eyes remained innocent and naive. Do you wish to be the one who takes responsibility? Qin Juyun gazed intently at her, a tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes, leaving when Sang Sang uncertain whether he was angry or feeling something else entirely. But she could discern a madness lurking beneath, a frantic desire to consume her. She curled up, still unwilling to relent, taunting him further. Why are you so angry? I'm merely stating the truth. After all, I'm just here to serve you, and now I'm carrying another man's child. Are you truly so generous as to support someone else's offspring? The term take responsibility echoed in his mind. As an ancient figure, he should not comprehend its implication. Yet, in the next moment, when Sang Sang sensed a dangerously ominous aura, she had been certain that a protagonist like Qin Juyun would never harm someone of her insignificance, that he would merely exchange words and then let her be. However, her certainty wavered as she wondered why he remained so composed. Qin Juyun caressed her face, his warm palm firmly holding her delicate skin, refusing to allow her escape while he maintained his gentle demeanor. Then do enlighten me, who do you wish to bear a child for? Or rather, whose child do you hope lies within you? The cursed scoundrel was indeed angered. Raising her chin defiantly, her eyes filled with stubbornness and resolve, she retorted, naturally, it could be anyone. Just not yours. Qin Juyun's breaths grew heavier. Did she truly wish to reject their child? Suddenly, he released her, observing her fragile figure, as if fearing he might frighten her. His gentle smile began to crack. It's all right, Sanyang. Once we reach Xuantiangong, I will declare this child is mine. You will remain within the sect and ensure its safe arrival. When Sang Sang utterly broke down, why did Qin Juyun cling to her so? What was it about her that captivated him, a protagonist of such stature? Was she not allowed to change her mind? With tear-filled eyes and hair obscuring half her face, she supported herself, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Qin Juyun, please let me go. I don't want to go to Xuantiangong, nor do I wish to follow you. I am just an ordinary person. I cannot bear your affections. How many times had she uttered such words to herself? In the past, he would undoubtedly have been angered, for she had initially professed her willingness to accompany him. Now, however, she sought to flee. Qin Juyun offered her no opportunity for escape, not a single chance. Maintaining his soft smile, his tone turned frigid. Pregnant women tend to have a short temper, Sanyang. This time, I shall pretend I did not hear you. But in the future, do not utter such words again. As he spoke, his eyes darkened ominously, resembling a venomous serpent, cold and shadowy. His tone conveyed an unyielding dominance, as if her disobedience would provoke him to reveal his wrath, perhaps leading to her demise. A twinge of fear gripped when Sang Sang's heart, for the current Qin Juyun mirrored the one who had once imprisoned her in that very moment. Should she utter a single wrong word, he would transform into a bloodthirsty beast, devouring her without a trace. Chapter 58 Sanyang. After playing for a while, it is time to return. When Sang Sang felt as though he possessed a dual personality, with another Qin Jiyun lurking beneath this facade, waiting for the opportunity to tear off this mask and reveal his true self. Ultimately, it was her fear of being tormented by Qin Jiyun that rendered her only capable of soft sobs. Allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks, the man before her, akin to a demon, gently wiped away her tears with his fingertip, his tone softening, so obedient. Rising to his feet, Qin Jiyun looked down at her from his elevated position. Like a sovereign presiding over all, Sanyang, remember, do not provoke my anger. Whatever you desire, I shall grant it to you. With that, he cast a glance at Fei Yun, who stood nearby, before turning to exit. When Sang Sang found it utterly ironic. This man was nothing like the virtuous cultivator portrayed in novels, who saved the world from calamity. In truth, he was merely a hypocrite cloaked in human skin. And now her fate rested within the grasp of such a person. Her eyes flickered toward the Fei Yun sword standing beside her, and a yearning for freedom surged within her heart. Just as Qin Jiyun sensed something amiss, when Sang Sang had already pressed the sword against her neck. Staring at him with reddened eyes, Qin Jiyun was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon darkened. How clever of you to attempt to escape in such a manner. He raised his hand, intending to summon Fei Yun back, only to find it beyond his control. Sanyang, put down the sword. When Sang Sang had merely wished to test her luck, never anticipating that she would actually draw it. Upon hearing Qin Jiyun's roar, feeling the intensity of his anger, she retreated a couple of steps, yet her voice trembled as she dared to bargain. Let me go, and I will return it to you. Otherwise, I will die right here. Qin Jiyun's hands, clasped behind his back, clenched into fists, the veins on his hands standing out with suppressed fury. He still retained some semblance of rationality. Sanyang, please lower the sword. You are pregnant, and I do not wish to harm you. Harm her? Had he not already caused her pain? This deceiver, this hypocritical rogue. Since he cared so much for the child, she would use it as leverage against him. Take another step forward, and I will not hesitate to harm myself. Do you believe I would stab this child? As she spoke, when Sang Sang gripped the sword, poised to strike at her abdomen. Qin Jiyun's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes darkening ominously. He had intended to use this child to persuade her to willingly stay by his side. Yet she had turned the tables, threatening him instead. Very well, it appears I have been too lenient, allowing you to misconstrue my intentions. Qin Jiyun suppressed his rage, his eyes tinged with red. Sanyang, do you truly wish to part ways with me? Or were all those promises you made mere fabrications? She had once vowed to accompany him to Xuantiangong, declaring her unwavering loyalty, yet now she was willing to risk her life to escape him. When Sang Sang shook her head frantically, she had repeated her sentiments countless times. Why could he not comprehend? I do not want to. I do not wish to be with you. It is you who has a fiancé yet continues to pursue me. Qin Jiyun could not restrain himself from interrupting her. But I told you I will not marry Yun Yen. Tears streamed down when Sang Sang's face as she nearly screamed in desperation. I was deceiving you. I only wanted to follow you to seize treasures. I do not wish to be a concubine or serve you. I even detest you. Do you understand? In that instant, Qin Jiyun seemed to lose all his strength. His eyes glistening with tears, heart-wrenching. Then go. If you do not wish to remain by my side, then leave. I only ask one thing. Do not harm the child. When Sang Sang was momentarily stunned, unable to believe he would truly release her. You will let me go? Qin Jiyun chuckled bitterly. What else can I do? You are right. It is my fault for clinging to you. Go. While I have not changed my mind. This once imperious Qin Jiyun now displayed a rare sense of desolation, as when Sang Sang caught sight of the injury on his shoulder, a mark left by that tiger spirit, she realized she should be grateful for his rescue. Yet given the current circumstances, she merely wished for him to let her go. With reddened eyes, she dashed past him, sword in hand. At that very moment, the pain in the man's eyes vanished, leaving only a chilling silence in its wake. Qin Jiyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Staring at the shattered Buddhist statue before him, he murmured, Sanyang, where else can you run to? When Sang Sang ran for a considerable distance, clutching the Fei Yun sword, until the temple was no longer visible, confirming that Qin Jiyun had not followed. She cast the sword into the grass. Observing his demeanor, she believed he had indeed decided to let her go. Finally free from Qin Jiyun's grasp, She thought it was time to return to the forest and resume her life as a fox spirit. How unfortunate for that parrot spirit, who should have escaped alongside her. As she wandered through the forest, little did she know that the Feiyun sword, hidden in the grass, had swiftly flown into another's hands, those of the ever-watchful Qin Zhuyun. The Feiyun sword emitted a clamor, protesting that when Sang Sang had carelessly discarded it into the grass, as if it were being wronged. Qin Zhuyun gripped the hilt of the sword, a cold smile gracing his lips. How remarkable that she can command you. Truly a curious affair. Before her, the figure that had just leaped away from him was filled with exuberance, a sight that brought a light chuckle to Qin Zhuyun as he drew his sword and followed suit. Meanwhile, when Sang Sang, who believed she had finally escaped the clutches of Qin Zhuyun's fox spirit, remained blissfully unaware that the god of death was trailing her in celebration of her newfound freedom. She plucked wildflowers from the roadside, weaving them into a crown to adorn her head. Like a butterfly flitting among blossoms, she reveled in her liberty, even though night had fallen. She was reluctant to cease her frolic. Qin Zhuyun observed her from a distance, momentarily entranced, realizing that her radiant smile was her true essence. She hummed a whimsical tune, searching for gold, and found a large piece of gold. Upon hearing the melody, Qin Zhuyun's grip tightened. He intended to catch up, but suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Eldest brother, where are you? Do you require assistance? The governor has arrived." "Understood. I shall be there shortly." Qin Zhuyun gazed at the carefree figure below, a smile playing on his lips. "Xian Yang, after such a long play, it is time to return." When Sang Sang was still basking in the sweet air of freedom when, in the next moment, a half-eaten tiger spirit appeared before her, shrouded in ominous black mist. She could hardly believe her eyes at the ghastly transformation of the tiger spirit. Old tiger spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, the beast lunged at her with bared claws, capable of piercing her heart in an instant. Just as she attempted to evade the attack, a figure resolutely shielded her. A heavy grunt escaped his lips, and the intense heat of his body rendered her immobile. Qin Zhuyun, Chapter 59. Oh dear, young master. It's all Xian Yang's fault. When Sang Sang, completely taken aback, stood frozen as Qin Zhuyun had bravely intercepted the tiger spirit's assault. When had he arrived? The Feiyun sword soared from the thicket, swiftly vanquishing the resurrected tiger spirit, which dissolved into a fine dust, scattering with the wind. Yet, Qin Zhuyun, looking pale and weak, collapsed to the ground. The Feiyun sword quickly returned to his grasp, and he barely managed to stabilize himself by plunging it into the earth. Crouched down, he seemed gravely injured, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The crimson stain at the corner of his lips accentuated their vivid hue, and his once spirited and handsome face, partially obscured by disheveled hair, now bore the marks of a fallen celestial, reduced to the dust of the earth, yet embodying a poignant beauty. When Sang Sang took 2 steps back, clutching her skirt, could it be that he had been following her all along? Yet, he had saved her. Torn between emotions, she felt herself retreating. She wished to have no further entanglements with him, convincing herself that he would be fine on his own. After all, he was the protagonist. Dismissing all thoughts, she turned and fled. Qin Zhuyun squinted at the figure retreating into the distance, a smile gracing his lips. What an ungrateful little trickster. He refrained from pursuing her. Yet he noticed tendrils of black mist slowly creeping up the Feiyun sword. Just as the mist climbed halfway, it vanished in an instant, and no sooner had the figure dashed away than it returned at a leisurely pace, wearing an unwilling expression. When Sang Sang stood before the injured Qin Zhuyun, declaring, "You saved me, and now I shall save you once. From this moment forth, we are even." Qin Zhuyun smiled in satisfaction. Very well. He then closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Seeing him faint, when Sang Sang was startled, she crouched in front of him, gently patting his face. "Hey, you really fainted? At least hold on until we reach safety." Frustrated, she realized that with Qin Zhuyun's height and build, dragging him even a short distance would be a Herculean task. She pondered how to move him without causing harm. Her gaze fell upon the Feiyun sword standing nearby. An idea struck her. If she could draw him from the scabbard, could she not command it as well? She addressed the sword, ordering, "Transform into a carriage." "No, wait, grow larger." The Feiyun sword trembled, then surged forth from the ground. expanding into the shape of a small boat. When Sang Sang laughed, rising to her feet, unable to resist giving Qin Zhuyun a playful kick. Look at you. Even your sword obeys better than you do. Can't you just listen and let me be? Perhaps she had kicked a tender spot. The unconscious man furrowed his brow, letting out a muffled groan. When Sang Sang quickly retracted her foot, fearing that if he truly perished or ended up with a disability, her life as a fox spirit would become exceedingly difficult. After considerable effort, she managed to haul Qin Zhuyun onto the sword when, out of nowhere, it began to rain. Water would surely inflame his wounds. And with him unconscious, blood trickled down the sword, leaving him increasingly cold. She removed her outer garment and draped it over him, positioning his head on her lap, then instructed the Feiyun sword to fly towards Lan Rua Temple. Throughout the journey, she repeatedly called out to him, Qin Zhuyun, you must not truly die. I lack the strength to even dig you a grave. Yet, Qin Zhuyun, resting upon her lap, remained unresponsive. Upon arriving at Lan Rua Temple, the embers of the fire had long extinguished, leaving only residual warmth. Qin Zhuyun leaned against the wall, and when Sang Sang cautiously helped him remove his robe, revealing a physique that could rival top male models. The sight of his sculpted abs and the contours of his chest quickened her heartbeat, making her gulp. What a waste of such a fine body! Rainwater cascaded down his defined features, inching towards his waistband. And when Sang Sang, in a daze, instinctively reached out to touch him, but her hand was seized. Startled, she looked up to find Qin Zhuyun's sly, elongated eyes staring back at her, still weak, his voice raspy and low. What are you doing? Caught red-handed, she thought back to their previous encounters, when he had not been so restrained. Now, he feigned innocence that, of course, I'm just tending to your wounds. What do you take me for? Yet inwardly, she scolded him as a lecher who had seduced her. Qin Zhuyun observed her, noting her drenched form, rain-soaked hair clinging to her bare skin. Having given him her outer garment, much of her shoulder was exposed, and she must be feeling cold. He lifted his hand, and the extinguished fire blazed to life in an instant, warming the dilapidated room once more. When Sang Sang stared at the flames, momentarily taken aback, Qin Zhuyun admired her delicate profile, a smile gracing his lips. Before succumbing to a fit of coughs, she snapped back to reality, glancing anxiously at the wound on his shoulder. Qin Zhuyun, suppressing his cough, produced a bag from thin air, handing it to her. Inside, there's medicinal powder. Just sprinkle it on my wounds. Without hesitation, when Sang Sang reached inside the bag, but as she extracted a small vial of medicine, she found herself perplexed. How had she not sensed the vial within the bag when she initially grasped it? Noticing her bewildered expression, Qin Zhuyun chuckled. This is a Qinkuan bag. It can hold endless items. Oh, a Qinkuan bag, is it? She replied, recalling its frequent appearances in television dramas. Qinkuan bag? Wait a moment. Her eyes brightened. This was the Qinkuan bag mentioned by the parrot spirit, the one filled with treasures. Now, those treasures were in her possession. An extremely wicked and unscrupulous thought crossed her mind. Since Qin Zhuyun was already safe, what if she seized the bag and made a run for it? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the Feiyun sword. It would be impossible to escape. But, Xianyang, what troubles you? With that thought, when Sang Sang's smile softened, her tone gentle. Ah? Nothing at all. Xianyang will apply the medicine for young master right away. Very well, Qin Zhuyun replied. With his injury on his back, when Sang Sang knelt behind him, sprinkling the medicine onto his wound. Yet her gaze never strayed far from the Qinkuan bag in his hand. Her eyes nearly popping out. It was only when Qin Zhuyun called her name twice that she realized she had over-applied the medicine. My apologies, Qin Zhuyun retrieved a roll of gauze from the Qinkuan bag, instructing, no matter. Just hand me the medicine and help me bandage it. When Sang Sang, holding the medicinal powder, hesitated, then, softening her voice, said, Oh dear, young master, it's all Xianyang's fault. This medicine is practically soaking the wound. Let Xianyang blow on it for you. She had been so heart-wrenchingly intent on fleeing moments ago. Yet now her demeanor had entirely shifted. Qin Zhuyun, ever the astute individual, tightened his grip on the Qinkuan bag, a faint smile playing on his lips. Very well. Xianyang, what exactly is the medicine you are selling? Chapter 60. Why does Qin Juyun refer to the great villain as Ant? The humid breath cascaded upon the man's robust back, as if a myriad of pristine white feathers were playfully disrupting him, gradually spreading along the contours of his skin to his lower back, and beyond that lay the concealed treasures beneath his waistband. Qin Juyun, grasping the Chinkuan bag, sensed that this unscrupulous little trickster must be up to something. Otherwise, her attentiveness would be unfathomable. Winsang-Sang's hand glided along the man's back to his shoulder, the delicate touch swiftly eliciting a reaction from him. Qin Juyun's brow twitched. If he allowed her to continue in this manner, he could not guarantee that he would refrain from acting upon his desires, and the visage he had painstakingly crafted for her acceptance would be shattered. He turned slightly, and before Winsang-Sang could react, the medicine in her hand had been snatched away. Qin Juyun swiftly closed the lid, placing the wound ointment into the Chinkuan bag, which he then stowed away, creating some distance between himself and Winsang-Sang. He politely remarked, "Miss Zhao, there is no need for further flattery. I already feel considerably better." Winsang-Sang gazed longingly at the now-vanished Chinkuan bag, entirely oblivious to the shift in Qin Juyun's address. She chuckled awkwardly. "Very well." Her expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. What did you just call me?" Qin Juyun lowered his gaze, his tone laden with resignation and disappointment. "Since you have already resolved to no longer accompany me, I suppose I should not continue to entangle you." At that moment, Winsang-Sang's heart surged. Kneeling on the ground, she cried out to the heavens, "Oh heavens! He finally sees clearly. I am free." She suppressed her excitement and exhilaration, yearning to transform into a fox and frolic freely across the mountains. Indeed, Qin Xiushi's thoughts brought great comfort to Xian Yang's heart. "However, I have one request. I hope Miss Zhao can acquiesce to Zizhan." "Speak." Observing her impatient demeanor, Qin Juyun inwardly scoffed, realizing he had employed the wrong approach, which had instilled such fear in her. Qin Juyun continued, "Regarding this child, I hope Miss Zhao can bear him or her. In the future, if I wish to see him or her, I would appreciate your consent, for every child ought to have a father." Winsang-Sang was momentarily taken aback. A child? She was not pregnant. Where could a child possibly come from? It was all Wen Tian's foolish mistake. Furthermore, she and Qin Juyun were reproductively isolated. How could they possibly have a child? She feigned difficulty. "About that actually, she intended to assert her lack of pregnancy." But before she could finish, Qin Juyun interjected, "Upon our return to Qingshui County, I shall bestow upon you all the treasures I have acquired along the way, as compensation for your raising this child and as recompense to you." All? Did that mean the entirety of the treasures belonged to her? My heavens! What kind of deity was Qin Juyun? Winsang-Sang now regretted not lingering in that little black room a few days longer. Though, truth be told, she would not have desired to stay. She was indeed assisting the emperor in commanding the vassals, albeit the emperor was nowhere to be seen. Yet, she feigned vulnerability and delicacy, since Qin Xiushi is so determined. "It would be remiss of me not to honor your goodwill. Let it be so." Qin Juyun observed her slight smile and began to bind his wound with gauze. The person before him was indeed his grand benefactor. Winsang-Sang hurriedly stepped forward to take the gauze from Qin Juyun's hands. "I'll do it." Qin Juyun merely smiled gently, devoid of any provocative gaze. "Thank you." "Thank you? For what?" Once she acquired the treasures, she would be utterly liberated from this wretched existence. Qin Juyun contemplated Winsang-Sang, who was diligently wrapping the gauze around herself, his gaze resting upon her pure and exquisite visage, her eyes like autumn waters. Her skin as smooth as congealed fat, truly a breathtaking beauty. Yet, her inner nature was far from the purity she presented, her mouth filled with lies and her character base. She truly embodied the term femme fatale. A flicker of darkness crossed Qin Juyun's eyes. "My dear Xian Yang, you must be careful not to reveal any telltale signs. Otherwise, if I catch you, you may find it difficult to escape next time." His gaze fell upon her ankle, and he mused, "Since the binding cloth could not contain you, perhaps I shall employ the spiritual lock of Xuantiangong." Once Winsang-Sang had finished bandaging Qin Juyun's wound, she stood up and patted his chest. "All done." Qin Juyun stared at the bow she had tied, lost in thought. This method of binding must have her intentions behind it, but what kind of knot is this? Does she have a preference for such? Perhaps I shall experiment with it upon our return. Thank you. Wen Sang waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. She curled up in a corner, yawned, and lay down on the hay, resting her head upon her hands, quickly succumbing to sleep. After a journey filled with running and weeping, now that she was relaxed, she realized just how exhausted she was. Her eyelids grew heavy, and with a gentle closure, she drifted off to slumber. Qin Zhiyun watched her silhouette and furrowed his brow. In such a rudimentary place, she had managed to fall asleep so easily. Observing her practiced movements, it seemed this was not her first experience. Yet, was not Xianyang the cousin of Song Ruo? Logically, her life should not be lacking in comfort. Outside, several footsteps approached. Qin Zhiyun donned his garments and draped the discarded robe over Wen Sang. He stepped outside. At the door, several elegantly attired shadow guards awaited, and at the forefront, dozens of individuals carried a flower palanquin, surrounded by countless attendants, some scattering flowers to the sides, others holding high flagpoles adorned with white sails embroidered with a black lotus. The light gauze on either side of the palanquin billowed in the wind, revealing within a beautiful woman reclining. Qin Zhiyun clasped his hands in greeting. Aunt. The woman lifted her gaze, fixing it upon Qin Zhiyun. Zizhan, I have heard that you intend to marry an ordinary person. Qin Zhiyun placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, replying in a calm voice, Why has my aunt come? The woman snorted derisively. Humph. Why would I come? Qin Zizhan, you intend to marry an ordinary person. Is that worthy of your mother? If you wish to return to the Qin family for revenge, you must marry Yun Yin. As for that ordinary person, if you truly have feelings for her, she must not be your wife or concubine. In an instant, the wind howled around them, and the rain seemed to avoid this vicinity entirely. A chill spread across Qin Zhiyun's eyes as he replied solemnly, Zizhan understands. As long as you understand, Zizhan, your aunt only wishes the best for you. Your mother entrusted you to me, not demanding you seek revenge, but hoping you can achieve great things in the future. You must not allow these romantic entanglements to hinder your progress. Qin Zhiyun lowered his head, repeating those 4 words, Zizhan understands, good child. As long as you understand, your aunt shall await your return at the Qin family. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, and a dense white fog rose, causing the previous assembly to vanish without a trace, like phantoms that came and went without warning. Behind Qin Zhiyun, through a narrow gap, Wen Sang covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. Was that not one of the villains described in the book? Why did Qin Zhiyun refer to the villain as his aunt? What dimension had she traversed? Was this still the same book? Chapter 61. Was Qin Zhiyun controlling that dark mist? Wen Sang began to doubt the worldview of the book. She had merely glanced at it out of boredom when it was recommended to her on her phone, and although she had not scrutinized the details, she was aware of the general plot. This Qin Zhiyun was entirely different from the character in the book, and even that protagonist, Wen Tian, was foolish beyond measure. However, no matter how absurd it was, Qin Zhiyun should not have any ties to the antagonist. Wen Sang hugged her knees, her expression conflicted and uneasy. She was reconsidering whether to accept the trove of treasures. What if she was being led into a trap? She was merely a minor character, and with her streak of bad luck, she might very well be pierced by the protagonist's sword one day. Lost in thought, Qin Zhiyun entered. Wen Sang quickly lay down on the hay, draping the robe over herself, turning her back to him, and tightly closing her eyes. Overwhelmed by fatigue, her tension and fear gradually gave way to drowsiness. And before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, behind her, Qin Zhiyun stood in the shadows, leaning against the wall, his hands wrapped around the Feiyun sword, his dark eyes as tranquil as still water, quietly observing Wen Sang. Ever since witnessing his father's tragic demise and his mother's humiliation, Qin Zhiyun had lost interest in everything around him. His mother had been a remarkably intriguing person. In a world where everyone treaded carefully, she had illuminated his and his father's lives like a beam of light, often speaking of things they could not comprehend, such as UFOs and saviors. Xianyang, do you hail from the same place as my mother? When Sang uttered the word flying saucer, she first stunned him. However, she did not possess the same exquisite beauty as his mother, which made Qin Zhiyun reluctant to engage with her. Yet, just as he was on the brink of losing himself to madness, she saved him, being both avaricious yet valuing life, and profoundly loyal. What astonished him even more was the revelation that she was a maiden of such striking beauty, who, in this world, managed to retain her purity, indicating that she was not as flawed as he initially perceived. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon Qin Juyun's lips. She was indeed an intriguing individual, and such a remarkable woman belonged to him. Having lived behind a mask for so long, ever since forming a bond with Wen Sangsang, Qin Juyun felt the stirrings of long-buried selfishness. He desired her to remain his forever. The woman lying on the hay breathed steadily, indicating she had fallen into a deep slumber. Qin Juyun approached her, lifting her robe to reveal a delicate face, akin to that of a freshly shelled egg. His finger grazed her cheek. "Since you fear my constraints, let us try a different approach. Remain by my side, Xian Yang." When Sangsang awoke once more, finding herself not upon scorching hay but on a soft bed, clad in clean garments, her hair meticulously groomed. The room exuded an ancient and tidy charm, mingling the scent of sandalwood and incense. A gentle breeze caused the beaded curtain to chime softly, instilling a sense of tranquility, though it was evident that Qin Juyun had brought her here. When Sangsang marveled at how she had slept soundly throughout the journey, like a log, with a creaking sound, the door swung open, revealing Yi Qing, who entered with a basin of water. She glanced at Wen Sangsang, who was already seated at the edge of the bed. "Miss Zhao, you are awake." When Sangsang replied, "And you are?" Yi Qing set the water down. "I am Yi Qing, a disciple of Xuantiangong." When Sangsang nodded, pondering whether Yi Qing was mentioned in any of the books she had read. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she stood up from the bed. "You are Yi Qing?" Yi Qing inquired. "What is it?" When Sangsang felt as if she had won a lottery, akin to a trip to the underworld bestowed by the King of Hell. Why, Yi Qing was indeed one of the protagonists. The original character had sought to seduce Wen Tian, but it was Yi Qing who had led the charge to eliminate her. Rumored to be both fierce and combative, she was the epitome of a female warrior. Goodness, I must flee at once. Just as she was about to take a step, a sound akin to a whip striking flesh echoed from outside. When Sangsang, puzzled, asked, "What is that sound?" She moved towards the door, only to be halted by Yi Qing, who pressed her hand against the door. "Miss Zhao, wait." Yi Qing explained, "Miss Zhao, it is my senior brother punishing my junior sister, Changqing. Given your condition, it is better that you do not witness any bloodshed." "Ah, so they are punishing the female cultivator named Changqing." When Sangsang inquired, "What has happened? Why must she be punished?" Yi Qing sighed. "Why, junior sister has caused a great disaster, leading to the deaths of several disciples." When Sangsang's expression shifted to one of understanding. "So, Changqing had indeed caused harm?" As she faced punishment, when Sangsang felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, recalling how Changqing had humiliated her at the inn. Feigning concern, she said, "Yi Shusher, please allow me to see. After all, Changqing has been protecting me throughout this journey. It is only natural that I feel compelled to check on her." Why, Yi Qing hesitated, then relented. "Very well, I will take you there." Though Yi Qing possessed a spirited demeanor, she displayed no impatience in her interactions, exuding a sense of gentleness and approachability. This was a stark contrast to the combative and domineering Yi Qing depicted in the books. When Sangsang followed Yi Qing to the grand hall of the Li residence, the entirety of the Li household had succumbed to the plague, with white cloth covering the corpses. What shocked Wen Sangsang even more was the sight of countless cultivators and soldiers clad in armor along their path. In front of the hall, Changqing knelt upon the ground, while Wen Tian, Qin Juyun, and Yun Yan stood above her. Changqing's back was a bloody mess, and the individual wielding the whip was drenched in sweat under the scorching sun. Yet Qin Juyun uttered not a word to halt the proceedings. He merely observed with cold indifference. Wen Tian appeared reluctant to intervene, yet he dared not stop the punishment, for had Changqing not recklessly left, those disciples might not have perished. Meanwhile, Yun Yan's complexion paled. With each lash that Changqing received, her heart raced in tandem. Upon his return, Qin Juyun wasted no time in forcing Changqing to kneel before the corpses of the fallen disciples. He was unafraid of offending the masters of Xuantiangong, permitting the punishment to commence, and the disciple administering it was the very one who had witnessed his brother's death. His eyes burned with rage, yearning to strike down Changqing, while onlookers assumed he was merely venting his grief upon her. Yet, standing nearby, Wen Sangsang was filled with trepidation, for she observed wisps of dark mist coiling around the disciple wielding the whip, reminiscent of the tiger demon that had appeared before her. Upon catching sight of Wen Sangsang, Qin Zhuyun finally commanded, "Enough, cease." The disciple collapsed, as if all strength had left him, and the dark mist dissipated in that moment. Qin Zhuyun approached Wen Sangsang, his gaze softening. "Miss Xiao, why do you not rest a while longer?" Wen Sangsang, clutching her skirt, instinctively recoiled. Was Qin Zhuyun manipulating that dark mist? Did that disciple cease to exist? Chapter 62. It seemed that Zhao Xianyang was perhaps leveraging her connection to Qin Zhuyun. Just when Wen Sangsang believed that the disciple, like the tiger demon, would soon expire, the bloodshot hue faded from the disciple's eyes. As he appeared to awaken at last, only to be engulfed by overwhelming sorrow, he covered his face and began to weep bitterly. "Oh, little you. It is brother's fault." When Tian sighed and moved to assist him, while Chongqing lay on the ground, barely breathing, her back a gruesome sight, drenched in blood. When Sangsang was taken aback, astonished that she remained unharmed. Had she misjudged? How could Qin Zhuyun, a righteous cultivator, be entangled with such dark sorcery? Yet, Qin Zhuyun inquired, "What troubles you, Miss Xiao?" When Sangsang regained her composure, "I merely came to see what you were doing." Qin Zhuyun glanced at Yi Qing, who wore a troubled expression. His senior brother had instructed her to look after Miss Xiao due to her pregnancy, for she carried his child. This was a significant matter. Although cultivators enjoyed lengthy lifespans, they were bound by the laws of heaven, making procreation exceedingly challenging, which explained the dwindling population in the cultivation world. When Sangsang stepped forward to clarify for Yi Qing, "It was Xianyang who heard you were punishing the cultivator Chongqing, and thus she took the initiative to come, as Chongqing has been protecting me throughout this journey." Qin Jian regarded Chongqing on the ground and said to Wen Sangsang, "Miss Xiao, given your condition, it is best you return. The atmosphere here is too sanguine." When Sangsang looked at Chongqing, who was indeed in a pitiful state, her gaze shifted to Yun Yin, who was gripping her hands tightly, and when Sangsang's heart darkened, sensing that this incident was closely tied to Yun Yin. Recalling the previous encounter where Yun Yin flaunted her floral dress before her, when Sangsang's heart turned cold, and she feigned weakness as she addressed Qin Zhuyun. "Qin Shusher, I believe Chongqing is generally a diligent person. It is unlikely she would commit such an error. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding," or, when Sangsang cast a sidelong glance at Yun Yin. Yun Yin trembled, fixated on Wen Sangsang, her mind racing with thoughts of what this wretched woman might reveal. How could she know that it was she who had urged Chongqing to seek out the Qin family? Qin Zhuyun's expression turned skeptical. "What do you mean? Or perhaps, Yun Yin and Chongqing conspired together." When Sangsang mused internally. At that moment, a figure approached, bearing the insignia of the governor, Song Jifu. Upon seeing him, Qin Zhuyun instructed Yi Qing to escort Wen Sangsang away. She was astonished to discover that even the governor had arrived. What had Chongqing done? She followed Yi Qing out, casting a disdainful glance at Yun Yin as she departed, inciting a furious reaction from Yun Yin, whose nails dug into her flesh, drawing blood. Yun Yin's eyes brimmed with malice. That wretched woman? She must be silenced. Governor Song Jifu approached Qin Zhuyun, clasping his hands in greeting. "Qin Shusher, I am Song Wenzhong, the governor of Yunzhou. It is an honor to meet you." Qin Zhuyun stood tall. "The pleasure is mine." This was Governor Song's first encounter with the esteemed disciple of Xuantiangong, and he found him to be as aloof and ethereal as the rumors suggested. Effortlessly capturing two snake demons, upon seeing Chongqing on the ground, he gasped, "What has happened here?" Qin Zhuyun stood with arms crossed, his expression icy and stern. "This is my disciple, Chongqing. Due to her personal negligence, several disciples have tragically perished. She ought to pay with her life. However, as she is my master's niece, I should leave this matter to him for resolution." Qin Zhuyun sighed. "Yet my master is known for his kindness and always advocates for peace. If I do not impose some form of punishment, it would be unjust to the remaining disciples." Upon hearing these words, Governor Song felt a heavy weight in his heart. The master of the Xintian sect? Yun Chongnan was indeed a traitor who had usurped his position. This woman was his niece. Should he take action against her, the matter would undoubtedly be minimized, turning a significant issue into a trivial one. In that case, not only would she escape punishment, but she would also be exonerated. Such was the nature of the nobility, and the cultivators were no exception. This world, it seemed, was devoid of any semblance of humanity. However, witnessing Qin Zhuyun's handling of the situation elevated the governor's regard for him. Qin the cultivator stood resolute in righteousness, and Governor Song was genuinely impressed. Zijan merely hoped that his junior sister would recognize her own errors. Moreover, given the increasing scarcity of cultivators, it was only right to retain her, though it was a pity for his several junior brothers. Governor Song glanced at the bodies shrouded in white cloth nearby. Letting out a heavy sigh once more, with malevolent forces rampant, ordinary people like them had no choice but to rely on cultivators, yet most of them lacked the noble character displayed by Qin Zhuyun. Ultimately, strength alone could not filter virtue. Qin Zhuyun observed the unconscious Chang Qing on the ground. She still held some value. He instructed a nearby junior disciple, "Take her away and care for her well. I hope she comes to realize her mistakes." The junior disciples were also filled with indignation, for Yun Yin had been arrogant and overbearing within the sect due to her status as the sect master's daughter. And now she had caused the deaths of several disciples. As they dragged her away, they felt no pity for her, allowing her blood to leave a long trail on the ground. Fear consumed Yun Yin. Fortunately, Chang Qing dared not betray her, or her family would meet a tragic end at her hands. She had not anticipated that the Qin family had already arrived and that when Sang Sang was not pregnant. Thus, none of her malicious schemes would succeed. Just as Qin Zhuyun and Governor Song were preparing to visit Zhou Ziyi and Zhou Amoer, who were locked away by Master Baiyun, news arrived. Song Ruo had awakened. Qin Zhuyun immediately instructed Governor Song to proceed first, as he had pressing matters to attend to before following I in the room. Chang Yin, who had been caring for Song Ruo for years, was indeed the prisoner saved that day. The true Song Ruo, weakly leaning against the bed, she recounted, "I encountered a serpent demon, and I fainted from fright. When I came to, I found myself in this dark, sunless dungeon." Chang Yin replied, "So that was the case." At that moment, Qin Jian entered. After offering a few brief words of comfort, he got straight to the point. "Scholar Song, Xian Yang is pregnant. I hope you will convey a letter to her family on my behalf, as I intend to visit soon." His tone was filled with strategic intent. Since coercion had failed, he would resort to temptation, using incentives to win over Xian Yang's family for his own purposes. Even if Xian Yang wished to marry in the future, her family would likely obstruct her from doing so. Upon hearing this, Song Ruo's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? She's pregnant?" Qin Zhuyun frowned. "Of course. What's the matter? Does Scholar Song not approve?" It was not that Song Ruo disapproved. Rather, he had no knowledge of Xian Yang's family, as they were merely acquaintances. He had been enamored by her beauty, contemplating taking her as a wife, but now that she was pregnant, what was he to do? Song Ruo felt a rush of anger. Surely, Xian Yang must be using him to latch onto the grand vessel that was Qin Zhuyun. "How Navi?" Rubbing his head, he felt somewhat embarrassed. "Her family? I don't know them." Chang Yin interjected, "You don't know? Aren't you her cousin?" Song Ruo replied, "Actually, Chapter 63. Before he could even drink the pregnancy tonic, he was seeking out Scholar Song. "Cousin?" Just as Song Ruo was about to reveal the truth, when Sang Sang rushed in. Her sudden entrance was frantic and somewhat disheveled, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Feeling flustered, when Sang Sang said, "I heard cousin has awakened, so I came to check." Upon seeing when Sang Sang, dressed in a simple garment that did little to conceal her unparalleled beauty, Song Ruo couldn't help but squint. As if plotting something, he reached out to her, feigning the emotional reunion of relatives, tears streaming down his face. "Cousin, I finally see you." Observing Song Ruo's demeanor, Chang Yin's expression softened somewhat. However, Qin Zhuyun's gaze grew even colder. When Sang Sang pretended to wipe away non-existent tears, addressing Qin Zhuyun and Chang Yin, "I kindly ask both of you to step aside. Xian Yang wishes to have a private conversation with cousin." Seeing her in such distress, Chang Yin set down the medicine bowl and exited. When Sang Sang cast a glance at Qin Zhuyun, noting his indifference, and feigned a couple of sobs to draw the man's attention. Qin Zhuyun nodded, "Then I shall not disturb you too." Although his expression remained relaxed, the tension in his hand gripping the sword hilt was palpable. As he reached the door, he glanced back into the inner room. His phoenix eyes darkening, an indescribable emotion welling up within him. Once everyone had departed, when Sang Sang eagerly closed the door. She toyed with a lock of hair as she approached the inner room. Song Ruo, seeing her enter, patted the bed and gazed at her with earnest eyes. "Come, cousin. Let me see how you've been faring lately." When Sang Sang did not sit beside the bed, she could see the lust in his eyes. Having encountered men like him in her past life, She was not oblivious. Instead, she took a seat a few steps away in a grand chair, gently caressing her abdomen, and spoke somewhat theatrically. I apologize, cousin, but Xian Yang is pregnant, and you reek of medicinal herbs. I fear it might not be good for the baby. Seeing the beauty unwilling to approach him, Song Ruo's expression shifted, and all semblance of concern vanished. Looking at her belly, he suspiciously asked, "Are you truly pregnant? Is it that Qin Jiyun's?" When Sang Sang nodded. "Yes, it is the child of Qin the cultivator." Song Ruo found it quite remarkable that someone like Qin Jiyun would take an interest in someone like Zhao Xianyang. He could not help but inquire, "How did you manage to win him over?" When Sang Sang frowned, "Win over?" Song Ruo replied, I didn't mean it that way. What transpired in between? I thought cultivators like Qin Jiyun were typically aloof. How could he become involved with you?" He glanced at Wen Sang Sang's belly again. This question left Wen Sang Sang at a loss for words. If she were to answer, it could only be that Qin Jiyun was a lecher. Captivated by her looks and form, however, she had not come here to engage in such discussions. Wen Sang Sang, stroking her abdomen, emitted a hint of maternal radiance for this non-existent child, smiling softly with gentle eyes. "It is merely that I share an unexplainable bond with Qin the cultivator." She shifted the topic with curiosity. "By the way, cousin, I noticed Qin Jiyun was in quite a hurry to find you just now. Was it regarding the incident of your abduction by the demon? Did he ask you anything?" Finally, the conversation turned to the matter at hand. Upon hearing that Song Ruo was alive, she had rushed over without delay, merely to confirm that he was indeed well, thus alleviating her guilt. Yet, before she could rejoice for long, she heard Qin Jiyun inquiring about her family. Good heavens! Where did she have any family? When she had lured Song Ruo, she had never even heard of the place mentioned in the Parrot Spirit script. If Song Ruo were to reveal that location, and Qin Jiyun discovered there was no such person, her cover would be completely blown. Therefore, she quickly interrupted their conversation, fearing Song Ruo would expose her. Upon hearing this, Song Ruo smirked, his sharp eyes narrowing. The young man was already handsome and scholarly. This smile rendered him quite the roguish charmer. He coughed lightly, covering his mouth. "It's just a trivial matter." Song Ruo had no intention of revealing the truth to Wen Sang Sang. Rather, he sought to use this as leverage against her, since she had latched onto Qin Jiyun and had been cared for by him for so long. He felt entitled to collect some interest. Trivial matter? Wen Sang Sang's expression immediately changed. Did he think she hadn't heard? Qin Jiyun had explicitly asked where her family was. This seemingly gentle scholar, Song Ruo, had a heart darker than she had anticipated. Having experienced so much, Wen Sang Sang was no longer easy to manipulate. She feigned innocence. "Oh, is that so? Sigh. I remember when cousin abandoned Xian Yang and ran away. It was truly a sight to behold. Xian Yang thought her life was forfeit, but fortunately encountered Qin the cultivator. Yet now that I carry his child, who knows? One day, I might just be in a foul mood and seek out a distraction." Song Ruo was taken aback. The incident of him abandoning her was indeed a dark secret, one that should never see the light of day. If that group of cultivators learned of it, how could he ever stand firm in the Song family again? When Sang Sang regarded Song Ruo with curiosity, how could someone appear one way while acting entirely differently behind closed doors? Song Ruo had never expected to be threatened by a young woman, and he found himself powerless against her. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Actually, he did ask about your family." When Sang Sang leaned in, her ear attuned and softly inquired, "How did cousin respond?" Her skin, as pure as white jade, glistened under a shaft of sunlight that graced her countenance. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a dancing sprite, and her clear, dark eyes radiated innocence, while her delicate lips, resembling pearls, gave the impression of a celestial maiden gracing the earth. Song Ruo found herself momentarily entranced, utterly captivated by her presence. "Cousin?" As reality returned, Song Ruo hastily diverted her gaze. I haven't had the chance to speak with him yet." Satisfied with the answer, when Sang Sang's expression brightened, her brows arched in joy, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She rose, remembering to express her concern for Song Ruo. "Xian Yang has matters to attend to, so I must depart. Cousin, do take good care of yourself in the coming days. I shall visit again soon." "Ah, very well." Once she left, Song Ruo sat there in a daze, gingerly touching her ear, which was flushed with embarrassment. Song Ruo, How can you be so ineffectual? She is but a deceiver, duping you and Qin Jiuyin alike. How can you feel your heart race for a trickster? Song Ruo chastised herself with a sharp slap, but her vigor was insufficient. She fainted, overwhelmed, at the county magistrate's residence, beneath the red walls and azure tiles. Chang Yin remarked, Miss Zhao indeed possesses a sense of loyalty. Upon learning that her cousin is alive, she rushed to find Song Xiukai without even pausing to consume her prenatal medicine. Ahead, Qin Jiuyin maintained a stoic demeanor, his cold phoenix eyes revealing no emotion, yet he too felt compelled to see Song Ruo despite the urgency of the situation. Chapter 64. I have never heard of anyone named Zhao Xianyang within the clan. Yi Qing, who walked beside him, concurred indeed. It appears that Miss Zhao is of commendable character. Upon learning of Wen Sang's pregnancy, Yi Qing's first concern was for her character, and she observed that despite her own condition, she prioritized visiting Chongqing and showed genuine care for her kin. She must be a woman of exceptional virtue. The trio entered the prison, where the snake demons, Zhou Mo'er and Zhou Ziyi, were confined, firmly subdued by the radiant aura of Buddha, leaving them no room for resistance. After a prolonged wait, Governor Song and Master Bai Yunzhen greeted Qin Jiuyin and the others. Governor Song quickly exclaimed, Esteemed cultivators, you have finally arrived. The group nodded, turning their attention to the imprisoned snake demons. Governor Song sighed, stating, Our investigation reveals that these two snake demons murdered the county magistrate sent by the court and used the imperial decree to usurp his position here in Qingshui County. Qin Jiuyin's gaze fell upon Zhou Ziyi, who lay half-human, half-demon in Zhou Mo'er's embrace, utterly disheveled, her true form revealed. She was indeed a woman. Chang Yin angrily declared, They truly deserve death. Governor Song continued, Yet, after assuming office, these two snake demons committed no further atrocities. On the contrary, they resolved numerous issues for the citizens of Qingshui County. Qin Jiuyin's tone remained icy, having harmed others. They must face justice. Governor Song acknowledged, What you say is true. Hearing his voice, Zhou Ziyi opened her eyes, managing a ghastly smile directed at Qin Jiuyin. Qin Jiuyin, you have come? She cackled. Ha ha ha, the exalted Qin cultivator. How amusing. Chang Yin stepped forward, stating, Throughout our journey, Master Brother sensed that someone was tailing us, impersonating Master Brother to harm Miss Zhao, as well as the tragedy at the Li residence. Snake demon. Do you plead guilty? Zhou Mo'er clutched her sister, uncertain why her sibling had acted thus, but resolute in her desire to protect her. Esteemed cultivators, we confess. We both confess. Just spare my sister. I am willing to bear all the blame. Master Bai Yunzhen shook his head at Zhou Mo'er. The Buddha's light has no effect on you, indicating your pure heart and lack of wrongdoing. The fault lies solely with your sister. She is the architect of this calamity. Zhou Mo'er's expression turned sorrowful. No, it was I who did it. My sister bears no blame. Master Bai Yunzhen, puzzled by the dichotomy of the snake demons, one devoted to benevolence and the other steeped in malevolence, even nurturing an undead to target Qin Jiuyin, pondered the nature of their actions. Qin Jiuyin stood before the prison, his demeanor calm as he uttered two words, possession. He turned to Zhou Mo'er. Your sister has been possessed. The one you hold is no longer your sibling. Zhou Mo'er's tears flowed freely. Master Bai Yunzhen gasped. So that is the case. Then who exactly are you? Zhou Ziyi suddenly became frantic, lunging at the prison door, her crimson reptilian eyes fixed on Qin Jiuyin, brimming with rage. The onlookers gasped in shock. Master Brother, Qin Cultivator, Zhou Ziyi cried out. Qin Jiuyin, how could you not remember me? You murdered my parents, annihilated my kin. I have longed to see you suffer. Ha! Thankfully, heaven has granted me a second chance. Yi Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Annihilation of a clan. You are of the Southern Ming royal family. Upon hearing her identity recognized, Zhou Mo'er smiled wide, exclaiming, Qin Jiuyin, I recognized you at first glance. How could you not recall me? Do you not remember? I am Qin Zizhan. You killed me with your sword. Just as Zhou Ziyi was about to utter that name, she erupted into a frenzy, transforming into a colossal python, which hissed and lunged at Qin Jiuyin. Breaking through the prison, Zhou Mo'er cried out in despair from behind, no. Seeing Zhou Ziyi attack, Qin Jiuyin drew Fei Yun and swung it, unleashing a powerful sword aura that cleaved the python in two. Blood splattered as the creature was bisected. Zhou Mo collapsed in despair, while Zhou Zi lay on the ground, her gaze vacant, murmuring, Qin Zizhan, you deserve death. Qin Jiuyin, standing before the slain python, remained unperturbed, his face merely splattered with blood, his heart long since dulled to such violence. Zhou Zi and Zhou Mo were originally two snake demons who cultivated by West Lake. One day, a cultivator passing by quarreled with Zhou Zi, and in a fit of rage, he killed her. Upon discovering her sister's corpse, Zhou Mo buried her and eventually left for Qingshui County, never imagining her sister was still alive and seeking her out. Zhou Zi later killed the newly appointed county magistrate and impersonated him, while Zhou Mo willingly became a concubine to Li Yuanwei. Shielding her sister, Qin Jiuyin asked, knowing she is no longer your sister, why do you persist? Zhou Mo wept, she is my only kin. Even if she is but a facade, as long as she lives, I wish to protect her. Indeed, indeed. The snake skin discovered at the Li residence was likely left by you, indicating your unwillingness to see your sister commit such heinous acts. The snake skin was indeed Zhou Mo's message to Qin Jiuyin. Revealing their true identities, Qin Jiuyin pressed, I ask you, where did these undead come from? What collusion exists between the tiger demon and your sister? Zhou Mo shook her head. I know only that a mysterious figure provided the corpse poison to my sister. And the tiger demon, she glanced at Qin Jiuyin. We previously battled a dragon that had absorbed a formidable force, which you, Qin Cultivator, seized. The tiger demon, envious, sought to eliminate you. As for my sister, I do not know her motives. Ye Qing, concerned, turned to Qin Jiuyin. Master brother, this implies there are others involved. The entire Li residence has been poisoned. Where could the source be? Zhou Mo replied. Z always evaded me. I know not where the poison originated. Qin Jiuyin concluded, we shall investigate further. With Zhou Zi deceased, we cannot interrogate the one who poisoned her, so we must begin with the Li residence. The group exited the prison, and someone approached Governor Song to report. Governor, Song Ruo has awakened. Qin Jiuyin looked over, and Governor Song explained, this is the case. I am of the Song family from Lianzhou. And Song Ruo is my nephew. He recently departed from my residence, and I never imagined he would encounter such events here. Thankfully, esteemed cultivators are here to assist. Chang Yin, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, What? Song Xiukai is your nephew? Then Miss Xiao is your niece? Governor Song was taken aback. What Miss Xiao? Qin Jiuyin furrowed his brow. Zhao Xianyang. She is Song Ruo's cousin. Is she not your niece? Governor Song stroked his beard. His expression perplexed. Zhao Xianyang? Have you all made an error? The Song family has always allied with the powerful. I have never heard of a Zhao surname among them. Furthermore, I have never heard of anyone named Zhao Xianyang in our lineage. Qin Jiuyin exclaimed. What did you just say? Chapter 65. Zhao Xianyang is certainly not related to Song Ruo in any way. There is no such person as Zhao Xianyang. Why, then, does Song Ruo so ardently refer to her as cousin? Yi Qing and Chang Yin exchanged astonished glances. Chang Yin suggested, could it be a mistake on your part? However, Song Xiukai himself openly acknowledged that Miss Xiao is indeed his chosen cousin. Governor Song's countenance shifted. Song Ruo had admitted it. Impossible. He just left my residence alone. How could a cousin suddenly appear? Moreover, this uncle of his frequently returns home to pay respects, yet within the clan, there is no one by the name of Zhao Xinyang. His nephew has always been astute. How could a cousin suddenly emerge from thin air? This simply will not do. He must inquire further. The Governor Song maintained a facade of cordiality, then turned to Chao Qin Jiyun and the others, stating, Perhaps I have made an error in my recollection. The Song family is vast and influential. It is conceivable that she is a distant relative from some corner. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As Governor Song turned to depart, his expression darkened immediately. No, he must investigate this matter concerning his nephew thoroughly. Observing Governor Song's swift exit, Yi Qing felt somewhat perplexed. Since Miss Xiao is also a relative of Governor Song, why did she not come to extend her greetings just now? Chang Yin, often oblivious, suddenly exclaimed, I understand now. Miss Xiao's surname is Zhao, hence she must be a distant cousin. It must be that their relationship is rather tenuous, and she does not know Governor Song. However, upon further reflection, Chang Yin realized something was amiss. Alas, this cannot be right. Governor Song is a magistrate of a province and indeed her kin. How could she possibly be unfamiliar with him? Qin Jiyun stood rooted, gripping the hilt of his sword, deep in thought. He recalled how, moments earlier, he had inquired with Song Ruo about Wen Song's family, only for Wen Sang to enter abruptly. Was her concern for Song Ruo genuine? Qin Jiyun turned to Chang Yin and Yi Qing beside him. Stay here. Should this serpent spirit recall anything, report to me immediately. Yes, Master Brothered I in the Li residence, within the woodshed. Since the parrot spirit was captured, it had been shackled with 2 chains. After enduring hours of hunger, someone finally arrived to deliver food, and the parrot spirit devoured it ravenously. When Sang, as before, accompanied the disciple bringing the meal, and only dared to reveal her true form once the others had departed. A shadow loomed overhead. Upon raising her head, the parrot spirit was startled to find Wen Sang, causing it to tremble. Fox spirit. You're not dead. Again with this phrase, Wen Sang rubbed her ears. My dear aunt, I possess a robust constitution. I simply cannot perish. The parrot spirit, cradling its bowl, found this rather extraordinary. How could a mere fox spirit evade detection by these cultivators and still thrive so well? When Sang rolled her eyes, would you like to share this fortune? The parrot spirit shook its head vigorously. No, no. Suddenly, recalling something, the parrot spirit exclaimed, Ah, you are a 3-tailed fox. When I first met you, you only had 1 tail. How did you manage this transformation? Mention of her tails made Wen Sang blush. It was, of course, due to absorbing Qin Jiyun's yang energy. When he confined her in that dark room, the frequency was rather high, resulting in her current state. Nevertheless, she was grateful, for she had indeed transformed into a 3-tailed fox, and within her, a demon core had begun to form. Most importantly, she had not been discovered, though she suspected this was due to her lack of mastery over any demonic arts. When Sang glossed over the subject and inquired of the parrot spirit, do you know the origins of Qin Jiyun? What is truly happening in this world? It seems to me that everything is somewhat reversed. The protagonist is as foolish as one could imagine. I am beginning to doubt whether I have been transported to a parallel universe. The parrot spirit averted its gaze. I am not entirely certain about Qin Jiyun either, alas. You are already a 3-tailed fox. What do you have to fear? The parrot spirit, with shifty eyes, added. In the future, you may become a formidable demon. Should that day come, I hope you will look after me. When Sang toyed with a strand of her azure hair, feeling exasperated. A formidable demon? As long as I am not killed by a greater demon, I shall consider myself fortunate. Moreover, should I wish to cultivate, I might still need to absorb the yang energy of men. I truly do not wish to tread the same path as the original owner. What was that? When Sang sighed. Oh, you wouldn't understand, by the way. I have a friend who can only cultivate by absorbing the yang energy of Ian. Do you think there is any method for her to practice through other means? The parrot spirit squinted its eyes. You have a friend? It then seemed to comprehend something, widening its eyes in disbelief. You absorbed Qin Jiyun's yang energy. When Sang quickly covered the parrot spirit's mouth. Shoo, lower your voice at her touch. The chains binding the parrot spirit clanked together, producing a clear sound, and unbeknownst to Wen Sang, golden runes began to shimmer along the chains. Meanwhile, within the estate, Wen Tian's spiritual sword vibrated slightly at his waist. Upon noticing this, Wen Tian smirked. I've got you now. He drew his sword and headed towards the woodshed, simultaneously sending a mental message to Qin Jiyun. Master Brother, there is movement at the parrot spirit's location. As Qin Jiyun reached the door of Song Ruo's chamber, he heard Wen Tian's words and immediately pivoted to leave. Yun Yin approached with Song Ruo's medicine and, upon seeing Qin Jiyun advancing towards her, greeted him with a gentle smile. Master Brother. However, Qin Jiyun did not pause for even a moment, walking past her without a glance. Noticing that Qin Jiyun did not spare her a single look, Yun Yin tightened her grip on the tray, her expression darkening instantly. He mattered not. As long as she remained the virtuous daughter of the sect leader in the eyes of outsiders, he would have to marry her. For she held knowledge of his secret. Yun Yin arrived at the entrance to Song Ruo's room, her face brightening with a smile, only to hear a voice from within. That Zhao Xinyang is nothing but a fraud. She merely seeks to swindle your money. Yun Yin's pupils dilated in shock. What? Zhao Xinyang is not Song Xiucai's cousin, but a deceiver all along. So she has been misleading Master Brother this entire time. Truly, heaven does not forsake the diligent. She had been lamenting her lack of opportunity to target Zhao Xinyang, and this revelation arrived just in time. Suppressing her excitement, Yun Yin gazed at the medicine she had prepared for Song Ruo, and a scheme quickly formed in her mind. If Zhao Xinyang were to miscarry, and then she exposed her true identity, Master Brother would surely return to her side. The more she thought about it, the more impatient she became. Yun Yin hurriedly departed with the medicine, entirely oblivious to the further voices emanating from within. Inside, Song Ruo stood before Governor Song, stating earnestly, "Even if she is not, she is already pregnant, and it is Qin Jiyun's child. If I were to acknowledge her, it would mean establishing a connection with Qin Jiyun. Uncle, you must understand the implications of this situation." Upon hearing this, Governor Song hesitated. Tio associate with Qin Jiyun was tantamount to aligning with the Xin Tian sect that supported him. Chapter 66. It is over. She has been exposed by Qin Jiyun. After a moment, Governor Song's mind was made up. "I understand. Do not worry. I will cooperate with her." A smile graced Song Ruo's lips, her expression laced with calculation. "Thank you, Uncle." In the woodshed, the parrot spirit was nearly suffocating. And when Sang Sang finally released her grip on its mouth, she wished to argue her case, but the parrot spirit's all-seeing gaze left her with no escape. Ignoring her dignity, she squatted on the ground, tugging at her hair. "I only accidentally slept with him. Who could have known we were each other's salvation at that moment? I needed a man to detoxify me, and he was caught in his own turmoil seeking release. It was merely a mutual exchange. Yet, Qin Jiyun was relentless, clinging to her for 3 whole days and nights. When Sang Sang could not help but wonder if he was, in fact, the one absorbing her essence. The parrot spirit scoffed, unfazed. "You have Qin Jiyun's unparalleled buff aiding your cultivation. What more do you need?" When Sang Sang retorted, but I do not want a bicycle." Suddenly, when Sang Sang paused, realizing something. "Wait, what did you just say? Bicycle? Just now, the parrot spirit mentioned a buff? It even spoke in the common tongue?" The parrot spirit rubbed its still-pained beak. "What did I say?" When Sang Sang trembled, her voice quaking. "Palace jade liquid wine." A flash of white light surged through the parrot spirit's mind, and it stared blankly at When Sang Sang. 180 per cup. When Sang Sang replied, "Beyond the mountains, green mountains, and beyond the towers." The parrot spirit chimed in, singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. When Sang Sang, bubbling with excitement, grasped the parrot spirit's claw. "Chui guer." The parrot spirit's eyes brimmed with tears. Shatter her mouth. At that moment, the dove of peace and love took flight in the hearts of a fox and a parrot, recognizing each other as family. Just as When Sang Sang was about to embrace the parrot spirit in a heartfelt reunion, the parrot spirit suddenly clung to her leg. "Host, my dear host, I have searched for you through such suffering." When Sang Sang looked down to see the parrot spirit gazing at her with starry eyes, its voice high-pitched. "I am your loyal sidekick, your must-have companion for traversing realms." At that moment, when Sang Sang's heart erupted like a volcano, though her expression remained remarkably calm. Moments later, she seized the parrot spirit and tightly gripped its neck. "I curse you. Why did you take so long to arrive? Why did you not come until I had endured decades of torment?" Exhausted from her tirade, the parrot spirit was on the verge of fainting, frothing at the mouth. When Sang Sang sat on the ground, utterly helpless, she had finally found someone she knew. Yet why had they come so late? Why had they waited until she had suffered so much? She hugged her knees, tears streaming down her face. The parrot spirit approached, a hint of remorse in its demeanor. "I am sorry, host. It is all my fault." When Sang Sang's face was smeared with tears as she sobbed, "It is indeed your fault. Why did you only come now? Do you have any idea how much I have suffered? How do you work? Do you believe I will file a complaint against you?" The parrot spirit obediently faces reprimand. When Sang Sang realizes that this parrot spirit is indeed her external aid, she cannot help but feel that it is utterly unreliable. What kind of system is a fairy? Are you truly my system? Then why are you merely a parrot? Moreover, why were you not by my side from the beginning? And what is the meaning of this book? Those individuals do not match up at all. The parrot spirit rushes over and clings to When Sang Sang's leg. It has finally found its host, but the journey has been quite distressing. The parrot spirit looks at When Sang Sang, hesitating. "Host, you are actually already dead." When Sang Sang replies, Nonsense. If I were dead, I wouldn't be here. Wiping away a tear, Wen Seng asks, So, what is the task? What must I do to return to my world? I am aware of the rules in your line of work. If I complete it, there will certainly be a substantial reward. Rest assured, I am solely focused on the money, so I will undoubtedly complete this task. This declaration from Wen Seng is a culmination of her years of experience with novels. Though the protagonists in those stories often stay for love, she is not so noble as to forsake her wealth for grand ideals. In the face of Wen Seng's resolute gaze, the parrot spirit fidgets. You cannot return, and there is no money. Wen Seng. What? The parrot spirit sighs, no longer concealing the truth from Wen Seng. In reality, when you reincarnated from another world, you accidentally arrived in this one, and this place is not what you think it is. The book you read is merely a memory we implanted in you. Wen Seng blinks, a smile gracing her lips. So? You are saying that the book I read does not exist at all. This world is not the one from that book, and I cannot return. I can only live and die here? Is that correct? The parrot spirit gives Wen Seng a thumbs up. Yes. Wen Seng maintains her smile. Then may I ask, what is your purpose? The parrot spirit hesitates, struggling to find the words. Wen Seng warns, if you do not clarify, I shall pluck every feather from you. The parrot spirit immediately covers its head. Because the primary deity of this world is extremely dangerous, prone to annihilating the world when displeased, and the operation of this realm is peculiar. Other deities and beings dare not approach. However, suddenly, you appeared as a bug, which is what they desire. The parrot spirit's face contorts, they want you to save this world. Wen Seng. Understood. She is a misfortunate soul. And this parrot spirit is also a misfortunate soul. Two misfortunes have come together. Yet the parrot spirit remains unfazed, grinning. Master, since they dare not approach this world, let us secretly hide in the woods and live happily ever after. I have long grown tired of this world. Wen Seng is taken aback, astonished to discover such a system. Don't others rush to complete their quests? Save the world. Wen Seng crosses her arms. She would rather save herself. A bunch of lunatics. So how do you plan to escape from Qin Jiyun and the others? The parrot spirit gazes at the chains binding its feet, tears glistening in its eyes as it looks at Wen Seng. Wen Seng rolls her eyes. Great. This teammate is merely a liability. She squats down to inspect the chains, and as soon as her hand touches them, the runes on the chains glowed. A warning bell rings in Wen Seng's mind. She stands up, sensing danger approaching from outside. At that moment, outside the door, Qin Jiyun grips the flying cloud, which trembles violently, his brows furrowed. Wen Tian has never seen the flying cloud react so intensely. He exclaims, Senior brother, it's a great demon, Qin Jiyun. Inside, Wen Seng covers her mouth in terror. How did Qin Jiyun return? Wasn't he with the governor at the prison? It's over. She has been caught by Qin Jiyun. Chapter 67. Are you pregnant? Eat this. Without hesitation, Qin Jiyun draws the flying cloud and strikes at the door lock, shattering it. He kicks open the door and, accompanied by Wen Tian and other disciples, enters. He intends to uncover what demons and monsters lie behind this. As they step into the woodshed, they find the parrot spirit standing frozen, staring ahead in astonishment. A gentle night breeze sweeps in, carrying an endless chill. Wen Tian is taken aback. Where did this wind come from in such a tightly shut woodshed? He follows the direction of the breeze, and just then, the moonlight pierces through the clouds, illuminating the area. To their astonishment, a wall has been broken open, and the wind is blowing from there. Under the gaze of the onlookers, a woman is seen sitting on the roof, her ink-black hair billowing in the wind. In the moonlight, her silhouette is enchanting, and behind her are three pristine, enormous foxtails. The crowd cannot discern her face, but they catch a glimpse of her golden vertical pupils as she turns to look. Just as a full moon rises, and the three foxtails fan out behind her, mesmerizing as silk. Everyone below collectively gasps, trembling as they behold this scene. However, in an instant, the woman's figure vanishes. Those who were enchanted finally regain their senses. Stuttering in disbelief, three-tailed fox? Is it truly a three-tailed fox? Wen Tian instinctively glances at Qin Jiyun, who suddenly dashes to the roof, chasing after her. As Wen Tian attempts to follow, he feels a weight on his leg. Looking down, he sees the parrot clinging desperately to him. Glancing back at the gaping hole in the wall, he realizes that his master is that three-tailed fox. Could this three-tailed fox be the mastermind behind all this? He also notices that Bai Yun Xin, who witnessed the earlier scene, wears a grave and shocked expression. After calculating, a hint of indescribable joy appears on his face. The three-tailed has appeared. The omen has come to pass. Wei Ming, still dazed, murmurs, "The three-tailed has appeared, and the nine-tailed will become supreme. The one who possesses the nine tails will gain dominion over the world." At that moment, Governor Song and Song Rua exchange glances. And Governor Song immediately instructs his subordinates, "Seal the city gates at once. No one is allowed to leave Qing Shui County." Song Rua stands frozen, feeling the uncontrollable unpredictability of what is to come. It is too late. The three-tailed has appeared, and the forces waiting for her have already begun to mobilize. "Uncle, quickly, report to the Emperor. A three-tailed fox has appeared in Qing Shui County. The omen has come to pass." Following that scene was a profound shock. At this moment, Governor Song also finds himself at a loss. Upon hearing his nephew's words, he hastily prepares documents for an urgent report, dispatched over 800 miles. When Tian chases after Qin Zhiyun but soon discovers that both he and the three-tailed fox have vanished without a trace, he has lost their trail. Currently, he finds himself in a bustling night market. Ever since Zhou Zi and Zhou Amoer were dealt with, the townsfolk have resumed their normal lives. The lanterns flicker, creating a lively atmosphere. Frustrated, he thinks that if it weren't for the parrot spirit, he wouldn't have lost track of them. Just as he is about to turn away, he unexpectedly collides with a woman behind him, who is carrying a pile of snacks, causing them to scatter everywhere. When Tian repeatedly apologizes as he crouches down to help gather the fallen items, "I am so sorry. I didn't mean to." Just as he reaches for an oil paper bag, a delicate hand extends to retrieve it, and their hands inadvertently touch. When Tian abruptly looks up, frowning, he exclaims, "It's you?" Wen Seng picks up the oil paper bag from the ground, stands, and smiles at Wen Tian. "Wen Shou, what a surprise to meet you here." When Tian sees her burdened with packages, clearly funded by the senior brother's money, he does not wish to engage with her any further. He emits a polite grunt and turns to leave. Once Wen Seng sees him rounding the corner, putting distance between them, she finally feels a sense of relief. She had thought Qin Zhiyun would be difficult to deal with, but it turns out Wen Tian is truly a nuisance. She huffs, wondering who he is putting on such a sour face for. In a fit of frustration, she raises the oil paper bag as if to throw it. Unexpectedly, a familiar, clear voice calls out from behind. "Miss Zhao." Startled, Wen Seng's hand trembles, and she hastily retracts the oil paper bag that was about to be thrown, displaying remarkable agility. Quickly regaining her composure, she turns to put on a different facade, and upon seeing the person before her, she greets him with a warm and courteous smile. "Qin Xiu, it's you?" "Qin Zhiyun, mm." Noticing that she is still somewhat guarded against him, he slightly clenches his fist and asks, "Miss Zhao, what brings you here? I recall you were at the Li residence for your confinement." Wen Seng glances at her belly. Confinement? They had just chased her as if she had run 800 meters in under a minute. If she were truly pregnant, she would have lost the baby halfway through. The man before her is her benefactor. She must not make any mistakes. She sweetly says in a serious tone to Qin Zhiyun, "Oh, a pregnant woman cannot be idle. She must exercise, otherwise, this baby might lack athletic ability in the future." Qin Zhiyun is somewhat perplexed by her words, yet he is pleased that she is willing to engage him in conversation. A smile creeping onto his lips, he cannot help but ask, "Athletic ability?" When Sang, in a moment of folly, forgot that she was in ancient times. Fearing exposure, she hastily explained, "What I meant was that you are a formidable individual. Only a strong person like you, Qin Zhiyun, the great practitioner, could have a child. This child must be trained rigorously. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of being your offspring." Upon uttering these words, she immediately regretted them. What nonsense was she spewing? Could Qin Zhiyun's child possibly be inferior? Moreover, she was not even pregnant. After spinning this web of lies, sweat broke out on her back. However, it was evident that Qin Zhiyun was quite pleased with her words. His previously cold demeanor softened as he glanced at her abdomen, his gaze filled with unexpected tenderness. She claimed that it was their child, and it seemed she was indeed filled with anticipation. He observed the large bundle of snacks in her hands. "Allow me to carry that for you." When Sang Sang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, when Qin Jiuyin reached for the snacks she held, she failed to notice the flicker of doubt in his eyes. Qin Jiuyin picked up a package of snacks and inhaled its aroma, his expression darkening instantly. "This is papaya cake. You can't eat this while pregnant?" A shiver ran down when Sang Sang's spine as she recalled that pregnant women should not consume such things. Though panic gripped her, she maintained a smile on her face. "Oh dear, I apologize. I was simply tempted by my cravings." Yet, Qin Jiuyin's expression did not soften in the least. Chapter 68. "As long as you tell me how to find that three-tailed fox." Seeing his stern demeanor, when Sang Sang realized her attitude must have fallen short, she quickly asserted, "I shall discard it, and I promise to remember next time." Qin Jiuyin proceeded to pick up one package after another. "This is hawthorn. It's a pregnancy taboo. This is cured meat. It's a pregnancy taboo. This is smoked meat. It's a pregnancy taboo." When Sang Sang was on the verge of tears, how could everything be a pregnancy taboo? Suppressing her inner turmoil, she said, "I sincerely apologize. I was merely indulging my cravings." The last two words she nearly spat out through gritted teeth. What nonsense was this? This cannot be eaten. That cannot be eaten. Indeed, feigning pregnancy for favor comes at a cost. Wait, if all of these are forbidden foods during pregnancy, wouldn't she expose herself? She glanced at Qin Jiuyin, relieved to see he still held one last package. However, the next moment, Qin Jiuyin raised the final package, his tone grave. "Especially this one, flour cake." When Sang Sang replied, "What about this one?" Qin Jiuyin furrowed his brows tightly. "Are you genuinely unaware, or are you feigning ignorance? It contains saffron. Consuming it could result in miscarriage. Do you understand?" At that moment, her facade crumbled. Saffron? For the sake of her precious treasure. When Sang Sang's face fell as she cradled her belly with one hand and wiped her tears with the other. "It's all my fault. The prenatal medicine is simply too bitter. I just wanted to eat something else to fill my stomach. No mother should endure such bitterness, lest I find myself unable to take the medicine at all." Qin Jiuyin was well aware of the suffering that came with pregnancy, and he was naturally unwilling to see her in pain. Moreover, she was indeed thinking of the child. He gently reassured her. "If you wish to eat something else, you can tell me, and I will certainly prepare it for you. However, these forbidden foods are out of the question." He retrieved a jade hairpin from his sleeve and offered it to her. "I noticed you've been wearing that one since last time. This is a new one I just bought, a gift for you." When Sang Sang paused in her action of wiping away tears, gazing at the beautiful hairpin in his hand. "Oh my, what a lovely color!" Her earlier sorrow vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile. "Why is Master Qin being so generous? Since this is your kind intention, I shall graciously accept it with that." Her delicate hand snatched the jade hairpin from Qin Jiuyin's grasp, her expression triumphant like a fox that had just devoured meat, nimble and cunning. The gentle touch of her fair skin against the man's palm instantly stirred memories within him. During the days spent in Jiaolong Cave and Lan Rua Temple, he had been able to touch her daily. Now, however, she was so near yet so distant. After all, she was carrying his child. A shadow flickered in Qin Jiuyin's eyes. Soon, the child would be born, and their journey would stretch long ahead of them. The next day, in the grand hall of the Li residence, the body of Li Yuanwei was discovered. The deep claw marks on his back suggested that it was the work of the tiger spirit masquerading as Song Ruo. The Li residence now stood as nothing more than an empty shell. Governor Song took over the case, and the court had already been informed of the events that transpired here. A new county magistrate was on the way. Now, they awaited the capture of the true mastermind behind the poisoning of the entire Li family. In the grand hall, when Tian stepped forward, stating, "Could it be that three-tailed fox? Is she the one behind all this?" Master Bai Yun shook his head solemnly. "It cannot be the three-tailed fox." When Tian protested, "Why not? Surely you can't assume she is innocent based solely on a prophecy." Governor Song, seated at the head, turned to the silent Qin Jiuyin. "I have heard that the three-tailed fox disrupted the formation set by Master Qin for the sake of a parrot spirit. Why don't we bring the parrot spirit here for questioning?" Qin Jiuyin looked at Chang Yin beside him, who immediately brought the parrot spirit forward. When Sang Sang stood behind Qin Jiuyin, her heart already in prayer as the parrot spirit was presented. "Heavenly Lord, let this creature be loyal." The parrot spirit was not a conventional spirit but rather a fellow unfortunate soul, having joined forces with the tiger spirit for nefarious deeds. If it were to spill the beans, what would become of their so-called mission to save the world? They would all end up in the underworld. The parrot spirit was confined within a cage, since it had already recognized when sang. It would never betray her. When Tian approached, "Parrot spirit, tell me, what is your relationship with the three-tailed fox? How did you manage to poison the Li family? Is the three-tailed fox the true mastermind behind all this? Speak." The parrot spirit turned its face away, filled with arrogance. "I will not divulge a single word." When Sang felt a surge of emotion, though it lasted only a fleeting moment, the parrot spirit continued, "I want to tell you that my master, the three-tailed fox, is not the true mastermind. I want to reveal that the tiger spirit is colluding with the true puppet master. Nor will I tell you that the true mastermind's actions are aimed at targeting Qin Jiuyin." Everyone else present was taken aback. When Sang thought, "What a foolish ally. Can we switch to another?" When Tian drew his sword and thrust it into the cage, resting it against the parrot spirit's neck. "Tell me what the mastermind looks like." The parrot spirit remained defiant. "I will not tell you that the mastermind is a cloaked figure in black." Yun Yin interjected, "A cloaked figure in black? Could the parrot spirit be lying? Is it attempting to mislead us?" When Tian scoffed, "Whether it's true or not, we shall find out." When Tian raised his sword, preparing to strike down at the parrot spirit, which finally began to panic. When Sang's expression twisted as she contemplated how to divert attention by clutching her belly. However, in the next moment, Qin Jiuyin intercepted the descending sword, causing Wen Tian to retreat repeatedly, perplexed by his elder brother's intentions. Qin Jiuyin found the parrot spirit rather intriguing. Perhaps it could lead him to the three-tailed fox. He stood before the parrot spirit. "Just tell me how to find your master, and I will set you free." The parrot spirit looked up at Qin Jiuyin, fear evident in its eyes. It knew it could not provoke this god of death. I want to reveal a single word." "Oh? Is that so?" Qin Jiuyin conjured the Feiyun sword in his hand, his tone laced with menace. Song Ruo and Governor Song exchanged astonished glances. Could it be that Qin Jiuyin, and by extension the Xuantian Gong, also sought the three-tailed fox? The parrot spirit cowered behind the cage, heart racing. "Will you speak?" At that moment, everyone's attention was fixated on the parrot spirit, eager to uncover the whereabouts of the three-tailed fox. When Sang felt the sweat pooling in her palms, contemplating how to suddenly feign discomfort to shift the focus. Just then, Yiqing entered, declaring, "Elder brother, Zhou Amoer from the prison claims she has recalled some irregularities and wishes to see you." Chapter 69. Is it still not quitting time? Thanks to Yiqing's words, the parrot spirit narrowly escaped its predicament. Qin Jiuyin retracted the Feiyun sword and instructed Wen Tian, "Lock it in my room. No one is to approach." "Yes, elder brother." With that, Qin Jiuyin followed Yiqing out. Wen Tian carried the birdcage, escorted by several disciples of Xuantian Gong as he exited the grand hall. Song Ruo and Governor Song exchanged glances. Realizing that to uncover the whereabouts of the three-tailed fox, they would need to approach Qin Jiuyin. Yet, Qin Jiuyin was not so easily dealt with. When Sang released a breath of relief. Though it was not complete, for the parrot spirit had entered Qin Jiuyin's quarters, which felt akin to leaving a tiger's den only to enter a dragon's lair. What if Qin Jiuyin secretly interrogated the parrot spirit in the dead of night? The parrot spirit was as pliable as a soft persimmon, easily squished. No, she could not allow Qin Jiuyin to be alone with the parrot spirit. When Sang glanced down at her belly, forming a plan. Surely, Qin Jiuyin would not refuse to provide prenatal education for his child. In the prison, the cell door swung open, and Qin Jiuyin, accompanied by the monk Bai Yun and Ruoming, stepped inside. With an expression devoid of emotion, Qin Jiuyin inquired of Zhou Amoer, "Did you seek me out?" Zhou Amoer rose to her feet. "Yes, I suddenly recalled that when Zhou Zi was conspiring with the tiger spirit, I inadvertently overheard the voice of a third person." Qin Jiuyin frowned. "A third person?" Zhou Amoer nodded. "Indeed, but she was quite wary of me. I only caught a few snippets of conversation. The voice was exceedingly peculiar, and the individual was cloaked, obscuring their face. Bai Yun, who had accompanied them, expressed his surprise. Could it be the figure in black mentioned by the parrot spirit? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jiuyin asked Zhou Amoer, "Are you aware that there is a parrot spirit by the side of that tiger demon?" Zhou Amour shook her head. I cannot say for certain, but it is customary for such a tyrant like the tiger demon, who has long roamed the mountains, to have followers. Noticing the lack of useful information, Ruoming hastily interjected, Do you know anything about the three-tailed fox? Before Ruoming could finish her sentence, she was silenced by a glance from her master. By Yun. Aware of her indiscretion, Ruoming refrained from speaking further. Zhou Amour's gaze flitted between the two, as if plotting something in her mind, and she said, Qin Cultivator, by Yun, I have a humble request. May I return to the Li residence for a brief visit? Lowering her eyes with an air of melancholy, she continued, When I first arrived in Qingshui County, I was often subject to slander. Master Li provided me with a refuge, and before I depart, I wish to pay my respects. Moved by her earnest plea, Bai Yun found himself at an impasse. With his own sister lost, Zhou Amour, as an accomplice, deserved punishment. Yet, the serpent demon had dedicated herself to the cultivation of Buddhist principles and had performed many good deeds in the past. Bai Yun looked towards Qin Zhiyun. Gazing at Zhou Amour, who had been grievously wounded, her cultivation diminished, and now appearing worn and frail, she was no longer the captivating and alluring Zhou Yinyang. Qin Zhiyun instructed Yi Qing, who stood behind him, You and a few disciples shall accompany her. Understood, senior brother, replied Yi Qing. Zhou Amour immediately felt tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you, Qin Cultivator. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Qing and several disciples, Zhou Amour made her way back to the Li residence. Upon seeing Master Li's lifeless body, she broke down in uncontrollable grief. Bai Yun sighed heavily, lamenting the plight of all living beings, before departing with Ruoming. Yuan Yin, witnessing this, wiped her tears and offered a handkerchief, expressing her sympathy. Miss Zhou, the deceased has passed. Please accept my condolences. Receiving the handkerchief, Zhou Amour, with tears glistening in her eyes, implored the gathered onlookers, Might I request you to step away for a moment? I wish to speak with Master Li as a final farewell. She leaned over Master Li's corpse, her shoulders trembling with sorrow. Aside from Yun Yin, who reacted somewhat more intensely, the others merely displayed mild concern. With Qin Jian absent, Yun Yin took the initiative. Everyone, let's step outside and allow Miss Zhou to have a moment alone with Master Li. She thought she was being considerate, unaware of Qin Jiyun's instructions. Yi Qing remained resolute. Junior sister, senior brother has given his orders. We must keep watch over her. Yun Yin, upon hearing this, admonished Yi Qing, Yi sister, as cultivators, we are indeed tasked with subduing demons and eliminating evil. But we must not forsake our humanity. Yi Qing, maintaining her composure, replied, This is senior brother's command. We cannot leave. Angered, Yun Yin felt that Yi Qing was dismissing her. Pointing at Yi Qing, she exclaimed, Yi sister, why must you be so cold-hearted and unfeeling? Miss Zhou is a good demon. She merely wishes to speak with Master Li. Noticing the commotion, Zhou Amour quickly interjected, Please, fellow cultivators, do not quarrel. Since this is Qin Cultivator's command, so be it. However, I do not know when I shall return from Westlake. Yun Yin, aware of Zhou Amour's notorious reputation in the Westlake region, recognized the potential advantage of forging a connection with her. She boldly invoked her sect leader father, commanding Yi Qing and the others. Yi sister, I command you, in the name of the sect leader, to leave at once. Yi Qing frowned. Junior sister, you cannot use your status to pressure us at this moment. Yun Yin insisted, Yi sister, do not forget that I am the daughter of the sect leader of Zuaniangong. If you do not leave, I shall certainly inform my father of your actions when we return to the sect. Yi Qing gazed at her, bewildered. The younger disciples behind her began to waver. They whispered, Sister, perhaps we should step outside. If the sect leader is displeased, we cannot bear the consequences. Indeed, sister, your position is significant, but we, suppressing her frustration, Yi Qing addressed Yun Yin, if anything goes awry in the future, I hope you alone will bear the burden. With that, Yi Qing turned and departed with several disciples. Yun Yin, taken aback by Yi Qing's audacity, felt her disdain deepen. Watching Yi Qing's retreating figure, she seethed internally. Once I ascend to the position of sect leader's wife, you shall be my second target. Yi Qing. Yun Yin then turned back to Zhou Amour, greeting her with a smile. After Zhou Amour recorded her name and identity, she left, satisfied. Little did she notice the fleeting glimmer of amusement in Zhou Amour's eyes. Outside Qin Jiyun's chamber, when Tian stood guard with several disciples. As Qin Jiyun ascended the steps, when Tian saluted him and promptly asked, "Has anyone come by today?" When Tian replied honestly, "Just now, Governor Song and Bai Yun visited." "Understood. Do not permit anyone else to enter," Qin Jiyun instructed. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Hiding around the corner, when Sang, who had witnessed Qin Jiyun's entrance, quickly adjusted her attire. Clutching two books, she sauntered towards Wen Tian with a delicate sway of her waist. Upon seeing Wen Sang, Wen Tian's expression darkened instantly. He wondered what this white lotus intended to do. With a charming smile, Wen Sang's every move seemed meticulously calculated, more so than any green tea girl, more innocent than a white lotus. Yet, her opening line was, "When cultivator, is it not time to clock out?" Chapter 70. Did she truly wish for their child to become a monk in the future? Wen Tian was perplexed, thinking that this Zhao Xianyang must be out of her mind. Since the last time he saw her in such a disheveled state, claiming to want to part ways with the senior brother and expressing her disdain for him, she now not only appeared pregnant, but also constantly clung to him. Showing no sign of reluctance, at the end that day, people had referred to her as a white lotus, and he had harbored doubts. However, it seemed she truly embodied that role, leveraging her pregnancy to try to climb the ranks alongside the senior brother. Even wishing to return with them to Xuantiangong, not only was she full of lies, but she also possessed an utter lack of shame. "What do you want?" When Sang, feeling guilty about her loose tongue, worried whether her true intentions might be revealed. Yet, finding Wen Tian's disdainful demeanor somewhat gratifying, she twirled a strand of hair, softening her voice. "I came to see Qin Cultivator." When Tian found her feigned delicacy rather displeasing, he dismissed her curtly. "The senior brother is busy. You should leave." When Sang anticipated that he would not allow her to see Qin Jiyun, but she had prepared herself for this. Adopting a sultry tone, which sounded more like a pout than anger, she pleaded, "But I have something very important to discuss." Seeing her act so coyly, Wen Tian inexplicably felt his ears grow warm, perhaps realizing he was losing composure. He felt flustered. How could he blush in front of such a morally dubious woman? His expression softened, yet his speech became halting. What do you need to see the senior brother for?" When Sang caressed her belly, her smile radiant, naturally, to provide prenatal education. After all, this is Qin Cultivator's child, so it must be him who does it. When Tian's gaze fell upon her abdomen, her waist was slender, and he had felt its softness that day at the city gate, where a child was indeed developing. An inexplicable sensation stirred within him, and just as he had begun to soften, his expression darkened once more. "This woman was truly restless even while pregnant," he firmly replied. "If it is merely prenatal education, you can read it yourself." When Sang, upon hearing this, approached him with the book in hand. "But I cannot read, When Cultivator. Please help me." As she drew closer, Wen Tian caught a whiff of an extraordinarily unique fragrance, reminiscent of a breezy spring day, infused with floral notes that lifted the spirit. He found himself gazing down at her. Her beauty could easily be described as enchanting, yet, when Sang noticed his reddening ears and blurted out, "Why are your ears so red?" When Tian resembled a deflated balloon, bursting with an unexpected fervor, he unexpectedly raised his hand and pushed Wen Sang to the ground. Just as he was about to reprimand her, he noticed Wen Sang sprawled on the floor, clutching her abdomen, appearing somewhat pained. Wen Sang truly did not anticipate that he would resort to violence. She had only expected a loud commotion to elicit concern from Qin Jiyun for the child within her, allowing her to seize the opportunity to arrange for someone to tutor the child, thereby ensnaring Qin Jiyun and preventing him from being alone with the parrot spirit. She was just about to scold Wen Tian when, at that moment, the door swung open. Qin Jiyun emerged and, upon seeing Wen Sang on the ground, immediately rushed to assist her. "Miss Zhao, what has happened to you?" With someone arriving, Wen Sang thought, if not now, then when to put on an act? Wen Tian was just about to explain. "Master brother, but Wen Sang, with tear-filled eyes and clutching her lower abdomen, sobbed, "It's all Xianyang's fault. Qin Shoushi, please do not blame Wen Shoushi. He did not act with malice. He was merely following orders." Qin Jian began to gather the scattered books from the floor, casting a questioning glance at Wen Tian. Wen Tian, feeling a surge of urgency, thought to himself, What a formidable green tea she is. I told you, Master Brother, you were busy. She insisted on conducting some prenatal education. When Sang Sang caressed her abdomen, her eyes filled with disappointment. Since Qin Xiushi was occupied, then Xi and Yang could leave. Upon hearing the term prenatal education, Qin Jiyun paused, a suppressed smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he softly remarked, I see, Miss Xiao, there is no need for you to leave. When Tian was momentarily taken aback, Master Brother, you, Qin Jiyun addressed Wen Tian, if Miss Xiao wishes to come again, let her enter directly. When Tian replied incredulously, who was it that told me no one was allowed in? When Sang Sang felt an immense sense of triumph within. Indeed, when Tian was truly a helpful ally. Miss Xiao, please. Qin Jiyun stepped aside for Wen Sang Sang. Suppressing her inner excitement at her success, Wen Sang Sang smiled nonchalantly, casting a glance at Wen Tian before entering the room. Wen Tian clenched his fists, brimming with frustration. This woman was truly infuriating. Qin Jiyun shot a cold glance at Wen Tian, declaring, you all should return to rest. Wen Tian, deflated, replied, yes. After Wen Tian departed with a few guarding disciples, Qin Jiyun gazed at the books in his hands, and his icy phoenix eyes unexpectedly glimmered with a hint of amusement. Prenatal education? He stepped into the room and shut the door behind him. At that moment, when Sang Sang was surveying her surroundings, searching for the parrot spirit. When Qin Jiyun appeared behind her, she was startled. Qin Jiyun looked at her and gently asked, did I frighten you? Isn't that obvious, big brother? When Sang Sang subtly concealed her fear, responding with a gentle smile, not at all. It was merely Xi and Yang being inattentive. He remained as disinclined to illuminate the surroundings as ever. Under the dim candlelight, the beauty appeared to be immersed in a distant memory, enchanting yet languorous. When Sang Sang had not forgotten her primary task, she instinctively touched her abdomen, reminding Qin Jiyun, I hope Xi and Yang is not disturbing you. I've simply been sleeping a bit early lately. If it is inconvenient for Qin Xiushi, I can go find. As she spoke, she attentively observed Qin Jiyun's expression. Surely, Qin Xiushi would not wish for another man to provide prenatal education for your child? Qin Jiyun, holding two books, chuckled lightly, I certainly have time. But, before he could finish his sentence, when Sang Sang joyfully interjected, I knew Qin Xiushi would be a wonderful father. Let us begin right away. When Sang Sang blinked her bright, dark eyes, her eagerness resembling that of a cunning little fox. Qin Jiyun could not help but smile. He lifted one of the books, The Complete Guide to Culinary Preparation. Do you wish for this child to become a chef? Or, he then raised the other book, The Diamond Sutra? Do you wish for him to become a monk? The first book was harmless enough, but the mention of the second elicited a hint of displeasure from Qin Jiyun, as the source of his irritation lay with that earlier entanglement with Ruoming. Did she truly wish for their child to become a monk? This was utterly unacceptable to him. Should such a day arise, he would not hesitate to demolish the temple. When Sang Sang was momentarily speechless. She had not intended that at all. She merely thought those two books appeared quite hypnotic. Just as she was about to explain, Qin Jiyun inquired, Xi and Yang, have you been harboring thoughts of Ruoming in your heart? Chapter 71. You are the one I have chosen. You should not flee even a fraction. Before her stood Qin Jiyun, his expression seemingly transformed. The gentle visage he wore moments ago now appeared cold and somewhat menacing. Reminiscent of the time he had imprisoned her, a sense of panic surged within Wen Sang Sang. Did she harbor feelings for Ruoming? The answer was, of course, yes. Perhaps it was the confidence instilled by the existence of the unborn child within her. Or perhaps it was the desire to divert Qin Jiyun's attention, preventing him from uncovering the truth about her identity as a three-tailed fox. The fleeting moment of tension dissipated as Wen Sang Sang maintained her composure, as though Qin Jiyun had posed an inconsequential question. What kind of question is that, Qin Xiushi? Xi and Yang is pregnant, naturally prioritizing the child. Moreover, my relationship with Taoist Ruoming is merely that of good friends. He is a recluse, what could I possibly desire from him? She feigned annoyance, adding, furthermore, Qin Xiushi, this does not concern you, does it? If you do not wish to conduct this prenatal education, I can simply seek out my cousin instead. With that, when Sang Sang turned to leave the room, only to have her wrist grasped firmly by Qin Jiyun, a sense of foreboding gripped her heart as she furrowed her brow. She watched as Qin Jiyun's gaze fell upon her still flat abdomen. And as he raised his eyes to meet hers, The chill that had previously enveloped his phoenix gaze melted away in the soft candlelight. Qin Zhiyun released her wrist, stating, "I have indeed overstepped. If we are to conduct prenatal education, I shall make the time now." When Song Song's eyes sparkled with delight as she pointed to the couch by the window, saying, "Then I hope Qin Xiu does not mind sitting there?" Although the bed was just beyond the beaded curtain, she hesitated to step forward, still wary of him. Qin Zhiyun, holding the book, replied, "Very well." When Sang Sang took 2 steps to the couch, reclining back and propping her head up, declaring, "Let us begin," her relaxed demeanor suggested she was merely preparing to watch a performance, as though a plate of sunflower seeds and peanuts should be placed before her. Qin Zhiyun, unable to suppress a cough at the absurdity of the scene, glanced at her. Realizing something, when Sang Sang laughed lightly, "I truly apologize, Qin Xiu, but there seems to be no place for you to sit. Why not make do with that chair over there?" She gestured to a nearby armchair. As if she feared the proximity would be detrimental to her vision, in truth, when Sang Sang was reluctant to sit too close to Qin Zhiyun. For various reasons, she was wary of exposing herself, and the psychological shadow cast by him in recent days lingered. Her presence here was solely for the sake of her own survival, yet she could not allow Qin Zhiyun to fade from her sight. Hence the compromise. Once she rescued the parrot spirit and secured Qin Zhiyun's promise, she would depart immediately. If he refused, she would flee without hesitation, for she could not afford to provoke him. Instead of taking a seat in the armchair, Qin Zhiyun retrieved another book from the shelf and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, reading aloud, "The way of the great learning is to manifest bright virtue, to love the people and to rest in the utmost good." The dim candlelight flickered, casting a silver hue upon the man's white robe, accentuating his figure. Perhaps it was the late hour, but his voice lowered, resonating with clarity, emanating warmth and courtesy. When Sang Sang rested her chin on her hand, admiring the handsome man before her as he recited classical texts, exuding elegance, truly, it was a display of refinement. Were it not for the shadows he had cast over her in the past, she might have been tempted to leap into his arms. In truth, when Sang Sang was a person who held grudges, had it not been for Qin Zhiyun's promise to bestow his treasures upon her, she would not be lying here now. Although the probability of death was nearly non-existent, she feared the prospect of dying in an undignified manner. As 2 hours passed, when Sang Sang felt her eyelids growing heavy, struggling to keep them open, she fought to prop them apart, only to find that Qin Zhiyun, after nearly 2 hours of reading, showed no signs of fatigue, his breathing steady. Observing that when Sang Sang was on the brink of slumber, Qin Zhiyun asked, "Miss Zhao, are you feeling tired?" If so, when Sang Sang found it incredible that Qin Zhiyun, in contrast to her previous experiences where she had been the ultimate night owl, was now the one alert. She shook her head to remain awake, replying, "I am not tired. Please continue." Qin Zhiyun closed the book, his expression darkening. "You are pregnant and still staying up late?" "Nonsense," when Sang Sang was taken aback by his outburst. Are you yelling at me?" In recent days, Qin Zhiyun had been notably gentle, barely daring to raise his voice. Calling her his emperor would not have been an exaggeration. Why, then, was he now shouting at her? It was just the right moment for her to express her frustrations, and she seized the opportunity. "Qin Zhiyun, do not find me troublesome," she was about to retort, "You?" when Qin Zhiyun interjected, "I just remembered. This morning, when Tian and the others were tallying the treasures acquired along the way, they were merely some trinkets. I wonder if Miss Zhao would like to choose a couple." Treasures? Upon hearing of the treasure, when Song Song's mind became instantly alert and her impending scolding faded away in an instant, she promptly rose to her feet, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Really? Where is it?" Qin Zhiyun observed her covetous expression with a faint smile, remaining silent, when Sang Sang quickly realized her demeanor and took a couple of steps toward Qin Zhiyun, clutching her belly and feigning fragility as she said, "Since Master Qin has made such a request, it would be remiss of me to refuse your wish. It is rather late, and for the sake of the child, I ought to rest. Shall we hasten to and fro?" Her love for wealth was indeed unwavering. Reminiscent of their first encounter, yet her incessant chatter often included words he found displeasing. If only she could remain as docile as she was now, it would spare him the need to don a mask of indifference while conversing with her. In moments of uncontrollable impulse, he couldn't help but yearn to draw closer to her, yet he feared frightening her away. greedy for wealth and life. He had always met such individuals with disdain. Yet she, Zhao Xinyang, was an exception that repeatedly unsettled him. He knew full well her nature, yet he found himself unwilling to let go. Qin Zhiyun felt a surge of self-loathing, reviling his flesh and blood, detesting his own revolting nature akin to that of another man. "What troubles you, Master Qin?" Qin Zhiyun snapped back to reality. "Nothing." He gestured toward the inner chamber. "It is just inside." "Miss Zhao, please." Upon hearing they were to go inside, when Sang Sang felt a flicker of fear. Qin Zhiyun was aware of her apprehension, but chose not to assure her that he would fetch it himself or make her wait. Instead, he added, "Rest assured that parrot spirit is trapped and poses no danger." His words were essentially coercive, compelling her to accept him, his intentions nefarious, yet he was resolute in his pursuit. "You are the one I have chosen. You should not flee even a fraction." Chapter 72. A pregnancy preservation potion? Could Yun Yin be so kind-hearted? Surely it wouldn't be poisoned. However, when Sang Sang was rather carefree, upon hearing the parrot spirit was within, all traces of fear vanished. "Little brother, wait for me. Your sister is coming to rescue you." She suppressed her inner excitement, maintaining a facade of hesitation and fear, though her heart raced with exhilaration. "Very well, Xinyang believes in Master Qin." Qin Zhiyun parted the beaded curtain. "Please, go ahead." The moment when Sang Sang stepped inside, her eyes nearly blinded. The room was overflowing with gold, silver, and jewels. Even the beams were adorned. Had Qin Zhiyun turned to robbery? Her legs weakened, and she instinctively ignored the astonished parrot spirit nearby, advancing to the table, which was laden with countless gold bars, jade, and pearls, more exquisite than pigeon eggs. Qin Zhiyun stood beside her, noticing her lack of visible delight. Were these treasures insufficient? Did she not fancy them? He asked with a hint of concern. "Miss Zhao, do you not find anything to your liking?" When Sang Sang swallowed hard, "Brother, is this a matter of liking or disliking?" Seeing her silent and her expression slightly off, Qin Zhiyun's worry intensified. Had he erred in his approach? Did she no longer appreciate such riches? Should he fetch some rare treasures instead? "Xinyang, what troubles you? Is there something wrong?" When Sang Sang raised her hand, her voice trembling as she asked, "Do you have any burlap sacks?" Qin Zhiyun replied, "What? Burlap sacks? Quickly." Qin Zhiyun tilted his head in confusion. "Huh?" Half an hour later, amidst the parrot spirit's astonishment, when Sang Sang single-handedly filled 10 burlap sacks with all the valuables. Exhausted, he offered her a cup of tea, with her guard lowered by half due to the 10 sacks of treasure. She contemplated fleeing with them, disregarding the parrot spirit entirely. When Sang Sang accepted the tea, "Thank you, Master Qin." With the promise of wealth, her smile was genuinely radiant. Qin Zhiyun observed her drain the cup and said, "I shall have someone deliver these treasures to your room. Miss Zhao, please rest for a while." For some inexplicable reason, when Sang Sang felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, she sat down, and as soon as she did, drowsiness overtook her. Just as her eyelids were about to close, a pair of large hands reached out to catch her. Qin Zhiyun embraced her, gazing at the delicate figure nestled in his arms. His warm fingers traced her face, savoring her warmth. The once gentle gaze in his dark phoenix eyes was now replaced with a hint of madness. "You yourself said you would return to Xuantiangong with me. You promised not to part ways, Xinyang. How can I let you go?" With his back to the parrot spirit, it had yet to discern anything amiss, but its gaze fell upon the Feiyun sword standing nearby. Panic seized him as he noted the strands of black mist entwining the blade. Qin Zhiyun carried Wen Sang Sang to the bed, placing her down gently, and as the curtain fell, darkness enveloped the room. In the obscurity, he propped his head on his hand, lying beside her, silently observing Wen Sang Sang. As he gazed at her serene face, his eyes gradually softened. They were both individuals of duality. She appeared gentle and pure on the surface, but was inwardly avaricious and self-preserving. While he seemed aloof and serious, purging harm for humanity, yet, upon closer inspection, their destinies bore some resemblance, yet diverged in essence. He murmured, "Xinyang, what more do you desire? Gold, silver, and riches, or an endless supply of life?" He expected silence in return. Yet to his surprise, the one beneath him replied, albeit in her dreams, "Qin Zhiyun." Qin Zhiyun froze momentarily. Did he mishear? She said she needed him. He leaned closer, trembling slightly. What did you say? But the slumbering figure beneath him refused to miss the opportunity to berate him even in her dreams. Qin Juyun, you scoundrel! Qin Juyun couldn't help but chuckle. She dared to insult him? She truly endeared herself to him. He felt an inexplicable warmth as he recalled the years spent in solitude, his cold demeanor making it difficult for anyone to approach him without ulterior motives, leading to a profound distrust of others. Yet, when Sang not only caused him to lose his composure repeatedly, but also had the audacity to scold him, evoking a sense of warmth within him. If only when Sang were awake, she would undoubtedly tease Qin Juyun for being a sadist. For her next words were, "Perverted creep, stay away from me." Qin Juyun. He chuckled softly, his voice low and magnetic as he soothed her. Yes, I am a scoundrel. I am a perverted creep. Perhaps he had not anticipated receiving a response. Suddenly, the one Sang in his dreams began to whimper. Don't tie me up. All right, I want to tie you up. And don't bully me. All right, I want to bully you. Perhaps having received satisfactory answers, the whimpering figure soon fell into a deep sleep. Silence enveloped the room, save for the parrot in its cage, cowering with its head covered, while outside the cage, tendrils of black mist seemed to possess a life of their own, curiously observing the parrot. The night was cool as watered in the funeral hall. Zhou Moer knelt beside Li Yuanhui's corpse, burning paper offerings, her face devoid of sorrow. A shadow approached, emitting a strange sound. They have already believed you. Zhou Moer forced a smile. I thought these cultivators were formidable. Yet they believed me so easily? And what of that by Yunjin? As she spoke, her expression abruptly stiffened. What should we do next? The cloaked figure handed her a small porcelain vial. Inside is death powder. Administer this to that little fox. Zhou Moer replied. Administer it to her? You cannot tolerate her? She is pregnant, with Qin Jiyun's child. Zhou Moer looked at the cloaked figure in shock. How is this possible? It matters not. She cannot be allowed to live. Zhou Moer took the death powder, scoffing. Just a little fox, and you're all so cautious. Why not take direct action against Qin Jiyun? Suddenly realizing something, she enlightened. Ah, so you fear the Qin family and the old fossils of Xuantiangong, I understand. I will complete the task. A gust of cold wind swept by, and the cloaked figure vanished without a trace. When Sang awoke once more in her own chamber, alongside the 10 burlap sacks of treasure, her mood lifting at the sight of riches. When Yunyin appeared at her door, she merely smiled and turned him away. With a face full of awkwardness, Yunyin held the pregnancy preservation potion, and it was only when Tian knocked on the door that she reopened it. What brings you two here? My child needs rest. If you have no urgent matters, please do not disturb me. When Tian retorted impatiently, Senior Sister brewed you the preservation potion. Drink it while it's warm. A preservation potion? Could Yunyin be so benevolent? Surely it isn't poisoned? Chapter 73. Is he treating me well because of this child? Miss Zhao, we had a misunderstanding last time, but now that you carry the master brother's child, I should be more accommodating. Yunyin lifted the preservation potion, offering it to Wen Sang. With wealth now in her possession, she scoffed, Miss Yun, I cannot accept your medicine. My hands are too delicate and fear being scalded. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand to admire herself. Yunyin, holding the medicine, wore a somewhat displeased expression. Zhao Xianyang's words seemed to imply the incident that occurred that day in the shop when they had contended over the jade hairpin. Her remarks felt like a slap to the face. In her heart, Yunyin had one thought, yet wore a different expression. Miss Zhao, this is the medicine I prepared for you early this morning. Rest assured, it's no longer scalding hot. Even when Tian spoke in a grave tone, Miss Zhao, my senior sister has put in a great deal of effort. How can you disregard her goodwill? When Sang realized that when Tian was merely Yunyin's lapdog, she had initially thought him to be the main character, only to discover he was nothing of the sort. Since he was not a person of great significance, she retorted sharply. I cannot accept such heartfelt kindness. If you love to brew it, then do so yourself. One might think I forced you to make it. Yunyin's grip on the medicine wavered. She felt an overwhelming urge to splatter the concoction upon Zhao Xianyang's face. However, with Wen Tian present, she needed to maintain her composure and poise. Infuriated by Wen Sang's words, Wen Tian glared at her. You? Wen Sang shot back defiantly. What about me? Haven't you ever seen a pregnant woman? I need to rest now. Farewell. She stepped back to close the door, unwilling to engage with these two fools, as she was eager to count her treasures. After all, they were rightfully hers. Yet, Yuan Yin was relentless and advanced with the medicine as the door was about to shut. Miss Zhao, please accept it. Bang! The dark liquid cascaded down Yuan Yin's robe and pooled on the floor, accompanied by the sound of the bowl shattering. She had doused herself thoroughly. The black liquid stained her robe and emitted an unpleasant odor. When Sang Sang felt exceedingly unfortunate to have encountered such a pair of foolish individuals. When Tian, taken aback, exclaimed, "Senior sister!" He glared at Wen Sang Sang in a fury. Zhao Xianyang. When Sang Sang, wishing to avoid further entanglement with these two fools, hurried to close the door, but a large hand pressed against the door panel. She looked up to find it was Qin Zhou-yun. With one hand bracing the door, he surveyed the scene with furrowed brows and coldly inquired, "What is happening here?" Upon seeing Qin Zhou-yun, Yuan Yin's eyes reddened. "Senior brother, please do not blame Miss Zhao. It is all my fault for intruding upon her." When Tian, contemplating whether to seek out Qin Zhou-yun, was relieved when he arrived and witnessed the scene firsthand. He immediately pointed at Wen Sang Sang. "Senior brother, it is all this Zhao Xianyang's fault." When Tian's words faltered, as he suddenly recalled where he had heard his senior sister's words before. Qin Zhou-yun turned his gaze to Wen Sang Sang, who was toying with a strand of her hair, her eyes filled with wariness and defensiveness. After the previous incident in the shop, where he had pressed her for answers and compelled her to apologize to Yuan Yin, was he now expecting her to apologize again? If he wanted an apology, he could go to hell. When Sang Sang scoffed, "Yuan cultivator, I do not mean to offend, but this charade should have ended after the first act. You struggled to hold the jade hairpin last time, and now you cannot even steady a bowl of medicine. I cannot help but suspect you may be suffering from Parkinson's." The previous incident was thus exposed, and Yuan Yin still vividly remembered the slap she had received. "You?" Seeing Yuan Yin flounder, When Sang Sang felt a surge of delight and smiled as she offered a well-meaning reminder. "Forgive me. I did not know whether you understood what Parkinson's is. It means you should see a doctor, not just for your hands," she pointed to her head, "but also for this." Her cheeky expression was lively enough to elicit a hint of amusement in Qin Zhou-yun's eyes. Being accused of having a mental affliction, Yuan Yin could no longer contain herself. She pointed at Wen Sang Sang, her eyes ablaze with rage, yet filled with grievance. "Miss Zhao, I merely acted out of goodwill in preparing this tonic for your peace of mind. If you do not wish to accept it, that is your prerogative. However, you have spilled the bowl and left me in such a predicament, and how can you curse me?" When Sang Sang replied, "Strike you? Yuan cultivator, I am standing this far away, how could I strike you? If you feel itchy, you may scratch yourself." Yuan Yin's face flushed crimson with anger. "You." Suddenly, unbeknownst to her, Chang Yin and Yi Qing, who had approached, burst into laughter, covering their mouths. When Tian, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Zhao Xianyang, how dare you speak to my senior sister in such a manner? You are courting death." With that, he drew his sword. And should a confrontation ensue, when Sang Sang knew she would be no match for him, she stepped back in fear. However, Yi Qing intervened, stopping Wen Tian's actions with a stern expression. "When shitty. Do not act impulsively." Seeing no one come to her aid, Yuan Yin turned to Qin Zhou-yun, her eyes filled with tears. "Senior brother." Qin Zhou-yun suppressed the faint smile that had graced his lips, his expression instantly turning icy and devoid of warmth. "Enough." With Qin Zhou-yun's command, everyone fell silent. Yet, Yuan Yin persisted. "Senior brother, I understand that Miss Zhao is pregnant with your child and is in a delicate condition, but she has humiliated me in such a manner. Should she continue her stay at Xintian sect, our master will not condone such behavior." When Sang Sang scoffed internally, "Who would accompany you to Xintian sect? Your senior brother has already distanced himself from me, and you are the one still putting on a show." Just as when Sang Sang was about to assert her independence from Qin Zhou-yun, he preempted her. "Miss Zhao's health is of utmost importance. Until this matter is resolved, unless absolutely necessary, do not disturb her rest as for future matters." He glanced pointedly at Yuan Yin. Those who are not involved need not concern themselves. Yuan Yin had anticipated that Qin Zhou-yun would compel Zhao Xianyang to apologize on account of their master, but instead, she found herself being reprimanded. Moreover, what did his words mean for the future? Was he genuinely considering marrying Zhao Xianyang? But she had yet to expose her deceit. Yun Yin protested. But senior brother, I. Qin Jiuyun's cold gaze silenced her, rendering her speechless. Beside them, when Tian's ire towards Wen Sang intensified, she was leveraging the fact that she carried the senior brother's child to garner his protection. What a shameless woman! Qin Jiuyun then turned to Wen Sang with a gentler demeanor. Xianyang, rest assured, there shall be no further disturbances. Wen Sang was taken aback by Qin Jiuyun's unexpected benevolence. He had not behaved this way previously. She couldn't help but think of the child within her. Surely it was this child that prompted him to treat her so favorably. It seemed that being pregnant could indeed grant one a certain leverage, leaving her somewhat bashful, yet she reminded herself that he owed her this. When Sang huffed softly, turned, and closed the door, ignoring everyone. Chapter 74. Could it be? Is she truly pregnant? After Yun Yin and when Tian had departed, Yi Qing, who had been observing the scene, turned to Qin Jiuyun and remarked, Senior brother, there has been a discovery in the back courtyard. Qin Jiuyun glanced at the closed door and instructed Chang Yin, send someone to follow Miss Zhao closely. We cannot allow a repeat of today's events. Chang Yin replied, Understood. Qin Jiuyun then addressed Yi Qing, lead me to investigate. Once they had left, when Sang, who had been eavesdropping by the door, sensed something was amiss. It felt as if she had fallen into a trap. She looked down at her still flat abdomen and thought it prudent to leave quickly. Just as she was about to pack her belongings, there was a knock at the door. Hastily hiding her belongings, she opened the door to find Song Ruo standing outside. With a bright smile, Song Ruo greeted, Cousin. When Sang blocked the doorway, returning the smile, Ah, so it is cousin. What brings you here? Seeing her radiant demeanor, it was clear she had gained much favor from Qin Jiuyun, which only intensified Song Ruo's desire to befriend her. Song Ruo spoke earnestly. Cousin, have you not yet met Song Governor? He is your uncle, and although you are distant relatives, he has heard of your pregnancy and prepared some gifts, wishing to have a word with you. When Sang was taken aback. Ah? The governor? Oh no, the governor is actually a relative of Song Ruo's. If they meet, won't she be exposed? However, from Song Ruo's tone, it seemed the governor was aware that she was a fraud, yet still wanted to meet her. Why? What could she possibly offer of value? Feeling anxious, when Sang weakly covered her mouth. I am not sure if it is the pregnancy or something else, but my heart feels uneasy. It seems Xianyang cannot meet uncle today. Upon hearing that she was unwell, Song Ruo's expression shifted to one of concern. Cousin, do you need me to fetch a doctor? When Sang quickly replied, No need, I have already taken medicine. Tentatively, she added, Perhaps I could meet uncle another day? Given the importance of the situation, prioritizing the child was paramount. Song Ruo sighed, Very well. Then you should rest well, cousin. As Song Ruo turned to leave, her expression darkened. Once she was gone, when Sang felt a measure of relief wash over her. She hurried to close the door, murmuring to herself as if in a state of calamity. What kind of misfortune have I brought upon myself? This treasure is barely warmed, and yet they want to send me away? As thoughts of her treasures flooded her mind, it suddenly dawned on her that the governor likely sought to curry favor with Qin Jiuyun through her. When she first encountered him, Song Ruo had adopted a subservient tone. How could a great disciple of Xintian's sect like Qin Jiuyun hold such sway? This simply would not do. She has truly fled, and tonight is the perfect opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that Qin Jiuyun and his companions are still preoccupied with their investigation, I in the room, Governor Song, having prepared a modest gift, slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, She actually dares to not show up. Sitting beside him, Song Ruo served herself some food, mockingly retorting, Indeed, do not be deceived by her seemingly delicate exterior. Within, she is as elusive as a shadow, darting toward whichever towering tree offers the most shade. Governor Song interjected, This is outrageous. Who exactly is this Zhao Xinyang? How can she be so utterly ungrateful? Song Ruo paused in her eating, her expression momentarily faltering. Uncle, your words have reminded me. Throughout this journey, I have not discerned which region she hails from. Do you think she might? Her complexion paled slightly. If she is so beautiful yet indistinguishable, could she possibly be a demon? But if she were indeed a demon, why have those cultivators not reacted? Perhaps I am overthinking this. She is merely a swindler who has taken advantage of the situation to entangle herself with Qin Jiyun. Hearing this, Governor Song pondered thoughtfully. You cannot tell where she is from? Listen well. Tomorrow you must have a serious talk with her. The court has already learned of the three-tailed fox in this area, and soon it will be surrounded by heavy forces. If she refuses to cooperate, we shall expose her identity and bring her to justice, executing her on the spot. Song Ruo clasped her hands respectfully. I understand, uncle. With her head bowed, a faint smile tugged at her lips. When Sang Sang initially intended to seek out the parrot spirit, as Qin Jiyun had declared that she could freely enter his quarters. Yet, that disciple persistently shadowed her, whether out of goodwill or a fear of the parrot spirit harming her. With no other option, she reluctantly abandoned her plan. After departing, she felt an unsettling sensation as if something were watching her from the shadows. Glancing towards the rockery, she saw nothing amiss. Meanwhile, the two disciples concealed beneath were nearly overwhelmed with anxiety. This Zhao girl is remarkably perceptive. I was almost discovered while perched in the tree just now. She carries the child of the senior brother, which must be influencing her senses. They were relieved that when Sang Sang was pregnant. Otherwise, they might have doubted her humanity entirely. As when Sang Sang pondered how to transport those treasures, she unexpectedly encountered Zhou Moer. To her surprise, Qin Jiyun and Yi Qing were also accompanying Zhou Moer. Upon seeing her, Zhou Moer, disregarding the astonishment reflected in her eyes, smiled warmly. Zhao girl, how have you been lately? When Sang Sang was taken aback to find Zhou Moer alive, her pupils widened in shock, unable to discern whether it was fear or something else. Yi Qing reassured her, Zhao girl, there is no need for alarm. Miss Zhou is a benevolent spirit. When Sang Sang feigned calmness, is that so? How could she still be alive? Was she not supposed to have perished? It was not that when Sang Sang lacked compassion. It was simply that Zhou Moer was well aware of her identity as a fox spirit,